Hey guys, how's it going? And happy Wednesday. I hope y'all are doing good. Well, here we are in the middle of the night, and the United States Congress is about to vote a little bit in the Rules Committee on two very important Second Amendment bills. We're going to be hoping and waiting to see if they are going to add the full version of the Hearing Protection Act as well as the Short Act into the omnibus budget reconciliation package. Now, I've talked about this on my last couple live streams on YouTube, and I'll tell you right out of the gate, I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatched. I'm not even going to bet that we're going to win here. However, this is like really the only chance we've had, like the closest chance we've had in my lifetime and in your lifetime of basically repealing half of the National Firearms Act. So my expectations are low. My hopes are high, and this is a huge deal. So we're going to be joining the stream in just a little bit here. We're going to pull up the committee hearing. I just have that sitting off to the side. That is going to start at 1 a.m. And a lot of you may remember that I've done a lot of Michigan streams over the past couple years, showing them passing gun control in the middle of the night. Yeah, well, this is the United States Congress, and the Congress critters are lurking in the DC swamp in the middle of the night. And look, in so many instances, a lot of us end up voting for the lesser of two evils, right? Where we know the Democrats want to take all of our guns, and the Republicans usually just kind of sit back and put speed bumps in the way, right? Now, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but this Republican-controlled trifecta is probably the only chance we're going to have, like basically tonight in the middle of the night, right here, right now, to repeal short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, some of the any other weapons, NFA classifications, as well as silencers. And here's the thing. I think Trump will sign the bill because, look, this is an omnibus bill. This is called the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is a tax bill. This is a budget bill. So basically, if you're familiar, the House just has an up and down yay or nay vote once it gets to the floor. Very narrow Republican majority. So the Republicans would still have to hold the line if it's going to be a Hail Mary, guys. Literally, like for all of you who love football, we're on like our own like 9-yard line, hiking it all the way back to Tom Brady. He's almost out of bounds in the end zone, and he's going to let one rip tonight. That's pretty much a very good sports analogy of what's going to happen. 3 seconds left, fourth down, hiking the ball into our own end zone, and throwing it up there. I just want to throw that out there that's my expectations. Now, of course, I think the National Firearms Act and all gun control is completely and utterly unconstitutional. So it is my hope that these will be added. Originally, both of these bills were debated or voted on in the Ways and Means Committee in the House of Representatives. Well, as of right now, what we have, if you will, is a neutered version of the Hearing Protection Act, where they're going to take the tax down to $0 if you purchase it through a gun shop, if you buy something that was made by the industry. But if you were to make your own, you would still have the $200 tax stamp. And we have heard that there may be some insiders within the silencer, suppressor industry that are lobbying Republican members of Congress to make it this way because they don't want you to make your own. They want you to go through them. And this wouldn't be a surprise because we've seen it happen before. Now, the other thing is it would still be on the registry. This is the neutered down version that they have in there right now through the Ways and Means Committee. Look, these bills have to pass committees, then they would go to the House floor, then they would go over to the Senate. But even with the $0 tax stamp, it would still be registered pursuant to the National Firearms Act. We're talking about silencers right now, Hearing Protection Act. Also, you would have to get permission slips to cross state lines. You and your buddy could be criminalized if you loaned it to him or her to borrow or take out for the day. If you're not directly with them supervising, all state laws would apply, obviously. But it would still be an NFA item. And the registry is a big deal. That's nothing to dismiss at all. Now, the Short Act, this is Representative Clyde's bill. This one is not included at all right now in this one big, beautiful bill. Not there. It needed to be put into the House Ways and Means Committee. That's why I said it's 4th and goal. 3 seconds on the clock. We're hiking it into our own end zone and just chucking one up there. That's what's going on right now, because the Rules Committee is basically the last chance that the House of Representatives can add these two very important items. So that's where we sit right now. And in about 17, 18 minutes, the House Rules Committee is getting ready to convene. I have that queued up right off to the side here. I'll bring that in when it's time. And then it would go to the Senate. Now, the Senate has a unique rule called the filibuster, which means if one senator puts in a filibuster, sometimes they do the old-fashioned kind where they stand up there and speak for a long time. A lot of times they just do a procedural filibuster where they threaten it, and they would stop them from invoking cloture on debate of the bill. And to override the filibuster, you would need a 60-vote threshold. This is a unique opportunity where, since it's through budget reconciliation, this is very important, it could be passed on a 51-49 majority. Or if it was 50-50, it could be 51-50 if the Vice President, J.D. Vance, has to come in and break a tie. Because the Vice President of the United States does preside over the Senate and does have a vote if there's a tie. If these bills were put up on their own as just standalone bills, and generally speaking, I like standalone bills. I don't like multi-line bills. But look, the government's been screwing us on all these multi-subject bills forever. So in this case, we actually like that this is a multi-subject bill and it's through reconciliation because that's our only chance. These bills will not, let me repeat, they will not pass through on their own. Even if they did pass through the House, there is no chance whatsoever they could pass through the Senate because we would not have that 60-vote filibuster breaking majority to pass these through. Now, even with the Republicans having the trifecta, controlling the U.S. House, the U.S. Senate, obviously the presidency with Donald Trump, this is still far-fetched. I want to know what you all think. What do you think is going to happen tonight? Now, they may be holding this hearing for 6-7 hours tonight. I'm going to stay up late with you guys. It's already late here. It's 12:45 a.m. Eastern time. We'll see if there's still activity, still people in the chat having a good time. We can hang out for an hour or two. I hope they cut straight to the chase. I just want to tell you ahead of time, we may not make it all the way through the end here on this live stream. But when we tune out, you can go watch the boring chat, and there's no chat from the official YouTube page of the House Committee. And by the way, this is crazy. I'm looking over here. Right now, the House Committee, keep in mind, there's no comments. There's no live chat. There's 233 people waiting. And that channel has 6,000 subscribers. The official House Rules Committee channel. Here we have 62 watching. Wow, that's actually a lot for how late it is. So we're going to get into this in just a minute here. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background. But before we do, I want to thank all of you for the many ways you help support the channel. Thank you to my YouTube channel members, which I give you guys extra content. You get unique emojis. You get a little recognition badge there in the chat. You also get a free super chat once a month, which our friend Ron Wayne, channel member for 30 months. Thank you for all the continued support, Ron. I appreciate it. He left a channel member super chat right here and says, 2A EDU rocks. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it, Ron. Also, thank you to my Patreon supporters, as well as my local supporters, which is a different site, censorship-free. You guys can be a financial supporter over there for more perks and bonuses, or you can actually join totally for free, which I recommend you do one or the other because I post awesome deals over there on stuff that you'll really like that we don't share here on YouTube, as well as their sister site that rhymes with fumble. Yeah, I knew you guys wanted another football analogy here at the last minute, right? And also on X, where I post different things, including good deals on stuff as well. So, yeah. And also any super chats tonight would be appreciated. I will read those. You guys are my sponsors. You notice there wasn't any ad read. This isn't brought to you by some big company. It's brought to us by all of you. So I will read those super chats. And if we do hit our super chat goal of 5, I'll do a live viewer Q&A as we're sitting there Gosh, I hope this isn't too boring. I'll try to make it fun for you guys. Look, like congressional hearings and stuff can be a bit boring, but we've done these in the middle of the night before and had a good time, right? I did stop by Taco Bell beforehand with some Diet Pepsi. Diet Pepsi is horrible for you. I don't recommend that you drink it, but hey, it is what it is. So I got a little bit of caffeine here, and if not, I've got some backup coffee over there in the fridge because these guys could be on there tonight up to all kinds of shadiness. Trust me. I think I'm the only like 2A or gun tuber that's doing this live tonight. But like the official, I can't believe it, dude. Like all these people are running over there. There's 279 people waiting right now on the official House rules. Whoa, 297 House rules. Man, I wish we could somehow send like a big flare up to all of the 2A community that's going to watch this boring version over here where there's literally no live chat at all. But hey, the committee's going to start in about 1 minute here. No, I'm not pretending the government can be fixed at all. I did lay out in my little intro here exactly what's going on. And look, guys, I'm not optimistic. I'm not going to bet money that this is going to go through tonight. But this is the biggest Second Amendment possibility of gun control repeal in my life. It just is. What's happening, Red? How you doing, man? He says, now I want a crunch wrap. Well, they might be open late. It's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast. It's a little bit earlier where some of you are at. Excuse me. Rudy Finney dropped in a $10 super chat and a channel member. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. All right. So we're looking at the Short Act, which is not included right now at all. This is, again, last-ditch effort. And the Hearing Protection Act, which there's a neutered down, allegedly lobbyist-influenced, like gun industry lobbyist-influenced, allegedly, watered-down version. Now, we need the real Hearing Protection Act, the full one, removing silencers completely from the National Firearms Act, its registration, the fees, the permission slips, all of it. Also, the Short Act, that's a huge deal. That's short-barreled rifles, shotguns. It also includes any other weapons. I think it's all AOWs as far as I can read here, and it might be some AOWs, but it definitely says to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to remove short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and certain other weapons from the definition of firearms for purposes of the National Firearms Act and for other purposes. 1986 is the last time it was amended. Does anyone know why? The NFA, 1934. 1986 was the last time this was truly amended. And it wasn't good for us. Who knows the significance of that date? We've talked about it a lot on this channel. So, yep, waiting. It's waiting for the House Rules Committee. So I'll pop this up when they actually start. They have not convened or started yet. What's up, Misty Wayne? How you doing? What's up, Randy Smith? Dude, I try to make this stuff where it's not boring, even though this is like these Congress critters. Whew. What's up, Bill Campers? Thank you for being a channel supporter. Will the people get thrown a bone? Dude, I doubt it. I mean, I'm just being honest, guys. If you want my opinion, I doubt it. I hope so. You know, you can hope for something and realize that, you know, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, that kind of thing, right? So you're close, Red. It was the Firearms Owners Protection Act of 1986 with the Poison Pill Hughes Amendment that made machine guns illegal, period, where you couldn't even register them unless they were registered pre-May of 1986. And that was signed by Ronald Reagan, Republican president, a lot of Republicans' favorite president, actually. Ronald Reagan was the last time when he closed the registry, made it where no new machine guns could be purchased and only rich people would be able to fight over. Rich people or middle-class people that really prioritize it and have 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 grand in some cases to spend on a firearm. They can fight over the scraps of the finite amount that will ever be allowed to be registered again. Right? Rosie, that's a great question. Is there a reason they do these things so late at night? Well, you could say it's because they like Adderall and because whatever, they like their uppers. Maybe that's why. Or you could say it's because they're just so busy. Or maybe, just maybe, what do you guys think? Maybe they do it in the middle of the night under the cover of darkness. Actually, like, I live not too far. I live by a couple bodies of water. I'm pretty much right on Lake Erie, and there's a creek that goes through my property. Then there's the lake that when the leaves have fallen, you can see the lake. But kind of down the creek a little bit, there's a swamp. Anybody live near a swamp or wetlands? They're actually like quite active at night. When you're in the swamp at night, all kinds of stuff comes out. It slithers, it lurks, it croaks, but here's the thing though. If you go to like a real swamp, it's actually beautiful. It's nature, right? Nature's critters are beautiful things. But this kind of swamp, we're talking about the DC swamp. All kinds of stuff that's not so good lurks in the middle of the night. So I think maybe that's why they do it. These people like to be in the cover of the darkness, so nobody sees them do it. I mean, look, man, dangling the HPA, Robert Chase says, well, they do something dirty in the back room. The big hide bill. Hey, look, man, never been to DC, but I've been to Lansing many times. And even on the state level, yes, there are back rooms. More back rooms than you even want to know. There's these caucus rooms and stuff goes on there, and you're not really allowed to know what goes on. So trust me. A lot of the stuff I see going on the state level, now we're talking DC, dude, just crank it up to 1,000, right? What's up, Lori DeVries? Nice to see you. Yeah, man, I was out there landscaping today in the rain and the mud. I mean, this is authentic, guys. This shirt was clean right here, see? This was clean when the day started today. Literally, I was on my hands and knees doing edging, and I was like so close to getting this job done. I've been working on for a week. You know, the black plastic edging, you dig a trench, and man, I was just down there when my fingers were too slippery to work. You have to kind of do this. This really is a landscape shop, guys. And if you're new to the channel, welcome. Glad to have you here. What do we get out of this if it passes? Yeah, Hearing Protection Act, removing silencers, otherwise known as suppressors, from the National Firearms Act. Huge. We've been living under this bill for 90 years. Short Act, if that gets added in, removing short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, some of any other weapon classification from the NFA. Now, they say the DC swamp, right? Because it was literally built on a swamp. You guys know that, right? Like, it's literally swampland. You know what, Red? Red can prove that. He aerates lawns with a 7.62 by 39, and Ron Wayne says Sasquatch with high points. Jeez, oh beats. No, Red. Red's actually shot an AK with me before. One that was so hot it was hard to handle it. He's actually in my video on my channel of us burning 1,000 rounds in less than an hour. So my friend Red actually knows that statement to be 100% true. And I do enjoy 7.62 by 39. Now let me see here. Yeah, it's still here. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at just so you believe me. It's not started yet. Here, let's present this. See that little ticker? So it's 12:56 a.m. 12:56 a.m. May 21st. All right. And it has not started yet. So they usually start these hearings kind of on time. Well, let's see here. We have what? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Never mind. I guess they're not late yet. They've got 2 or 3 minutes. I wonder if I can add. Can I add a poll onto this? I don't know how. I can't add a poll right now. I wanted to add a poll to see how many people. I added the super chat goal. Maybe that took away my capability to do a poll while it's live. So I guess you guys can just type your answer in the chat. Are we going to get the HPA and the Short Act? Or just the HPA or neither? And when I say the HPA, I mean the real one, all of it. Actually removing the silencers from the NFA. Right now we have this neutered down, weak version. So what do you think? Are we going to get the real HPA and the Short Act, or just the HPA, or neither? Now, what the insiders from DC are saying is the HPA is a lot better chance than the Short Act. And HPA is Hearing Protection Act. A lot better chance of that. Now, from what I understand right now in the House, it's almost a done deal that we have the neutered down version of the HPA, where it's not going to remove it from the NFA. It's just going to lower the tax threshold. So I consider that neither. Now, some of you might think, and you're fine to have this opinion, look, I get it, like a little less worse or whatever. But to me, if we get this neutered down, well, it's all the kids are asleep last night. Let's just put it this way. Some of these congressmen are cucked right now. Is that okay if I speak frankly on it? They're cucked in the corner. And so, like, the real version or the cucked version of the HPA, to me, that's not a win. That's not a win. I want an actual win. Oh, you betcha. There's a lot of backdooring going on. Backdooring with no lube, too. Look, I've called the Speaker of the House. I've called my congressman a bunch of times this week. I've called Scalise. I've called Emmer. That's the majority leader in the House, the whip of the House. All committee members. We'll see. It doesn't hurt too much to call. All right. Okay, so 12:59 and 55 seconds. We'll see if this committee comes to order. This committee. All right, it's 1 a.m. officially. The committee has not started yet. Or at least the live feed of it hasn't. Rudy Fenny with another super chat. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate you, man. His vote is neither. I'm going to say we're 50-50 on getting the Hearing Protection Act through this committee tonight. The Short Act, oh, wow. Maybe a 5% chance. So the odds of getting both of them, slim to none. That's my guess. Hey, man, we'll see what happens. Learn to survive. That's my opinion, too. They probably don't care what we think. But by us calling, then we can just know. And there might be a time for the gun and 2A community just to take the black pill and say, well, whatever. We just need to start doing our own thing. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll really have to see. But if you don't try, then, you know, you have to sit there and say, well, maybe it could have, would have, whatever. There is no other live stream right now. They are not streaming yet. It's just sitting there. Well, I'll show you guys. But look, the actual official stream that there's like 662 people waiting for, the official Congress stream, it's like really boring. They literally have no live chat. Comments are turned off. So it's like, yeah. Why does everybody want to know about the other stream? Here, I'll show you. I guess some people don't believe me. Here's the other stream right now. And there's nothing going on. It was supposed to start at 1 a.m. But this would be like super boring too, because there's no live chat at all. Chat's been disabled for the live stream. So I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, cars. Here's the thing. What they call a rifle. Whether it's short barreled, long barreled, whatever. More people are killed with hands and feet every year than all rifles combined. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you, man. From Alabama, right? Live life. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. We're gonna hang out together. I don't know what's up with this. People being like, "Where's the other place to go?" Well, I'm here on my channel, giving up my night to do this. I'm not gonna try to tell people to go to some other place. That doesn't even make any sense, does it? If there's some other channel doing the live stream you guys like more though, right now, go ahead. If that's what you're into. There, man, these guys are, yeah. Yeah, I am on live on this other one there. I'm tuned into the official house feed, just watching out of the corner of my eye, guys. So you'll know when it pops up. I'd like to go to goals if I could. I went last year. I had to skip the PSA The Gathering event this spring. Couldn't afford it. We'll see what happens with goals. I don't know. Probably a 30% chance I might go. Revenue for the channel has been down, man. I can't afford to do like what I used to. YouTube has taken and cutting the ad revenue by about 75%. Viewer support's dropped. It's tough. I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you the truth. It's expensive to go to these things. Bringing like-minded individuals together, talking. Of course, chat would be turned off. Well, yeah. Yeah, the government loves to turn the chat down off on all that stuff. Tornadoes? Well, I hope you're all right, man. We had some really bad storms come through here just the other night. Yeah, I would have started the stream at 1 a.m. if I would have known they were going to be this late. Usually, though, they will kind of start these committees a little bit more on time than this. This is kind of... But yeah, we're waiting on to see if the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act get added via the House Rules Committee. We have a neutered version that doesn't repeal anything from the NFA. Version of the Hearing Protection Act right now has passed the Ways and Means Committee. This is United States Congress, so this applies to everybody that lives in America right now. And you've got some reps out there like Chip Roy and Andrew Clyde that have been doing lots of little interviews today, and they're really, really pushing it. I know Chip Roy was sat on the Ways and Means Committee. I'm curious to see if he's sitting on this Rules Committee tonight. This is crazy. It has to go through like all these different committees just to get to a House vote floor. A House floor vote, rather. A House vote floor. What's this guy talking about? A House floor vote. Then it would still have to get the majority in the House. Then here's the crazy part. Then the U.S. Senate gets it. It has to go through all of their committees. The Senate could strip out some of the language that's passed by the House. Then it would have to go to what's called reconciliation, which is a whole nother group of people that meet like in secret, basically. I mean, you might be able to watch it, but it's like real shadowy. And you'll have like a few members from the House, a few members of the Senate, and they get together. These are the power brokers. These are the money people, if you know what I mean. Just follow the money with all of this. And then who knows what could happen in a reconciliation. So this is a long shot. It really, really is. But if it doesn't get added with this Rules Committee like tonight in the middle of the night, no. Think about it this way too. This is what's unfortunate. Because, and I just say unfortunate because the only chance we possibly maybe in a million years have is while the Republicans control all this. Not because Republicans are all pro-Second Amendment, because I assure you they're not. And that's why I reject the political party system that we have. We have a false dichotomy where so many of us have the choice of voting for the lesser of two evils. But this is still I'll say the best chance, even though the chances are not good. Basically, after this budget gets passed, you figure halfway through his term, Trump's going to be a lame duck president, but he kind of almost already is. Trump's going to be a lame duck in another few months. I'm not joking. Think about it. The midterms, people are already running for Congress right now. Once the midterm election happens, that'll be 2026, and they're already campaigning for it right now. Full speed ahead. Look, they're always campaigning constantly. The minute they get elected, they start campaigning and fundraising again. And Trump can't run for re-election. I've heard him say that he's gonna, but we'll have to see. Unless something changes drastically, I don't know, man. This Republican trifecta is razor thin. And yeah, we had a Republican control of the House, Senate, and presidency during Trump 45 too. Speaker Paul Ryan, Senate Leader McConnell, and they did nothing for the Second Amendment at all. This is a lot closer than it's ever been, though, in my life right now. Right now. Yeah, they do. They do take themselves way too seriously. They do just publish bills. A computer at an NGO wrote. No, you're absolutely right. Like, NGO means non-government organization, guys. These are the lobbyists. This is where the money gets funneled. This is the pyramid scheme, the NGOs. We'll see what happens. There's a few congressmen that do say, though, right now, this is the hill they're going to die on. Because keep in mind, if a couple staunch Second Amendment supporting Republicans, dude, there might be 5 in the whole House. Out of 435, there might be 5 of them. Could stop reconciliation, period. And maybe the leadership might want to negotiate with those 5 staunch, liberty-minded Republicans than the Democrats. Okay, here's Ms. Fox. Hold on. He's coming to order.
The Rules Committee is convening to consider H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Act. Before we discuss the legislation that's before us, I want to respond to a letter I received earlier today.
This is why they need term limits.
From the Democratic leader and the ranking member of the committee. The letter calls the decision to hold a hearing at 1 a.m., quote, unprecedented, end quote. However, let's look at the record. In the 110th Congress, Democrats held a meeting beginning at precisely the same time, 1 a.m., on August 2007, on the Children's Health and Protection Act. I was there. When this was discussed on the floor earlier yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago.
Oh, now they're arguing over who had the most middle of the night hearing.
It was for an omnibus.
Jeez, oh,
in addition to a short-term CR. Once again, those who live in
this is America right now. This here that
throw stones.
Needed to retire 50 years ago.
Secondly, the letter asked, what else are you hiding? I want to be clear.
Oh, give me a break.
I have been as open and transparent as possible throughout this entire process, as has the speaker and everyone else involved. We posted the text of the Rules Committee print late Sunday night after the Budget Committee ordered the legislation reported, and we posted a comparative print at the same time showing the changes between the reported bill and the Rules Committee print. There have been many complaints from my friends on the other side about not knowing about whether there will be a manager's amendment and what will be in it.
Manager's amendment?
There will be a manager's amendment.
Wait, what's
this? It is
this?
how reconciliation has operated under both Republican and Democrat control. I certainly can't control the time that it will be ready, but I can assure my Democrat colleagues that they will certainly have more time
that doesn't sound good.
than we were given in 2009 when a 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us.
She should have been retired in 2009.
Began reading the motion to report a rule for HR 2454.
I mean, bless her heart. I'm not trying to be
300
too mean.
page, 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the now ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for HR 2454.
I wish her well,
Record
guys. I'm
is-
being serious. I like old
Our
people.
friends on the other side of the aisle
This is
love to
Congress.
cherry pick the facts about how this meeting is taking place in the dark of night.
Oh, geez.
They've done it for several committee markups thus far. Never mind the fact that the only reason the hearings went as long as they did was because Democrats engaged in the legislative
Yes, sir.
process, which is their right. But here's the thing, they can't have their cake and eat it too. They cannot complain about reporting legislation in the dark of night when the only reason it went so late was because of their own actions.
Come on, woman. It's going
Now,
to
in
get
the case
later.
of the Rules Committee, the same holds true. The Rules Committee has a long tradition of meeting late into the
I
evening
wish I was
and
kidding.
reporting legislation long after most of America has gone to bed.
Can
It
you
is
guys
our
hear the
duty to
gentlelady?
advance the agenda of the House of Representatives, the people's house. Let's roll the clocks back to when Democrats held the majority in the 110th and 111th Congress. They reported legislation out of the Rules Committee well into the twilight hours. I know of what I speak. I was on the Rules Committee then.
She was on the
For
Rules Committee in
example, HRES
1934. when the NFA
587,
passed.
3:47 a.m., HRES 481, 2:09
Oh,
a.m.,
Jesus.
HRES
What
597,
does the fox say?
3:43 a.m., HRES 903, 2:25 a.m., and HRES
I've heard that song.
445 in the 116th Congress, 12:20 a.m. I do not think there's anything wrong with this. It is how the committee has operated when necessary. It has occurred under Democrat and Republican
She's still
control.
talking about why
In
it's
this
so
case,
late
I
at
do
night.
believe we'll be reporting not in the dark of night,
Oh,
but after the day has dawned. I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong. Now to the
no.
business that's before us this morning. There'll be a lot of commentary from our friends across the aisle
True,
about
Ron.
what is not within this legislation. We'll experience ad nauseum a lot of granular level grievances, legislative indigestion, and I'm sure considerable
You guys think she's a 5.56 gal or an
reactions to
X39?
everything under the sun. It'll be the same song and dance
Thinking
routine
she's
that
an
we've
AK
seen and
girl.
heard for months, likely with more drama than Shakespeare on the Hill. Despite their misleading rhetoric and talking points, Democrats had their opportunities to deliver
Oh, come
when they
on
had
now.
full control and passed their own reconciliation packages. They did nothing to make the middle class centered Trump tax permanent. Despite the existence of the expiration of these tax cuts within their 10-year window, they refused. They even refused to raise the top income tax bracket, despite all their campaign
Ooh, she's
talking
getting
points.
spicy.
Instead, they passed the so-called Inflation Reduction
High
Act
energy.
and the so-called American Rescue Plan Act that led to reckless spending and record inflation. But Republicans are here to do our jobs. And
Yeah,
our
right.
jobs, in this case,
hear that?
isn't out of discretion. It's grounded in statute. We're considering legislation that executes the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution,
Yes.
one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body and the Senate. And our
Ooh.
express purpose is this: to ensure that our federal spending, taxation, and other revenue generating concepts align with the current needs of the American
What about the
people.
2A? What's
The
that?
American
purpose?
people and this government, by extension, cannot afford inaction. Americans need this legislation
I
to
can't even afford
ensure
a sharp
our economic
razor.
survival
Lower
and the
these taxes, woman.
sustainability of this Republican government. Americans cannot afford the largest tax hike in our nation's history. Americans cannot afford the runaway, endless spending machines that Democrats have enshrined via their policies. Americans cannot afford the inflation caused by the Democrats in the last 4 years. Americans cannot afford a soft, fragile embrace of President Trump's successful policies on the border, national security, and growth. Inflation has fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years as April's consumer price index smashed expectations for the third straight month. Workers' real wages are up 1.9%, increasing
My
each
wages are
of the
down.
last 3 months. Encounters with gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down by 95%.
Yeah.
In March of
Feel the NFA.
2025, fentanyl traffic at the southern border fell by 54% compared to March of 2024. Lastly, Americans and this government cannot afford to ignore
She
the
said lastly.
specific pro-growth provisions that President Trump campaigned on. Our bill delivers on the specific acute policies American workers embrace.
Big wheels
We
keep on
end
turning.
taxes on tips. We end taxes on overtime. We boost tax deductions for seniors. We expand family-centered tax incentives like the child tax credit, the standard deduction, and family
Guys,
leave.
I seriously like
The
old
one
people,
big
but
beautiful bill
need
is our
term
answer
limits.
to the American people's mandate
for
from
real.
November. It is a clear, full-throated response to the
Full throat.
millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years and the setting of our fiscal situation on a sustainable
Dude, this isn't
footing.
looking good. I don't like
The committee within the House, the committees within the House have all completed their
Get a good
respective
vibe
parts
from
and
her.
all the pieces have come together. I commend all the committees, chairmen, members, and staff who worked for months, often well into the night and early hours
I
of the
don't like
morning,
this vibe,
to
guys.
craft the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We're here to finish the job and ship this legislation to the House
true.
floor. With that, I look forward to the discussion. I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any
Oh, now
comments.
we get the ranking member.
Well, that's a lot to digest. Thank you.
Oh, geez.
Madam Chair, before we get into the substance here, I've got a simple question. What the hell are Republicans so afraid of? What the hell are you so scared of that you guys are holding this hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning? It's a simple question that speaks to the heart of what's going on here, and one that I'm going to keep on asking. If Republicans are so proud of what is in this bill, then why are you trying to ram it through in the dead of night?
This
If
Congress
you
is
guys are so
sponsored by
proud to
Turtle
keep
Wax.
14 million people off Medicaid,
Shiny.
if you guys are so proud to rip food assistance out of the refrigerators of moms and dads and their kids, if you guys are so proud of shutting down rural hospitals and hurting our farmers, if you guys really think these are such great, awesome, beautiful things to do, like Trump keeps saying, then why not hold this hearing at 1 p.m. and not 1 a.m.?
Well,
Why not debate this bill in prime time when most of the American people can watch? It's 1 o'clock in the
April
morning.
19th.
I think it's prime time in Guam. And I think it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear to everyone what this is all about. Now, the chairwoman wants to pretend like meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning is business as usual around here. It is not. This is not normal at all. She had to go back 20 years into the archives to dig up a single example of rules meeting at 1 a.m. And I guess, is that supposed to be some kind of gotcha?
Dude, I've streamed
I'm
in the
actually glad
middle
she
of the
went
night
back 2
20
decades
times in
to
the
bring it
past
up,
2 years.
Because in 2007, Democrats convened the Rules Committee at 1 a.m. to protect people's health care. You guys have us meeting at 1 a.m. to rip it away. Now look at the record. George W. Bush was president, and the Children's Health Insurance Program was about to expire. That's an actual emergency, not a fake emergency like
Ooh, the
this.
Patriot Act was an
He vetoed
emergency.
not one, but 2 of the bills that we sent him because he didn't want to cover those additional kids. So you guys caught us doing what exactly? Trying to protect coverage for uninsured kids. Great. We're proud of that. There is
Oh,
no
you're not.
comparison here. This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages,
They're
and you
gonna-
want to shove it through in the dead of night.
We're going to be
Because
older
Trump
than him
said,
before they
close your
revoke.
eyes and vote for it. You're using emergency procedures to jam this through Congress to meet an artificial deadline that you created yourselves because the billionaires just couldn't wait for their tax cut. It's astonishing, really. It takes my breath away. It's just over 100 days, and you guys have gone from promising to lower
You guys can't
costs
take it. Just
to
mute it
ripping
and
away
talk to the
people's
people in the
healthcare.
chat. There's good.
Now, of course,
people
you
in the
don't want
chat.
anyone to know what you're doing here. It's because you know that this bill betrays the people who voted for you. You have the most ineffective
Actually, he's right on
Congress
that.
in a century. You've passed almost no legislation into law. And this is how you want to roll out your big centerpiece legislation at 1 o'clock in the morning. This isn't just incompetence. It's much more nefarious than that. You are intentionally hiding what you are doing. What an insult.
No, there's
to
like
the
4
people of this
trillion in this
country.
bill, guys.
What disdain you guys must have for the people who voted for you.
Your dollar will be worth
You know,
80 cents. when
people
this
are
is done.
so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. America is fed up with this BS and people want change.
He's right on
And I don't
that.
blame them. I'm fed up too.
Me too.
They want us to make things better for regular people.
Me
And
too.
what your big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. You guys and Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate. You're rigging things for the rich and powerful.
Yeah.
More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed.
But this guy.
More giveaways for those at the top while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street CEOs and bankers while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax
That's a
breaks
good chat.
for
Good to
billionaires.
see you guys.
You want to steal from the wallets of working class people, steal from their ability to buy food and get health
Well,
care.
that's true.
And then you have the nerve to claim that this bill is about cutting costs and reducing waste. Give me a break. This bill raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion
Yeah, I told you
with
guys,
a
4
T.
trillion.
Even your own members, budget hawks in the House and Senate, weren't happy with the latest version of this bill because they know it will blow up our deficit. And the true cost is likely trillions of dollars higher, a cost shouldered by the American taxpayer. So you want to cut taxes for the rich and pay for it by exploding the debt and stealing from the American people. Stealing from people with the least so you guys can give more to those with the most. And I just find that fundamentally wrong, fundamentally cruel, totally out of touch, and totally and fundamentally immoral. Now, let me walk through what your bill does, since you guys are so eager to sweep it under the rug. First, you are making the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. As a result of this bill, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health care, and millions more will pay higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. That's just a fact.
Right,
Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die. And not a single one of the proposals in your bill is about making Medicaid work better. Not one. Your bill doesn't save Medicaid. Your bill destroys Medicaid. We can and we should make Medicaid work better. Absolutely. Instead, your bill creates more red tape, more hurdles, and kicks struggling people off their health insurance. Now, who asked for this garbage? I mean, more red tape? Oh, boy. When I talk to people back home, that's exactly what they want with their health care. More red tape. I mean, come on. And then, if that's not bad enough, you are making the biggest cut to food assistance in American history. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, at least 5 million Americans will lose food assistance under your plan. 5 million more hungry Americans because of this bill. And that's probably a lowball estimate, by the way.
I'm going through my
You're slashing benefits from
hyperinflation
children,
bills.
from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why?
$500 million
And why?
bill here.
So that the top 0.1%, people making over $3.5 million a year, can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht. I guess he's getting a good return on his campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It
This
is
was
simple.
worth $500
It's
million
about whose
in
side you're on.
1993.
You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents. So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this
We're
bill.
siding with the
We are
office
siding with the
lobbying
14
firm.
million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs to create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra wealthy. And
He's
it's
mad
being
'cause he
done on
wants to tax
purpose
us more.
and under the cover of night. Republicans have had every opportunity to make life better for the American people. You guys have a unified Republican government. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the White House. You could have invested in housing,
You can
in
repeal
childcare,
Republican.
in clean energy, in community health. You could have closed tax loopholes and make sure that billionaires pay what they owe. Instead, you chose to side with those at the top. You chose to line the pockets of your rich donors, and the health and security of regular people be damned. This is not a governing philosophy. It is a scam. It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I cannot
Think he wants
understand
to
why you
repeal
were
the
doing
LFA?
this. Why the hell did you choose a career of public service just to do this? Just to rip away the health care and food assistance and security of working and middle-class Americans? Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me say this to every Republican member who votes for this. You own it. You own it. You own every hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between
country's bankrupt
groceries and
already.
rent, between their heating bill and their child care, between their kid's birthday party and their parents' long-term care. So you guys can force us to debate this bill in the dead of night. You can do it while the country sleeps. But the American people will wake up tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you they will wake up to how terrible your agenda is. They will remember this moment. They will remember who stood with the billionaires and who stood with them. We will make sure they remember, and I'll be damned if we let this pass quietly. I'm going to fight like hell, and I know I won't be alone.
Oh.
This is a farce, an outrageous insult to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak, in a back room somewhere, for God's sake.
He's actually not
And
lying.
then to try
about
to
that.
jam it through Congress in the
Yeah,
middle of the
writing
night
it right
when
now.
nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying,
Is your-
you should have the courage to debate it in prime time. Madam Chair, we should reconvene at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American people, not in the middle of the night like cowards. And for that reason, I move that the Rules Committee do now adjourn.
Ooh. Here's 500 denarii.
The gentleman,
Wait a minute. What's this?
the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
That's for a
I
roll call.
request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has asked for a roll call vote. The
Where am
clerk
I? What's
will
going on?
call the roll.
Oh, come on now. Dude, I like old people, but she needs to enjoy her family, you know? I'm being serious, guys. Like, shout out to old people, but like, not here. Like our Second Amendment's on the line tonight and stuff. These are all hyperinflation notes from the former Yugoslavia.
Ms.
You guys
Fishbach.
wondering.
Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. We will move on. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Rogers and Representative Smith from the Committee on Armed Services, Chairman Arrington and Representative Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Hill and Representative Waters from the Committee on Financial Services, and Chairman Comer and Representative Lynch. There he is. Chairman Lynch from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statements in 5 minutes. Chairman Rogers, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Armed Services Committee reconciliation title. The HAS title provides $150 billion in mandatory funding to modernize our military, revitalize the defense industrial base, and improve quality of life for
Military
our
industrial
service members.
complex.
The time for this level of investment is long overdue. The threats we face from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others are much more complex and challenging than at any
Threats
point in
from
our
the U.S.
history.
Congress.
We are being outpaced by our adversaries in the development and deployment of critical capabilities. Our defense industrial base is atrophied to the point where we may no longer be able to sustain prolonged conflict, and it all stems from a chronic underinvestment in our national security. Defense spending is not keeping up with inflation. In fact, we are currently at the lowest level of defense spending as a percentage of GDP since before World War II. That anemic level of investment is endangering our national security, and it must change.
Yes.
Reconciliation gives us the opportunity to do just that. It forces the department to start building the future of American defense now. It invests billions to accelerate deployment of new, low-cost, attritable autonomous systems. These unmanned air, surface, and underwater systems are the key to victory on future battlefields. The HAS title will go a long way toward restoring American deterrence and building our ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that President Trump has promised. Finally, I'm very pleased to be able to report that the committee reported this out on a bipartisan basis. I think that demonstrates the underlying bipartisan consensus we have to increase investment in our national security. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your help in moving this critical bill forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just have 2 points. I mean, certainly I agree with the chairman of the Armed Services Committee that we face a very complex threat environment and a need to modernize our military in a bunch of different directions. I'm not sure I agree on what the total number of the budget should be for the House Armed Services Committee, but 2 crucial points.
The turtle wax.
If you believe that the Defense Department needs more money, that we need to spend more money on defense, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill. This reconciliation bill is going to cut taxes over 10 years by somewhere between $5 and $7 trillion, depending on how you guys all finally decide what you're going to put in there and what you're not going to put in there. It is going to increase the debt and the deficit by $3.5 trillion or thereabouts. So whatever we cram into this bill, whatever $150 billion, I guess they're going to try to throw at defense, will be irrelevant a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, because our $35 trillion debt will continue to grow. Our $1.8 trillion yearly deficit will continue to grow. You won't have money to make an investment in anything, not even defense. So we are not going to see an increase in defense spending over the long haul because we are giving away all of the money. If in fact you believe that defense is that important, then you ought to be willing to pay for it. We simply cannot continue to borrow money forever. So it's not going to help defense. If you are a defense hawk, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill, which leads into the second point. I have heard for a very long time from my Republican colleagues that the reason they have to pass their budget is because of the existential threat that the debt and the deficit pose for our nation. I wish I could replay all of the incredibly passionate speeches that I've heard on the floor and elsewhere from my Republican colleagues about how terrible this is. And that's what the reconciliation bill was going to do. And I can picture all of your constituents who you made these promises to, and then you get back here and you put this reconciliation bill up there and they say, well, how'd we do? You know, how'd we do on getting the debt down? Well, you know, it's difficult, it's complicated, but we actually added $3 trillion to it. So the budget hawks in the Republican conference, I mean, are you going to stand up tomorrow and say we were lying to you? You know, we never really meant it? I mean, it's just ridiculous that you would consider passing a reconciliation bill that's going to add $3 trillion to the debt after, you know, my gosh, the speeches I heard would have made you think that not getting the debt under control was going to kill us all in like a year. So this reconciliation bill is an utter disaster for the country for a lot of the reasons. I associate myself with many of the remarks that Mr. McGovern made on all the things that are being cut. But if you care about defense and you care about the debt, how in the hell can you vote for this? I mean, I look forward to someone making that argument at some point. So I hope that the Republicans who care about the debt and care about defense will vote this bill down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know their name.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I've never considered myself much of a morning person, and this takes it to a whole new level. A few weeks ago, the House Financial Services Committee completed work on the assignment to us on the budget resolution from Congress adopted early in April. The resolution asked us to decrease the deficit by at least $1 billion over the 2025 to 2034 period. We've done that. We've rescinded the remaining unobligated balances with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program created under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. We ended the Public Accounting Oversight Board's authority to collect regulatory fees and transferred any unused balances to the Treasury. Audit oversight will continue without disruption. We put a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for fiscal 2025, with an annual adjustment for inflation going forward. For the CFPB Civil Penalty Fund, once direct victims are compensated, remaining funds will be transferred to the Treasury's general fund. Finally, we capped the assessment collected by the Office of Financial Research at the Treasury, aligning them with the average annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any surplus will, once again, be returned to the Treasury. I'm pleased to report that the Financial Services Committee exceeded our instruction by the Budget Committee, and that the CBO estimates the deficit will decrease by $5.2 billion from the efforts of our committee. During our markup, we spent over 9 hours debating our portion of this reconciliation bill. We considered all 40 amendments that our Democratic colleagues offered and did not limit the minority's ability to propose modifications to the underlying legislative text. After this long, comprehensive process, we favorably transmitted our committee print to fulfill our obligations to the reconciliation bill before rules today. I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to remind all my colleagues to recall why we are here. The American people voted for fiscal responsibility. They voted for change. Our country is currently $37 trillion in debt, paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. This year alone, we'll spend almost $1 trillion on total interest. If Congress fails to get our fiscal house in order, our debt will continue to grow exponentially, and our grandchildren will pay the consequences. For too long, government spending has been on a one-way ratchet up. So we're here today to finally do the difficult work of extricating our nation from this fiscal predicament. Financial Services Committee portion of the concurrent resolution does more than its part to reduce the deficit. I'm eager to finish our work and finally tackle these issues. I ask the committee for your support in advancing this bill to the House floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Representative Waters, you're recognized.
Bring Aquanet back. Oh boy. She doesn't even know how to turn her mic on.
Well, I can't let that not be heard.
What?
Well, here we are. Republicans have dragged us here in the dead of the night under the guise of having a productive hearing about the GOP tax scam bill. But the truth is that Republicans couldn't care less about how bad this bill is. They're going to sit here and ignore every single thing that I and my Democratic colleagues have to say about this bill and how it will harm hard-working American families. And it's all because they are afraid of Donald Trump. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they will gladly allow the American people to serve as collateral damage to the $5 trillion handout, $5 trillion handout to billionaires in this bill. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they're okay with him getting richer while their constituents are getting poor. This isn't hyperbole. This is real life. This bill cuts programs that will literally make American families poor and make Donald Trump and his billionaire donors richer. I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau after Trump and Elon Musk illegally attempted to shut down the Bureau. I heard from consumers about what shutting down the agency means for them. This is the very same agency that following the 2008 financial crisis, which many of us in this room remember, was created to stop predatory financial institutions from ripping off our constituents. The same agency that has saved American families $21 billion by returning to them funds that were swindled out of them. Trump failed to shut the agency down in court. So now they're trying to soliciting the help of Republicans. This bill, this budget scheme will slash the Bureau's budget by 70% and put the agency's crucial work like cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing,
Silence her.
and protecting service members and students from scams to a grinding halt. This is all to cut taxes for billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Republicans are also pushing
Read these
to cut
charts, guys. Look.
the Financial Stability Oversight Council
Now read this one.
and Treasury's Office of Financial Research, agencies that are designed to prevent another financial crisis like the one in
You guys are funny
2008.
tonight.
They're eliminating funding for affordable housing construction despite a national homelessness crisis. I also showed up at HUD because I know the harm this will pose to families. They're also so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything. The Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party are on the up. What's even more sinister about Republicans dismantling our financial institutions, that they're doing this in the middle of an economic crisis. Our economy is falling behind Europe, China, and Canada. Americans are so economically anxious that they're holding off on starting a family and buying a home. The so-called pro-family party is making it harder for Americans to have kids and ripping away the American dream of home ownership. Inflation is rising, the dollar is down, yields are up, and borrowing is getting more expensive. And just this past Friday, Moody's lowered the United States credit rating because of Trump's reckless tariff policies and growing concerns about how this bill would jack up our debt by giving a massive, unnecessary
She's a fiscal
handout to
conservative now?
billionaires. Don't forget, he is all carrying out the most egregious crypto scheme in history, a scam that is enriching himself and his family while average investors lose money. But nothing in the bill addresses this crisis. Trump has thrown the U.S. economy. He's put us in this position. Republicans, let's face it, you're not serious about helping your constituents. You only care about kissing up to King Trump. This isn't what the American people elected us for. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Mr. Arrington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. Only in the mind of a Democrat could a 22% tax hike prevention be a bill that's characterized as trash. Only in the mind of a Democrat could giving our soldiers, our sons and daughters in uniform, what they need to be ready to protect us, to keep us safe and free, be a scam. Only in the mind of a Democrat would keeping illegal immigrants from receiving taxpayer-funded social services so that we could sustain those programs for American citizens now and into the future could be a scam or trash. And I got a whole lot of other talking points, and I look forward to the conversation. Reconciliation bill under consideration today is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision and House Republicans' unwavering commitment to making America safe and prosperous again. Our goals were as follows: to strengthen our military and secure our border, to reignite economic growth and unleash American prosperity, and to rein in wasteful Washington spending and begin the process of restoring the fiscal health of our great nation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act contains the largest tax cuts, security investment, federal energy asset deployment, and spending reduction in the history of the United States of America. This is an historic moment. We believe it's a generational opportunity to reclaim the American promise, to renew the American spirit, and restore America's greatness. The American people gave President Trump a mandate and unified Republican leadership in Congress to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years.
10 billion.
Their message to Washington, Madam Chair, I believe was crystal clear. They want competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment from everybody in this room, all of the lawmakers and leaders of our great country, to be committed to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the voters what they got, what they asked for today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members who go above and beyond by serving on the Rules Committee. When I was a teen, my late mother would often say, "Nothing good happens after midnight." Now I know what she meant.
Yeah.
This big bill for billionaires will truly hurt working Americans. Let me highlight some of the major points. First, it will bring about, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the
Yugoslavia.
greatest loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First,
I'm going to go try to lobby for the HPA, guys.
the biggest cut to
10
Medicaid
billion
in
dinara.
American history.
I'll be right back.
Second,
I'm going to go
by
lobby out
launching
back alley here.
devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare, one of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was created in 1965. So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end, mean most working Americans will be better off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the distributional effects of this bill. It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going to the top 1% of Americans. What is also quite clear is that this bill is not entirely paid for. Even after all of those cuts to Medicaid, all of those cuts to Medicare, all of those cuts to the Affordable Care Act and nutrition assistance and on, they don't come close to paying for the cost of the tax cuts. So how is the rest paid for? It isn't. Just tacking on more and more to our national debt. No wonder just on Friday evening, Moody's delivered the third credit downgrade this nation has ever received. This is truly, I think all sides will agree with this, a significant piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one of the most consequential in our lifetimes. Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Chairman Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today, I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Title IX of this bill are part of President Trump's larger effort to improve the fiscal health of the federal government. Last November, Democrats offered to provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term on promises to change Washington, D.C. The deficit reductions in Title IX of the reconciliation package codify part of the President's vision for enacting his agenda and achieving significant taxpayer savings. Congressional procedure, precedent, and tradition too often contribute to an ever-expanding federal government. Meanwhile, too little is done to shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs, we passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum. We are in a fiscal crisis. The reforms we moved out of the Oversight Committee met the moment in terms of addressing that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers and future generations. The simple truth is that federal employee retirement benefits significantly outpace those of the private sector. To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024 report that I requested, stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constituted a larger share of total compensation for federal workers than for workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these benefits are funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing. I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies. I support leadership's work to combine our package with the provisions reported by other committees into one bill that can gain the support of our conference.
I'm not even.
And I thank my colleagues for working with leadership to represent their constituents and reach an agreement on a package that advances significant budget-saving reforms. I fully support our collective efforts to advance a package that works for the House and supports President Trump's agenda. Title IX of the legislation before us today advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These reforms will save taxpayers money while protecting current retirees, as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers, air traffic controllers, nuclear material couriers, and firefighters who serve a clear public interest and typically have shortened federal careers due to mandatory retirement rules and early retirement incentives. Taken together, the reforms now being considered in Title IX will reduce the deficit and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve. I ask the Rules Committee to promptly advance this legislation for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you,
I'm not
Chairman
joking,
Toomer.
guys, right
Representative
here.
Lynch, you recognize.
Next stream if this passes. I'll look just like her. Next stream.
Tax cuts onto the backs of American workers, families, and dedicated public servants. And because this bill is so disgraceful, it can't stand the light of day. In just over 100 days, we've witnessed the Trump administration lay off more than 200,000 probationary federal employees, including leading researchers, public health experts, veterans, and other critical positions. Trump has coerced 75,000 civil servants into resigning. Trump has replaced 50,000 nonpartisan civil servants with political appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs.
Thank you for the super
This
sticker.
partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees, most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan
Me too,
civil service.
operator.
And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on
We're
our
waiting
federal
for
workers
status update,
to
guys.
deliver those life-saving services.
No updates yet.
The federal employee retirement system, annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would be eliminated for anyone not actively receiving the supplemental payment by January 1st, 2028, or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA hospital nurses, food inspectors who have committed decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because billionaires need another tax break. This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead of the highest 3 as they were promised
Thank you.
when they were hired.
I appreciate it, man.
This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars annually. And my Republican colleague, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our committee's consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan.
Votes from Yugoslavia.
Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers who choose to remain under the merit-based system would be forced to contribute nearly 10% of their paycheck towards retirement. CBO estimates that 75% of new hires in the federal government would now become at-will employees subject to political purges of the federal workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula.
Nikola Tesla.
Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking, dedicated public servants who are paid about 25% less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support.
Because this was real.
Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax
and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy. The Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats' quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not
$7 right now.
end
Check
up
out my
with
ex
most of the tax
feed if you
benefits.
guys want more info.
Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cuts?
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break.
100.
In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of
This
wage
is our last
earners
chance for the short act.
grew their wages at
Protection Act.
twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam on working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history. So
Nicola,
people got better opportunities and bigger paychecks, and the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA. So mischaracterization may be an understatement or how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are
50
paying
billion
70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
let me know, guys. I can put the Congress
Thank
critters
you.
on the bigger.
I think the word
I just thought you
mischaracterization
might
of
like
what
seeing
you're
these
saying
notes.
is a kind way to say it. There's there's a 3-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org have to debunk him? And didn't the liberal tax policy center even have to correct President Biden? And didn't even the New York Times state that, quote, studies consistently find that the 2017 law cut taxes for most Americans?
That's
And
correct.
doesn't this constant refrain we're hearing from Democrats now match exactly what has been categorically debunked?
Yes, ma'am.
Jeez, she can't even
Yes, ma'am.
speak.
And nobody knows that better than the average family of four who saw about a $5,000 increase in their take-home pay because of their tax relief, which was almost the opposite effect of the inflation tax they paid over the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
I think what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through.
Quit your day job
this
either.
committee and rush to the floor. And if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 per day. And that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But Mr. Boyle, I have a letter here that you received along with the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, from the director of the Congressional Budget Office. And I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBOs.
That is the
Wait a
official
minute.
scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart.
Well, the real chart,
again,
please stand up.
what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
And I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
My view on legislation is that if you believe in the legislation, you ought to vote for it. If you don't believe in it, you ought to vote against it. So I would say to my friend Chairman Arrington, if you believe the stuff that's contained in this reconciliation bill, if you think these priorities are the right priorities, and if these represent your values, then by all means vote for it. I'll disagree with you. I mean, I could spend all day here because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee, and we had a lengthy hearing on the impact of the nutrition cuts on average people and on states too. There's an unfunded mandate here as well. And it's going to be significant.
Take it easy, Ron. I'll see you soon, man.
But if this bill represents your values, I'll just say for the record, it doesn't represent my values. And so, we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
Wait, what's this?
Let me ask you a question though.
What's
Chairman
this?
Arrington. I mean, this is the Rules Committee print of what we're talking about. Is this Rules Committee print in front of us, is this the final version of the bill, or a change is going to be made?
Wait,
Sir, it's the final version of the bill until the manager's amendment is
Changes will be-
completed, and
so
then
changes
we'll
will be
know what
made,
those
okay.
definitive changes are.
So are negotiations still ongoing?
so we don't even know if this is
So
the.
with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here right now because you're the budget chair? I mean, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that you weren't aware of any changes being made, and then my colleague on the Rules Committee,
What's
Mr.
this?
Norman, on this committee followed up saying he was happy with the direction, with the changes that were being made.
Did you hear what he said? There's managers in the back room that could be changing this bill
Well, I'd
as
say there are
we're
a lot of,
passing it.
there've been a lot of conversations and discussion and healthy debate within the conference. But as far as I'm concerned, My job was first to make sure that the budget targets were achieved, and they were.
Show you guys some
We
coins.
had a balanced budget reconciliation bill. That was our job to affirm that in the Budget Committee. As to what changes, I don't know of any definitive changes until I see it on paper. Lots of things
Your
change. as
second
you know,
amendment, guys,
in this
hangs in the
process.
balance
But in
of the
Budget Committee,
managers in the
you
back
said
room.
that we would
The
have an official score
managers.
from the nonpartisan budget experts at CBO before we vote on this.
Where
bill.
am I? What country am I living in?
And when will we get that score?
I believe we will still have a score on the final bill.
So you think we'll get the score before we vote on it?
That's my expectation.
And if we don't, would you recommend that we hold off until we get?
I think we got a lot of the bills scored at this point. My expectation is that they'll have the bill scored.
Yeah, but with the changes, yeah, I mean, one of the things about CBO is it talks not only just about the impacts on the deficit and the debt, but also on like how many people will lose healthcare benefits or, and other benefits. So any change will impact our constituents differently. And so I guess I just want to, do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much it will cost the American taxpayer or how many people will get kicked off of their health care? And if you're saying we should absolutely have a final CBO score before we vote on this, I could live with that. I just don't, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not committing to.
I'm committing, my expectation is they'll have all the scores, Mr. McGovern.
Oh my God.
But I think they know
Look at this.
various machinations and what that will do to ensure a certain number of people who receive, for example, Medicaid, who are in this country illegally under the policies of President Biden, and what that will change when we put prohibitions against taxpayer funded services going
Yeah, the
forward.
tax
I'm not
stamp.
looking for a prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
Yeah,
what we
sure.
will be. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news, because
Breaking
when
news.
the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare.
I haven't heard any
Well,
2A
here we are
discussion yet.
tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go.
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and.
First Soviet currency, guys.
Again, I think a lot of people.
1917.
Who are not following this.
Here we are.
As closely as you are, probably are not aware of, and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%, received nearly 85,000 financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the CFPB has provided $363 million in monetary relief from enforcement actions that involve harm to service members and veterans. Our colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, spoke on an amendment in your committee that would prevent funding cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members. I mean, this seems like a common sense amendment to me, yet not a single Republican spoke in favor of it. No one on your side even spoke up to explain why they were in favor of not moving this amendment forward. which again, I think threatens the financial safety of our service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down. So I just want to give you an opportunity to explain.
Thank you,
why
Rudy Fenny, for another
letting an
super chat. I
agency
appreciate you,
that
man.
protects the financial well-being of our
Don't forget to hit the
service members and
thumbs
our
up, guys,
veterans,
if you're watching.
is a priority in this bill. I don't quite understand it.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. The plan that Republicans advanced in this
I
reconciliation
thought their
plan was
microphones
to
were low.
save mandatory spending, and it's our judgment going back and looking at the history of the CFPB since its inception in the Dodd-Frank Act, that it could continue its core function and meet its statutory obligations at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about $249 million this year. And that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed them to do, which is for large financial institutions and non-banking companies comply with consumer compliance. And we believe they can do that.
Yeah, I'm hearing great concern about the impacts of these cuts. And what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily on
Rudy
the
Fenny
merits,
with
but
another
just
super
because
chat. Thanks, man. I
cuts have to be
appreciate it,
made.
dude.
Ranking Member Waters, the CFPB has returned $21
I'm
billion
gonna be at a Florida Sharp Razor
consumers
soon,
over the
and I don't
last
even have
14 years.
lobbyists.
If Congress proceeds to slash 70% of the CFPB's budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose is to protect American consumers in the financial marketplace, would the CFPB
Drew in
be
Oregon with the
still,
super sticker.
still be
Thank
able
you,
to
Drew.
fight
I
for
appreciate
consumers
it, man.
and seek remediation
very much.
when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers. I sat on the conference
Next, we need to
committee
remove these
of the
from the
Dodd-Frank
NFA.
reforms when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of work had been done by Senator Warren and others. But I want you to know, prior to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere to turn. They had nowhere to really lodge their
So
complaints.
you can see
And
Kennedy
this
on
is
there.
very
Look real
important
close, guys.
because now, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the
Make
excellent
grenades
work
great
that has
again.
been done, they've been able to return $21 billion over 14 years to our consumers. I want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these. These are people in poor communities, and not only in
Jason
inner city,
Thompson with the
but in
super chat.
rural
Thanks, man. I
communities.
appreciate
They
it.
are the
Just keep it
victims, and
rolling for my
everybody
boy.
with a kind of a
Well,
broad
thanks, man.
scheme that see them as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know, without the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we would not have been able to deal with the big fines that we had to do some of the largest banks in this country that were literally, in many ways, had less risk management that they should have, and all kind of errors and mistakes that fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I want you to know
Yeah,
that
right.
even, and I'm recalling, when acting, Mick Mulvaney was acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, he basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter, he and I think one other, Kathy Kramiger, when she was there, requested almost the maximum amount in one quarter of 249 million. So this is extraordinarily important. All of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, should care about our consumers, about our voters,
Budget
about the
liner,
fact
EPD,
that
and
they
rubber.
need the money that they earn. Hardworking people to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways, and nowhere
No
to
two-way
turn
stuff yet, guys.
would be
We're just waiting.
absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and
Bill
protections
Campers
for
with a
current
$10 super
and
chat.
future
Says,
federal
let me get
employees.
in on this roll.
The
Well,
bill
thanks,
would
Bill.
force the federal workforce to
appreciate
foot
you,
the
dude.
bill for tax cuts for
I
billionaires.
showed you guys billions
It
of
comes as
dollars
the
of
Trump-Musk
hyperinflation
administration
currency.
is carrying out a cruel, full-scale assault on
Which
the
shows
federal
you how rich
workforce.
I am.
The American people and the
Check this
life-saving
out.
services they rely upon will suffer the most as a result of Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government of its dedicated, high-performing public servants and politicize the delivery of basic needs and services to our veterans, our
Does
children, and our
anyone remember
seniors.
this place? Look at this.
Republicans also want to extort future civil servants into giving up their
United States of
protections,
America, man.
protections which serve the interests
That would be
of
such
the
an
American
awesome
people
country.
who want good government workers, not completely
In God
subject
we trust.
to the whims of
Declaration of
whoever occupies the
Independence.
White House. Representative Lynch, what would the approximate financial impact of these provisions be on the average federal worker? You got to press your mic.
If you add everything up, so the FERS annuity
I hope I
supplement
live there someday.
would cost the average employee
Just someday.
$54,000 in retirement income. When they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for, then
Yeah.
changing the high 3 to the high 5 costs them another $16,560 over 20 years.
Heck yeah.
And then finally, the converting new employees at will, unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under
I'm
the
gonna look
Merit
just like her if
Certification
we
Board.
get this tonight, guys.
It brings everything to over $106,000.
You guys will see her on the stream next
over a
time.
20-year
Right.
career.
Yeah, and I just,
I mean, look.
And Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members.
Sure.
This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get on to Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their short-term loans, things like that, payment systems that are exploiting these young service members and their families. That office that used to protect them is being eliminated in this bill.
and what would the effect on our nation's nonpartisan civil service be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce.
Fire
They would
75%.
reject paying the extra money for their pension and instead become, they would become at-will employees. So because they have no pension at the end, they're probably going to be relying on, you know, public assistance instead
know.
of being allowed to build a pension for
Check this out.
themselves
You guys
during
will like this.
their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase,
This is the
but a
John
newly
Wayne
hired
Flores.
VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher
This is
who
cool.
wants workplace protections from political purges would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
Well, they would have a choice. They would have a
So
choice
the
to,
answer is yes, right?
they would have a choice to be an at-will employee
Look how shiny in real life.
and make more money or be a
You know what I mean? It's like
traditional
a metal foil.
government employee,
Yeah.
like what you all
There's something
prefer.
that to me is inherently wrong about all of this. I mean, we should want a federal civil service that represents.
Big
the
John
best-
Wayne
the best.
poster up high.
I disagree. I think
You-
that,
You may disagree with that, that's fine.
no, I
but
don't
do.
disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal
These
employees
are
a
cool, Rad.
choice.
I'm gonna have to send one of these to you.
They can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody,
No,
including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say.
I'm in your
whatever the
favorite John
administration
Wayne
wants,
movie,
and that's
guys.
it. And I think this is about incentivizing that.
Oh, it's legit.
But let me just say, my final.
I mean, well, it's
Your
been
time on the Armed
colorized.
Services Committee,
Yeah,
it is clear that you
it's
understand
been
the value of
colorized.
defense spending and investing in our military. You believe that an increase of $150
Commemorative.
billion for defense
Real
over
$2 bill.
the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for
This guy's
its
microphone's
devastating cuts
down
from
low.
essential programs for the American people, like Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, and student loan and grant programs at the Department of Education?
I do not, and then that's why I voted
this
against
right
it in
above where I
committee and
stream here.
opposed this. I mean, adding $150 billion to defense is debatable in and of itself, but where it's coming from, as I think a number of people have articulated, it's coming from all these other programs. It's also coming from just borrowing the money.
Trying to
And
keep
I will
this
also say
interesting,
we do
guys.
not yet have a national security plan.
No, man, we're
from
gonna hang out for a
certain
little bit.
restrictions.
Nothing on the
If we wanna
2A yet.
cut 8% from certain aspects of it. We haven't seen what that is. So we don't know what the plan is for this $150 billion. It is spread out over 4 years, by the way.
Good
Not all
chat
in the
tonight,
first
though.
year.
And let me just add my final point here. I mean, many have expressed concerns with how Secretary Hegseth has
Nice
managed
people in the
Pentagon,
chat for sure.
prioritizing loyalty over competence, decimating the military and civilian workforce, and undermining the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. Given that chaos, is now an appropriate time to gift the Department of Defense an additional $150 billion on top of the $858 billion that they already received in FY 2025? I mean, do you have any concerns about this?
I do, and I know, please. So that was a central argument that
We're gonna see,
Ambassador
guys, if the
Krabs
Hearing
made
Protection
during his
Act, the
markup.
full
We have
version, and the
seen,
short act
Secretary Hegseth struggling.
get
doing
put
the
in. That's what we're
department
watching
well.
tonight. Basically,
I
our
think
last
it's up to
chance
like 5 of his employees have quit or been
of the
fired in
snowball's
first
chance
3
in
or 4
hell.
months. They've had highly critical things to say about the way the department is being run.
Russian Tula,
Obviously, they
fake
don't
light.
know how to control secure information securely. And again, they don't have a plan in terms of where they're planning to spend. We don't even have an FY 26 full budget yet. So
This
no,
is Russia.
I don't think this department can be trusted.
I
without
want to thank all the panel for
2A
being here.
EDUs colluding
Again,
with
as I said
Russia.
before, this bill doesn't represent my values, and I'm going to be part of an effort to fight like hell to defeat this. This is-
Yes, sir. We are
bad for our
live,
country.
baby.
I yield back.
Red Dawn, see?
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Hey, hold on.
Chairman Rogers, I'm going to come to you in just a second to talk about the investments through DOD, but I just want to make sure my understanding of the current tax law is that the top tax bracket starts for married couples filing jointly at $731,200, and that rate is 37%.
Thank you
Is that
for the
correct,
public
Mr. Aaron?
opinion.
Yes, sir.
Now, in our piece of legislation, do we reduce that 37% tax bracket for people making above that level?
Do we reduce that bracket? That is the reduced bracket that we extend.
It is 37% going forward, though.
Yes, that's correct.
It is an extension. So
Yes,
we're going to, the tax rate is going to be the same.
that's correct.
And there's a far cry from someone who's making $731,000 and someone who's a billionaire.
Dude, I'm
So
a
I think there's
Denara
little-
billionaire.
As my grandfather would say on those hot summer days as we pulled in the cow pasture, a little bit of smells like money.
I've got
In the
billions of
argument
Yugoslavia
that this
hyperinflation
is
votes.
billionaires when we're simply extending the bracket, and that bracket starts at 731,000 for married filing jointly. And while those people are certainly doing quite well, it's a far cry from being a billionaire. Mr. Rogers, as you know, I returned from the border
Mr.
um,
Rogers,
on Saturday, and I got an
Won't
opportunity
you
to
be
meet some
my
of our
neighbor?
troops down there, as well as the
it's a
men and
beautiful
women with the
day.
Border
Isn't it?
Patrol who are doing an exceptionally good job now and could have been doing that job over the last 4 years as well. And one of the things that amazed me is that this was actually Border Patrol that told me this, that they were by default paroling people into the country,
Ooh,
even if they had
okay.
visible gang tattoos. If they ran the scans on them or ran the system on them and they did not have an Interpol hit, they were told to parole them into this country, even if they had visible gang tattoos. So we've got $5 billion for border security. That's a huge investment for the people.
These
of
are
this
pretty
country that
cool.
I think will go a long way and pay tremendous dividends for us. We've got $7 billion for air superiority, $11 billion for Pacific deterrence, $12 billion for readiness, $13 billion for nuclear deterrence.
Yeah, they
Can you
do,
speak
Z.
to these issues and what they mean to every American citizen and our ability to protect them from our adversaries, both at home now, more so than ever, and abroad?
Yes, sir. On the first issue with the border, I would make the point that every
This is not real
administration,
gold, guys.
going back to
Not
President
gold.
Clinton, has had to send National Guardsmen to the border to supplement border patrol efforts. That has been a higher demand right now because of the policies of the last administration that basically opened our border for 4 years. The problem that generated for us, though, is we already are spending at the lowest level on defense that we have as a percentage of GDP since before World War II for over 80 years. So that money had to come out of Hyde. This reconciliation is going to help backfill some of the money that we've had to spend to send our guardsmen down to help secure that border.
Me too.
And, you talked about just one leg of the triad. We have a real problem
That comes
with
from the chapter
our
of
nuclear
Luke.
triad, which is the most important deterrent we have to aggression in our arsenal. The Sentinel, which is going to replace the Minuteman III, the ICBMs, is way over budget, behind schedule. These are 1970s missiles that we have got to replace,
NFA.
and we've got to have the money to do it. This reconciliation goes a long way toward that. Our nuclear submarines, which are the most valuable element we have in the triad. We're behind on both the Virginia class and the Columbia class. This puts
Shout out to the DLD.
a lot of money toward getting them caught back up. We just have a lot of elements. You've heard about the Golden Dome, which is really
I don't have any of your knives.
layered level of
Showing
defense
goods tonight.
against attack that we have been needing for a long time. This puts $25 billion against that threat. I can go on and on. There are many threats.
This is
I
a black swan tactic.
really disagree with the argument that the $150 billion isn't needed.
Okay.
The fact is, this is just the
The
first
limited
installment of what we
first one,
need to
too.
start to get
Oh, I
our
almost
defense
spilled
back to where it should be so that we deter aggression and stay out of wars.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I want to be respectful of other people's time. There's an additional $9 billion investment for service member quality of life, $34 billion for shipbuilding, which will be a lot of jobs that we need in this country.
Hold on, I'm not going to leave you guys.
The $25 billion for Golden Dome,
Let's go.
our
can't even
nation's
make this
defense
up, Mr.
systems,
Hold on.
a lot of those
Black
systems
Swan
are old.
Tactical.
They were built for
You guys want to check
to
these out?
defend us from systems that are significantly slower and significantly larger than the weapons that we face today. And if we do not
We need to get some knife
invest in that,
sponsors to this channel.
that defense system, then I'm afraid we're putting ourselves at risk
I
for
can't touch
hypersonics
guns
and
on here.
other weapons that are
Hold
extremely
on.
fast, extremely small. And I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers. I want to say this.
Yeah, this is
Karen Smith, it's
Oh,
always
geez.
good to have two members who,
Black Swan
for the
Tactical.
most part, are able to work together. I appreciate your professionalism on the Armed Services Committee, and this is one we just
Yeah, I think it
respectfully
was about
disagree with.
85
That, Madam
bucks.
Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Scanlon,
Hold
you're
on.
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
She's
thank
still
you
awake.
to our chairs and ranking members for joining
Easy
us in this
58.
extraordinary
Oh.
hour. I also want to welcome our dedicated C-SPAN viewers and rules aficionados. You know who you are. For our special edition of DC After Dark. We're meeting in the dead of night so that House Republicans can try to jam through their disastrous reconciliation bill with zero transparency or scrutiny. This meeting began at 1 a.m. because our
There you
Republican
go,
colleagues
sir.
know that
Easy
the bill this
58
bad
bayonets.
can't be exposed to the light of day. 1 a.m. is when you work on
Beaver
bills that you
barf
want to
and the more
hide
rare
from the
blonde
public.
hardwood.
Why would they want to hide this bill? This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to Medicaid, the primary health insurance for nearly a quarter of Americans in our nation's history. This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to SNAP, which prevents Americans from going hungry in our nation's history. And this bill is going to enact the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in our nation's history. Not only that, but the Congressional Budget Office has just released analysis showing that this bill is going to result
This is a nice
in
one
a
here.
wealth transfer, not from the rich to the poor,
Easy
but from the
58.
poor to the rich. It's a bill for which there's still no agreement to guarantee
If we were
its
on
passage.
locals, I
That's
could
why
actually
some of
show
our
you
members
the
here aren't
things
here
that
right
these
now.
go
They're
on.
out there trying to cut some more deals with the speaker in the White House. And these deals aren't just tweaks, but if our colleagues' tweets are to be believed, they're so significant that those deals are going to determine whether or not this bill passes at all. Although if it does pass, it's going to be a strict party line vote. So after months of debate and deliberation in the Republican caucus, certainly not bipartisan debate with Democrats, House Republicans still don't have an agreement. What have you been doing all this time, other than lying about whether or not you were going to cut Medicaid? You've had multiple member meetings with the president, committee markups that went for dozens of hours, and you still haven't ironed out disagreements. Not only is it sloppy, it's disingenuous. We're meeting in the
I'll do
dead
you
of
after
night
work.
to
Let me know
consider
if you
a
know
terrible
any
bill,
up and coming
and we
knife
haven't even
companies
drafted
that
or
need some
shared some of the
exposure.
most critical parts of the bill. Haven't shared them with your Republican colleagues, haven't shared them with the other half of Congress, and most importantly, you haven't shared them with the American people. As the chairwoman acknowledged when she gavelled us in at 1 a.m.,
Here's the old battle.
if Republicans are able to pass their rule tonight, it will include a magical manager's amendment that will allow them to change the bill before it goes to the House floor. A manager's amendment that none of us have seen, that we
DZ58,
won't be able to review or debate or
the
change.
not an AK
And when we do get that
made by
magical
Czech,
amendment, it's likely to be dozens of
Czechoslovakia.
pages long and include significant changes to the underlying text. To make last-minute changes, changes that will move around hundreds of billions of dollars. These deserve transparency, these deserve scrutiny, and these deserve debate.
Nice
Some
pigskin leather.
Republicans have suggested y'all should probably go home for the long weekend, collect yourselves, and come back to rules when you actually have an agreement. We're here in the middle of the night, of course, because the Speaker and President are trying to
Guys, we're
rush
just
this
waiting
bill
for the
to
2A
July
stuff, all right?
4th, a timeline that
Trying to make
doesn't
this
seem
as fun as I
plausible,
can
even
for
if
y'all.
Republicans manage to jam their BS version of this bill
Oh man, we're just
before the
waiting,
House
dude.
this week. It's clear they don't have the votes. The deadlines are made up just so they can jam the bill before anyone really knows what's in it. And for all your consternation over this or that provision of the bill, no matter what
I have the other
agreement
part that
the
these
House
mount to
reaches
too. That's
after
the
this
sad
torture
part, but I
process,
can't.
y'all know that the
Oh, here we go.
Senate
Check
is
this
going
out.
to
This one's
rewrite
like
the bill
practically
anyway.
unissued. You can see that.
Senators, Republican senators have said
There
this
are some
bill
markings there.
is a non-starter. And in
That's
addition,
cool.
since the bill has not yet been finished, we don't have a CBO
Hold
score. How
on,
much this
AR
bill will
guys.
cost. We don't have any score except on
Dude,
prior
I don't know,
versions of the
man.
bill.
I'm
All
gonna
we have
wait
is
up a
some
little
back
later.
envelope,
You know,
estimates cobbled together by Republicans in their backdoor meetings. Mr. Roy and Mr.
we
Norman
have to
have
bail before
long
it's
been big
over. Hopefully,
advocates
you guys had
for
a good
making
time
sure
just
that we
hanging
have a
out.
CBO
We'll
score.
hang
So
out a little
hard to
longer.
believe they're going to think it makes
Yeah, it is
sense
nice
to pass
stitching.
a bill that doesn't yet have a CBO score, where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayers' money is penciled in by staff with a calculator, maybe a slide rule, possibly an abacus. Or,
Abacus.
are they
Whoa.
going to, as seems likely, throw
You guys
caution to the
listen to
wind and
this?
cave again because the
Hold on,
president.
AR guys.
Of course, business leaders and economists are calling this bill an economic disaster that will add trillions to our national deficit by extending the
I collect
tax break to
bayonets if you
billionaires
guys didn't know.
at the expense of American families, just like the 2017
Ah.
tax cuts did. We've seen this play before. The rich get richer and the American people, working families, get
I
left
know, dude. That's why I'm
holding
trying to
the
make this
bag.
fun.
It was confirmed by the Congressional Budget Office just a few hours ago with a damning report
Good chat, though,
that
guys.
shows that this bill is going to increase the deficit
Here's
likely
your
by
M16,
$3.8
Bayo.
trillion. It's going to cut billions from Medicaid and SNAP, and it's going to reduce household income for poorest Americans and raise household income for the richest Americans.
Oh, come on. Did you hear that other guy earlier that said the
We
average is
can't emphasize enough how
731,000 a year?
insanely rushed
Does anyone
this
here
bill
make that
is,
much? Like,
proposing major
seriously.
healthcare changes that will impact every American, whether they get their health care through Medicaid or Medicare or some other source. The impact of those Medicaid
This is
cuts
more of a
will
Vietnam era here.
reverberate throughout our healthcare system.
US
Cuts to
M8A1.
Medicaid will push hospitals, nursing homes, and health clinics into bankruptcy. And when those places close, it's going to be harder for everyone else to get
Excuse me.
health care. Now, turning to the panel before us, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle, I assume you both saw last week's news that Moody's downgraded the United States credit rating.
Wait, what's this? We're
And
gonna do more
I'm
knife
sure you've read
showing
about it
pearls soon.
because
Look
one
at
of the
this.
biggest reasons for the
You have a couple
downgrade
blades.
was
Definition
extending these
knives headed your way on the
unfunded
next
tax
shipment.
cuts
Wow.
for billionaires.
I can't wait, actually.
Moody's explanation is as
Definition
follows, and I
knives,
quote, the
nice.
2017 TCJA is extended, which is our base case, it will add around $4 trillion to the federal
Could you
fiscal
imagine?
primary,
I mean,
excluding interest payments deficit over the next decade. And as a result, we expect federal deficits to widen, reaching nearly 9% of GDP by 2035, up from 6.4% in
M16
2024,
A1
driven
vintage.
mainly by increased interest payments on debt,
This is a cool piece.
rising entitlement spending, and
This is
relatively
basically the
low
same thing, but in newer
revenue
contract.
generation.
Check
We
this out.
anticipate
Some of
the
you guys
federal
have seen
debt
these.
burden will rise to about
US
134% of
M8A1
GDP by 2035, compared to 98% in
made in
2024.
Germany.
So doesn't it worry any of you on that side of the dais?
Yeah,
It certainly seems to be what you've
interesting.
been talking about.
The
Seems
Deutschland.
like a pretty damning indictment of the fiscal situation.
And this one's an
that Republicans are
unissued
putting us
surplus.
in, and one that is going to become worse if they pass this bill. There's also
Basically
this tidbit
brand new
from
condition.
that liberal
I got this
journal,
free with
Wall
a gun
Street
years
Journal,
ago.
earlier this week. And I quote, investors sold U.S. government bonds and the dollar on Monday after Moody's ratings late last week stripped the U.S.
Well,
of
like,
its
you know,
class
included in the
single A
price. You know what I'm
credit
saying?
rating, citing large budget deficits and rising interest costs. Adding to the nerves about America's debt trajectory, the House Budget Committee approved a tax and spending bill Sunday that is projected to add trillions of dollars to that deficit. And another Wall Street Journal article this week was entitled "The Stark Math on the
How much,
GOP Tax
like I
Plan
said, dude,
That
wigs
Doesn't
and
Cut
amphetamine
the
stocks through
Deficit."
the
That
roof
article put it this way: the plan
tonight.
won't reduce federal budget deficits and would make America's
Dude, I like
fiscal
the idea of
goals
that. Listen to this,
deeper.
guys.
While Republicans who've vowed to reduce red ink say higher economic growth will fill the gap, budget analysts across the political spectrum have panned the Republican plan, warning that it worsens the U.S. fiscal picture. So there's no way
He
around
doesn't
it.
have anything to
Math
say.
ain't mathing.
The whole
And the
idea behind
consequences
definition
are
and
gonna be
knives is very
disastrous
high
for the
quality
entire country.
EDC cutlery at a very
As we've
affordable
been
rate,
looking
like
at
a
this
third of
bill
the
over
cost
the
compared
last
to
few
similar
months,
stuff
as
on the
it has
market.
been clear
You have
that it
my
was going
attention.
to require drastic Medicaid cuts, we do have this breaking news this evening that it's also going to impact Medicare. Mr. Boyle, this is a major revelation, and it's exactly why this bill is not ready for prime time, barely ready for the 1
No, it's
a.m.
not ready for final markup. We need Hearing Protection
So
Act
can
and
you
Short
talk
Act.
about how this is a backdoor cut to Medicare, which is going to cut for seniors, and what's going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of
Yeah, some of
the
them have their
deficits
microphones turned down.
that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would, because of something called the Pay-as-you-go Act or PAYGO, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare. And it would, again, according to the Congressional Budget Office, be to the tune of over
Anybody from
$500
Nepal in the
billion
house?
to Medicare.
Any
One of the
haircut?
biggest cuts to the program, indeed, I would say the largest outright cut to the program in American history. There are some who might want to argue and rebut that by saying, well, we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO. It's actually impossible in reconciliation because it would not meet to the requirements of the Berg rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO. These cuts to Medicare will happen if this bill becomes law.
Thank you. That's obviously really concerning. Now, we've talked a little bit already about the fact that there isn't a CBO score for whatever the current version of the bill is, but we also know that there are ongoing negotiations about this bill. One of the things we've heard is that there
Superwoman still has
may be
nothing
an
to say.
agreement on this salt
Kukri.
deduction, which has been so
This is an
concerning for
antique
some of the Republican
Nepalese
members.
Gurkha kukri
Is
from the
that
Nepal
agreement with
Palace.
respect to salt likely to
Still
increase the
packed in the
deficit or
original yak
decrease the
grease.
deficit?
Well, I mean, obviously, if
Serious, this is
the
yak
salt
grease,
tap
yak tallow.
is raised even further than what was in the
The way it
bill
was put
that
away over
was
100 years
voted
ago.
out of Ways and Means and
This
passed
is an original one, guys. Like
out
original.
of budget
original.
when we basically put all of
Antique.
the component parts into one.
Nepal never.
Then basically one of two things would happen.
It's just kind of like
Either
out there, but didn't
the
fit.
majority would have to find even more cuts in order to pay for the loss of revenue, or you would simply see these deficits
this is your
increase
original
by
yak.
even more.
Yak
That's
grease.
what I thought. Thank you. The prints from oversight and financial services aren't too great either. It's in
I
these
highly
committees
recommend
that
yak
our
grease, guys,
Republican
because
colleagues snuck in some
this
really
thing
bad
hasn't
stuff,
rusted, and
stuff
it's
they're
like
hoping will
100
get
and
lost in all the headlines about taxes and
I'm not an
Medicare.
expert as
I'm
far as I
really
can tell,
concerned by
probably
the oversight committee's contributions
1870s
to
to
this bill, because the
1890s.
proposed changes to the federal
Look at
employees
here, there's still a little
retirement
piece
system
of the
amount
yak
to a
on there.
major pay cut
A little bit of his
for our
fur. See
nation's
that?
civil servants.
I'm
It's
not
a cruel
joking.
policy. It takes earned compensation
There's your little
away
piece
from
of yak.
millions of hardworking people just to make a paltry
If you don't know what
dent
I'm talking
in the
about, look up.
staggering cost of their tax giveaways. So I know we're going to talk about the tax cuts later,
They
but
literally had animals called
this is a multi-trillion-dollar handout to millionaires, billionaires, and Fortune 500 companies. It's the biggest government handout of all time. And to shave some dollars off the cost, Republicans are going to cut 13 million people off their health care, and it's going to force a punitive pay cut
Good, send them
on
all
federal
back.
employees.
If
Mr.
they're
Lynch, I
illegal,
think you
send
said
them back.
2.4 million employees. These are the public servants who work for you and me and our families and neighbors all across America, and they often do so
What's this
for
for,
less
knife
pay than
experts?
they would receive in the private sector.
Right here.
Not because they're dumb, but because they're committed to public service. They give us tomorrow's weather forecast and tell us whether we need to shelter from tornadoes and floods. They
Dry
prevent
yak, yeah.
crop blight and the spread of dangerous diseases like bird flu. They make sure that the respirators used by coal miners and surgeons actually work. They make sure our
There you
food is
go.
safe
We have
to
a
eat
winner
and our
chicken
water is
dinner.
safe to drink.
Blood
And
drain.
these people whose
Whew.
pay is being so casually
This
cut
thing's
are
heavy, dude.
FBI agents, Coast Guard employees, and doctors and nurses at VA facilities. So at a
This is
time when
from
the
Nepal.
FAA is struggling with staffing
This is an
shortages that
official
are
Gurkha,
impacting
which is
air
like their
travel, Republicans are
extreme
going to make
warrior
that problem
class.
worse by cutting the pay of air
Here's the
traffic
crazy
controllers.
part.
These provisions are an unmitigated mess. I'd like to think that
Nepal
we can all
Gurkhas,
agree,
Nepalese
no matter the
Gurkhas, even
size or
all the way
shape
into
of the
like
federal
Operation
government,
Enduring Freedom,
should be
like
effective
our more
and
modern day
responsive
sandbox
to the
wars,
needs of the
still
American
carry
people.
these
It
into
should be able
battle.
to
In
efficiently
fact, if I can find
carry
it,
out
I
these
have a
core
new
responsibilities.
issue one here
And the
as well.
provisions in this bill are undermining our ability to do that.
See, the camera can't
So,
see.
Mr. Lynch, can you speak to how the oversight provisions in this bill are going to impact federal employees, including those serving in roles that are
Take
critical to
myself
our
off
national
camera for
security,
1 second,
our
guys,
health,
just
and our
because
transportation safety?
reasons here.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Your reference to the VA is very astute.
I'm still
So in a city like Boston,
but I can't.
our VA nurses probably earn between 25 and 30% less than the nurses at the private hospitals, and there are a bunch of them, right? So now what we're seeing happening is that
He's having a backdoor meeting
because
with
of the
Nancy
shortage of
with the
nurses that
camera off?
occurred after COVID, a lot of nurses just retired. Now they're pulling nurses from the VA. They're leaving the VA and they're going to work because they've got less hours, they got more pay, more benefits. So we're competing now. And you know, this is going to make it much more difficult to retain those nurses. And the ones that have been there a while are the most valuable, right? It takes a while to get a nurse trained up, and fully skilled. It takes a few years. And, so that's created a huge shortage in that whole metropolitan area. And that's happening all over the country where nurses are leaving the VA, and doctors in some cases as well, therapists. So we're creating this real shortage at the VA. Our caseload. So right now we have a 250,000 backlog of cases at the VA because we don't have
My
the
audio was
personnel
out.
to
You guys heard me
respond to
talking
that
to the
need.
House managers?
So we're really in a crisis. Obviously the suicide
There's a
hotline,
modern
we've
kookery.
laid off people there, which is ridiculous because we've got a
Quite a
crisis
bit
on our hands
longer.
right now. So all of this will exacerbate the problem. You've
They kind of
hit
have
on that
a
in your
caste
remarks
system, if you
already.
will, in Nepal,
But
or they used to anyway.
this
but
just
only certain
amplifies the
families are
problem,
allowed to make these.
tenfold with these cuts. They'll be leaving in droves.
Here's a modern day,
Your remarks about
meaning
the
I
VA
think I've
are
read
are
this
very
for
well
years.
taken, because I've heard the same thing from the VA facilities in my region, that the staffing cuts and the potential for pay cuts the standards that are
This one's made in
requiring
Nepal.
nurses and doctors at the VA to see so many patients that they feel that they are not only not helping the veterans who they're trying to serve, but in some cases, the standard of care is becoming harmful. And under those circumstances,
This
we are
one you can
starting
swing
to
a lot
see an
faster. It's a lot
exodus
lighter.
of doctors and nurses from the VA, which this bill is only going to put on steroids, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
Full
The
tang.
financial services print, of course, is no better. What Republicans are trying to do here is deeply alarming. It guts the Consumer Financial
Sharp.
Protection Bureau. I
This
mean, if
one's
you want
sharp.
to talk about a bureau that's had a fabulous return on
See
investment,
the maker's
mentioned
mark here
billions
written
of
in
dollars returned to American consumers.
Nepalese
It's
symbology.
This bill defunds the only federal agency dedicated to making sure consumers aren't getting scammed by credit card companies, payday lenders, mortgage servicers, and shady fintech operators.
This
It's
doesn't have
returned
the
over
same
19
notches
billion,
as the other
21 billion, I
ones.
think you said, to consumers since its founding, and that's money that was stolen or unfairly taken through illegal fees, abusive practices, or deceptive marketing, and the Bureau was able to get it back for American
She
consumers.
still
And
has
now
nothing to say.
Republicans want to defend it, not because it defund it, sorry, not because it's ineffective, but because it actually works. And we know why. Because the Trump administration
This
has
exact
already
model here
started
was
dismantling the
actually
agency from within.
again
In the last
like in
2 months
Operation Integrity
alone,
Freedom.
the Consumer Finance Protection
All
Bureau has
sending
quietly dropped 9
small
lawsuits that
units
it
of
brought against companies like
Gurkhas.
Capital One and Rocket Homes. Years of investigation and enforcement work has been tossed in the trash with no accountability and no restitution for consumers. It's also frozen dozens of ongoing investigations, many into companies with long records of abuse. These companies have been accused of everything from improper loan servicing and unfair interest charges to failure to protect sensitive consumer data. And now, thanks to new
Here's a
political
small
leadership
little knife,
handpicked by the Trump White House,
and this is more of
those
like a
investigations
sharpener.
are dead. Investigators can't call witnesses, issue subpoenas, or even talk to company lawyers unless they get direct political approval, and that approval isn't coming. Meanwhile, these very same companies,
And this sheath is
such an
wrapped in a
amazing
genuine
coincidence,
yak or
have
water
given
buffalo.
generously to Mr. Trump's campaign
What's
and
happening, Mateo?
especially his inauguration fund.
How you doing,
Meta, the
man?
parent company of Facebook, under investigation for allegedly misusing consumer financial data, donated $1 million to the inaugural
This one's
committee.
much better.
Greenlight, a
Much
fintech
better to
company
fight
accused
with
of
property than the
misleading
old one.
families about debit card access, is backed by a Trump-aligned venture capital firm.
But the other one, I'm like, what? This is a
Elon
little
Musk,
piece of yak.
whose
Just
company
tell
is
me, Mom.
launching a new mobile payments business, posted delete the CFPB on his social media after Trump's election. And of course, we've heard quite a bit about how much he's donated. So this isn't policy, it's payback. This is what happens when you let billionaires and campaign donors write
Seriously,
the
after
rules.
listening to this
And now
woman
House
this
Republicans
long,
are trying to finish the job by
let me know in
defunding
the
the
chat. Give me a one
CFPB
in the chat
entirely.
if you want to repeal the
So,
19th Amendment tonight.
Ranking Member Waters, can you speak more about this apparent corruption happening at the CFPB?
One in the chat if you want to repeal the 19th
Let me,
of this woman.
allow me to say to you, Ms. Scanlon, you aptly described what has been happening with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is one of the most needed and effective
Jobs for all. What's happening?
agencies of government that have done
Long time no see.
everything that you said they've done to assist our consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has
Did
been
you see
hated
Maxine Waters
by
want
the
to repeal the
Republicans
19th?
ever since
Put a
it
one in
came
the chat.
into its existence. They've tried to kill it, and we've been in court all the way to the Supreme Court on several issues, and we keep beating them back. But now, Trump and this administration want to cut them, even though we tried to protect them when we created them by having their
She should be
financial
getting
come
breakfast ready for
directly
her
from the
husband that
feds,
time in the
rather
morning.
than going through the Appropriations Committee. And they tried to attack that and other ways by which they thought they could get to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're finally coming up with ways by
Dude,
which
that's
they
cool,
can,
James.
they think they can do that. But the way that we have been in the courts with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they still would be alive after a huge cut, but they would sit there and not be able to do anything. They wouldn't be able to do the investigation. They would not be able to protect those very consumers that the law
Do you guys think this
created
old
them
hag can
to
stay up
take care
later than
of.
us tonight?
And so there are many in this country who fight very hard and are very disgusted with what is happening in an attempt to basically undermine them and get rid of them. This is a terrible thing that this administration is doing.
Come on, guys, let's
You
man
would
up and
think
get
that
200
both
people in
Democrats
here and
and
show this
Republicans
hag.
would care enough about the consumers
Yeah,
that they would protect this one agency that has demonstrated that they can do the work and the investigations to help get rid of fraud and ripoffs, as
She
you
said
have
we care about the consumer.
identified. And so this is what we should be fighting. I'm going to continue to fight. Like I said, I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we're all worried so very much about what is going to happen.
Come on, Gavin, we're trying to
if,
prove we
in
can
fact,
outlast this
the
old Betty.
administration has its way. And again, you have correctly identified it and talked about it in ways that everybody should understand.
It's really stunning that an agency that has been this
She's still
successful
talking?
in protecting American
Oh.
consumers is being zeroed out. When the only folks who are going to benefit are going to be large corporations and folks who are taking advantage of Americans. And apparently we don't, but I would hope that we would have bipartisan agreement that an agency like that should remain in place.
Am I okay right now?
I'll yield back.
Can someone
Thank you,
pour
Ms.
some cold
Scanlon.
water on me?
Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam
what's
Chairwoman.
this?
And Chairman Comer, given that I serve on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I will focus my line of questioning on you. And I'll just
Comer's
note from the
top
outset,
brass.
too, that you've done an incredible job with your leadership with the committee. You do a great job for your district, for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and our country. You referenced this in your opening testimony, but could you just clarify for the committee
Moving on.
your legislative jurisdiction over mandatory spending? It's
Side.
pretty narrow, is it not?
You're exactly right. Let me say, you're a good member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Jack. We're glad to have you on there.
Oh.
But our jurisdiction was very limited to mandatory spending. All we had that would fall in the legislative jurisdiction would have been the federal employee benefits.
Fair enough. And it's my understanding that federal employees get a hybrid pension that consists of both a 401k type defined contribution plan known as Thrift Savings Plan or TSP, and a defined benefit annuity known as the Federal Employees Retirement System or
You guys are
FERS.
spicy tonight.
How
I
do
like
these
this chat.
benefits contrast with those offered in the private sector?
Yeah, you're right. The private sector employers have shifted away from defined benefits towards defined contribution retirement benefit programs in recent years. And unlike what's provided in federal service, few private sector employers actually maintain both such benefits for retirees. In fact, a recent Department of Labor report indicates that only 15% of private sector civilian workforce had access to both defined benefit and defined contribution plans.
And a question many of my constituents ask is, do taxpayers fund pensions for federal employees that are generally more generous than the ones they themselves receive? And are there any credible recent studies on that?
Dude, we're finding
Yes,
out tonight.
according to a
You're a Protection Act
2024
short
CBO
act.
report that I requested, CBO found that in 2022, federal employee benefits cost about $31
Oh, he's
per
yawning.
hour worked
Yawn.
and $22 per hour worked for private sector employees. Thus, benefits for federal workers
getting
cost
weak.
43% more per hour worked
They're getting weak.
on average than benefits for private sector employers or private sector workers.
Fair enough. One
Dude, I'm
thing
like
that you
literally
mentioned in your
scratching
testimony, and
myself
I've
to see
heard
if I
you
have
speak over and
fleas
over
from
about
watching these people.
more than 2 million
These people
federal
are
retired
scuzzy.
employees currently receive federal pension benefits costing more than $100 billion annually, with taxpayers shouldering most of the expense. I just want to repeat that for the committee. 2 million federal retired employees that currently receive over $100 billion in benefits from taxpayers.
No wonder we're so
combined
broke.
together. And just to be abundantly clear to those who spread this information, the changes your committee print makes to the federal retirement system do not affect the benefits of those retired employees. Is that a fair statement?
That is 100% correct. That is opposite of what some of the Democrats in Congress have been saying. It does not affect those. The benefits of those are already retired are not impacted, and the change we make to the FERS benefits, the supplemental retirement benefits, takes effect for those retiring after 2027. So that's a 2-year delay.
Exactly.
These
And just
guys
to
will all be
clarify, for those future employees, people that may not be hired for years from now, I think they're given a choice when they're hired.
Right.
It changes in that aspect, but for those retired, it does not. But could you just walk us through what happens as it relates to those who may be hired in the future?
Yeah, in the future, they're going to have a choice. They can be an at-will employee, or they can be the traditional government employee that Mr. McGovern cherishes. And if they're an at-will employee, they would receive a higher benefit.
Man, thank you.
If they want to be a traditional employee that's protected with the very generous federal employee personnel laws that are on the books, then they can do that. So I think this is our proposal saves billions of dollars, and I think it gives federal workers a choice.
Well, one thing I want to focus on as well is, my district, I'm just
Sorry, I didn't
south
see
of
you
the
so
Atlanta
earlier,
airport. I
man.
represent
Bringing
an
in this
enormous
thing
amount
there
of air
from
traffic
around that.
controllers
Yeah.
and heard a lot from the air traffic controllers throughout this entire process, and would just love for you to walk the committee through how air traffic controllers are treated as it relates to some of these changes. I know we worked at great lengths to
Right.
ensure that we're recruiting the best, enabling the best system for air traffic controllers to thrive so we can keep our skies safe.
Yeah, and Mr. Jack, you've done a great job advocating for them on the oversight committee. And I want to be correct a statement that was stated by a Democrat on the Rules Committee earlier. The air traffic controllers are exempted
Rod, thank you for
from
Cash App
any changes
tonight.
in
I
this bill.
appreciate it, man.
That's
Thank
in
you.
print. So that needs to be clarified. They're completely exempted from any changes.
And law enforcement officers, federal
law enforcement,
firefighters.
that's
I
right.
actually got
Border
the alert
Patrol.
while I was live, so I could thank
Wonderful.
you this time.
And as it relates to Border Patrol, just a helpful point as I round out my time. You also achieve savings by removing ineligible dependents from the federal employee health insurance program. I applaud this provision. Taxpayers should not bear the cost of fraud and error committed by federal employees, and did not, just correct me if wrong, did this provision get bipartisan support when it was taken up by the committee last Congress?
It did, and that's something that we should all be applauding here. This is an audit to ensure that there aren't people on the benefits plan that are ineligible, and that's kind of what Brett Guthrie done with Medicaid.
Again.
We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting these benefit. We're with that provision, we're trying to ensure that people who are on the system are truly eligible, and to remove those that are ineligible. GAO report estimated that if we do this audit, it'll save $1.5 billion taxpayer money. So I think that's a pretty good deal for the American taxpayer.
Well, I appreciate your leadership. I very much am grateful for yourself and all that worked on the committee to help support air traffic controllers. It's very important to my district. And with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully yield back.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I just want to point out, you called this meeting, and I'm looking at who's here. There's 4 of us and only 3 of you. And your members can't be bothered to even sit here and listen to the witnesses. And I just say that because if that continues, we're going to move to adjourn. So I hope that your members will, since you called this meeting, will actually be here present and listening to being in the other room is not being here. So I just point that out and say that we will feel obligated to move to adjourn again if that continues. Thank you.
Oh boy, she's back.
Mr. McGovern, our members are in and out, just like your members are in and out. You were gone for about 30 minutes.
Wait a minute.
So we always allow people to move in and out.
There are more of us
meetings.
here right now, and we're in the minority.
Well,
Just pointing
there,
it out.
our members.
This has been
are
a
here.
tactic in the Agriculture Committee. I don't know about the other committees, where Republicans just get up and leave. And so I think we
Wait a
want to be
minute.
present here. At least you got to have more of you here than us here. Thank you.
There are more of us here than you, so
Ooh, there's
and
more
there's
of
no
us.
reason to delay this meeting any longer than it is. Mr. Nagus,
Wait,
what I'm
what's up?
saying
They
is
just
there's
left?
no need to delay this meeting any longer than we have to. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
There's more of us in
Good
this
morning,
than in
all the
that room.
chairs and ranking members. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Got a lot of questions, but I guess first I want to, maybe if the chairwoman would indulge me, give her an opportunity to say a word, and that is my assumption, and I think the assumption for most Americans is that the reason Republicans have decided to notice this hearing and proceed in the dead of night is because this bill is indefensible. It sounds like maybe you have a different reason, and so I guess I'm trying to understand, why was this meeting scheduled for 1 a.m.? Why are we meeting at 3 a.m.? What was the rationale? Or is there a rationale that am I mistaken?
Wait.
I think my opening statement stands for itself, Mr. Nagus.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would just say, I mean, your opening statement essentially, as best as I could tell, were ruminations about, what happened
You
in
made
2007, 20 years ago. I wasn't here. Most of us weren't here. I don't know that that is a cogent rationale to say.
2022, two and a half years.
Oh my God.
And so the basis for scheduling this hearing in the dead of night is that you've decided that this is just the way things should work. And that this, I mean, I'll just proceed. I'll just say this, Madam Chair. It does not take more than a cursory review online to find quotes from just about every member on the other side of the dais, including you, Madam Chair, back in 2009, again, it's a long time ago, regarding a stimulus bill that you described as rush legislation that was thrown together, quote, who threw together the final stimulus bill in the dead of night. Another bill that you quote said, the bill that was finalized in the dark of night. So I think it's an unfair and unreasonable
seeing him.
mischaracterization of our position and with respect to the disagreement we have about this process unfolding in the dead of night. And it makes no sense to me why House Republicans
Is this Obama?
didn't notice this hearing for 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. It would not have been a difficult thing to say, yeah, instead of meeting at 1 a.m., we're just going to meet in the morning. And the American people are going to be able to watch and hear this fulsome debate and be able to reach their own conclusions. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable position to take. And I suppose, and maybe I'll start with Chairman Arrington.
It's just now
I know him to be a reasonable person. Welcome back to the committee.
DLD after dark.
I don't know.
Now I'm nervous.
Well, I don't think you were here in 2007 either. Maybe you
Government.
were.
No,
Yeah,
I
I don't think you were.
Live on After
Is this, I mean, you can't possibly agree that it is a prudent thing to do to have this hearing at 3 a.m. I mean, is this how you imagined legislation would be made in Washington when you were running for Congress, Mr. Chairman? Really?
I imagined that we would have the sense of urgency to complete the task in the time frame that we set.
And so the 5 hours between doing it at 1 a.m. and doing it at 6 a.m., that's the urgency you're describing? What deadline is there on Thursday or tomorrow, I guess tonight, getting this bill done? What is the?
Well, as you know, there are timeframes associated with each phase of the process when you are conducting regular order. I'm very proud that this has been bottom-up, committee and member-driven, and it's been a regular order process.
Mr. Arrington.
And the goal was to have it done by Memorial
All right.
Weekend.
I was hoping I could.
I'm not saying I
you
like
would give
getting-
me an intellectually honest answer, the kind of answer I think that your constituents
That
and
guy
my
just said
constituents
intellectually
in
honest.
Colorado and your constituents in Texas would expect, which is to say, obviously, this isn't reasonable. It does not make sense. This isn't transparent to hold hearings at 3 a.m. on a bill of this size and this scope and this scale. That's not in the best interest of the country. You could just as easily delay it 5 hours, let the American public have an opportunity to listen to this debate, and then vote on the bill on Thursday. And all of you could go home for the district work period. So I don't, this false sense of urgency for 5 or 6 hours makes no sense. It's, and again, I understand that's your rationale. I think the American people are smarter than the House Republican caucus are giving them credit for. They know what this is about. And when they wake up, invariably, later this morning and they find that this bill was reported out of this committee in the dead of night, I think they'll reach their own conclusions about House Republicans' commitment or lack thereof to transparency. And just for the record, because I want to be a equal opportunity
That was
advocate here with respect to some of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle who serve on this committee, who apparently have decided not to attend the very hearing that they demanded we hold in the middle of the night. But they have spent years condemning late night rule committee markups and bills that are reported out. Mr. Norman, I'm just going to read some of his greatest hits. This is from 2019, 2,300 pages, less than 24 hours to read, debate, and vote. Oh, and $400 billion added to our national debt. That's an ex post. Another one, new swamp minibus dropped at 2 a.m. It was actually earlier, I guess, than where we find ourselves today. We're expected to vote on $1 trillion in spending tomorrow. It's 1,000 plus pages. This won't be good. Diving in now. Another one, you'd never be expected to sign a 1,000-page document to buy a new car in a day. Why should Congress be expected to sign off on 1,000 plus pages, resulting in $1.2 trillion in spending in a day? That's our colleague, Mr. Norman. I'll be very interested to what he has to say when we wrap this hearing up at 10, 11 a.m. later this morning. Mr. Arrington, I want to talk about the deficit. I've known you historically to be, I thought, somewhat of a deficit hawk. At least that was is that a fair characterization?
That is fair.
At least prior to this bill?
Even with this bill that
Let's get into
reduces
that.
the
I'll
deficit.
ask you a couple questions on that front. Okay, so here's a press release. This is from March 25th of this year. A gentleman by the name of Ray Dalio. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. It says, Ray Dalio to House GOP. This is on the House Budget Committee's website. Cut the budget deficit to 3% of GDP. This was his admonition to you and to your Republican colleagues that it was a laudable goal to try to get the deficit to 3% of the GDP. Do you agree that that's a laudable goal?
Yes,
Is that something you're passionate about?
absolutely.
What's fascinating is that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just issued a press release today. You might have heard it. You might have read it. I'll read you the headline. House bill would put 3% deficit far out of reach. So this goal that you have, that you seem to be particularly passionate about, is one that is not embedded in this bill that you're asking your colleagues to support, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. You're familiar with that organization?
I am.
And I think they've featured you at different times. I think they've applauded you, if I'm not mistaken, in the past.
They're good people, and good people can disagree.
Let me read to you what these good people have said about your bill. They have said, and I'll quote, unfortunately, the House Reconciliation Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, would increase deficits significantly. The House Reconciliation Bill would put the 3% deficit target further out of reach. These are your allies. I mean, these are people who are fighting for a responsible federal budget, who've been imploring the Congress to take deficits seriously.
That's right.
A month ago, you had folks coming in saying, Mr. Chairman, get to that 3% target.
No.
And now you have these experts that you've praised in the past telling you you're way off the mark. Make it make sense, Mr. Chairman.
Well, to get to a 3% deficit to GDP, which would stabilize the debt, you've heard the Secretary of Treasury establish a similar metric, would take $7+ trillion in spending reduction. It's a great goal, and it's a clear one, and it's measurable. But just like coming out of the World War II, 120 roughly % debt to GDP, we're comparable to that today, actually have exceeded it. It took time. And I would say this is a substantial effort and step to begin bending the curve on debt to GDP. So my analysis is different from my friends in the organization that you mentioned.
Different isn't the word I would use. I mean, different is
when the bottom,
different is one opinion, was a bit of a deviation. They are saying you are wrong. I didn't quote it length. I mean, I'll just keep reading here. In 2022, in 2027, we estimate the House Reconciliation Bill would boost deficits to about 7% of GDP, which is more than double Besant's, the Treasury Secretary that you referenced, proposed fiscal target, 1.8% of GDP above current law and
I'll be right back,
0.7%
guys. I'm gonna
of
go find
GDP higher than a simple extension of the Tax Cut and Job Act's individual provisions. What they're saying, I think, is that if you just simply extended the tax bill and didn't do anything else, you would reduce the deficit more than what you've done here.
I don't know how that could be even possible.
Well, I don't, I'm reading their press release.
But we reduced, just let's think through this. We reduced spending by 1.7 roughly trillion dollars. And they're suggesting by extending the tax cuts without that reduction in spending, we would be better off.
I think I can tell you why. And I'm
Yeah,
happy to
love
give
to.
the ranking member of the Budget Committee opportunity. It's because of the tax breaks that you have given to the richest Americans embedded in this bill, such that at the end of the day, the savings that you've described ultimately don't put the dent into the deficit that you proclaim. Ranking Member Boyle, you can correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
I like you both, but Neguse has the better side of the argument, I think quite clearly. I would point out a few things. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is, I have to say, admirably independent, and at times they are an equal opportunity afflictor of both sides of the political divide, depending on the piece of legislation that's coming down the pike. Their credibility is quite clear. They've been consistent when it comes to deficit and debt, and they are calling out the intellectual dishonesty in this piece of legislation. There's actually a conservative think tank called the Manhattan Institute, which indicates that the Republican bill is actually the most expensive piece of legislation since the 1960s, since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. So it's no accident that Moody's chose this past Friday to, for the first time in American history, downgrade our debt. They've been withholding joining the other two credit agencies, one of which had downgraded our debt back in 2011 when the Tea Party Congress drove us right up to the brink in terms of whether or not we would have a debt ceiling crisis. And then there was another credit downgrade by a different credit agency a couple of years ago. It was also related to another potential crisis in terms of the debt ceiling. Though that credit downgrade a couple of years ago did also reference the future trajectory of our debt. And now here we are with Moody's, for whom the trajectory, because of this legislation, of our deficits and debt was finally what prompted them to be the last of the three credit agencies to downgrade our debt. So finally, as you pointed out, what we're seeing in the bond market, that can't be spun. That can't be papered over with a gimmick like current policy baseline. The reality is these markets are charging us more now for our debt, which means higher mortgages, higher auto loan rates, higher costs for the American people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ranking Member
I'm in a
Boyle.
meeting with the manager.
And as I go through the constellation of the entities and the individuals that have opined as to the impact of this bill on the deficit, it's pretty clear to me the conclusion. Apparently, the CBO, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, I was unaware of the Manhattan Institute's conclusions. I guess we'll add them to the list. By the way, Republicans also, Republican senators, right? I mean, Chairman, you're aware of, we don't have to go through the litany of the statements. I mean, I'm happy to read them to you, but you're aware of what Senator Rand Paul and, other colleagues of yours in the upper chamber have said about this bill and about their concerns regarding the deficit. Well, it's 3 a.m. Why not? I'll offer a few of these, may as well. This was Rand Paul today. Apparently the speaker, I guess, met with the Senate Republicans. And this is Rand Paul's quote, the speaker basically said that conservatives just have to live with raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion or $4 trillion, which is a historic amount. And I'm one conservative who won't live with that. Senator Ron Johnson, this is a week and a half ago, quote, the one big beautiful bill, I never thought I'd be quoting Senator Johnson, but anyway, I digress. The one big beautiful bill that Congress is working on is certainly big, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Too often, the reality of these budget debates get obscured in details, politically charged issues, and demagoguery. Under every scenario now being considered, federal debt continues to skyrocket from its current level of almost $37 trillion. And I could go on. So Republican senators, the CBO, the Committee for the Responsible Federal Budget, my Democratic colleagues, everyone who's looked at this bill seems to conclude it is going to blow up our deficit. Everyone but you, Mr. Chairman. And I just can't understand why.
Would you like me to explain?
Yes, sure.
Well, I don't know if you know what
interrupt
the
right now.
annual average GDP was during Trump's tenure prior to COVID, and I'm not going to ask you the questions.
I appreciate that.
But it
Mechanics
was
in the house.
close to what the annual average GDP rate was for President
I'm in the
Biden,
chat if we have any
actually, if you
mechanics.
controlled for COVID, around 2.8. It was 1.8 when President Trump took over in his first year of his first term. He was able, because of the pro-growth policies, including the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but also massive deregulation efforts, America First trade, et cetera, good energy policy, was able to move the
We're
needle
still
by
waiting, guys.
an entire 100 basis points, which over the budget window is about $3 trillion.
Some of them quick.
So just to be conservative, we locked in an assumption that was lower than both, 2.6.
Any
So
mechanics in the house?
ironically, CBO projects the annual average growth rate at this point, which I think is actually
I have
pretty
some
aggressive,
unboxing. Backyard
given that they
mechanics.
assume the tax cuts would expire, is 1.8%. So to have a conservative assumption of 2.6 plus the $1.7 trillion in spending reduction actually not only balances, but in 10 years, it reduces the deficit. And more importantly, it brings the
There's no
debt to
mechanics. I was
GDP
gonna
down,
say,
which I
there's
think is
the
the best
unboxing
measure
for the
of the
fan,
fiscal
right?
health of our country, by 10 percentage
I've-
points.
I've given
When
you
has that ever
I've
happened?
given you some room to
Good.
respond on that.
Thank
Can
you
I-
for the time.
Of course. Can I tell you what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget
Well,
said about?
I wish you wouldn't.
I'd be
but-
happy to, because they actually looked at this exact issue.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
I think it's important. And they said, and I'll quote, most analyses have found that the House bill that the House bill
You guys-
would have either a modest
but-
positive or modest negative effect on output.
We would have
and
had
would
one
not
mechanic
meaningfully change the annual growth rate.
Tonight.
Yet even with the concurrent budget
That's
resolution's
what I got,
assumptions
unboxing.
of 2.6%, the very percent that you just identified, average real annual growth, which is quite optimistic in the near term
Trying to make
and
this-
highly unrealistic over a decade, deficits would remain well above the 3% target. Mr. Chairman,
You don't see a
look,
lot of-
I get it.
It's
You know,
one
we-
source,
we've,
but-
we've been through
Yeah.
this routine previously. I know
Yes.
when you
Yeah,
testified
maybe
for the
we'll
committee
save
before.
that
I
for
recognize
the
you're
other channel.
you're here selling a product that I honestly don't think that you agree with, but you know, I understand the assignment. And so I will just simply tell you, I don't think.
Oh, I turn
that
the
this
camera
bill,
off when I'm talking to the
is in
managers.
the best interest of the fiscal health of our country. And there's a reason why virtually every expert has reached the same conclusion. I want to ask some questions of Chairman Hill, if he might indulge me. So can you just describe to us, Chairman Hill, the impetus behind the Public
I'm going to repair
Company
these chipped
Accounting
teeth on my
Oversight?
flywheel while this is going on.
Public Company Oversight Board, what we've done is we've
No,
transferred.
no, not what you've done recently. I'm asking,
Look, guys,
why do we have it? How was it created?
you got some chattered teeth. on my
Created
flywheel.
during the crisis around the failure of Enron.
That's right? So it's in the wake of Enron, in the wake of WorldCom, in the
And there
wake
was an
of,
assertion by the Congress at that time that all public accounting firms needed an independent regulatory body.
correct. And that assertion,
It's rusty, but
you probably are
trusty.
aware, was
You know what I mean, Mateo?
supported by an overwhelming majority of the Congress.
It was.
You know
And
how many
so-
ma-
And so we're continuing
I
that
know,
oversight of public.
You know how many members of Congress voted for that bill to create the Public Accounting Oversight Board?
The vast majority. Very
Four-
few people voted no.
431.
This is
Yeah.
teeth.
431 signed into law by President Bush,
Mhm.
right? And you all have chosen to eliminate it, right?
Not true.
You're not eliminating it.
No, we're transferring the authority to oversee the public accounting
Appreciate the super chat
from the
tonight, guys.
PCAOB to the SEC.
To the SEC, got it.
By
But you're not
the way, we
allocating
also
any
have horses
funding to the
carriage.
SEC to actually perform these duties, right? There's no money in
Yeah,
this bill
see?
for that.
We are taking the fees that were being charged to the companies and eliminating those fees.
I understand you're limiting the fees. Yeah. So my point is, you said,
We're
you said, I'm
saving
not
man-
dismantling the agency, but we're moving it to the SEC. But we're not
Probably
giving
that
the
Congress
SEC a
is not on
dime
this.
to do any of these critical accounting
I
functions
didn't do fly
that
wheel.
virtually every Republican in the United States Congress supported a mere 20 years ago, right?
We're cutting the mandatory spending that is in this, currently in the budget for the PCOB, transferring those authorities to the SEC, and I'm sure they can come to the Congress for appropriations.
Got it. So in the interim, there will be no public accounting oversight
No.
activities, right? Yeah.
That's not true. The work
do you
of
mean?
overseeing the public accounting firms will continue.
By who?
We've contemplated that in the bill in the terms of the phase out. It's in the reconciliation.
Brad, do you want me to kick on a leaf
Describe
blower?
it to us. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. You're saying it gets moved over to the SEC. There's no new funds. There's no mandate that
There's
there
a,
be.
there's a phase out period in the reconciliation bill, and that will afford the SEC the opportunity.
From my
to
whip,
seek
homie.
appropriations.
So does the bill,
Okay.
it gives the SEC the opportunity to seek
Bill
appropriations. So
Bendix.
until that agent,
Bendix
of course,
failure.
we have no idea as to whether or not the Congress will ultimately consent to that appropriation request. There's also no language in this bill that mandates that the public accounting or the personnel who work for this entity now that's been in existence for 20 some odd years are rehired.
Like,
by
Red
the
left
SEC.
me a generous cash
Sure.
app. I'll give you
That's
guys
true.
a
Okay.
leaf blower.
This is coupled with,
Before pop off.
obviously, we've gone to great length, and, ranking member articulated well the cuts to the CFPB, and I know you don't contest that, the 70% cut, obviously, to the Consumer Financial Protection
We're
Bureau.
taking the cap of the amount of money the CFPB can request from the Fed from 12% to 5%. It's not being cut, as the gentleman from Pennsylvania asserted, to zero. It's also not the only agency does consumer compliance
All right, plug your
in the
ears.
financial services
Plug
sector.
your ears.
I understand your
Leaf
rationale
blower,
with respect to that secondary point, but I just want to zero in here on the financial piece, because I guess
Yeah.
my read of the bill
Whew.
was that it will significantly
I'm ready to
reduce
go all night.
the funds that are available for the CFPB to be able to perform the duties that it's
That felt
responsible
good,
for
actually. I
executing
like
under
that.
federal
The
law.
CFPB is often lost in federal court time and time again for exceeding its authority, proposing regulations that are not statutorily approved, proposing new functions that are not statutorily approved by Congress. And we believe that the money that is in the 5% cap is adequate for them to do their compliance responsibilities under the act.
Yeah, again, I'm not a gotcha question. I hear your rationale for opposing the
You doubted me
CFPB. I
for
was
a
just trying to
minute,
get a better
I
sense of
didn't say that. I said, we think this is the adequate
that that's
funding.
adequate for them to perform the function, but that it is a significant reduction in the resources that they have. And I understand.
In FY 2019, it was exactly around $250 million. This year in FY 25, they're proposing $800 million in spending. And yet, in our view, the
What's this?
spending
Short
is
barrel leaf
adequate
blower.
to be at $250 million, looking at
Oh,
their
this
own
guy's
analysis
saying
of their
cut. Hold
own
on.
personnel,
Short barrel leaf blower.
compared from when it was at its full initial
Got it.
operating phase in 2012 and comparing it to today, we believe it's adequate.
Okay. Financial Stability Oversight Council,
Mhm.
reducing funding by 90%.
No.
No?
What we've done is the fees that are the budget for the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is supported by
Mhm.
bipartisan members in the Congress. We're simply saying that it's the actual expenses. So the Office of Financial Research, where that revenue takes place, we've looked at the 3 years average use
I'm a
to
rebel.
support the FSOX operation. We've capped it at that
Plug your
3-year
ears.
average level for the actual functioning expenses. We're not eliminating FSOC. We're not eliminating the funding for FSOC.
I want to give the ranking member an opportunity to
Whew.
respond, and
Wow.
perhaps she can clarify if I'm misunderstanding the nature of the way in which FSOC's funding will be implicated. So I'd like to have that clarified.
First of all, I want to
Hold on.
go back to.
The microphone.
Here's your girl. Wait, what's this?
I want to say a word about the
It's just a brace, guys.
PCOB
It's just a brace.
that is
Now listen to your girl
being
here.
transferred. You talked about the fact that the PCAOB was being transferred to the SEC. And you wanted to know whether or not there were any funds that followed that. And the answer
Uh-oh, here's your
by
girl,
Chairman
just for
Hill
you, my
was
man.
that they could come and ask for more money. But it is really a lot more serious than simply whether or not they have the money. They had a hard time getting an agreement with the Chinese that are in our financial markets. But under the Biden administration, they were able to work out an agreement with the Chinese that was very, very important. Now, that agreement does not extend to the SEC. And so that means that the SEC, the auditors won't be able perhaps to deal with China, Germany, and a lot of the other places. So this is very, very serious. And I just wanted to say that.
This is serious.
Next, you were talking about
Oh, I thought she was done.
the council.
FSOC.
About why it is so important and what is happening to it. Well, the council is very important because we are at a time when all of these crazy tariffs are being initiated by the President of the United States of America. And we have rising inflation also. This means that the cost of loans are going to be much more expensive. I want you to know that investors around the world are freaking out, unsettled about what is happening. And so what you have is not only the unsettlement, but the uncertainty that is being created by these tariffs. And we haven't talked a lot about tariffs here tonight. And the president is giving all these excuses why he wakes up in the morning and decides that he's going to change the amount of the tariffs. And he said that the reason that we're having all these tariffs is they aren't paying their fair share, and he's going to use the new money that he's going to collect for manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. He's going to do all of that. However, I want you to know that these tariffs are being placed on bananas and coffee, and that has nothing to do with what he's saying he's going to use the money for. So the council is so very important as we take a look at what needs to be known with this
Turn her off.
crisis that's being created and
I'm gonna
how
listen.
the federal government could get involved much sooner than what happened in
I need new
2008.
batteries for my remote.
And so we need it. If you just take a look at what happened with AIG, which is one of the biggest problems that had to be corrected, they got in charge of that, and they were able to not only give new oversight, but it was restructured and it was no longer a threat. So it's very important to have the council and the research that goes along with it.
Well, I would say, thank you, Madam Ranking Member. And I would just say, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hill, I respect your expertise. I know you've worked on these issues. I know you've served in the Treasury Department. And I understand the policy reasons that you might have. And
We were directed,
and
Mr.
believe, well,
Nagise-
let me finish. It wasn't a
Okay.
question. That you believe with respect to
You're missing
some of the
full
changes
show
that
and
you're
tell.
seeking to make. My simple suggestion is that the changes you are making to the accounting board, to the CFPB, to FSOC, taken together in the aggregate, all of these agencies, these entities were created for a reason, right? And they were in the
Good
wake
night,
of
man.
very serious financial
I'm
crises.
gonna hang out a little
that
bit longer. I
engulfed
thought
our
they'd be
country.
getting to this by now.
And I just don't, I don't think that it's in the best interest of American consumers to pursue these kinds of changes. I also think they're policy changes, and that, you know, ultimately if the parliamentarian in the Senate is abiding by precedent, that they shouldn't make it through the birdbath, but that's a different inquiry.
What do you think, Mike?
So in any event, I will move on. My final question to Chairman Comer.
You think I can still run it?
Mr. Chairman, so with respect to the exchange you were having with one of my colleagues
You think it'll?
earlier about the exemptions
I mean,
that you all crafted
Only
into the bill
12 teeth.
regarding air traffic controllers. That's in relation to the at-will, this distinction essentially between giving federal employees the choice of choosing the at-will employment versus non-at-will employment, federal protections, but a higher retirement contribution. Am I right? That's what the exemption is
It
applying
appears
to?
to be balanced for the most part.
I mean, I don't understand your question.
Why don't you describe to me, I wanted to better understand the new language, the language that you all have adopted regarding air traffic controllers and law enforcement.
They're exempted from any changes.
Any of the changes that you all are making with respect to the federal benefits system. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. That didn't exist in the original bill, or was that not the case?
Times are tough, man. It's hard.
There were exemptions for Border Patrol, and I
mean, these guys are devaluing our dollar as
they were, I guess you could say partially exempt.
Yeah, and that's the genesis of my question was, I'm really drilling down on, and your staff director, I think can probably attest to this issue around the provision that
Not
I would
yet,
say
man.
compels,
So
you would say
waiting.
offers federal employees this choice to choose at-will employment and a higher contribution for their retirement benefits, right? Or to stay within the federal protected system and have to pay a higher contribution on their end. That original provision did not have the exemptions that you all have added now for law
These are
enforcement,
actually
border
expensive.
patrol, for air traffic controllers. That wasn't in the bill that you all marked up
See, this is
a
a
few days
balanced
ago
unit.
that the Republican majority on the bill approved. Or am I wrong about that?
That's correct.
Okay. What I am interested in is, was there a discussion? And are you willing to have a discussion, particularly as you consider a manager's amendment, to draw out a similar exemption for veterans?
The managers.
So veterans who have rights under the in the current system, if you're a veteran and you work at any of our federal agencies, right? But you don't fall into this particular job classification exemption. You have rights before the Merit Systems Protection Board that you can adjudicate, right, as a veteran. And my point is to simply say, why wouldn't you draw out this exemption to include veterans, irrespective of whether or not they fall into this classification or not?
Look, the bill can be amended through the process. I mean, this is, we passed out, we were given instructions to say $51 billion. We met that. And look, during discussions, there's going to be minor changes made here and there. With respect to at-will, I want to make it clear there are certain states that have at-will civil service employees. Some of those states are Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Utah. So I don't think there's anything groundbreaking or unique here.
No, I'm not. But what I'm suggesting is you crafted this exemption over the course of the last 72 hours. You added a very large exemption to this bill. That's an exemption I support, by the way, with respect to what you've drawn out here. Clearly, you have the
Somebody
capacity
said they were having a hard
to
time
just
seeing
add
this
veterans.
way.
You could do that now.
There you go.
There's negotiations apparently happening somewhere in this building. And Ranking Member McGovern and Chairman Arrington's colloquy, I think, established that. So I don't really understand why you wouldn't just make the case to the leadership, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, to say, okay, if this exemption was worth pursuing, let's add veterans as well, so that we're not forcing veterans into this Hobson's choice that we've decided we did not want to force upon firefighters, air traffic controllers, and other law enforcement officials. I think that's a reasonable request to make on behalf of our nation's veterans. And as you know, a large portion of the federal workforce are veterans. So I think that this would be the least we could do. And I would implore you, I don't know if you have further thoughts on that, but I mean, you're the chairman, and
HPA.
Well, we've already passed our bill out of the committee, so it's not.
I'm gonna look
But
like
this amendment happened after
See her?
you marked up
It'll
the
look
bill.
just
That's
like
my
her.
point. You passed the bill. It included no exemptions
white.
for police officers, for firefighters, for border patrol. It was a limited exemption, as your staff director noted. You've added that.
You
in the
guys are
last
going to
couple
see
of
her
years
on the next.
because there were stakeholders who
The full
made
HPA,
clear
not the
their
new,
outrage,
full.
which, by the way, was expressed by
Or the
Democrats,
short act
I
pack.
understand, during the markup, and Ranking Member Lynch can comment on that if he'd like, but I think Democratic members of the committee made the case that this ought to be, they want, obviously, we believe it should be
Well,
eliminated
Democrats want to
entirely, but-
spend, into oblivion. I mean, if it were just Democrats, there wouldn't be any cuts.
Well,
You
I
would
would,
just keep spending money and
I
keep
would,
adding
I
to the
would not
deficit.
call.
I mean,
I would-
somebody
I
has
would-
to step
I
up,
would
and
not
this is,
call-
we're on an
Mr.
unsustainable
Mr.
path.
Mr. Neguse,
Mr. Chairman, respectfully,
Mr.
I would not
Neguse,
call, I'm
Mr.
almost done, Mr.
Neguse,
Chair. I would respectfully.
You
say-
ask a question.
He
Mr.
answered.
Comer was attempting to answer
he
your
answered.
question.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Neguse, there is no prize here for talking the longest.
Well,
And
Madam Chair,
so,
I had intended to finish, but I've got about 7 more questions. I guess I'll proceed with Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer, go ahead and finish your question or your answer. Sorry.
Look, I've stated the obvious. We are trying to do the best we can to be fiscally responsible. It's no fun when you have to make cuts. You all don't know what that's like. You've never cut anything in your life. You just continue to spend. We're on an unsustainable path. We have limited jurisdiction on the Oversight Committee. We're very passionate about eliminating waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. With respect to this bill, we had a limited portion of jurisdiction. And I think that we've been very transparent with the process. We passed out of committee a bill that saved the taxpayers $51 billion. There have been changes made, as there always is, once the bill passes committee before it's voted on the floor. So I don't know what else there is to say.
So I would say to you, now that you've apparently concluded your answer, that my question was really simple. Really simple. I wasn't asking you to draw out exemptions for this category of folks and other categories of folks. It was
I'm
very
guessing
simple.
this means
A
they're
simple
both
question,
having
which
water.
was,
I hate to
are you
say it.
willing to consider carving out an
I'll try
exemption
to stay up a little
for our
longer,
nation's
guys.
veterans in the same way that you drew out an exemption after the
I think
committee
they
marked up
filibustered us.
this bill? I don't think that's spending into
What do
oblivion
y'all
to
think?
say that our nation's veterans should be exempted in the same way that our law enforcement and border patrol agents and
filibustered
air traffic controllers. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Ranking Member Lynch, do you think that's an unreasonable request?
No, as a matter of fact, one of the amendments I have is to exempt them from the change in the calculation going from the high 3 to high 5.
Exempt silencers
We
from
would,
the
we would
NFA?
maintain the veterans at the high 3. And,
And
you
just
know,
to be
the-
clear,
and the-
they
and the
could
cost
do
of
that right now.
They could, and the
Oh,
cost,
bull
and they've done it, as you pointed out, they've done it for a narrow subset of employees. And that, the
I'm just waiting for
the
APAC to
high
burst in from the back.
3
room.
instead of the high 5 was about
Dude,
$16,500.
I just found a third
dollars,
DC-58 baby.
per employee over 20 years of retirement.
Yeah, I
Not a
literally just
huge
found
sum
another
of money,
DC-58
but definitely appropriate, given that a veteran must have served honorably and discharged honorably for them to be eligible for these benefits.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Lynch. And
Oh, yeah.
again, Republicans are negotiating right now as we speak on SALT deductions and tax credits and any host of issues that members of your caucus have. And I would think that the least they could do is entertain, or at least not treat it so gingerly that the response of, it's spending into oblivion because we have a simple request. It was the only question that I asked you, Mr. Comer. And so I'm taken aback by your answer. But anyway, I will yield back, bounce my time. I thank the ranking members and the chairs.
Yeah, man, 3 is better.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
She's still awake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here this evening, and particularly to our committee chairs for their hard
Witnesses.
work on this reconciliation bill. Many hours have gone into this, many hours of debate outside of tonight in broad daylight have gone on this bill. I want to make a few points before I get
geez,
into
look at
questions,
this.
and that is in response to a few of the things that have been said by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of the things that's been said is that this is a transfer of wealth. What I would say to that is that the only transfer of wealth, resources, and protection of the American people that is occurring right now is a transfer from the American people on behalf of illegal
Her
immigrants.
husband's breakfast.
That's what's been happening over the last several years under the Biden administration. This bill's also been called a scam. But the only scam that's being played is a scam by the Democrats on the American people for fear mongering about what this bill is actually doing. Once again, and I'm going to go to my former committee of financial services and go to Chairman Hill on questions about the CFPB. We've heard a lot about the CFPB here this evening. And the thing that I think strikes me most about the CFPB's creation is that
No updates yet.
only in Washington would we create a federal bureaucracy to fix something that we
We're gonna
broke.
wait till we all go to sleep.
And
I think.
I'd like to just submit for the record, Madam Chair, an article by the American Enterprise Institute, October 30th, 2017, a crisis caused by housing policies, not lack of regulation.
Don't you have laundry to do or
Thank
vacuuming
you.
that needs done in the house?
Because
Something, woman?
we have the CFPB as a result of a reaction to the banking crisis of 2008,
Hanging clothes on the line.
which was driven by housing policies, not by any lack of regulation. And now we've got the CFPB that we live with. And as Chairman Hill, you noted that their budget has been expanding. Notably, their budget expanded during the Obama years and declined during the first
You're right,
Trump
dude. I
administration
won't
and
do that.
expanded again during the Biden years, now to $823 million in fiscal year 25, direct from the Treasury,
Do 70-30,
transfer
Mateo.
without
70%
having any
says
oversight
they
by
won't
the
get to it.
Congress.
They're gonna run
So
out of time.
we've heard that consumers are going to be left
Let's have
without
a
any
little back
protection
off
if we
the
get rid of the
sun,
CFPB, or if we decrease their funding to roughly the $250 million
Once that old
that we've
bag
set in
falls
this
asleep,
budget.
We're done. It's over.
Is the CFPB the only federal agency, Chairman Hill, that provides consumer protection?
No, Ms. Alchin, it's not. Each of the bank supervisory agencies has a robust,
You know what I'm
continuous
saying?
exam
DLD
process
studs in the
for all the
bucket and clothes
consumer
hanging out on the line.
compliance requirements.
Are there any
The
real
CFPB's
follow-ups
focus in Dodd-Frank was to focus on depository institutions, meaning banks that were
I
larger
want
than
to turn
$10
this into a
billion.
broadcast stream tonight.
Basically, there's 5,000 banks or thereabouts that are smaller than that, and they are having their compliance for lending purposes.
Does anyone
and
want me to
deposit
just turn this
purposes
into a black
fully
channel?
supervised by the existing bank supervisors. Also, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, is deeply involved in consumer compliance responsibilities under the securities laws. And we
Right,
can't
but if
forget
we
the
don't
Federal
get it
Trade
tonight,
Commission,
doesn't matter what
which is
happens.
very
The Senate
involved
will
in
introduce it.
consumer compliance. And those are the principal federal agencies for consumer credit, consumer deposit issues, both for banks
It's the
and
right
and
legislation
non-banks.
committee meeting.
And then we
This is the
cannot
rules
forget that the
committee.
states also regulate
No,
non-bank consumer finance, and
this
the
is the
state's
rules
attorney
committee.
generals enforce those laws. So there's no lack of oversight and consumer protection in the financial services space. And therefore, that's why, in my judgment, since we're here talking about a reconciliation bill, that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau can complete its statutory tasks under Dodd-Frank with the 5% cap of the Federal Reserve funding. And the two other changes that we made there was simply saying that their civil penalty fund, where they charge wrongdoing and collect funds for the benefit of victims. Once that fund is, the victims are repaid throughout the adjudication process. If there's any surplus money, instead of them being able to keep it, that it go back to the Treasury to benefit the federal budget. And likewise, we say that while they're a unique
Yeah, he
agency
does.
because they have no oversight, they have no congressional appropriation, they have no inspector general, they have no real full compliance with Administrative Procedures
in a few
Act,
minutes.
for example, in their rulemaking. They've been struck down in the federal courts for overreaching their statute. We also,
Good news, you can save
they have a
20% on
unique
blackout
position that
coffee.
once they take their money,
the links in the
their request
description.
from the Federal Reserve, they
First
get to carry
purchase
it
of
over.
blackout coffee.
I don't know a lot of federal agencies
Code
that
and
can
link
carry over
description.
spending and pile up cash on their balance sheet after September 30 each year. So we cap that in this bill at 5% of that annual budget that they can have.
And in fact, the CFPB has a civil penalty fund sitting on about
Pay by the hour
$2.5
or
billion,
by the minute.
according to my
Let's take a
account.
good look at this chick.
1.7 billion of that was a
Let's see if
fine
we can
levied against one
domesticate her.
entity, but they can sit on that cash too. Is that correct?
They can. What we argue is
She's
that
one of those that was good
that
from
money
far,
should be allocated
from
to
good.
settle victims' claims.
You know what I mean?
That can take
Let's
some
be
time
honest
during the
here.
legal process, so
I'm
that
like,
money
maybe
can
she's
certainly
kinda
sit
cute.
there.
Nah.
But the money that's not dedicated to
She
paying the
looks
victim's
good from
claims
far,
should be
but she's
returned to the
far
treasurer.
from good.
So you mentioned the FTC. I'm glad you mentioned that because the motto of the Federal
think
Trade
so.
Commission is
She doesn't
protecting American consumers. In fact, the United States has 12 separate federal financial regulators and state regulators for securities, banking, and insurance. And it is duplicative that we do have the CFPB.
Somebody gave her a nice pearl
We
necklace.
certainly don't
Okay.
need to be funding the CFPB at the extent that we do, because as you mentioned, not only do we have states attorneys general who are also protecting consumers, but we also have plaintiffs' lawyers who can take class action suits as well. Madam Chair, I would
that
like
guy's
to
toupee
submit
right
for
there.
the record an article dated February 18th, 2025 by the Cato Institute. Consumers will be safe without the
That's what
CFPB.
Mateo's hair looks like, by the way.
In the remaining
is
time that I
real.
have, and I've gone over 5 minutes, but
You
I
guys
do want to
wanna know
go
what
to my
Mateo
Budget
looks
Committee
like? Basically,
Chair,
that guy right
Mr.
there, but
Arrington.
Mateo's is real hair.
Just with really one question, has the CBO ever been wrong?
Well, in my short tenure, they actually
Sure.
were off in their estimation of the deficit. And their excuse was it was hard to keep up. I'm paraphrasing. It was hard to keep up with the trillions of dollars in spending, would be 8 trillion total in deficit spending of the
See you
last
next
administration,
Tuesday.
2 trillion by executive actions. That was what was hard. So let's consider all things. They were off by $1 trillion.
Dude.
Which it's
Ooh, the
a
manager.
big
That guy
miss.
look.
And so, yes, they've been
Oh,
wrong.
dude,
They were
the
wrong
manager's just.
in their projections on
Ooh, look at him. Look at the one on the left.
revenue to the Treasury post
I think APAC
TCJA.
in the back.
We had record revenue, record corporate revenue. So they are wrong often, and sometimes they're wrong in an order of magnitude, in one case by $1 trillion.
And if I'm not
Hey,
mistaken,
right here. That's
sorry,
what
I went
Mateo's hair
past my
looks like.
second, I
Like
went
the
on
guy
to a
right there,
second
but his
question,
is
and I'm going to
real.
wrap it
That's
up.
the difference. He even parts it just
They-
like that.
Underestimated the cost of the IRA, and they underestimated the benefits of Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Is that correct?
Along with underestimating the cost of Obamacare and a whole list of other things, but that is correct. I will say that JCT was the initial scorekeeper or administered the score for
Did you know,
the
Doug,
IRA tax
P-Hub is one of the
credits,
main funders.
green
of
energy
APAC.
tax
APAC
subsidies,
is one of the main
and they
funders of
were
Ben Shapiro.
off by
Why is
almost
Ben Shapiro on here talking about
4
this?
times
Yeah.
the actual cost.
So all this conversation about how reliant we should be on CBO scores to tell us what, the cost of what we're doing is going to be, CBO has not been all that
Shapiro
reliable
parts his hair like that,
as
too.
history has shown. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if I may, Ms. Houchin, I'd say the best predictor of the future is past performance. And what we tried to do is be conservative about a growth assumption at 2.6, which was under the annual average of both President Trump and President Biden. I thought that was the responsible thing to do, which forced us as a conference to put these gentlemen in the position, among other authorizing chairmen, to dig deep
Dude, you know how
on
much
rooting
my
out
internet
waste
bill's gonna be?
in this.
I had to go on prepaid
I'm very proud
internet
that
the other
in the
day. I
end,
forgot till just
it's
now.
reducing the deficit by about
I literally
175
have to
billion.
put
We need to
those
do
cards in
more.
my
We need to
computer
rinse
to
and
keep the
repeat
minutes.
future reconciliation bills. But the debt to GDP going down by 10 percentage
Yeah.
points is, in this environment, and over the last couple of decades is just probably unfathomable, but we've achieved it. I'm convinced we will achieve it and then some.
I have to go to the
We're
gas
not
station
adding
and buy another
tariff
4
revenue. We're
minutes.
not adding other things that I believe will happen because of the iron will of this president on that front, if not on others. So
Thank you. Thank you so much to the witnesses for
find
your
something I can
long
put on a display
hours
to
of
help.
testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Halchin. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know whether to say, buenos dias, good night. We don't really
Dude,
have a
Comer is
word
the
in either
house whip,
Spanish
guys.
or
He can
English
literally
when you
put this
start
on
at
right
1
now.
a.m. and when
Like,
you
he can
finally
put the
start asking
HPA on.
questions at 4 a.m.
Oh, here's a
But it
domestic
is still
woman.
nighttime. And Americans, some of
She
them
looks like she
working,
could be your next
we have
ex-wife, guys.
150 people outside standing in the rain asking us to do the right thing. I want to do a shout out to them.
50
But
people?
Americans might have just broken up and they don't know what's happening. But let me tell you, it's a nightmare.
Wait a
Right?
minute.
We are living through a nightmare. And if you are a veteran, if you are a pregnant mother, if you live in rural
Go start
America,
scrambling eggs for your husband's
this
omelet for
is
breakfast,
a
woman.
Republican nightmare. Because this bill that they are going to be pushing through in the dead of night is the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor, working families and middle class to the wealthiest.
Wait, is that the
right?
same chart I
And
have? Hold on, I have.
CBO put it out. Now, they don't want to pay attention to CBO because they don't like the facts.
I think
Right?
I have that
They don't
chart
like
here.
what it actually looks like. But we know that these numbers are horrible, and we'll get into them in a bit.
Uh-huh.
But when we think about this transfer of wealth, especially this chart here, it gets me. It really gets me. There we go. From the lowest decile to the highest that CBO put out.
1350.
And many of the people in this room are people of faith. And they might have heard when John the Baptist actually said that if you have 2 tunics, you should give one away. And if you have wealth,
She's
you
quoting
should
from the
help
Bible.
feed the hungry. What we are seeing here today with the Republican bill is the actual opposite. Republicans are taking from the poor and giving to the rich so they can buy more tunics. The wealthy don't need any more money to buy any more yachts. But when you take away that $6 a day
Mucho dinero.
that the poor and the working poor are receiving to put food on
Mia
their table,
mamacita.
you are taking away from the poor.
See, I have
and
the
giving
chart right
to the
here.
Wealthy, the exact opposite of what John the Baptist told
These are the
us.
firearms
we should
mortality
do.
rates.
And no matter how you slice this, it is raising the deficit, right? We don't know exactly how much because they keep changing the bill. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 5 trillion, 7 trillion. It keeps going up and down and backwards because they keep tweaking it, keep negotiating, adding more. But it is raising the deficit. And so this bad billionaires bill, it's not beautiful, it's bad, and it's for the billionaires, is going to be paid for.
I'm in the mood for
by you,
quesadillas all of a sudden.
the
For
American
some reason, I have
people,
no idea why.
because you're going to have to pay back the debt that they are borrowing to give to the wealthiest among us. So Trump is betraying you. He's betraying rural America. He's betraying veterans. He's betraying working families. But, the ranking members and the
TDS.
chairman, I really need to give it to you. You've sat in your chair, even most of the Republicans have been absent. You have all been here, and so
Yeah,
I,
Luke
I
22.
appreciate you. Let's start with the idea in this
How your
concept
colt can
of
buy
the
a sword.
deficit. Our colleagues talk about it all the time. Representative Roy, who isn't here, who hasn't been here much tonight, well, he's not here. The hearing is here, right? Representative Massey, who used to sit all there, he has that little ticker, right? Everybody sees this ticker, that goes on. I'm so worried about him because once you guys pass this bill, that thing is just going to go so fast. It's gonna
Massey's
burn
going
a
to vote
hole
for
through
this
his
if it
suit.
gets to the floor.
And Representative Norman,
Massey will vote
he's
for the
often
HPA.
rallied against
Short
these
Act.
deficits. In fact, Congressman Roy said, who's not here, but since he's not here, I'll quote him. open quote, I have to now admonish my colleagues on this side of the aisle. This
What?
bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what we say it does with respect to deficits. You know what? I agree with Representative Roy. It
Good night,
doesn't
Rod. Take it
do
easy,
what they
man.
say. It
I
increases
hear
the
you, dude.
deficit. So, Chair Arrington, it sounds like you
Thanks for the
are in
support
favor
tonight,
of
Rad, and for
reducing
hanging
the
out with
deficit.
us,
Correct.
for your lively chat.
Would you repeat that, please? I
Do,
apologize.
do you favor reducing deficit?
Yes, I do, which is why I support this bill.
Which is why I support the bill. So the problem is that you're saying we
We speak no
want
English.
to reduce the deficit, but any outside analysis of this bill, any independent analysis of this bill actually increases the deficit. So, you know, Ranking Member
Uno,
Boyle,
dos, tres, cuatro,
they
cinco,
keep
cinco,
saying
seis.
it doesn't increase the deficit. How can they get to that when we've had all these independent analysis of a deficit increase?
Well, I mean, CBO, which of course is not infallible, but it's not
Okay.
just CBO. It is literally every organization that I've seen, from nonpartisan to center right, Committee or Center for Responsible Federal Budget, CBO, Yale Budget Lab, Wharton Budget Model, Manhattan Institute. The list goes on and on. So for the other side to be right, all of those organizations I've mentioned would have to be wrong. I think that is highly implausible.
Right, and we also heard the White House press secretary yesterday say, this bill does not add to the deficit, right? Quote unquote. So what we are hearing is basically, trust me, don't trust any independent analysis, trust me. And I heard Chair Arrington, a lot of what you're basing your thought on, if I'm correct, is you're looking at
I'm gonna
growth
need to get some
projections, and
pesos
that's
so I can
why we're
bribe.
not going to have the deficit that all of the other ones are talking
It's a combination of revenue from growth and the deepest spending reductions in the history of the country by twofold. So it's a combination of the
Oh,
two.
that's not true.
So
So I agree with you. These are the we agree. These are the deepest spending cuts, I think, ever, right? But
which is ironic because it only represents a very small, like 3% of the entire federal budget. Isn't that incredible?
Right. So I think that that's where we agree. You know, I kind of agree that deficits are a problem, right? But what you are doing is, instead of saying there are different ways of cutting the deficit, you are saying we're going to cut the deficit by going after the people who rely most on the programs to feed the hungry, to make sure that Americans have health care, to make sure that veterans who rely on Medicaid and these
I'm sure she
programs
has the
to make
best
sure you're not
interest of the
hungry,
veterans.
disabled people. Like, you are cutting the programs that Americans need the most. And that is something that we can agree on. And you're doing that so that we can
Look at this
benefit
chart.
the wealthiest among us. So this chart here that the CBO put out is just the top 10 percentile. But, you know, when you go down to the rest of them, it is actually the richest 20% get 67% of the benefit. So the billionaires, Representative Scott said, well, you know, I know there's some billionaires. The billionaires are doing really well by this bill. The billionaires, richest 1%.
You see the way
get
she smiled?
the biggest benefit, 24%. Let's make clear, this is a transfer of wealth from working class families, from
Should she be
those
any
who
more
work for a
mercurial?
living, those who are disabled, to the billionaires. Now, Chairman Arrington, you know, the Cato Institute, which is, and then, you know, it's not a left-wing institute, right? They actually, to your point of this is gonna lead to a lot of job growth, says, as to the Ways and Means Committee, and it's gotten worse since then. I'm going to quote.
No, Dan,
Madam
I think they're gonna
Mr.
filibuster
Chair,
it, man.
I
I'm gonna
asked
try to
unanimous
hang on a
consent
little
to
longer,
adjourn to the
guys.
record the Cato Republicans.
likely gonna have a rain
Republicans'
date
one big,
tomorrow,
beautiful
so
tax bill needs to make.
that's why I'm able to stay up so late.
Without objection?
And so I'm
So
going to
ordered.
quote from it. It said, "The Ways and Means Committee's one big, beautiful bill falls short of delivering serious
You say short
firm
act? Hold
growth
on.
tax reform. It misses the opportunity to make
She
the
said
most
short.
important incentives for long-term growth permanent and includes at least 20 new or expanded tax subsidies, dramatically increasing the complexity of tax code." It says that's going to be a minuscule vote. So you're going to put Americans through all this pain for very little growth, But, you know, we've also heard everybody talk about the issue of deficits and who actually does a good job of that. Republicans seem to always talk about deficits when they
I've
want
never
to,
been on Reddit.
like, hurt working families. Ranking Member Smith, I really appreciated your comments about the fact that these deficits are really a national security issue. And when you talked about this national security issue, it made me think about a review of Democrats and Republicans, like who's increased the deficit and who's decreased the deficit.
For some
And you
reason,
can look at those numbers, and it looks like Reagan and H.W.
tell me
Bush,
if any of you guys can
you know,
relate.
they kind of like, the deficit didn't move too much under them. There were those
For some
tax
reason,
cuts
I
that
have the
didn't do
urge
those
to
flood
floss my
rise.
teeth after watching
Under
this.
Clinton,
I'm not gonna on camera.
the
Don't worry.
deficit fell.
For some reason,
He actually
I don't
went
know
into
why.
negative
She makes me
territory
wanna
where he
floss
brought
my
down the
teeth.
deficit. He spent less. He balanced the budget. And then we had President George W. Bush. He just makes that deficit go up again. Another Democrat comes in and they lower the deficit. And then Trump comes in and he just
Who's committing the
blows
violent
the
crime, ma'am?
deficit out of the water. Biden comes in, he lowers the deficit. So now we're going to see
This
that
chart's from the MDHHS, guys.
Trump is going to make this deficit go up again. So there's a pattern here that we are seeing. Democrats bring down the deficit. We're fiscally responsible. Republicans make it go up. Democrats bring it down. Republicans make it go up again. Chairman Smith, how do you see this kind of pattern with regards to looking at it from a national security issue? Who's better on the deficit, Democrat presidents or Republican presidents?
Well, as I said, if you believe that the Department of Defense needs more money to meet the challenges that we face, and we do face an incredibly complex threat environment and a lot of challenges there, then
I think we're gonna get
you're
screwed.
gonna
What do you
need
guys think?
resources to do that. And if you significantly reduce the amount of revenue coming in, you're not going to have the resources to do that. And I do want to point out, there was some conversation about
Yeah, we're
how
going back to the Bush
Trump
years.
tax cut
Yeah.
was such a wonderful thing for fiscal responsibility, and yet the chart shows that under President Trump, the debt went up by more than it went up under any other president in the history of the country. And that started before COVID. So it is, I know it is the holy grail.
Dude, I
to
think
be
we're
a
getting screwed.
Republican,
They're gonna
cut
filibuster us.
taxes and somehow increase the amount of revenue and reduce the deficit. It's a nice theory. It just never actually works. And I could get into this whole complicated, where our tax rates
You're right,
are
James.
right now
Except
and where
for
they've been
right now,
for
they have a
years,
neutered version of the Hearing
they're not
Protection Act.
high enough that you can cut them and really get
They're
that
gonna
type
put
of
in
a
a real
boost, and that
version.
is
From what I
reflected
understand,
by
it
the
needs to be
numbers.
coming in
And I
tonight.
know this is what the Republicans have decided to tell themselves to get through passing this bill, is that somehow there's going to be
But you're
this
right on all
magic
this other
wand
stuff.
and
Yeah,
growth is going to appear and it's going to solve all of our problems. It's just that that's literally never worked, and it's not going to work this time. We are significantly reducing the amount of money coming into the federal government.
they can't
So
technically
if you
filibuster,
want to
but you
spend
know what I'm
money
saying.
on anything, and I understand, I mean, if you don't want to spend as much money on entitlements or whatever you want to call them, that's a policy argument. And if you're going to say, look, I don't want the taxes, so I'm not going to pay for that. But if you really want to meet
Nope, it's all
national
George Bush's
security
fault
needs,
still.
that's, I don't know, what's roughly 12% of the budget, I think, is defense. and you're going to significantly reduce the amount of revenue available. You're not going to get there. And again, it's this myth that if you cut taxes,
What
you're gonna
internet
get more
person
money
says,
than you
guys,
would
right
have
here?
gotten if you hadn't. Now, by and large, revenue goes up year to year because population growth and all of that, but it goes up by less if you reduce the amount of revenue that you're collecting. And that leaves you in a weakened position to fund absolutely anything that you want to fund. And that certainly includes defense, which again is about 12% of the federal budget.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And, Chairman Arrington, you actually said
She's still
earlier,
talking.
the best predictor is past performance. And I think that the chart, which shows that deficits have gone down during Democrat presidents and gone up during Republican presidents.
I'm
is
starting to get gray in my
incredible,
beard just during the stream.
predictor of future performances.
Except it's not true. I mean, if you want me to respond, I can, but if not, that's okay. But it's not true. So you mentioned my name. I just want to get that out. By the way, President Biden, under his tenure, increased the deficit by almost twice as much when you look at the partisan, not bipartisan legislation in an unprecedented pandemic. Okay?
You
We
called him
all
too.
voted for the trillions of dollars in that time frame. But the $2 trillion in additional spending.
Wait a minute. This is their end.
Purely true. We all have
That was on
contributed. I mean,
Congress's end,
both
guys.
parties have. There is no question. And there are structural problems in the budget that are promises made that that we have not been willing to fund by either saving money through cuts or raising revenue. So what we've done is we've deferred
Well, I
the tax
understand
on
the
our
Real Hearing
children,
Protection
and
Act
we're
is
going to
not
stick
in
them
right
with the
now,
bill.
unless
So
it's brought in
there's
tonight.
not a profiling courage in this town on either side in terms of the parties. But to be clear, President Trump and President Biden, they're if you add it up, it's and again, nobody should get a gold star or Nobel Prize for it, but it's I don't believe that to be true. Okay, with all due respect.
Thank you very much. I think that
For the indulgence.
once again, the numbers
Man, I
speak
wanna-
for themselves. And Ranking Member Boyle, do you want to add anything to regards
Just
to
want the
what's
Second
been
Amendment
happening with
back.
the deficit and what we've seen in the past? And then I want to move on to financial services because I think that there is some serious issues.
I don't think I need to, especially given the hour. I don't know whether to
She's gonna
say how
move
late
on
it
to
is or
something
how early it is. But as I said before, I mean, it's a pretty long list. In fact, when I mentioned the list of organizations from left, right, and center and nonpartisan who all say that this adds considerably to our deficit and our debt, I actually didn't include the right of center Cato Institute.
It's evaporated.
That's obviously another organization that has also attacked this legislation because of its adding trillions to our national debt.
And I think that comes back to, there are different ways in which you want to attack the deficit. Republicans just want to cut programs that Americans rely on. Democrats actually look at, there is a revenue source. But another thing, because,
Oh, their
Republicans
voices are
fiscal
louder than mine.
responsibility, and then they always use this term regulations. Regulations are bad. The reality is regulations is how we keep people healthy so that we don't have
The
have a
neutered
day-to-day
Hearing
move.
Protection Act
It's
is
how
in
we
right
make sure
now.
workers stay
We need
safe.
the real one to
And
get
it's
put
also
back.
how we make sure that consumers are protected. Because the reality is the biggest corporations, the biggest banks, the biggest manufacturers, they are motivated solely by profit, and that's their job. So it's government's job to make sure we come in and regulate the worst excesses. And you know what?
Supposed to be coming
Americans
up
don't
tonight,
feel like
guys,
anybody is
this
fighting for
morning.
them. They feel like they are being left behind. And the reality is what Republicans are doing to those organizations that are supposed to be fighting for the working families, for the consumers, they're getting rid of them.
Make sure you guys are following me on X and Locals.
And that's what they're doing to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Let's see what that says. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're protecting the consumers. And they've done so by bringing back $21 billion. That wasn't $21 billion that came back to the federal government. That was $21 billion that went to American consumers. And they're the ones who are speaking for the little guy. But this administration doesn't like the idea of organizations that go after fraudsters, that go after scammers, that go after, the auditors that are cheating, right? They want to get rid of that. So Maxine Waters, when they say that, oh, by not giving enough funding and starving something like Consumer Financial Protection
4:16
Bureau,
a.m.
is
here.
that saving us any money? Or who's really getting hurt when they do that?
A lot has been said about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I said something that I stand by, and that is the Republicans have hated it ever since it was initiated, and they have attacked it
James
in
Brown
so
is
many
talking
ways.
again.
We've been in the courts even before
Oh, look
this
at
big bill.
look in the
We've been
background.
in the courts at various times when they've tried to eliminate the way that they get their funding, who sits on the board, on and on and on. And they never give up. And now with this bill, what they have found ways to do is to actually cut the funding that's going to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Dude, this is like
I
James
was
Brown in
reminded
like
that the
1985.
CFPB is the only federal agency to examine the big banks and non-banks for compliance with consumer financial laws. And so here you have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau dealing with the big banks and understanding why we should be concerned about them and the lack of risk management in some of those banks. And the bigger they are, and the more we allow these mergers to go
President
on,
does James
the
Brown.
more they end up harming, our consumers.
Guys, we've been hearing it
consumers
off and
need
on
this
all night. The
protection.
managers
And
in the
without
back
it,
room,
even
like this
though
bill is
it was
ongoing
attempted here this evening to say
as they're debating
consumers
it, this
have
bill's
protection
changing.
in
Like
all
behind
these
the
other ways. That is not true. And that is why the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was initiated and founded with the Dodd-Frank reform
They
bill. that
literally
we
admitted
did.
to it earlier.
You're talking about not only the big banks, but you're talking about all of the fraud that goes on in so many different ways, whether you're talking payday loans or rent to buy, all of these ways that the most vulnerable people are undermined and attacked in order to rip them off from the meager funds that often they have. And so the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is very important to all of our constituents, whether they're in urban areas
That's the
or
one that
rural
Trump
areas.
kicked out of the
And for the
or got
rural
kicked out of
areas,
the
sometimes they get
State of the
treated
Union
even
address.
worse with no protection
Was
on
up there
that side
raising his
of the
cane? I
aisle
think so.
who do not consider the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as important. And so everything that's been said here that have identified not only the 21 billion over the 14 years, but the way that people have had somewhere to turn to get these investigations and feel as if the government cares about them.
Thank
It's absolutely true.
Thank you so very
You're
much. And then
welcome.
the last point is I did, as we were talking about federal employees and what
What's
they're
up,
doing with
Adrian?
federal employees in this bill, and the fact that we happen to have
Al
sitting right
Green,
next
thank you,
to
sir.
each other.
Nice bike, by the way.
The oversight concerned about federal employees and the defense, right? House Armed Services, because it is our members of the who serve in the military then go on to
Couldn't even
serve
remember.
in our country in a different way. 30% of our federal employees are veterans.
That serve in
And
the
The idea that we
military?
would not support the amendment that Representative Lynch has brought, that was suggested by my colleague, of let's make sure we protect veterans as well. And, one last question, Ranking Member Smith. Why do you think that so many of our military end up serving America in our federal government?
Because they believe in public service. It's part of why they joined the military in the first place. They believe in service above self. You know, they could do a number of different jobs in a number of different places, but public service appeals to them. I think that's very obvious. It's one of the things I've always loved about
Ooh,
working with the
earned ammo
military.
tax credit.
Is you see
I like.
the ethic that's what it's about. They are trying to serve something larger than themselves, and they want to continue doing that after their service in the military has been completed.
Dude, they're not looking to protect
So,
veterans, and I
many,
think
many
we all
places,
know it.
Quite able.
I think this idea of public service and service, I often say that service is an act of love, whether you're serving in the military, even in this chamber. And the idea that you are going to demonize
It's a nice
and
bike too.
penalize those veterans, those federal
Great
employees
outdoors.
who've already done so much for this country is really shameful. And, you know, I am going to just say that it is now 4:20. And I think it is important that we are on this dais asking the question and taking the time, because this is 1,100 and something page bill. Americans don't know what's in it. And I do
They
think
could have read the bill
that
in
it
this
is
time.
important that we end up going into and bringing light and maybe even sunlight by the time we get through all of these panels. But
Dude,
with
it is
that,
almost light out here.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
Ms.
Oh,
Ledger
she's still awake?
Fernandez. Mr. Norman?
Oh,
Any questions?
oh, I'm starting
No
to become a
questions,
fan.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy?
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a moment and thank all the committee chairs for the countless hours and all the staff and the ranking members on both sides. This was an incredible legislative exercise. They have 11 committees produce this much work and the hundreds and hundreds of hours that have gone into the construction of our reconciliation. So I just want to show my gratitude there. I'd also like to yield a moment to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I just ask unanimous consent to add an article to the record. The title of the article is Clinton Signs Welfare to Work Bill, August 22nd, 1996. And
Without objection.
I would just point out to my colleagues that the same complaints about that piece of legislation came from people on the left, including from the Clinton administration, where he had people actually resign in protest. And the article ends with the statement, welfare and poverty rates both declined during the late 1990s. However, leading some observers to view the legislation's
Clark
success, and
Kent.
certainly the welfare to work signed under.
I thought he was
Clinton
going to
a
add the Short
success, and
Act
we
into the
believe that this
record.
one will be as well. With that, I yield.
Nope.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith?
And I yield back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Langworthy. Thank you.
I don't have any questions of these witnesses.
Thank you very much. Discussion or questions? Our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much. And I also want to add my thanks to the staff.
Panel's
I appreciate
dismissed.
Mr. Langworthy bringing that up. We can't do our jobs without our staff, and I appreciate all of them being here too.
I am starting to like this chairman now, though, to be honest.
Save it for me, though.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to see like the updated amendments in real time this hour. Let me see what I can find here. I literally heard no debate or questions on the HPA or the Short Act tonight. The hearing's not over, guys. They're just dismissing the panel. Man, this isn't looking good now. Well, hey, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the conversation tonight. I've tried to make this as fun as I could. The committee hearing's not over yet. Just the panel. Waters has to change her depends. Yeah, get Al Green out of there. I hear you. We appreciate all you do. Well, thanks, man. You're welcome. I was doing show and tell earlier. You know, I mean, what are you going to do? Let's see. This isn't over yet. I agree, internet person. It's cool to see there's other people writing it out to see in real time. Well, thanks for the kind words, guys. Dude, that would be sweet if Ron Paul came in the room. Well, thanks, man. You're welcome, DLD. That was fun, man. Mr. C with a super chat. Mike C. I'm sorry. Mike C. Starts with an M with a super chat. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, man. Oh, yeah. Are they convening a new panel? Hopefully this is the Second Amendment panel, please. I want to cry. Somebody in the chat said they have a new panel. No, no more panel. No more panel. Just.
I now welcome our second panel,
Ugh.
Chairman Green and Representative Thompson from the Committee on Homeland Security.
Representative
Chairman Jordan
Thompson.
and Representative Raskin from
Jamie
the Committee on
Thompson.
the
Oh, she's a
Judiciary.
pretty good rep.
Chairman Westerman and Representative Huffman from the Committee on Natural Resources.
Wait a minute.
And Chairman Graves and Representative Larson from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Green, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm pleased to be here with you this morning. From day one of their administration, former President Biden and Vice President Harris systematically and intentionally dismantled America's border security and gutted interior immigration enforcement, sending a clear message to the world that our borders were wide open. The consequences were staggering. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 13 million encounters of inadmissible aliens and gotaways, not counting the unknown gotaways. That number 4 times what happened in the first Trump administration. Border Patrol agents were overwhelmed and demoralized, and they were tasked to process and release tens of thousands of illegal immigrants every month. Apprehensions of individuals on the terrorist watch list illegally crossing the southwest border spiked from 11 during the 4 years of the Trump administration to 385 between FY 21 and 24. Illicit narcotics, especially fentanyl, surged across the southwest border, contributing to a national overdose crisis. ICE agents were effectively prevented from doing their jobs, and deportations plummeted to historic lows. But the tide has turned. President Trump was decisively elected, in large part because he promised to fix the self-inflicted crisis created by the prior administration. Now Border Patrol agents have returned to the front lines, empowered to enforce the law. Scores of criminal aliens are being detained and deported, and law and order is finally returning to our communities. The numbers make it clear. President Trump's approach to actually enforcing our laws works.
Beautiful bill.
Apprehensions at our borders have plummeted to never-before-seen levels. For example, monthly encounters at the southwest border dropped over 97% from a record high of over 301,000 in December of 23 to less than 8,400 in April of this year. The Trump administration is keeping its promises, and now we in Congress need to keep ours. Just like the president, every Republican ran on securing our border and enforcing our laws. If we fail to provide the necessary funding to the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border and restore law and order, we will show ourselves to be unworthy of the trust placed in us. Every budget recommendation that my committee advanced for inclusion in this bill is critical to maintaining the momentum that we have achieved so far. First, Title 6 of this bill provides over $46 billion to finish construction of a strategically placed border barrier system. This system includes not only just steel and concrete bollards, but a full suite of technology and infrastructure such as lights, sensors, cameras, and access roads, giving agents the tools they need to secure the border and do their job safely and effectively. 90% of Border Patrol agents agree that a strategically based border wall system is a key part of their toolkit. Who are we to, as politicians, sitting in our air-conditioned offices to deny them this invaluable resource they say they need? Our reconciliation package also provides $5 billion to improve and modernize customs and border protection checkpoints and facilities. These checkpoints are critical to the border security mission.
Democrat amendment.
Reconciliation funding will also be used to invest in frontline personnel by providing more than $7 billion to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, Customs and Border Protection officers, air and marine agents, support staff, and eligible retired agents and officers. Without immediate and sustained investment in workforce expansion and retention, CBP risks further erosion of both effectiveness and morale, endangering not only border security, but also the well-being of those sworn to protect it. Title VI also invests in cutting-edge technology to help agents and officers interdict illicit contraband and drugs like fentanyl. As cartel tactics evolve, Congress must provide CBP with the cutting-edge technology they need to carry out President Trump's successful border security agenda. Our bill invests over $5 billion in modernizing and enhancing our border security and surveillance technologies, drones, ground sensors, enhanced communication systems, and surveillance towers at and between ports of entry. The bill will also provide $450 million to Operation Stone Garden, a grant program designed to help border states and local communities enhance their own security. Republicans are focused on what actually matters, providing proper funding so that DHS law enforcement can carry out their border security mission, protect our country, and secure the homeland. We have a historic opportunity to make the country we love safer and more secure. Let's keep our promises and get reconciliation done. I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. I normally use this time to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this bill, but this dead of night hearing is one of the most shameful games I've ever seen played on the American public in my nearly 60 years of public service. The Homeland Security title of this scam of a bill was developed without any of the standard oversight and discussion with the Department of Homeland Security that would normally go along with funding numbers so big. The bill recklessly throws an enormous amount of taxpayer money at the border to buy the votes of Republicans who are reluctant to support the massive billionaire tax giveaways and devastating health care cuts that really motivate this piece of legislation. In other words, the Homeland Security title
And
of the
I need
bill
some more cheese
is
for
like
this
putting
one,
lipstick
but I
on a
ate all
pig.
my cheese.
But in many ways, the reality of these 9 pages of legislative text is even worse than that, because it steals
That's
money from the American
1162.
taxpayer and gives it to the Trump administration to decimate DHS and attack the Constitution. President Trump and Secretary Noem are unconstitutionally dismantling DHS and making us less safe in the process. They are firing hundreds of civil servants freezing grants, eliminating the watchdogs who protect Americans, and failing to respond to natural disasters across the country. Several of you have natural disasters ongoing in your district, and you have weekly requests for approval of other natural disasters. Under Trump and Nome, DHS is detaining and deporting American children with cancer, punishing students for engaging in protected First Amendment activity, and denying the due process to individuals, including those in the country legally. When the Trump administration spends its resources harassing, rounding up, and deporting American citizens, legal permanent residents, and international students in the name of border security, it is ignoring real threats
Yeah, that's
from
the Senate
terrorism,
bill. 1162,
domestic violence, extremism, and gun violence. Just last weekend, a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California,
Talking about gun
was
violence.
bombed in a domestic terrorist attack. Domestic violent extremism represents one of the biggest threats to the homeland, and this bill doesn't spend a dime on it.
He's talking
It does,
about gun
however,
control.
spend $46.5 billion on Trump's failed border wall, which
Short Act
I may remind this committee,
HR
Trump
2395.
originally said Mexico would pay for it. That amount for the failed border wall is 10 times what the bill spends on Customs and Border Protection personnel,
Protection Act is
and it
HR
nearly doubles
404.
what the Armed Services title of the bill dedicates to the technology complex,
In the House.
so-called Golden Dome Domestic Missile Defense Program. If the Trump administration's cruel policies alone have been as successful as Secretary Nome and Chairman Green like to claim, why are billions and billions of additional funds
That's what I was talking about. As
necessary
far
at
as I
all?
know,
We got some insight into that
the real
question
version, the
last week
full version of the
when
Hearing
Secretary
Protection Act
Nome
is not in
took a
the
break from her
one big
costume
beautiful
changes
bill or whatever
and
it's
photo
called.
ops to ask the Appropriation Committee for a
Has it
new
changed in the
$50
middle of the
million
night? I hope
private
so.
jet. See, Rolexes are not enough for our made-for-TV Secretary of Homeland Security. She needs a new Gulfstream 5 too.
These people
Never
are so
mind that the
dumb. All
Coast
these
Guard
Congress
has
critters.
much older equipment in service they use daily for life-saving missions. Those aircrafts should be replaced first. This reconciliation package allows the Homeland Security Department to create a slush fund that enables the worst excesses of this administration, like private jets for the secretary
Amen
and
to that.
securing the president's multi-million-dollar golfing vacation at his branded properties. This bill may be big, but it's far from beautiful. In fact, it's beyond irresponsible. Earlier, I described Homeland Security portion of this bill as putting lipstick on a pig. I come from an agricultural district as well as a part of the country. So let me use another farming analogy to wrap up. We may be here in the dead of night, but you do not need the light of day to smell manure. The American people are not going to be fooled by any middle of the night manure slinging here. As my dear friend, Congresswoman Dina Titus once said in a Homeland Security Committee markup, you can't shovel shit and call it sugar. The American people are constituents, and they won't make mistakes what is being shoveled in this room tonight because it stinks to high heaven. I yield back.
Thank
I
you,
don't believe
Representative
anything he said at
Thompson.
all.
Representative Jordan.
Thank
you're
you,
recognized.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee, thank you for a chance to speak today. 4 years and 4 months ago yesterday, the Biden administration made three decisions that led to the situation we saw unfold over their administration. They decided on day one, intentionally, deliberately, in a premeditated fashion, they said, no longer will we have remain in Mexico policy, no longer will we build the wall, and when illegal migrant gets here, they will not be detained, they will be released. And as a result of those three decisions, 8 million individuals came into our country in the course of the Biden administration. This legislation that we put together, working closely with Chairman Green and his committee, we think will help alleviate and correct the situation that they deliberately, intentionally allowed to happen back 4 years ago. I won't read through mine. I will just say this. I think we focused on sort of three things. First of all, I'm proud of our committee's work in that the Budget Committee tasked us to spend $110 billion.
All you guys that are new to the channel, welcome. Good to
Instead,
have
we
you.
wound up spending, allocating resources of about $80 million, billion over that time frame. And we
All the
initially weren't
regulars,
tasked
good to
with
see you too.
raising any revenue, but we did in our bill with $66 billion in revenue raised. So we netted out at a much better position than what we were initially allocated to do, or instructed to do, I should say, by the Budget Committee. The resources we have in this bill, in short, will allow for 10,000 new ICE agents, 100,000 new detention beds, and the resources for the repatriation of 1 million migrants over the course of the Trump administration. And finally, I would say we adopted a principle with the revenue, which said instead of the American taxpayer footing the bill for migrants and aliens who come to our country, we think there should be fees on those individuals to help deal with the processing and the security of our border. So a simple, kind of a fundamental change in thinking, I think that we adopted at the Judiciary Committee. Let's have the individual applying for the visa, the person who wants to come and enter the greatest country in history. We think they should pay the cost for the processing and for the security of our border. And that's why we were able to raise the revenue that we did in the legislation. And with that, I would yield back and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. Representative Raskin, you're recognized.
Jamie Raskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McGovern, distinguished members of the committee. In the House Judiciary Committee, which is supposed to protect the civil liberties and the civil rights of the people, House Republicans want to hand Donald Trump a blank check to keep violating the Constitution, supporting criminals like the 1,600 insurrectionists and rioters he pardoned, and trampling the rights of the American people. In the first 120 days, we've seen federal courts all over the land issue an astounding 155 preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders against the—
Hey man, we're just watching the process, you know. I can't
onslaught
control what they're
of
doing.
lawless executive orders and executive actions. That's more orders than have been issued against all other presidential administrations in the same period in American history.
I wanted this stream to end 3 hours ago, guys.
All of them, but we obviously don't have the time.
What?
But you know, last
Good to
week,
hang
the
out with
Supreme
y'all.
Court,
I mean,
heard oral argument on President Trump's first executive order purporting to nullify birthright citizenship in America. That's been struck down by
new
four
panel,
different
Mateo.
district court judges.
New
An
panel.
Obama judge, a Biden judge, a Reagan judge, and a Bush judge. And the Reagan judge wrote the most blistering opinion of all. He said that of his 4 decades on the bench, this was the easiest case he'd ever seen because it was such a blatantly unconstitutional executive order. It collides with the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. You just have to know how to read. And so all of these courts across the land, Republican judges, Democratic judges, appeals court judges, district judges,
January
are
6th.
striking down the lawlessness of Donald Trump and his emerging gangster state. They disappear people to the torture gulag of the self-proclaimed dictator of El Salvador with no due process. They sack tens of thousands of professional civil service workers, air traffic controllers, food and drug inspectors.
I'm gonna try to hang out a little
cancer
longer,
researchers,
guys. I'm starting to
Forest
like
Service
see double.
firefighters with no due process in outrageous violation of the civil service laws. They strip college students of their student visas for writing op-eds in the campus newspaper that the president disagrees with in direct violation of due process and the First Amendment.
Can most of
They
these Congress
lawlessly
crews
revoke
look alike, or
extraordinary
am I just seeing
wartime
double
powers
right now?
from 1798 to deport people in peacetime without any due process, and they lose in court every single day. It's been 120 days, and they've already suffered
Oh,
155 losses in court. Nothing's ever been seen like this before in American history. Administration says, well, it's just focusing on the worst of the worst. No, that's not who they're targeting. They're arresting judges. They're arresting members of Congress now.
No
One of our
problem,
colleagues
Carbon
is gonna be
Spider.
arraigned later today in a completely fraudulent prosecution by the new U.S. attorney in
What?
New Jersey. They're deporting children with cancer who are U.S. citizens. They're rounding up law-abiding
guy's
members of
nuts.
our communities, parents
Thank you,
and
Carson
wives of
Phillips.
American spouses
Welcome
who
to the
pose
channel.
no threat at all to public safety. They're sending masked agents with no identification to snatch students out of the neighborhoods, hauling them away in
Before I
unmarked
leave, I'll
cars,
give you guys a
and
link
sending
to
them
keep
to
watching it.
detention centers in other parts of the country. And they're
But there's
making
no
serious
chat
mistakes
over on
every
the other
day,
one.
just as they admitted it was, quote, an administrative error to put Mr. Abreu Garcia on an airplane to a torture dungeon in El Salvador with no due process at all.
We talking
The
about that
president is
Maryland
threatening
man again?
media entities and shaking them down for private settlements in bogus lawsuits. He's threatening law firms and shaking them down for free pro bono hours. He's threatening colleges and universities. They've jettisoned the rule of law as we know it, and they don't seem to mind having the most judicially invalidated policies of any administration in history. So this bill is just a blank check for more chaos. It hands more than $80 billion in new money to the administration to do more of what we've already seen.
Hello,
And
Huntington.
they
and stuff.
rejected every single amendment we brought to say that they should not be deporting U.S. citizens. Our colleagues didn't speak against it, but they voted against it. We said nobody should be deported from the country without due process.
I
to
can just
follow
leave it
the
running.
Supreme
The
Court's
edit
9-0
don't know how I
decision.
would stop it.
Colleagues didn't speak against it, but they all voted against it. And they want to give really extraordinary unseen amounts of money to ICE. There's a line item in there without any further explanation for $858 million in bonuses for ICE employees. That comes to $42,000 for each ICE employee. Nobody could explain how that's going to be passed out. We had other witnesses come in and say they've never seen a bonus of more than $1,500 or $2,000. $858 million. Meantime, we discover, Madam Chair, that one DOGE employee countermanded all the work of the
You're
House of
right, dude. It's not
Representatives,
even middle of the
the US
night
Senate,
anymore. It's
the
morning
President of the United
now.
States, and the Department of Justice, which set up grants to go to local police departments across the country and victim assistance organizations. The money was appropriated, it was programmed, it was awarded to local police departments across America and other organizations. And one DOGE employee sent an email saying, get rid of all of it. And they did. And our colleagues refused to restore that money. And the same amount of money they want to put into
I'm not done yet,
bonuses
guys. I'm
for
just
ICE
saying this is
employees
getting
to
stupid.
get $42,000. They're literally defunding the police. DOGE is defunding the police, and our colleagues are going along with that. And so the Republican Party is now defunding the police across America. So we would urge you to accept our amendment,
Looks like a rat.
restoring that money that was deleted by one DOGE employee who spent his entire career working for Elon Musk and at Tesla, came here without knowing anything about
That's right,
Congress
Dwight
or how
Campbell.
government works, and he deleted all of that money going to
Good point.
local departments. So this bill is a monstrosity, and it just further swells a bloated
He's going to be real pissed
immigration
when the
bureaucracy.
HPA comes up.
And nobody can even really say where the money's going, and we're not dealing with the real justice problems in America. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Chairman Westerman, you're recognized.
Chairman Fox,
Cheers,
Ranking
sir.
Member McGovern, and members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the House Committee on Natural Resources Reconciliation title, which far exceeds our committee's instructions by kickstarting a golden age of American energy and wisely stewarding our natural resources. Madam Chair, there's been an attack on American energy that goes back to the Biden administration, where political science versus real science has ruled the day. And Washington's been playing games with our energy security, with our energy production here at home. And we're in
this is
a
the
tough
crew that
position
slept
right
all
now
night.
because of the increased demand
They are
for
gonna
energy resources.
filibuster us.
But thank goodness, Republicans, President Trump has made energy dominance a priority of the Republican Party, and that's outlined in
Dude, Live Life's
the
been in here since the very
the
beginning.
House Committee on Natural Resources part of the reconciliation bill. And according to preliminary estimates provided by the Congressional Budget Office, our committee will generate over $20 billion in savings and new revenue for the federal government by putting
the wealth of our natural resources to work and doing that cleanly, safely, responsibly, and reining in wasteful spending. But that's really only part of the story, because we've received outside scoring from the Energy Policy Research Foundation that projects that our title will generate as much as $91.5 billion of new savings and revenue. You see, the CBO only scores development of natural resources based on things like royalty rates
these
that
guys
come
took
into the
a
federal
nap.
government. They ignore the economic impact that you get when you develop resources. They ignore that if you drill a new well platform, it takes a tremendous amount of supply chain to build that. They ignore the fact that it's going to employ people. They ignore the fact that for 50 years, the tax revenue to the federal government has been about 17.5% of the GDP. So if you grow the economy, you're also growing the revenue coming in to the federal government. But again, we had a $1 billion instruction, and we're 20 times that. Another example, an economic study by the Energy and Industrial Advisory Partners examined the impact of holding just 2 offshore oil and natural gas lease sales in the Gulf of America per year and semi-annual lease sales in Alaska's Cook Inlet. This is a plan that's similar to provisions included in our legislation. They project that these sales alone would increase revenue by $230 million annually, boost our GDP by $1.3 billion each year, and create nearly 16,000 jobs. That's the
We've
kind of
only got
economic growth
214
that our
thumbs up,
country needs.
guys.
And at the
There's like
same
that
time,
many
we can
people
become
watching right
energy
now. We've been
dominant
going
while we're
5
doing that.
hours.
We've worked
Don't
very
forget to hit
closely
the
with our
thumbs up.
dais, with fellow members of Congress, state and local leaders, stakeholders, and our colleagues in the Senate to create a new revenue and savings for the federal government by answering the call to unleash American energy dominance. And as we know, global demand for affordable, reliable energy is rising at an exponential rate. This presents a fiscal opportunity for the United States to generate immense wealth
Anyone
for
that
our
didn't give a
nation
thumbs up
by
on the
being an
stream is
energy
a Maxine
provider to the
Waters
world.
fan. All right.
President Trump has made it clear that America will rise to meet the occasion, and we're happy to help support those efforts with
I'll be
our
right back,
language
guys.
in the
I'll be back in like
reconciliation
5
bill.
minutes.
As I mentioned, demand for energy resources is increasing exponentially, and we can develop our own energy and our mineral resources right here at home. Our country has been blessed with abundant resources, but we have this not
gotta
in
go
my
water the
backyard
weeds
mentality
outside, even though
that's
it's
hurting the
bad
American
dogs.
economy, it's hurting the federal budget, and it's hurting, maybe more importantly, our national security. This just isn't an issue of economic growth and prosperity, but it's also critical to our national security. Our committee's legislation creates new revenue sources for the federal government. It establishes a process for project sponsors to pay a significant fee to ensure delivery of environmental reviews in under a year and guards themselves against frivolous lawsuits. In addition to raising nearly $1 billion in new revenue for the federal government, it will restore common sense to federal permitting processes that often lag for years, costing taxpayers billions of dollars, delaying much needed development and innovation, and doing absolutely nothing for the environment. These processes actually hurt the environment by delaying these projects and making the world depend on energy from places like the Middle East and Russia and Venezuela. Additionally, we're investing $2.5 billion in water storage and conveyance infrastructure projects across the West. We've directed the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management to utilize long-term timber sale contracts. CBO has estimated our forestry provisions would generate more than $157 million, but that's just a fraction of the economic benefit that will happen if we start utilizing our resources, because we're going to have to build mills and infrastructure. There's going to take workers to do these jobs that are high-paying jobs in rural areas. And again, we're going to get that economic impact of growth and development from developing our resources. There's a lot more to talk about. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, but I urge the committee to report an appropriate rule so that our reconciliation legislation may be considered in the House. Thank you. I look forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Representative Huffman, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, colleagues. Appreciate this opportunity to testify here at 5 a.m. on the big billionaire boondoggle bill. We know that it rips off millions of Americans by taking away vital services in order to finance billionaire tax cuts. But there's another part of this bill that we need to discuss, and that is the fact that it is the most extreme anti-environment bill in American history. Powerful groups that underwrite the GOP have decided that now is the moment to strike, to auction
So thanks
off
for the thumbs up.
millions of acres of pristine public lands to industry, to mandate a massive expansion of offshore drilling, putting communities from Alaska to Florida at risk of catastrophic oil spills, to lock up millions of acres
10 watches
for new
most of the
coal
night.
leasing, to make it impossible to challenge or even question
I think there was more
unlawful
than 10 people
polluting
in here, wasn't
projects,
there?
and to give wealthy developers a new golden age of grift, apparently. A pay-to-play permitting process where they can write their own environmental reviews and buy legal immunity from lawsuits, even if their projects are dangerous and violate the law. And of course, at the tail end of that late night markup,
Look at all these
a little
nice
bit of a pattern
motorcycles
here in the
today,
Natural
guys.
Resources Committee.
In the
A
viewers
provision was
cemetery.
added to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of land in Nevada and Utah. Most Americans hate all of this. They cherish our public lands. They value clean air, clean water, and wildlife, and they reject billionaire giveaways. That's why
Dude, the Delta's
Republicans
smelt.
have had to jam all of this stuff into budget
Dude, that
reconciliation.
smelt
That's
is
why
way
we're
more
here
important than the
in the
hearing
dark
tonight.
of night. Republicans are doing everything they can to avoid scrutiny, to avoid even talking about what's actually in this legislation.
Save the smell.
This dark of night
smell.
approach is the only way that these extreme and toxic policies can pass. But Americans are going to see this for what it is, and that is a betrayal.
Dude, that
We all
smells
remember
good.
Donald Trump promising to deliver the cleanest air and water. And where Republicans say things like that and then jam through a bill like this, Americans rightfully feel betrayed. It's the same with Trump's promises to lower costs, grow the economy, protect Medicaid. I mean, he must have
I
had
don't
his
see the full
fingers
HPA
crossed
in the
because
bill
he's
yet,
crashing the economy, driving up costs for American families, and pushing House Republicans to jam through this
They've been
bill
talking
that
about
makes all of it
in the back
worse.
room all
Across
night.
multiple committees, this bill doubles down on dirty fossil fuels of the past and crushes the growing clean energy economy of the future, increasing electricity costs for families and factories. The CEO of Next Era Energy Company, John Ketchum, recently said this: if you take renewables and storage off the table, as this bill does, we're going to force electricity
DeVries
prices
is back.
to
What's
the
up,
moon,
Hillary?
to the moon,
Good night,
his
sleep.
words. You know, when Trump promised a mission to the moon,
Oh,
that was supposed to be
Hillary,
astronauts,
please.
not your electricity bill.
How you doing?
The natural resource title of this bill, which we call the Environmental Liquidation for Billionaires Act, is a massive betrayal of anyone who values clean air and water, wildlife, outdoor recreation, pristine public lands, sacred tribal sites, or anyone who wants affordable electric bills. That's why my Democratic colleagues and I have been sounding the alarm, because this is much more than just bad policy. It's a seismic shift in who our government is even working for.
Brother
This bill
Jazz,
gives away billions in subsidies, new subsidies, to the coal industry, corporate irrigators, and to big oil. And at the same time, it rescinds billions from programs that actually serve our communities, like funding for our national
Yeah,
parks,
what's up, man?
coastal restoration, and healthy fisheries for coastal
Dude, this is
communities.
actually live.
Now, when Democrats offered amendments to protect tribal sovereignty, to hold polluters accountable, to ensure fair returns for taxpayers, Republicans rejected every single one. And then they slipped in that late night provision
Dude,
at
we're all
midnight of our
zombies right
markup
now.
to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands in Nevada and Utah without maps, without notice, without any explanation. Only after the markup did we learn from media reports that this bill is a thinly veiled and corrupt water grab. The through line across these provisions is clear. Prioritize short-term profits for billionaires and corporate polluters over clean air, clean water, and a livable planet for everyone else. We've seen this playbook before. Cut taxes for the rich, gut public services and protections, hope no one notices until it's too late. But Madam Chair, people are paying attention, even now at 5 a.m. They see a Republican majority that won't defend this bill in the light of day and won't explain why polluters deserve a free pass while families lose health care and food assistance and get stuck with higher electric bills. And the American people are going to see Democrats continue speaking out and standing firm on the idea that public lands belong to the public, not to big oil,
What's up,
not to
man?
foreign mining companies, not to billionaires or corporate polluters. I urge this committee to reject and strike this title. It doesn't serve the American people. It serves the people who already take too much and want even more. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Huffman. Chairman Graves, you're recognized.
Thanks, Chairman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. So the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee produced recommendations to meet our instructions by combining critical investments in border security, our national defense, and needed modernization of air traffic control with cuts to wasteful spending and some other deficit-reducing measures. For more than 20 years, the Coast Guard, for instance, has received less than half of the capital investment necessary to successfully carry out its critical missions. To support the Coast Guard, we've provided more than $21 billion to recapitalize Coast Guard assets, including the acquisition of cutters, aircraft, icebreakers, while it also funds the construction of facilities needed to support their new assets. With more than half of the total funding going towards maritime assets, we're also aligning with the President's recent executive order to strengthen America's shipbuilding capabilities. Additionally, following the tragic aviation accidents in recent months, this committee has heard directly from stakeholders and the administration about the need to improve the safety and reliability of our nation's aviation system. The FAA faces some serious operational and financial challenges due to its aging infrastructure and workforce shortages. In response, the committee provides a $12.5 billion down payment for the air traffic control modernization efforts. This down payment allows the administration to immediately begin replacing critical communications infrastructure, radar systems, and also invest in runway safety and airport surveillance, surface surveillance projects. It also replaces air traffic control towers and TRACONs and funds our air traffic controller recruitment, retention, and training issues. Finally, we address the chronic highway trust fund shortfall in a meaningful way for the first time in more than 30 years. The Congressional Budget Office projects $142 billion cumulative shortfall in the Highway Trust Fund over the 5-year period following the expiration of the current
Pretty soon I'm
authorization.
going to go start cutting
Put
my
simply,
lawn.
the system for funding our federal
Listen to
surface
my own
transportation
phone, cut
programs
lawns.
is broken. And our recommendation is to implement a $250 annual fee on electric vehicles and a $100 annual fee on hybrid vehicles and deposit all of those collections in the Highway Trust Fund. For too long, EVs operated on our nation's roads without
I
paying
check your
into
ads
the
for a
system,
living.
which is primarily funded by federal taxes on gasoline and diesel. Plain and simple, this is a fairness issue. And it's time these roadway users directly pay into the system that supports the very highways that they drive on. We all want to invest in the Coast Guard. We all want to rebuild our air traffic control system and finally address the broken Highway Trust Fund. And I believe our recommendations deliver on those objectives. And thank you for the opportunity to testify and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Representative Larson, you are recognized.
Good night, Karsten.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern and members of the committee. Chair Graves and I appear today with conflicting views on the T&I committee title, a departure from our regular work on the committee and our preference of working together. And Democrats stand ready to advance bipartisan solutions to support the Coast Guard.
Yeah, right.
To improve our air traffic control system and to shore up investments in surface transportation. But Republican leadership has not gathered us here in the middle of the night to invest in job-creating infrastructure. This morning is about jamming through a
Is that
fiscally
MC Hammer in
reckless
the
package
background?
that provides a gut punch to working families.
He's usually covered up,
This
but
bill
he,
makes the largest cuts to healthcare access and food assistance in American history, ripping away healthcare from 13 million Americans and taking
I thought
food
I saw
assistance
MC
away from
Hammer
millions
for
of
a minute.
families, not to reduce the deficit, but to hand out tax breaks to billionaires. Democrats
See right
support
there with the flat
job-creating
top?
infrastructure investments. We use the gavel to enact historic levels of funding for all means of travel, to promote clean energy, to support supply chain improvements, to modernize water infrastructure, and to build and connect stronger, healthier communities. Democrats want to keep these investments going.
Well, that's MC
And
Hammer
I'm deeply
back there.
concerned that the Republican budget will cut our committee off at the
This
knees
is
as we're
good.
trying to address bipartisan priorities for the rest of this Congress. Next September, the T&I committee has to reckon with $200 billion in investments that will end, including $66 billion to improve and expand rail service and improve rail safety, $47 billion to fix or replace aging and deficient bridges, $25 billion to upgrade airports and control towers, $21 billion to give more people access to safe, affordable transit, $13 billion
He
for
said
clean
the two
water in
legit
more
to quit.
communities, and $2 billion to boost the supply chain through safer and more efficient ports.
All right, stop.
The budget resolution that underlines the reconciliation bill does not continue these investments beyond fiscal year 2026. In addition, the Highway Trust Fund faces a shortfall of over $140 billion over the next 5 years that Congress will have to address. Communities in every state and county rely on these investments that the T&I committee provides through the bill. Unfortunately, this budget resolution provides little comfort that job-creating and infrastructure investments will later materialize.
We've got a
for
TNA truck
transportation,
stop
for
down
water
the road.
infrastructure, or disaster preparedness and response. The investments the T&I committee
Sure makes a
provided
lot.
keep people safe in the skies, on the roads and bridges, and when traveling by bus, boat, or train. We
Oh,
can't afford to skimp
man.
on or to delay safety. The funding for air traffic control that the committee provided in this reconciliation bill is only a down payment on a much more expensive and urgent problem that we have to address. And it's been well documented by the committee and by multiple aviation safety experts that our current ATC infrastructure is becoming unsustainable. In the wake of the
Isn't this the same
one
guy
of the
that was
deadliest aviation
testifying 4
accidents of the
hours
last
ago?
20 years, and with the rise in near misses at airports across the country, increased investment in
These
our air
all
traffic
look
control
alike.
system is needed. And similarly, the Coast Guard badly needs fleet modernization and funding for new icebreakers, shoreside infrastructure, and aircraft. And the funding for this for the Coast Guard in this bill is a welcome and a bipartisan priority. But we also have to meet the needs of the members of the service. Where is the funding for Coastie's healthcare, including mental health, for Coast Guard housing, for childcare? Coast Guard cutters and aircraft do not operate by themselves. And we can't forget the needs of the women and men who serve in our
They
Coast
haven't
Guard.
even introduced any
The
amendments.
T&I
yet, have
portions
they?
also contain substantial funding cuts to Inflation Reduction Act investments, cuts that are unnecessary to comply with Senate reconciliation instructions. Targeting these locally selected projects for rescission is a direct attack on communities we represent. In particular, the rescission of neighborhood access grants claws back 80 grants that have
Dude, they
already
put
been
tape
awarded
over
to
Brian
many of our
Malinowski's
districts,
home
including
camera.
41 Republican-held districts. Chair Fox, Representative Norman, Representative Scott, Representative Scanlon, grants in each of your districts are up for rescission. Constituents in many of our districts have spent time and resources applying for these grants, and they're relying on the announced funds in their budgets. This unnecessary clawback after communities have secured grants makes no sense. Finally, I want to commend Chair Graves for firing the opening salvo and addressing the revenue gap in the highway.
This is a good struggle session,
The
I guess.
legislation establishes fees on EVs
Shows
of
us what
250 per
country
year
we
and
live
hybrids of
in.
100 per year. Fees that are frankly out of proportion with what the average gas-powered vehicle pays, about $90 a year. But these new fees represent a marked change in how we tax highway users and deserve a full vetting by members on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol by governors.
FFA, you talking about future farmers of America?
And to date, the reconciliation process hasn't offered that needed debate. The surface transportation reauthorization that's due next year is important, and finding the funding to pass that bill is a major priority. The lack of parity among types of vehicles and the proposed fees and the lack of consensus among members means we have a little more work to do. But I look forward
Yeah,
to
where's
a
the
future
Biden
bill
Vaticaf care
when
amendment?
members of the Rules Committee get to see us work together in this Congress. But this big, ugly bill is not it. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Thanks to all of you for being here this morning. Chairman Green, Democrats spent all of last Congress telling us that we needed a comprehensive immigration package to fix the border. But it simply wasn't the case. After only 5 months in office, President Trump has ended the worst border crisis in history by simply enforcing our current laws and empowering our law enforcement officials to execute their duties. To ensure his successes aren't short-lived, shouldn't we continue to provide sustained resources to invest in our border security infrastructure and personnel.
The FFA
And
going
that's
vote
what the
now.
legislation from your committee delivered, correct? Hard resources.
Yes, Chairwoman, this is pretty much hard resources in addition to, the personnel stuff. We're increasing the number of Border Patrol agents and things like that. So there's some human resources pieces of this, but the vast majority of it is hardware.
So would you agree that the
I'm starting to
Democrats
like
have a
this already
credibility
after all.
problem when assessing the problems at our border? After all, we didn't need a single change in authorizing statutes to make this sampling. We simply needed a president who was willing to enforce the laws on the books.
Yes, ma'am. The excuses that were shared were many, from, increased poverty and the other parts of the world that were driving people to the United States. Those things didn't change at inauguration. What changed was a president willing to enforce the law.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
I don't even know where to begin. It's 5:11 in the morning, and for those who are just tuning in,
He's still awake?
the Rules Committee began meeting on this reconciliation bill at 1 a.m. And you may ask, why do the Republicans want us to meet at 1 a.m. and not 1 p.m.? It's because they don't want anybody to know what the hell's going on here. And let me repeat, as I did in my opening statement, so that people understand the impact of this bill on the American citizens. This bill will throw 14 million people off of health care. 14 million people. It will throw millions and millions.
Yeah, I
and
don't
millions
think
of
we're going to
people
get it,
off the food
DLD. I think they're going to run out the clock.
And those savings, I guess, will be used to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Who does this? Who does this? On what planet does this make sense that you rob from the people with the least and give to the people?
Guys, if we
with
get the
most?
Real
That is
Hearing
the heart and
Protection
soul
Act and or
of
the
this
Short
legislation.
Act,
And as we're learning,
I'm going to look like her for the next stream. I'm going to dye my hair white.
Is not kind to the environment. It is not kind to civil liberties. And there are all other kind of negative things that are associated with this bill that I think most Americans, quite frankly, don't agree with. Yeah, Americans want to get our immigration system under control. Yes, they want to make sure that that there's law and order and
I
things
look like I'm
are
in
safe for
Congress.
everybody in this country. But they care deeply about the Constitution. They
Oh,
care
yes, I
deeply
will.
about due process. They care deeply about the environment.
Yes,
As
I
I'm
will.
listening to the first panel and now the second panel, and I say this,
'Cause this is white hair
with
dye.
all due respect
I'm
to my
being
Republican
serious.
colleagues, but we just don't share the same values.
This is white hair dye.
I think it comes down to that. And let me ask Ranking Member Huffman a question.
Oh, I'm not wearing any
This
eyeliner.
Republican tax
Just the
scam
hair
that falls under the Natural Resources Committee appears to auction off America's public lands to corporations and oil companies to pay for even more
I'm going to
tax
kill
breaks
the
for
ozone
the wealthy
layer
and
by
the well
spraying
connected.
this.
And even though more than 70%
Ruin your business of the parkas.
oppose selling off our nation's public lands to the highest bidder. So my question is, how does this title sell off
vote
and sell out public lands?
Yeah, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. So several ways. First of all, several 100,000 acres in Nevada and Utah are sold outright under a dark of night amendment that Mr. Amade and Ms. Malloy added at the tail end of
They're
our
finally
markup.
talking about
So after
amendments.
weeks of being assured by Republicans that they would not sell off public lands, they turned around and are now selling off public lands, much to the dismay of some of their own colleagues, including Mr. Zinke in Montana. But then the even
Orlando
bigger
likes butter.
giveaway is in the
rid of
form
the
of
Indians, kept
auctioning
the land.
off vast areas, millions and millions of acres of public lands, including pristine areas, the Arctic Wildlife Refuge, and mandatory offshore leases covering
Dude, I don't
millions
know
and
how
millions
much is
of
left.
acres in the ocean. They're doing all of that while
They're
lowering
talking about that
royalties
smelt again.
for big oil and for big coal. They are offering up an area the size of Connecticut that they propose for new coal
yeah,
mining.
they're more worried about that
And
smelt
also
too, eh?
opening up areas very sensitive in the Boundary Waters.
Oh, man.
Watershed, the most visited wilderness area in the United States for a particularly toxic form of new mining.
So the House Natural Resources Committee was instructed to raise money to help offset the tax scam, but the committee's provisions also spend significantly. Can
All
you
right,
tell us a
guys, your
little bit more about
congressman's
the big
offices
oil
are
giveaways
opening
in
up.
this
We'll be
bill?
calling our congressman
Absolutely.
again.
Well, in addition to giving big oil all these vast areas, far more than they could ever need or want in places like the Cook Inlet in Alaska, massive mandatory offshore leases in the Gulf of Mexico, even though 80% of existing leases are sitting there idle and are not even being developed. It's just more being offered up to big oil while lowering royalties and giving the secretary the authority to go to non-competitive leasing if the market doesn't yield enough interest, which it won't in many of these cases. And then additional discretion where the secretary can
One
lower
big,
royalties
beautiful
even
bill,
further,
Act.
practically giving away these public resources.
And so what provision
Amendments.
of this bill will allow
Dude, it
companies
takes like an
or
hour to
polluting
scroll through all
projects
these
to buy their
amendments.
way out of judicial review of their environmental review documents? So what could this mean for communities impacted by these projects?
It means they have no voice whatsoever in projects that could have terrible impacts on their public health and their environment. All a developer has to do is pay 125% of the estimated cost of
What's
the
this?
NEPA
Representative
review.
Cloud
And they are guaranteed
of
a fast
Texas.
turnaround on their approval and then completely insulated from all judicial review. None whatsoever.
So, I mean, I think this is an example, like, I think I think an overwhelming majority of Democrats and independents, and I even think probably a majority of Republicans in this country,
Hold on, guys.
probably not think that what we just talked about was a good idea. Which kind of explains why you want to have this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning, so that people are not paying attention to those kinds of details. Let me talk about Homeland Security. You know, as President Trump and Secretary Noem obliterate due process by locking up immigrants without providing a reason, depriving detainees of legal counsel, and deporting U.S. citizens, Republicans are pumping money into DHS with blatant disregard for the administration's desecration of our most sacred democratic values. This bill does nothing to lower costs for American families. In fact, it does the opposite. Republicans take this disastrous plan further by paying to deport kids with cancer through health care cuts to other kids with cancer. So Homeland Security is one of the few committees given instructions to increase
They've not
spending.
mentioned it yet.
And
Hold on
the
one
committee
second,
ran
guys.
with-
I
the
have
committee
something
ran
here
with
you might want to
appropriating
hear, though.
$69 billion in new spending. All this, including.
Hey, hold on.
$300
I'm just
million
going to mute
pay
this guy just for a second because I do want to read this. H.R. 1, Amendment number 487, Representative Cloud of Texas. Remove suppressors from the National Firearms Act, NFA, and Gun Control Act, GCA, treating them as standard firearm accessories. Prohibit states from imposing taxes or registration requirements on suppressors. Ends the $200 transfer tax and streamlines the acquisition process for law-abiding Americans and permits active and retired law enforcement to carry concealed suppressors. All right, I'm going to turn these critters back on and see if I can find the full text because that kind of sounds great, but there's a couple of major things wrong with that too. First of all, if the actual verbiage is suppressors, that won't do anything. You won't see the word suppressor in the NFA or GCA. That's a terminology most gun people use, but they're actually legally called silencers. Okay? You guys know what I'm saying? Like, you have to remove silencers. Words matter. Silencers are
other states right now have
regulated by the
disaster
NFA
declaration
and
requests
GCA.
pending before the
Not the
president.
word suppressor. So
Some of them are almost 2
this
months.
was from the official government website.
I've never seen it take so long
Rules.house.gov.
for disaster declarations to be approved. Well,
That sounds great,
we
but
had
it
the
got chills down my
secretary
spine
before us,
because
and
it
her
literally says the
testimony
word
is
remove
that we need to
suppressors.
get rid of it.
That
I asked her,
doesn't do
okay,
anything.
what's the plan? Well, we're working on it.
Tell me if I'm wrong,
Well, you
guys.
want to get rid of it?
Think
Surely
anything
you
called
pull some people
suppressor
together
on the NFA.
and talk about it. Well, we've set up a council. How many times have they met? We haven't met. So clearly, we are being told certain things, but in action, it's not there.
Yeah, I hope it's just a
In
summary that's like that.
support of what I'm saying, we offered certain amendments, over 30 amendments during our section of the bill.
Representative Cloud
single
is a good one.
Republican
Been a good 2A
uh,
defender for quite a
voted
while.
in support of the bill, didn't
Where do I
speak.
get the full
It was
text
just
of this stupid thing?
absolutely against. And let me just tell you some of the thing. We said
Okay.
no funds would be used to deport American citizens. My Republican colleagues voted against that.
But they think it was a radical idea?
Okay.
We said
Here's the
sending American citizens to foreign prisons. They voted against it. Deporting lawful present immigrants without any due process, voted against that. The one that bothers us most is ignoring Supreme Court rulings.
Okay, this is okay. I'm going to read you guys the exact amendment right now. This is amendment number 487 by Representative Cloud of Texas. Amendment to Rules Committee, print 119-3, offered by Mr. Cloud. At the end of Title XI, add the following new section. Section, and then it's blank, blank. A, in general. Section 5845A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking, quote, 7, any silencer, all right, right verbiage at least, and all that follows through, quote, and 8, parentheses, and inserting, and 7. B, effective date, blank. 1, in general. Except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendment made by this section shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. 2. Transfers. In the case of the tax imposed by Section 5811 of such code, the amendment made by this section shall apply with respect to transfers after October 22nd, 2015. That's literally the amendment. And I read you the summary earlier. This is the code that these cryptic people type in. So there you go.
EP personnel. Not only that, the bill gives local police in Trump's hometowns $300 million to provide support so we can spend even more time golfing. So we never stop hearing.
Sorry to fry your brains with that, but that was literally exactly
what border
what
ever
it says.
So now you need billions for this stupid wall? I mean, give me a break.
What's
What
up,
better
Crazy Heathen?
purpose
How you
can
doing, man?
serve by this money instead of a giant wall and time for the president to golf?
Well, clearly, DHS funds should not be.
Linda,
spent for
where's
recreational
Ultra Mega
activities,
Mama Linda? There she is.
Especially activities.
There's my
spent
pretty
with
girl. How you
properties
doing?
You control or own. And
Yeah.
so, again, this is.
She's awake, getting
part
ready
of
to wake baby girl up
creating
for school, making her coffee.
the ability to make money at government expense. And the reason I say that is our Secret Service and other personnel would end up having to stay on the property while you're playing golf. We understand that, but you know, we have a lot of golf
I've been
courses
screaming
if you
this
wanna
all
play
night.
here, and people can go home. So it's not good. More importantly, so
I
much
stayed
of
up
the
all
other
night
thing
just to
we'll
see your
address
pretty face. I hope you have a
is
good day.
we're not providing training for our law enforcement personnel. When you pause a grant, that means you've stopped the money. And so the language is confusing to a
Good night,
lot
Adam.
of
It's so right
cities
here too, man.
and counties in this country because they said we were approved and then we were told we were paused. We were trying to buy a fire truck. Now we can't buy the fire truck. We need it. We need to train our personnel. And so all those efforts have pulled us back and make us less safe as a country. And I go back to the FEMA. You know, natural disasters.
This guy's
don't
he's
put
talking about
off, right?
FEMA?
And so I encourage the the committee.
Think
to
about that
look
thing,
at this
DLD, though, that I
notion
just read, that
that
it
we
would
take
allow
care of Americans in
law
that time
enforcement and
of
retired
distress
law
and
enforcement
danger.
to carry a
Normally, when
concealed
FEMA
so-called
comes,
suppressor.
it's because state and local
Dude, if they're gonna
resources
make them
have been
GCA
overrun.
items,
And
that doesn't even make
for
any
us
sense.
to move
If somebody has a
in a
silencer registered
direction
pursuant
with
to
no
the
plan
NFA right
at this
now,
moment, it's not in the
can't
best
they
interest
conceal it if it's lawful in their
of
state?
any American citizen.
Look, I think all of us have had
I must
natural
be missing
disasters in our
something here.
districts at some point. And I will tell you, I have it had in my district, and FEMA has been extraordinary. And I don't know what we would have done without them. Mr. Raskin, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. But I wasn't aware of this provision. Would you just tell me that number again? Did you say there were $30 million for $300 million
Yeah, $300
for
million.
security for golf trips? For
Basically to help.
I would just say from a judiciary perspective, we've been talking a lot about the foreign government emoluments clause because of the very risky and dangerous idea of accepting.
Oh, you
a
cannot carry an
$400 million
NFA item concealed.
jumbo jet
Okay, I
airplane
didn't
from
know
the
that.
dictator of Qatar, which is categorically forbidden.
Hey,
by
don't
the
take legal advice
Constitution
from me, guys.
without congressional consent. But we also
don't
have a
have
domestic
NFA
emoluments
items.
clause, which says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot draw other money from the federal government, other agencies and departments. And it sounds to me like what you're raising really it implicates the domestic emoluments clause. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars following the president around for him to play golf. And I like the chairman's point here, which is
What's up,
that
Joe Bob?
there's a golf course not far from the White House at Haynes Point.
We're throwing people off their health care. We're taking away people's nutrition assistance. I mean, we
Okay, guys, I'm going to unmute this in 1 second. I see a lot of new people joining the stream that are getting up early in the morning. We are watching the House Rules Committee hearing. This is the last chance, the last-ditch effort for the omnibus bill, the budget bill, right? For that to include the Full Hearing Protection Act and or the Short Act, which would remove silencers from the National Firearms Act, or there's a neutered down version that would keep them on the NFA, just reduce the tax if you buy it from a dealer down to zero. There's also the Short Act, which would deregulate or remove short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns from the National Firearms Act. As of when I started this stream, there was no Short Act, and there was a half-baked version of the Hearing Protection Act. That may be changing, so we're watching.
Hearing a lot of things today and tonight, or whenever we finish up. And one of our colleagues called them misleading statements. They really are. And I want to point out the comment Mr. McGovern just made that we don't share the same values. That is an understatement.
then we agree.
We agree.
Good, okay.
Yeah.
No debate. Good.
We know that national security is the #1 issue for the federal government.
No, the 2A is the
That's
number
what
one
members of
issue.
this
That's
panel are
security.
talking about. And you talked about taking care of Americans in time of disaster. And we don't think that a border wall is stupid. A border wall is necessary to take care of Americans.
I
in
do, but I
terms
also
of
point out that
sec-
Homeland Security is hometown security.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think you guys have lost sight of that, so.
Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions for the panel at this time. I just also want to reiterate to this panel, thank you to all the chairs and the ranking members and for the staff of the committees for all of the hard work that they've put in and the hundreds of hours going into this reconciliation process. This is quite an exercise, and I really want to salute you all for the work. I yield back.
Mr. Langworthy, Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Good to
Thank
see you
you,
guys
Madam Chair.
joining
and
us
Thank you
this
to all our
morning.
ranking members and chairs for getting up so at an ungodly hour of the morning to join us. And thank you again to our C-SPAN folks who are up way too early.
C-SPAN?
The
You
question
mean
I've been
280
asked most since
people?
about 36 hours ago when this hearing was noticed for 1 a.m. is why on earth would anyone try to hold a congressional hearing at 1 o'clock in the
Wasn't
morning?
she
And of course,
wearing
the
a pearl
obvious
necklace
answer is
earlier?
because the bill is so horrible, no, they want to hide it from the public. So just, to do a little bit of, no spoiler alerts or anything, but to catch up from the last episode, the last hearing, we had a little bit of breaking news. Couple CBO letters that came out after 5 o'clock yesterday.
Dude, is that your
One
semi?
Demonstrated quite convincely
Dude, that's a really
that
nice rig
this
if that's
bill
yours,
will
man. Wow.
cause the household incomes of the lowest 10% of the poorest 10% of Americans to decrease, and it will cause the household incomes of the richest 10% of Americans to increase. So it is a wealth transfer. I know our Republican colleagues say that they don't like to transfer wealth between different groups, but apparently if it goes from the poor to the rich, it's okay. The second piece of breaking news is that this bill will violate the pay-go provisions and induce sequestration, which will then lead to a $500 billion reduction in Medicare. Now, we've been raising the alarm for months that
Oh,
this bill was
geez.
going to impact Medicaid, but it's also going to impact Medicare. So I think that's something people have to put in their pipes and smoke. I want to thank all of our many colleagues for being here to do what is the purpose of hearings, to try to make a bill better, to try to expose what is in it. Certainly, there are more of our Democratic colleagues here waiting their turn to testify in amendments than there are of the Republican members of this committee.
Wait a
who
minute.
I guess are taking their naps off
Dude,
camera.
they're going to
for a
talk about
change.
that smelt again.
I want to focus some of the most egregious parts of the judiciary section of this bill. Unlike most of the directions or the reconciliation directions for most of the committees, judiciary decided to add tens of billions of dollars to support this administration's lawless and ultimately counterproductive immigration agenda. So under this White House, we've seen mistaken and illegal deportations. We've seen wrongful arrests, including by masked men in
I'll be back in
unlawful
5
cars.
minutes, guys. Tell
We've
me if
seen
she brings up
outrageous
that stupid
attacks on due
smelt again,
process and
please.
First Amendment rights. And this agenda
I'm more
has
worried
made the
about that
United
smelt in
States
the Second
government
Amendment now.
complicit in the false imprisonment of people in an El Salvador jail that is notorious for human rights violations. Our government is now complicit in this. And it's shameful that the US government is refusing to lift a finger to return these people home to their families, even when the government has admitted that they were sent there by mistake and in violation of a US court order. This White House's lawless immigration agenda has seen people ripped off the streets and detained not for a crime, but for exercising their First Amendment rights. This isn't immigration enforcement, it's calculated cruelty. This isn't keeping our communities safe, it's an un-American attack on the truth, on the First Amendment, on fundamental human rights. It's a campaign of fear and lawlessness being carried out on the American taxpayer's dime, and no one should kid themselves. If you don't support an immigrant's right to due process, then you don't support anyone's right to due process. Because without due process, who's to say if the next person in shackles being loaded on a plane to El Salvador or South Sudan is a citizen or not? To say if they're a gang member or not? To say if they're an actual threat to national security or just a political threat to this White House? So, in addition, we've got buried in this bill a provision that would prevent US courts from being able to enforce their rulings when government officials violate court orders. This bill would prevent the courts from using their most powerful tool to uphold the law, the power to hold government officials in contempt. So, of course, it's being written so that it would apply to pending cases impeding a court's ability to enforce orders against, you guessed it, the Trump administration. And this is important because, as Ranking Member Raskin mentioned, this White House has been sued more than any other administration hundreds of times in just its first few months because it's violated so many laws in such a short time. So basically, our MAGA friends want to create a financial hurdle too steep for most plaintiffs to overcome by putting an enormous price tag
Get
on
them out.
Americans'
Kick
right
them out.
to access justice in our courts in order to challenge these White House power grabs. Federal courts rarely require bond in cases alleging unconstitutional actions by the government, And the decision to impose a security bond is properly within a judge's discretion, depending on the circumstances. This bill would change that. It would kneecap any avenue for the courts or the American people to hold an administration, any administration, accountable for unlawful or unconstitutional actions. Have our colleagues forgotten that we do not elect kings, we elect presidents, and for a limited time period? Have they forgotten that a president, his administration, his allies, including Elon Musk and his Doge brothers, don't have the right to do whatever they want just because congressional Republicans don't have the backbone to stand up and stop them? These efforts to undermine our constitutional order would destroy the very rights and liberties that have made America strong and a beacon to the rest of the world. So this bill doesn't serve my constituents. Mr. Raskin, one of the things that my constituents have been most concerned about, they're horrified that the White House and Department of Justice canceled over $800 million in community grant funding, which we tried to restore, but our Republican colleagues voted no. We saw funding for community violence prevention, crime fighting, support for law enforcement, gun violence prevention. Using that funding, evidence-based programs
I'm
have
hoping this
reduced
Linda
gun
chick
violence
comes
in
back in the
communities
chat.
like mine, Philadelphia,
She's good
by over
looking.
50% in the last couple of years. So can my constituents think that this is
Trying to be
a
professional,
danger
but
to
I'd
public
flirt with her if she came back
safety?
in the.
Can
Yeah.
you
You
comment
guys
on
blame
this?
me?
Well, it's extraordinary
Okay.
that they're wanting to spend tens of billions of dollars on the border wall while they're cutting hundreds of millions of dollars from grants going to local police departments, victim assistance organizations, anti-rape and sexual assault groups that are actually on the ground in all of our communities. Now, this is something where I really thought we could have a bipartisan consensus because nobody knew about it. We all voted to appropriate that money in the House of Representatives.
Lori
The
says it's
Senate
okay.
voted to appropriate that money. It went through the entire legislative process. It was signed into law by the President of the United States.
Hey,
The
Fluffy.
money goes
What's
to the
happening,
Department of
man?
Justice. They program it in their Office of Justice programs, and then the various police departments around the country and local groups apply for the money. And there were 365 grants that were actually awarded. They were planning on it. A lot of them started to spend money that hadn't even come in yet from other sources. And this one Doge employee, we've got the guy's name, we found out who it was, sent an email, and he just went down a list of them and said, get
Yo,
rid
Bob,
of
this
all
is
of
being
these
run by the
grants. So I
managers.
said to our
They
colleagues,
informed us that
you
early
didn't know
on.
about this, we didn't know about this. It doesn't have to be a partisan thing, but that's not how our system.
Real quick, guys, for a lot of you just joining, this was made very clear for all of us that have been watching for 6 hours now. The managers are in the back room. I'm not joking. Couldn't even make this up if I tried. The managers are the ones actually dictating all this. So just think about that for a minute. Whoever the managers are.
Our distinguished chairwoman, Ms. Fox, Mr. McGovern, please look at this. We're hearing about it all over the country. I think it's more than 38 or 39 states that are involved in this. These are groups and these are police departments that were depending on it, and we're literally defunding local police
What's happening,
departments
Chris?
and local crime fighting programs.
One of the pieces that seems most egregious is they have defunded programs to address fentanyl abuse. They've defunded programs that address all of the opioid abuse issues.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of opioid efforts that have been undercut or eliminated because of this. But I'll tell you one interesting story, which tells me that this isn't over yet, okay? Because when we started to raise this in the Judiciary Committee, there had been no changes. Well, we began to talk about one specific program.
What's
called
up,
the
Big
Officer
Bear?
Robert Wilson, Preventing Violence Against Law Enforcement Officers and Ensuring Officer Resilience and Survivability Initiative. It's called the Valor Initiative, and it's for mental and physical health engagement with police officers. We
I'm gonna
began to
take a
talk
wild
about
guess
that. We
here.
advertised it, we showcased it, and mysteriously and
You know what they say?
quietly,
You know who's
the
in
program
charge
was
when you know who you're not allowed to
by
talk
the
about.
Department of Justice.
The quote
Nobody
managers.
explained why. Everybody's refused to talk to us about it. And this is so much the pattern of what we've seen with Doge, where they come in with Elon Musk's chainsaw They have a personnel massacre.
Like
They
I'm
get rid of
literally quoting,
everybody.
guys. They say,
And yet,
"quote
if
The
you know
managers
somebody,
are evolving the bill
and,
as we debate the
you
bill."
know, as a Democrat, I don't know a lot of people in the Elon Musk world, but I know Republicans who've been able to get a phone number for this person or that person and get somebody restored. Well, if it's waste, fraud, or abuse, they shouldn't be restored, but it's not waste, fraud, and abuse. But none of us should be subject to this kind of treatment. And that's why I talk about the fourth branch of government. This is not contemplated in our system of government. Now, I don't know whether or not Elon Musk has been run out of town or he's just no longer popular. We don't hear a lot from him, but there are still tons of people suffering the repercussions of what he and Doge did. And so, again, I would just beg the Rules Committee to look at this because we've heard from people all over the country about that. And unfortunately, the logic of what they did is carried over into the president's budget proposal. They want to cut $1 billion out of Department of Justice programs in the next budget.
How dare
You
you?
know, $500 million from the FBI, the ATF. There's this cybersecurity and infrastructure security center. President Trump got mad at a guy who worked for him named Chris Krebs, who was the director of it, because he contradicted Trump over the 2020 election. He said it was the most secure election in American history. As a conservative guy, he told the truth about what happened. President Trump has issued an executive order against him now to deny him security clearance and all this stuff. Meantime, they cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our cybersecurity and infrastructure security efforts against Russia and against other enemies of the United States. So please, like, we got to bear down on the details here. All of the money is being sucked up for immigration, the border wall, and away from local police. They are defunding the police in America.
Well, and what you've described here, that in the course of a hearing, it was raised that this elimination had occurred of a program that people actually supported. So the hearing process, the legislative process actually works, and that's what we should be
Lady's
doing
still
now
on.
instead of trying to ram this crazy bill through in the middle of the night, because we aren't able to get to all of these issues where the Doge brothers came in, and it appears that the way they decided what should be cut was they just
Doge
hit Control
brothers.
F Delete and just wiped out huge sections of the federal government.
Honestly, for the life of me, I don't understand. What would the problem be with saying Doge made a mistake here? And let's restore that money to our communities across America.
Well, Doge was the mistake, but I just had one more question for you. During our judiciary markup, isn't it true that Republicans voted to allow immigration agents to use taxpayer dollars to arrest, detain, and deport U.S. citizens?
Yes, we had a whole series of amendments, again, that
I
we
doubt
thought
it.
would create a bipartisan convergence on the committee. We basically were looking at things that the administration had done unlawfully, where the courts had struck them down repeatedly and categorically and clearly, judges on all sides of the political spectrum. And we said, let's put it in the legislation that the government cannot deport U.S. citizens and detain them under ICE, under immigration authorities. Let's say that nobody should be deported from the country without a due process hearing, which is what the Supreme Court has said. We said, let's not do immigration raids.
Guys, quick update for all of you just joining. I read H.R. 1 Amendment 487 just a little while ago from Representative Cloud of Texas. It is a version of the Hearing Protection Act that looks good, but that's confusing because it says that it would allow law enforcement and former law enforcement to concealed carry so-called suppressors. That's weird. I've yet to see short on the official write-up on the .gov website. So that's where we're at right now.
Freedoms is part of what actually makes America great. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions for this panel. I'm just glad President Trump is using his authorities to secure the border. I was here this past weekend, and I was shocked to hear that our people that work at the Border Patrol were ordered to parole people into the country, even if they had visible gang tattoos, and it was obvious they were a threat to the citizens of our country. under the Biden administration. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. DeGoose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome to our chairs and ranking members, and
Oh, this
appreciate
guy
your
again?
testimony this morning. I
No.
want to start with maybe a fairly simple question, just by
No.
way of context. As you all know, we started this hearing at 1 a.m., and I have been on a journey, I guess, or a quest for a very simple answer to what I think is a fairly simple question. But it has been proven elusive thus far, and the chair
Let me
was
know if any
unwilling
of
to
you guys are
engage with
watching
me in
the
a
stream
colloquy earlier on it.
first time.
And really, the question is,
Shout out
why
to
was this
Die Hard.
hearing noticed for 1 a.m.?
Ugh.
Why have we spent the past 5 hours debating this bill in the dead of night? Of course, I have a theory, and it's that this bill is indefensible and that House Republicans know that full well and decided that it would be in their interest to hold this hearing in the dead of night rather than in the daylight. But I wonder if my Republican colleagues, the chairman, have any thoughts on that front. Chairman Green, any observations you might offer as to, do you think it was prudent for this committee to convene in the middle of the night?
I don't have any opinion on when the committee is called. I'm an ER physician. I work day and night. I'm an ex-Army Ranger. I work day and night. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we flew into Baghdad. Time doesn't matter to me.
Okay. How about this? How long have you been chairman of the Homeland Security Committee?
I'm in my second term.
Second term, how many years? Is that 3 years?
That would be 2+ this year, which I guess is
2+. Couple years.
2 years and 5 months.
You've held a lot of hearings.
We
right?
have, yeah.
Have you noticed any of them at 1 a.m.?
We've had
They
some
did.
markups go past. I
Not
think,
if they went
one.
past. Have you noticed any hearings at 1 a.m.?
We covered it on the.
I have not, no.
What time was the markup for your committee
Oh,
on this bill?
On this bill, I
Yeah.
think 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Chairman Jordan's markup was around 10 a.m. too, because I'm on his committee. The same goes for Chairman Westerman. The question I have is why the Rules Committee decided to deviate from the protocols that the chairs have
I just wanna
apparently
say-
established, those who are testifying in front of our committee. Why this committee, the Speaker's Committee, decided to gavel in the middle of the night to take up
Just
this
save
bill. It's
that
an interesting
smell.
question, and I've yet to
They
get
were
a good
talking
answer,
about earlier.
but maybe the third panel will perhaps provide some clarity.
Trade all my guns for
Chairman
one
Jordan?
world.
I was
see
going to
you.
say, when you got a great product, you want to get after it and get it passed.
Oh, is that right?
This thing cuts
There-
taxes,
oh.
secures the border.
Let's
Cuts
talk,
taxes,
let me
secures.
talk to you a bit about the
Okay.
product, Chairman Jordan. So I want to talk to you in particular about the contempt provision. So this
All of
is
you.
section
All of you.
70302, a restriction on enforcement. You're familiar with this provision, right? Is that, you know the provision I'm talking about?
Oh,
Wait for you to
gosh.
explain it.
Okay, well, you're testifying. I was going to ask you to explain it. So my understanding of the provision, you can tell me if I'm wrong or incorrect, is that this provision would bar any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security, that is to say money, has not been provided or ordered by the federal court in that particular case. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
I think that's existing law. I think that's.
It's not existing
I think
law.
that's what, I think that's.
I'll clarify. As you know, under the federal rules of civil procedure, it is discretionary as it relates to cases against the government, right? That's the whole reason for this provision. Otherwise, you wouldn't include this provision in the bill.
Whoa.
This is meant, I'm asking a question. I don't know if, is that
Well,
right? Or am
I
I?
didn't hear the question. Say the question again.
What was
I didn't
that?
catch, I didn't hear the question in there.
The question is whether or not this provision is as I stated it to be, that essentially it would preclude any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if a security has not been provided.
That
by the
last
plaintiff
clause
in
is the
that
key,
case.
if that security has not been put up, right?
Correct. And you're aware that the way in which you've written this provision, it would apply to any plaintiff in the United States vis-a-vis a case against any entity within the federal government.
I can look at the drafting, but my understanding is it applies to the cases we're talking about with immigration cases.
Yeah, no, you're incorrect. So yes,
What
those
you're
cases.
saying are incorrect. I'm just
cases
saying
would be-
how I believe it was written.
Okay,
You
well,
think it's
let me-
written different.
Let me explain to you what this provision
Well,
actually
I
does.
can't wait for your wisdom. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, this provision would bar
What?
any plaintiff in the country from being able to obtain a contempt citation from a federal court in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security has not been provided. It is not limited to the cases that you've identified. So let me give you an example. Let's say there's a citizen in Ohio, a constituent of yours, who believes that their private data has been improperly released, right, by the IRS, and they file a lawsuit against the IRS. If this becomes law, your provision, that individual would have to provide security, whatever security the court would deem reasonable. That is not something that has existed up until now. Do you understand that?
Got it.
Okay. So
No, I don't.
I'm trying to understand why you think that's in the best interests
Well,
of the
our
people that you
understanding,
represent in Ohio.
courts,
Go ahead.
judges were waiving this. Our understanding is this would prevent enforcement of a contempt order if security was not provided, if the security was not provided in accordance with the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 6S. That's what we put in the legislation.
Yeah, this provision, so you're saying that essentially the way that you read this language is that it's not.
Our founders fought the
compelling
Revolutionary
the
War for
federal
this.
court to require security of a plaintiff.
That's a situation now the judge can waive it. We're saying it should compel the court to have the security there.
Correct. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to my core example.
Does
all right?
in a bag.
We'll walk through it together here. A constituent in Ohio who believes that their information was improperly released by the IRS. I remember you've served on the Judiciary Committee for many years. Hold on.
We're
I'll
talking
remember
about in the
Lois
context
Lerner, yeah.
of immigration cases.
This is
That's-
all cases. This is not immigration cases. The plain language of this statute that you have written applies to every conceivable case brought in a federal court, period. IRS cases, patent cases, immigration cases. If you have a constituent that sues the ATF, this provision applies to them. This is the point. And you can visit with your lawyers and maybe they can provide you with the clarity, but it is unquestionably the case that this provision applies to every plaintiff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I
Correct?
thought.
I think we're on the same page now.
The judge can set the security at whatever level he wants. What's typically happened in these cases, he just waiving it. No one's putting it up, and they're getting this injunction that applies nationwide,
Correct.
which is the
So,
concern.
I hear you.
Are you okay with the nationwide injunction
I hear
issued by
you.
one single federal judge?
We'll get to that part, Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
Let's complete the analysis on this piece, because to your point, as you said, this particular provision doesn't require a specific amount of security. It's essentially saying to the federal court, it has to require some security. And my point
How do you
is that
pronounce
this
this
is a
guy's name?
deep deviation from existing federal law. This has never been the case. We've never said to
Nagus?
constituent,
you
hold
know-
on, Mr. Jordan, I'll give you
Go
a chance
ahead.
to respond. We've never said to American citizens and constituents that in order to vindicate
Does
their
they have a
rights
proper green
in
card?
federal court, they're going to be required to provide a security when their constitutional rights have been violated by their government. And I find it astounding. I'm not sure that many of your colleagues understand the full import of this. They will by the time this gets to the floor. I imagine there will be a lot of limited government advocates who will find deep reasons to be concerned about this type of provision, because as you could imagine, it will preclude folks from being able to vindicate their constitutional rights. Now, I would also say
Nagus.
the way that you have written it, as you've noted, it's retroactive, right? So this applies to any.
Well,
Go ahead.
I just want to say the situation
Sure.
we're trying to address is what's been happening around the country.
You
And
didn't write it that way.
As you know, a single federal judge gets cases brought to the judge. They waive the security and then issue a decision that applies nationwide to all immigrants who are in that
Why
situation.
didn't you put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
it's
but I'm gonna
6
go-
a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about?
This is gonna go
We've
10
had
more
weeks.
hours.
You could have put nationwide in here. That's not what it says. This applies to every one of America's
You don't,
330
I mean,
million
again, the
citizens.
judge has discretion on what that,
So he
what
just
that
said they're
amount could
voting
be.
Sure, so a
hours.
judge could say, you know what?
And judges
I-
are right
I
now
understand.
waiving it, and that was the concern we had.
Sure, and I think a judge.
And you
could-
don't think that's a problem?
a
Even,
judge could
even
be-
Supreme Court, Justice
Chairman
Kagan has
Jordan,
said there's a
Chairman
problem
Jordan.
with these nationwide injunctions being
And as
issued
you
from
know,
one single federal
Chairman
judge.
Jordan, as you
That's
know,
what we're
this-
trying to get at.
Okay, the Supreme Court's considering that question right now. I will just.
Did you guys hear that?
conclude here.
All I'm saying
I-
is,
let me
this,
conclude my statement, and then I'll give you
even
an
more
chance to
liberal
respond.
justices have said this is a problem.
I understand.
We've actually passed
your
standalone
rationale,
legislation.
Chairman Jordan.
Mr. Neguse,
All right.
please let Mr. Jordan speak, and then he will let
I
you
will-
speak.
I'll finish my question and then he can answer.
Okay, but
just
you're
make a
not
statement.
asking a question.
Okay, sure.
You're asserting a statement.
Madam
Ask-
Chair, Mr. Neguse controls the time.
Yes, sir.
And so.
But
I
I'm
mean,
trying to ask him to ask a question and then let Mr. Jordan answer.
I will conclude my statement and then ask a question of Mr. Jordan, since he, I don't think, wants to engage in
Yeah, this is tough, guys.
constructive dialogue to try to actually address the purported problem that he is trying to solve. So I will simply finish the hypothetical that I offered. Any constituent in Ohio who believes that their private data has been disclosed improperly by the IRS, any citizen of Ohio or Colorado for that matter who believes that their constitutional rights have been violated in some way, if this becomes law, they would be required to pay the court money in an amount that the court deems necessary to cover the costs of the potential damage in order to proceed in federal court. That has never been the law of the land in our country, and I cannot believe
Dude,
that
I'm starting to
Freedom
like
Caucus,
Granny. She
so-called
just came
Freedom
in and
Caucus
gave him the
members
smackdown.
would support that kind of principle. Secondly, the way that this is written, as you noted, Chairman Jordan, yes, this would apply to the 93, 94 different injunctions that have been issued against the Trump administration.
Oh.
It would also apply to any existing injunction that is in effect today. I don't know what that number is. 1,000, 10,000 desegregation injunctions that are
Wait a
still
minute. Did
operating
he say
today in different federal
segregation?
courts in the country. A variety of different litigation that's pending in different courts across the country that would be implicated by this provision. So I don't think that ultimately it's going to survive the bird bath in the Senate, because it's clearly changing policy. I also think it's patently unconstitutional. There's no
May
world in which
18th,
the Supreme Court
1896.
would ever deem this, and we could go through
Christian
the-
the 740 with a
precedent
very
that's
generous
now.
$50.
But I just also would
Man, I
encourage
really
you
appreciate it.
to take a
Shout out to the Chris from the
perhaps
740
legal
channel
counsel
as
on the
well.
Judiciary Committee
It's
to
appreciate
take a
you
look
doing
at
this live
paragraph,
stream too, AE.
because
Well,
as
you're
it's written
welcome,
now,
and
it
then
is,
thank you.
Deeply
I do
problematic for
appreciate it.
civil liberties in our country.
Thanks for everyone that's been
Ranking Member
supporting
Raskin,
tonight.
I can see, has been jumping at
Probably
the
won't be able to get
opportunity
much work done
Well,
tomorrow.
I mean, I think you did
Opine.
a pretty masterful job of addressing it, Mr. Goose, but I would add just two things. One, it's worse than you say, because it doesn't just apply to cases against the government, it applies to private cases as well. There's nothing in the language here that would exempt a case between two private parties, two commercial parties. And so, but your final point, I think, is the key one. It's blatantly unconstitutional. It's because
You
the
break.
power to hold someone in contempt for a court is an inherent judicial power and has always been deemed to say
Mateo
that.
says
They don't
everyone
need
should
to
give at
wait
least
on
a buck.
Congress
280
to give
each
them
time
the
and
power
effort.
to hold
And then he
someone in
chimed in
criminal
with
or
a
civil
buck.
contempt
Thank you for the
for
support,
refusing
Mateo.
compliance
I
with a court
appreciate it,
order,
man.
any more than we do when we or
Let's
at
go,
least
Big
used to
Chris. Goon Bean
engage
says.
in the inherent
yeah,
powers
man.
of contempt that Congress has against people. We don't need to wait for another branch of government. to
I'm just
give us
glad
power.
he's
So
on my
It
side.
is unconstitutional.
You guys ever
It's,
met him in real life? You probably wouldn't want to mess with
ridiculously
him too
broad,
much.
and it's a very
I'm glad some of
ham-handed
these guys
approach
in the chat are
to
my
what the
friends, if
real
you know what I
issue is. They
mean.
don't like the fact that Judge Boasberg,
Right,
who is a
DLD?
Bush
You wouldn't want to be
appointee,
on the wrong side
when
of
he
him in a
first
dark
got on
alley.
the bench, he
I will
was
say that.
Justice, which was one of the justices' roommates at Yale, I think. Well, anyway,
Kavanaugh.
he's a
Kavanaugh.
yeah, Kavanaugh. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate. He was a pillar of the conservative
Desegregation.
cause,
Okay.
right? Well, they don't like his opinion because he said, turn
Desegregation.
the planes around and give this guy due process. And then they laughed at him. I mean, the president of El Salvador was tweeting, oopsie, we made a mistake. Like he was mocking the judge. And this is a judge who doesn't fool around. He's a stickler for the rule of law. And so he said, I think there's probable cause to believe that whoever in the administration disregarded my authority and didn't turn the planes around and didn't guarantee due process is in contempt of court. And he
I
said,
hear you,
and I'm going
Joe
to
Bob.
get to the
Take it
bottom of
easy,
it.
man.
And I don't even need to rely on the marshals of that report to the attorney general. I can appoint my own people to go get them, and I can also use civil contempt and slap fines and liens on people. So
No, you
this
can't.
whole provision is really targeted at him and other judges who are saying a judicial order is not something that anybody, including the president of the United States or people who report to him, can defy with impunity, because under Article 6 of the Constitution, we have a supreme constitution. We don't have a supreme dictator in America.
Supreme Constitution.
Is
So
what
he must
governs
support
us
the
all,
Second
and it's
Amendment
emphatically the province
and the Hearing
courts
Protection
to
Act.
say what the Constitution.
I agree, Ranking Member Resk, and I think you articulated it well. And maybe my hypotheticals earlier were a bit too obtuse. I'll give a tangible example.
Let's see how
There was a case a few years ago,
when
Ranking
these
Member
2A
Resk,
amendments come up.
Missouri versus Biden, right? This is a case, Chair Jordan, I know you're familiar with this case as well, because you led an amicus brief in this case, right? This was a case initiated by the Missouri Attorney General against the Biden administration for their perception that the Biden administration was engaged in censorship of conservative voices on social media. And Chair Jordan, you led an amicus brief on behalf of judiciary Republicans in that case. A permanent injunction was issued in that case against the Biden administration.
Dude, Glenn looks
The state
like
of Missouri
Sean
was
Ryan.
successful.
Look at Glenn in the
Chair Jordan, do you know if a
picture there. Is this
security
Sean
was
Ryan?
issued in that case?
Don't know, it's up to the judge.
It was not. There was no security in that
It's
case.
up to the judge.
Well, no, this is the point. There was no security in that case because under existing rules, it is not the case under Rule 65, subsection C, generally speaking, as a matter of just general practice, security is not issued or rather required in cases involving the government. And that is the point. If this provision
Well,
became
it
law.
could be required, the judge waives it. That's what
If
happens.
this
I mean,
provision
that is
became
a
law, two things
compliment.
would
Right?
happen.
Sean Ryan's a
Two
handsome
things.
dude, you know?
One, the permanent injunction that I suspect remains in place in that case would no longer be enforceable. So just for the record, the permanent injunction that you worked so hard to secure against the Biden administration, that's gone. You can't enforce it anymore because of this provision. And then secondly, as we've probably belabored here at this point, it would make it
Dude, I don't know
very
if they're gonna
difficult
win or not.
potentially
I
for
think they're gonna
similar
run the
types
clock
of lawsuits to be initiated in the future by prospective plaintiffs against the federal government if they feel as though their constitutional rights are at risk. So anyway, I will close there, but I think it's a deeply problematic provision. It ought to be removed. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Do you feel properly
No.
instructed now?
Fine, I'm fine.
You're
Thank you.
properly
Yes.
instructed. Thank you. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do.
Recognize.
First, I want to respond to Mr. Neguse's question of why we started this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. And there may be different opinions, but when the chair lady was out,
You
and
see
I was
Mr.
sitting in the
Magoo?
chair in our meeting on Monday, I said to members on the other side of the aisle, I don't remember who was in the room or not, but there were Democrats in the room. I said, look, the reason we want to start is that you all will have a lot to say. We want you to have time to say it in. And if we don't start early and we want to get this done, we have to start early. And I said, now, if y'all want to put a restriction on the time, we could start later in the morning perhaps. And then there was no response directly to that, but there was a response that something along the lines of, we're glad you're not going to try to limit our time as has happened in some other committees.
He said Mr. Magoo.
So, I mean, we could have worked out a different time, but, and it's true that we have set the clock as to when we want to try to get this bill across if we have the votes to do so. And that's within the majority's prerogative. But the reason we're meeting at 1 a.m., Madam Chair, in my opinion, based on that discussion, was that the Democrats did not want to restrict themselves to 2 hours
What's
or
up, Chris?
3 hours of
First time
discussion
on
on
the
this. We've
channel.
already been at it over 6
Feels
hours.
like a little
And
like
that's
Summer of
appropriate.
Love Antifa
But
watch parties.
It
You're
just
welcome.
strikes me as just one of those oddities in life.
trying to make
You
this as fun
complain
as
that
we
we
can.
start at 1 o'clock in the morning when what we're trying to do is to accommodate the ability
Some cool show and
for
tell.
members of this committee on the other side of the aisle to speak their mind. And now, hang on, I get to say my piece. If that was not the case, and if people were willing to say each panel is only going to have an hour, we could have started later. And that was not the case. And I respect that, but I just don't want to be whipsawed by saying we all started in the middle of the night for some other reason. The reason was so there'd be plenty of time so we can get through this thing, let everybody have their chance to say their piece, and then we can move forward. So with
And,
that said, I will ask this question of Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, is there anything that you didn't have an opportunity to say in the discussion that's occurred thus far that you had great desire to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I think the overall legislation is good legislation.
Talk about the
Cuts
HPA,
taxes,
Jordan.
secures the border, requires work, and gives moms and dads the ability to pick the school that they think their kid's going to get the best education. Those are 4 fundamental principles that I think vast majority of Americans agree with. That's why I think the bill is so good overall. And I think what we were able to do in our committee, particularly proud of, and the fact that we are charged with just spending, allocating resources to keep the border secure, but also we're able to bring in revenue to help help offset the cost to secure to keep our border
Yeah,
secure.
Jamie Raskin,
All right.
you got to
I thank
watch
the gentleman.
yourself, you know.
I have no additional questions. You yield back.
If you yield just
I
a
will yield
moment
to
to
the
me,
chairwoman.
I was going to answer a bit ago. I agree with what you're saying about why we started so early. Mr. Neguse had said we'd be on the floor between 11 and 12, I believe, today. And so starting at 6 o'clock, at 1 a.m. and if hopefully we'll be on the floor by that time. So we won't be passing bills in the dark of the night. But I want to quote President Obama saying, there's a fierce urgency of now. We're not the only ones that have felt a fierce urgency of now.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I yield my time back to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to respond by simply saying there's no urgency to pass this bill tomorrow or on Friday, we could easily do it when we come back. And so nice try by saying that it's our fault that we're meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate that. But you know what? This is important stuff. And it's going to impact a lot of our constituents, yours included. And this debate should happen in the light of day. And the fact that it isn't, basically, I believe, is because you guys don't want people to know what is in this bill. So I thank the chair lady. I yield back.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I really did appreciate when Representative Griffith sat on the chair because he did answer questions. He, it was a lot of, we don't really know there's tweaks, right? He kept saying there's going to be tweaks in these bills and the tweaks haven't even started. But the reality is we could have started this at 7 o'clock in the morning and still had all day long to talk, right? Still had all day long to explain to the American people what we are doing here. Where we could have maybe not forced every chair and ranking member to sit as if though they're on a cheap airplane or something. Look at them. They can't even open their hands. They are crushed in here. There's no reason to be doing this in the dark of night. I've been calling it the vampire committee because it seems like they're going to just suck all the health care away from Americans in the middle of the night. I think it is a good thing that we are asking.
I seriously just saw
because it's over 1,100 pages and not everybody has seen it. And we still haven't seen the last pages that might blow a lot up. And so the American people do deserve.
Hold on, I'll be back,
to
guys.
have
I have
this
to go
set
fight off
at
a
a time
chupacabra.
when we are not coming in the dark. And yes, if we went, I'm looking at Chairman Westerman, it turns out our hearing wasn't very long compared to the rest. But you started at a reasonable time and we kept. The Ag Committee reasonably said there's a lot here.
Good
And
night,
they
Wes.
said
Good
it for 2
chats
days.
tonight, by the way.
There was no reason we needed to come here at 1 a.m. except for that you want to push this through. You then passed a rule that Representative Roy had to walk out so he could not vote no, but you then rush everything. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You're going to have the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, and you're going to do it in 1 day. That's your goal. And I don't know if it's because you're worried that maybe some Republicans won't be here to vote. Well, if this is that important for them, they should show up and vote. They should be at this hearing, right? We know you have to step out. You know, we've been here since 1 o'clock. Democrats have pretty much been here, except for we're going to step out and grab a little quick something to eat, refill our coffee bottle. But Republicans aren't even showing up. Republicans aren't asking questions. They're not willing to defend what they're doing in this bill. That's a reality. But I wanted to, I had thought I would follow up a little bit on the conversation with Chairman Jordan, because I need to say, Chairman, last Congress, I sat here and I saw you and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler being in great. I mean, it was great. I felt like I was in an alternate reality. I told you, it's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
That was FISA. That was FISA.
That was FISA.
Yeah,
But
it's coming back. We're going to do that again.
Yeah, you're
I'm
gonna do it
working on
again.
Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, but what you were concerned about and what united you and the top Democrat on the committee was a belief in constitutional principles. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be spying on Americans.
Right, but if you believe in that constitutional principle, shouldn't you believe in all of the constitutional principles?
I do.
Yeah, well, thank you, because you actually even wrote a Washington Post article
I
about
should.
that, and I'm going to quote it because it says, we can balance, this is your Washington Post article, we can balance.
First
the
time I've had
need-
an op-ed in the Washington Post. That's
You
right.
did write it
Watch
off in
her
the
make me
Washington
wanna go
Post.
brush my
I'll
teeth.
send it to
Anybody
you. It's a
else?
Washington Post editorial, and your words were, we can balance the need to protect Americans' fundamental constitutional rights with the need to give our intelligence and law enforcement agencies the tools to fight those who want to do us harm. You still agree with that?
Yeah, I don't recall if you voted for our warrant requirement amendment last year. I hope you did, but you'll get a chance.
I think
in 10 months
issue,
to
But this issue of
deal with it
believing
again.
in due process, I think means you need to believe in due process. You need to believe in our constitutional rights, even when it's dealing with due process. And Chairman Jordan, is there anything in this bill that protects Americans' due process?
There's nothing that harms American due process. I mean, the
Oh,
Supreme Court's
nothing
been
that
clear.
harms Americans' due process. Maybe I'll ask Ranking Member, part of the problem of why we're so worried about due process right now is we have a president who is violating due process, who is sending citizens, deporting citizens with their children who have brain cancer.
Not just,
They are deporting
that's not accurate.
citizens.
Yeah, I doubt it.
They deported citizens' children. They
Not-
deported citizen children who
Chil-
needed medical care. They have said oops numerous times. And in fact, I'm sure, Chairman Jordan, you know what the meaning of habeas corpus is, don't you? Do you know the
Are
meaning
these
of
the
habeas
dreamers
corpus?
that
Yeah, I mean,
Obama
What is
talks
the meaning
about?
of habeas corpus?
Yeah, release of the, I mean, I think in technical release of the body. It's like there's a process, you can't just be detained. There's a process you have to be able to access in order to be released. So that's it's critically important. But
Well, Secretary, the thing is, Secretary Noem thinks that habeas corpus means you get to just deport people, right? That's what she testified. Ranking Member, what are some of the reasons why we should be concerned about due process in this moment, and why it might have been a good thing to actually put some protections in this bill?
Well, the provision that we were just discussing about the court's authority to hold government officials in contempt is a provision that's all about due process, right?
That's all
Because
the opposite.
what's happening is you get judges like Judge Boasberg, who says, no, this person cannot be deported from the country without due process. The whole Supreme Court has now agreed with that. Justice Scalia, by the way, was a great champion of the idea that the due process liberty protected by the Constitution applies not just to citizens, but to non-citizens. It doesn't apply exactly the same way, but the rudimentary elements of it are there. What are the elements of due process? The right to see evidence against you, the right to adduce evidence on your own behalf, the right to be represented by counsel, the right to appear before a neutral fact finder who's going to impartially make a decision. That's all the Supreme Court is saying. And then the answer, that Donald Trump and his administration have been making, and unfortunately some of our very smart colleagues have followed along with this, is, well, that guy's really MS-13. Well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe he's Proud Boys. Maybe he's Oath Keepers. Who knows? Bring the evidence against him. But the point is, you don't send somebody with no due process to a torturer's dungeon in El Salvador and then say things about him after he's gone. That's not how it works in America. And that's why Judge Boasberg, again, a very conservative judge, says, bring him back. You want to charge him with 50,000 crimes,
Conservative
charge him with
judge?
50,000 crimes. You want to deport him, do it according to the law and not the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, because we're not at war. Guess who decides whether there's war? Congress decides. We declare war, not the president, right? And you can't fabricate an invasion of the country that doesn't exist. Consult with the Supreme Court about it.
What about
So,
Droner-in-Chief
I
Obama?
think that the role of the Judiciary Committee and the House of Representatives and the Congress
Obama droned
has
American
got to be
citizens
to uphold
overseas.
the rule of law. And the framers really expected us to advance the rule of law, even if the president was violating it. In fact, they expected us, especially in that case, to be defending the prerogatives of Congress. We've got the power to declare war. We've got the power to regulate commerce internationally, which means tariffs.
Dude,
right?
this chat has been awesome.
Trump invoked IEEPA, which doesn't mention tariffs and has never been used for tariffs before, right? So they're invoking a whole series of emergencies that usurp congressional
What's up,
lawmaking
MC? How
power
you doing?
and end up violating due process rights. So I agree with
Right,
you.
and when you have a president or any leader just constantly saying there's an emergency, when there isn't one, there's an invasion, when there is not war, and then saying we can do whatever we want, and who doesn't even seem to know what the Constitution is. The worry is that
We
that
can do
is
whatever
a
we
march
want.
to
Great. Repeal
fascism
the
if
NFA.
we aren't already there.
Well, you've got it. I mean, the key trick of authoritarians is to invoke an emergency exception, whether or not it actually exists in the Constitution or not. And Carl Schmitt, who's, a famous fascist theorist, wrote about that you want to try to
Sure. What's up,
occupy
M.
the
White?
space of emergency, so all bets are off. You can trample free speech, you can trample free assembly, you can trample due process rights. So much of what's taken place during this first 120 days is the people and those of us in Congress who are willing to stand up, and those law firms and colleges and universities and
Maryland?
newspapers willing to stand
Maryland
up,
man?
defending the idea of the normal Constitution, and not that we're in some kind of emergency which allows the president to do whatever he
Right.
wants.
And we have a president who has used the Department of Justice to attack the free press, to attack education, to attack members of Congress. And what we are doing by asking the questions tonight, by doing the amendments that Republicans keep voting down, is saying no. We are saying no to the concept that you can do away with what Americans hold dearest. Every time where is our American flag? Well, there's one. Where
That's
every
true,
time
Tahoe.
we pledge allegiance to the American flag, it's to the Constitution.
She
and
pointed to the
rule of
Mexican flag
law
first.
that is represented there, and people have lost their lives defending it. And in judiciary, Chairman Jordan said, we haven't deported any citizens, but we know we have.
Nah, dude, I think they're going to filibuster
help.
the HPA.
But just to make sure that won't happen again, it's my understanding that there was an amendment that would have prevented Immigration and Customs Enforcement from using funds to detain and deport United States citizens. What was the vote on that amendment, Chairman Jordan?
I would just point out there's nothing in existing law or this package that authorizes the deportation of U.S. citizens. The Democrats' amendment would have, related to U.S. citizens, would prohibit Homeland Security investigations from arresting U.S. citizens who engage in human trafficking, child exploitation, or narcotic smuggling. Nothing in our bill Nothing in current law allows for the deportation of U.S. citizens.
The problem is that
No, they're clearly way
right
more
now
worried
we
about
have an
arguing
administration
for
who is
illegal
doing that.
invader
So we
terrorists
wanted
than
to
they are the Second
protect
Amendment. It's
the American citizens from such detention and deportation. And the question was, what was the vote? And the vote was, Ranking Member Raskin?
Well, I don't remember the exact
I don't
numbers,
remember-
but it
I
was a
don't
party
remember the
line
numbers
vote.
It was
either.
a party line vote. Not a single Republican was willing to vote to say citizens should not be detained and deported. So I wanted to
I think it's about time to
note
put a
that
fork in us,
there's
Mateo.
money in here for $46 billion for a border wall. There's a whole lot more money for jails and many, right now I think that there is a concern of the American public about issues of corruption, that we are seeing billions and billions of
Oh,
dollars
there's the back
being
room. There's the
funneled
manager.
to private corporations, right? We're seeing a lot of stuff that
There's
is
the manager?
funneling money. They're getting rid of competition. They're saying that Musk's, Starlink
I
and
think we
other
just saw management.
other companies get these contracts without competition. And I think I wanted to sort of turn to our homeland ranking member and say, are there concerns about the number of
Your homeland? You mean
private
Mexico?
prisons that are going to be constructed, the amount of money that's going to go into this border wall? And I look at that and I think, God, how many kids could actually get a meal who are hungry now with $46.5 billion? But then there's this other aspect to it as well,
When does this end? Good
regarding
question.
potential corruption. Do you have any concerns about that, Ranking Member?
Well, yeah, we do, but let me support Ranking
Like
Member
when it
Raskin.
ends.
We offered
After a long train of
several
abuses and usurpations,
amendments to the
pursuing
legislation relative
invariably
to funds
to
being
reduce
used
us under a
for
design of
supporting American
absolute
citizens,
despotism.
and said no funds in
That's
this
what Thomas Jefferson said.
bill can be used to deport American citizens. Well, we lost it on a party line vote. But also, the only thing we said was another amendment that our committee would prevent DHS from removing U.S. citizens except for legal extradition and treaty obligations. And we lost it on a party line vote, which basically we thought was a reaffirmation of what was already law. So we tried hard to prevent American children from being deported who were sick. Secretary told us,
What's up, DJ?
well, her mama wanted to take her with her. And said, but the lawyer wanted to represent based on what the father said. So there were a lot of references about children with cancer being deported. And so we just think, as a lot of people have said, that as a nation of laws, we have to stand on those principles.
That's
And
Congressman Green,
it's
Al
not
Green with the
a
cane.
person's guilt or innocence. It's the due process that everyone should go through, regardless of status. We've heard people say, well, they had a tattoo. I said, well, okay, if you're gonna charge that person for a tattoo, then present whatever evidence that this person has broken the law. We have a Secretary of Defense with all kind of tattoos on him. So this notion that you can just do anything just because you don't like it is not who we are as Americans. And so I think part of what we tried to do was to reaffirm existing law and not leave it to interpretation based on what the president wants to do or what the secretary wants to do. We want to follow the law. And in every instance, we offered 30-odd amendments in support of that, and we lost all of them on a party line vote.
It's really sad. And I want to, something was said earlier about this is what the American people want. There've been lots of polls about that, about what's happening with regards to this bill. And I would say, I'm going to just quote the Kaiser Family Foundation poll that found that at least 3/4 of the public oppose the key things we're doing in this bill. And that is opposed to cutting of Medicaid, 76%. The public doesn't want this bill. We now heard that this is going to affect Medicare. 79% of the public oppose the cuts to Medicare. What is really happening in this bill is an attack on working families and the education cuts, that Chairman Jordan, mentioned education as well. We're going to deal that with in the next panel, but, those are going to be hard on folks. And, this concept that my colleague from Colorado was going to about who is now having to pay, the idea that Americans now have to pay.
There's now
in order to access
537
our
amendments.
court. I think it's very problematic that we are turning on its head what we're doing. And I think that I'm going to yield to my colleague because she wants to talk in this vein a bit.
Just with respect to that, this provision that would limit the ability of the courts to enforce their provisions, I just wanted to request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article published in Just Security on May 19th by Professor Edwin Chemerinsky. It's entitled A Terrible Idea, and it provides a very thorough rundown on just how bad that provision is.
See you soon, Carl.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I would yield back to my
Thank you. In natural resources, we also, I think, are limiting people's access to the courts. And that is really problematic. And one of the reasons that I think it's incredibly problematic is I have a lot of tribes in my district. I sit as the ranking member on the subcommittee on Indian Affairs. And we know that tribes, much of the federal lands were once tribal lands. And that the tribal lands are also subject to federal oversight. So that when we remove access to the court for a tribe, it's not like it's private property, it is federal land. And Chairman Resterman, I know you've been a great supporter of tribal lands. And tribes in general. We had that wonderful meeting in Oklahoma on self-determination.
What about Wounded Knee?
I guess I don't understand why you would
Talk about the Battle at Wounded Knee.
removing tribal access to the courts when the federal government is going to be doing something that's on their land sometimes, or that's on land where they have cultural resources and sacred sites. I really
talk about the Indians. Bring up Wounded Knee. I dare you.
And I offered an amendment to make sure that tribes could get access to the courts, and I believe you voted against it.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman for her flattery, and Madam Chair, it's a new day in America, not just metaphorically, but literally. The sun's been up for quite some time now. So
for quite some time.
Yes.
And we've been in here, we can't tell.
And it appears we'll be in here maybe when the sun goes down at the rate that things are going. But the reason you probably can't understand why I would want to deny tribes access to the courts is because I don't want to deny tribes access to the courts. And we talked about this in the markup that the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs received no instruction from the budget committees. So we didn't get into any tribal jurisdictions. And, again, our focus was about energy. And I know that there's talk about, it was even mentioned, energy process going to the moon, but it must be because they're going to start at Mars, because under the Biden administration, electricity prices went up 32%. Gas prices in 2022 under Biden went over $5 a gallon. And there's also this argument about handouts to big oil companies. Well, when oil companies profit the most is under Democratic administrations. Actually, an oil company set, I believe it was a world record for profits in 2022 and 2023, the most profits ever, $247 billion in profits. It wasn't Exxon, it wasn't Phillips 66, Conoco or Shell or BP. It was Aramco, the Saudi oil company, that had world record profits under the Biden administration. So there's a lot of things that get said in these hearings, but not a lot of them are based on fact. And again, I don't want to deny any American citizen access to the courts.
So I'm glad you mentioned profits because oil and gas companies, I think, was at $200 billion worth of profits, but we are going to be reducing royalties for oil and gas companies.
Good night, Tahoe.
Because it's not enough that we're going to be giving tax cuts to the wealthiest. We are actually going to be giving money back.
What do you guys think?
to
Are we
oil
going
and
to get
gas
the Real
companies
Hearing
who had,
Protection Act, the full
$200
one,
billion
and or the
worth of
short
profits.
act?
But
Let me
when
know,
you
Chad.
limit judicial review for everybody, you are also
I'm
limiting
not
judicial
optimistic right
review
now.
for tribes.
I'm not
Ranking
right now.
Member Huffman, do you want to explain how that happened?
Well, I thank you for the question, and you're right. In the markup, we tried to fix this problem in the Republican bill with a number of amendments.
Man,
And
I
even
hope so,
though
guys.
in provision after provision in this bill, they are going into policy, they are earmarking specific projects with billions of dollars, they are running roughshod over parliamentary rules in every possible way. And yet, when it comes time to fixing their
I've
little
had this in
problem
Taco
with
Bell
tribal
for
access
7
to the
hours
courts
now.
and judicial review, suddenly they were sticklers for the rules. So I think it comes as pretty cold comfort to Indian country that they're the ones that get targeted for this rigid interpretation of budget rules and parliamentary procedures, while everything else is out the window when it
How many
comes to
feds do you
giving
think are in this chat?
billions of dollars away to big oil and coal and to
Shadow
Central
watch.
Valley irrigators in California for their $2 billion dam and any number of other things. It doesn't hold up.
So, but once again, because they are curtailing judicial
Man, I
review,
hope
it
so.
applies to tribes on projects on tribal lands.
Absolutely. There is no
That is actually
exception.
what happened. There are
If you-
no exceptions.
If you write a big enough check, there is
Well,
no
there is
check on your project,
Right,
and there's
that-
no exception for tribes.
My God, people need to know that what they said
There's gonna
is
be a third
basically,
panel.
if you give us a lot of money, you don't have, we're going to fast track it and you can't question it. That is one of the things that's hidden in this bill. It's always like, it's a pay for it. Pay for it. You can pay to get out of court. You know, you can pay to get out of court in this bill. And, you know, it is very sad that for people who do want to come in and challenge, you know,
Internet person, it's filed, but I'd like to
Yes.
see what it really
This,
says.
we've never seen this before.
you have to pay per
I don't like
page
that
now?
about law
If you are
enforcement
participating
being
in
able to
the
see a jury
protest
like that doesn't
provision
make
for
any
one of these oil and gas lease sales, and this could be tribes, just to engage in the
Tribe?
protest procedure,
What
you now
tribe?
get hit with a fee. It's just remarkable.
Who
So,
are they, though?
Cutting royalties for oil and gas, giving away millions and millions of acres at fire sale prices to the industry. But if you want to protest any of it, you pay a fee. And by the way, no judicial review if it's a wealthy enough developer that they can pay the special golden age of grift fee for permitting.
Thank you for that. And I think with that, I might want to go see that there actually is some sun out there because we're trying to bring light to what's actually
I don't know,
happening
Fluffy.
for the American people so they can see some of these provisions. We don't have time.
Dude, I'm
because
trying to
it's
be optimistic, but
1,100 pages long that they are ramming through in a single day. And we haven't even
my
seen all of the
optimism's fading.
provisions. But I'm very grateful. I see so many of my colleagues here in the office and in the room. They are here because they have
If any of you
amendments to
guys are
try
into
to make the bill better.
manifestation, do your
Hopefully,
thing.
we'll consider
I mean,
some
I don't
amendments. We
believe in
haven't
that,
been
but
doing
some
that
people
much
do.
lately, but it'll be good to hear what they are so that we can talk about
Right,
the
Mateo?
unique
Maybe people can
aspects of what can be
manifest it
fixed in
in.
this bill if we only had a chance. And with that, is there anything else anybody wants? Any other comments from, I'm the last Democrat, so this is when you.
I don't know, Manny.
Republicans might want to say something. Actually, I do have a question on this tattoo thing. I have kids, and 2 of 3 of them have tattoos.
Has
How
anyone
many of you
ever
guys
been to a
have kids?
Buc-ee's before?
It's all guys. Yeah.
It's
How
like
many of
a
you guys
gas
have
station
kids?
with kind of like a super.
We got 4 kids and we got 4 kids and 8 grandkids.
How many of our kids have tattoos?
None of mine.
You know, yours, wow. Wow, that's really, I thought
This
it was one or
matters?
2 out of 3. But our kids have tattoos, right? So many people have tattoos. You cannot go anywhere without seeing tattoos. So the idea that we're using a tattoo as an indicator for you get kicked out of the United States without due process is really scary. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's so much I would love to unpack from the last 25 minutes.
Is
but
this Fishbach?
I recognize that we are trying to make sure that we limit our time. But I do want to just say, first of all, the
What's
sun
her
is
name?
up.
Is this
It's a little
Fish?
overcast. So
You can't make
if
this up.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez wants to see the sun, it's a little overcast.
Now
So,
Mrs. Fishbach's
yeah,
here.
a little overcast. And we are not, and I just have to address the fact, we are not ramming this bill through. Every one of these bills went through committee. They were put together in committee process. They've all been through budget. They've all been out there.
Hopefully she's good.
And so ramming something through is, I think, an inappropriate way to discuss this bill. This has been through the process. Yes, we are.
How
sitting
many
in
of y'all have
committee and we
tattoos?
are
This is
working
what
through
matters.
And we are hearing testimony and allowing people to ask questions. But
We're gonna talk
I
about the
think
smell.
it's a
Representative Fish.
it's a
we gotta bring that
disservice
smell
to
back
the
up.
American people to say that this has been rammed through because it has been through various committees. And with that, I am going to yield back, but I just wanted to make sure that someone said that this is not accurate.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach, for saying that,
trying,
because
Terrell.
even one of our colleagues said earlier, these bills had been months in the making.
Who has a
And
tattoo?
someone did need to say that,
All
and
right.
I appreciate very much
Well,
you
Madam
saying that.
Chair, I also sit on the Agriculture Committee, and I should say on that committee, they actually, we did not have a full and open process. They cut debate off and they prevented dozens of amendments from even being offered. And yes.
We'll
this is being-
have
this is
we'll be
being
able to
rammed
discuss
through.
that.
This is being rammed through because we don't even know what the text of this bill is going to look like. And there's going to be major changes, and we're hearing about them.
The
bits and pieces
unnecessary
in the news media,
commentary, you can turn
and
that
none of
off
them
by
have been
leaving.
vetted. But yeah, I do, because I know you're struggling for votes, so
That's what
you're
you-
making all kinds of deals right now, and they're going to hurt my constituents. So I yield back.
I too will resist saying more. No sense in prolonging this. If Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask Chairman Green, how long was your markup on your section of this bill?
I think we started at 10 a.m. and ended like around 4 or 5, I think. 4 or
PM.
5 p.m.,
Yeah.
yes.
Chairman Jordan, how long was your markup on your section of the bill?
8 hours.
And Chairman Westerman?
We started at 10 a.m., I believe, and finished at 12:42 a.m. So, or was it 1:42? It was a long time.
A long time,
Yeah.
several hours. And
12, 14 hours, something like that.
Chairman Graves, how long was your markup? So, and were these markups televised? Yes, they're televised. The whole kit and caboodle. Our 26-hour and 28-minute hearing in Energy and Commerce was live on C-SPAN for the whole time. So the thought that this is being done in darkness is absurd. I yield back.
There are negotiations going on in the back room right now
Okay.
that none of us know anything about.
Wait a minute.
Please, let's not talk about an open process.
Again,
Negotiations.
let me resist. Okay, anyone else have comments that you want to make? Nope. Well, I thank our witnesses for being here this morning and appreciate the time and all of the comments that were made, and you're dismissed.
Okay, there's not a third panel, is there?
I don't even know what his bill is.
Credibility again. So I'll skip that.
Okay. Okay, here. Okay.
Oh, he turned off her microphone. There's no more panels, are there? No more panel. No more panel. While we're waiting to see if anything Second Amendment happens, make sure you guys are following me on Locals and X. The links are down in the description. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Is this it? Is this it? There wasn't a word about the Hearing Protection Act or Short Act all night. Oh, geez, there's another panel. If there's another panel, I may leave it going and go lay down in a minute. I will say amendment number 487. I'm going to read this for you that are just joining. From Representative Cloud of Texas. Republican. Remove suppressors from the National Firearms Act, NFA, and Gun Control Act, GCA, treating them as standard firearm accessories. Prohibit states from imposing taxes or registration requirements on suppressors. Ends the $200 transfer tax and streamlines the acquisition process for law-abiding Americans, and permits active and retired law enforcement to carry concealed suppressors. But the problem is when you go to read the actual, that's the summary, but when you go to read the actual amendment itself, it doesn't exactly say that. So I don't know. You're welcome, DLD. I mean, I can just keep it going even if I have to tap out, because here's the deal, guys. If you go over to the official site, there's no chat there. At least those of you joining this morning or staying up all night, at least you guys can talk to each other, right, on this one. Man, I've been streaming for 6 hours, guys. Just to see what happens.
now welcome our third panel, Chairman Thompson and Representative Craig from the Committee on Agriculture,
No.
Chairman Wahlberg and Representative Scott from the Committee on Education and Workforce, Chairman Guthrie and Representative Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Chairman Smith and Representative Moore from the Committee on Ways and Means. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Thompson, I welcome your testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today concerning the agriculture
Trending
title
on X right
of
now.
the
Under
One
Human
Big
Protection
Beautiful
Act
Bill.
and House Republican.
The Agriculture Committee was tasked with $230 billion in net deficit reduction, and I'm proud
This
of our
topic
product.
is or this
I'm
strain?
proud to report that we exceeded our instruction. These savings are achieved through necessary changes to restore integrity to the SNAP program and preserve the program's ability to serve the most vulnerable long into the future. These reforms ensure SNAP works the way Congress intended it
Thanks,
to.
Greg, with the $2 super chat.
Reinforcing
Thanks, man. I
work,
appreciate it.
rooting out waste, and
What you need
instituting
is
long
some
overdue
kick in.
accountability incentives to control
That's all I
costs
need.
and end executive and state overreach. This
Thanks.
program is in dire need of reform. Just since 2019, SNAP costs have skyrocketed from $60 billion to $110 billion annually. That's an 83% increase, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. And in 2023, over $13 billion in erroneous SNAP payments were sent out. This is disgraceful, not only to the taxpayer, but also the SNAP recipient. The Rules Committee print includes several improvements to the SNAP program, including preventing future
Told you
administrations
guys
from
should be back,
unilaterally
by the way. The
increasing
government,
SNAP
they always come back to this.
benefits beyond inflation. Focusing on a core principle that everyone receiving the benefit that can work should work, and modernizing the work requirement and closing loopholes that allow for widespread waivers. Closing various loopholes that states exploit, such as gaming the system to artificially increase SNAP benefits, and increasing incentives to ensure states run the program more efficiently and more effectively. SNAP is the only federally funded state-administered entitlement program where the state has zero skin in the game on the benefit. It is a human nature to be more careful with your own money than you are with others. And that is why we put forward a cost share structure that requires all states to pay a minimal 5% cost share of SNAP, the benefit beginning in fiscal year 2028. However, for states with high payment error rates, that is over 6%, the cost share scales up. In exceeding our instruction, we also were able to make several vital and time-sensitive investments in rural America. It's imperative for Congress to rebuild the farm safety net. These investments mitigate further unbudgeted ad hoc spending and prevent a full-blown financial crisis in farm country that could devastate the food and ag supply chain and, quite frankly, the national economy. Finally, on the investment front, we take care of a few other important items like investments in trade promotion, animal disease preparedness, specialty crops, dairy, research, and some programs with outstanding baseline. In closing, I'm proud to deliver a historic amount of savings to the taxpayer and to do so in a way that will ultimately have positive outcomes for low-income individuals who get back into the workforce while also standing by our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. That's a win-win. I have a great respect for the chairwoman, the ranking member, and the members of this committee, and thank you once again for the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Representative Craig, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. You know, I had hoped that for my first appearance here before the Rules Committee, the chairman and I would be coming to you arm in arm in support of a 5-year, 12-title bipartisan farm bill. Instead, we're here discussing the Agriculture Committee's contribution to a partisan bill that decimates the most successful anti-hunger program in our nation and destroys the coalition that has always been able to get a farm bill across the finish line. And why? Not for middle-class tax cuts, but to move to the wealthiest Americans money from the least wealthy. In addition, this is expected to increase the national debt and deficits. This is a shameful process that we're involved in here today. And this bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. How do I know? Because Senator Chuck Grassley told us so. It puts a huge burden on the states by forcing them to pay for anywhere from 5 to 25% of food assistance. Chair Fox, the governor of your state said, and I quote, "If Congress goes forward with these plans, our state will be forced into perilous budget decisions. Should North Carolinians lose access to food, or should we get rid of other essential services?" End quote. North Carolina's on the hook for up to $700 million per year under this proposal. That's the equivalent of 8,900 public school teacher salaries in North Carolina. Republicans want states to do their dirty work and take food away from people, and it doesn't end there. This budget does something else incredibly egregious. It changes the definition of dependent from children under the age of 18 to children over the age of 6. Once a kid turns 7 years old, their parents could lose food assistance unless they meet new paperwork and work requirements. I wonder if the people who came up with that policy have children or understand that there are summer breaks and there's spring break. I have several, and let me tell you, they eat more as they grow, not less. It's truly beyond the pale what this budget would do to children in our country. And let's be clear about what we're talking about here. The average person receives $6 per day in food assistance. Let me say that again, $6 a day. No one chooses to sit at home
I'm not sure about that.
and not work for $6 a day. $6 a day doesn't build you a life. It can, though, build you a bridge to the next paycheck, the next opportunity, the next moment of stability. CBO estimates that the new paperwork requirements alone will take food away from at least 3 million people. They didn't say that 3 million people will receive a little less food. They say 3 million people will receive no food assistance. So much for claiming that you won't cut benefits. Hunger is a policy choice. Republicans in this room are choosing to allow children to go to bed without dinner. Seniors skipping meals so they can afford their medicine. Parents sacrificing their own nutrition so their kids can eat. Single mothers having to choose between leaving their 7-year-olds at home or to let them go more hungry. Everyone in this country is struggling with higher costs already. And instead of addressing that problem, Republicans are choosing to make it worse, and it's shameful. You claim you're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, or holding the states accountable for higher
Amendment number
rates.
487,
This bill does not
Representative
tackle fraud
Cloud
and
of
does not
Texas
include any common sense policies that help
has filed the amendment
improve
for the
program
Protection Act.
efficiency. And for what? To fund tax breaks for large corporations and the super wealthy. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Chairman Walberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Student Success and Taxpayer Savings Plan saves nearly $350 billion
this week
to help advance President Trump's agenda, the common sense agenda, and ensure taxpayers, students, and schools are better served. The current system is effectively broken and littered with incentives that push tuition costs upward. Schools have no reason to lower costs or ensure degrees align with employers' needs, all while students and taxpayers pay the price. The Biden-Harris administration compounded this crisis and attempted to spend an additional $1 trillion in taxpayer funds on so-called forgiveness by executive decree. Dumping more federal money into a broken system doesn't mean that system will work. In fact, government spending on higher education has reached record highs, yet millions of students supposedly benefiting from those funds will ultimately end up with a degree that doesn't pay off or fail to finish school. This bill not only saves taxpayers nearly $350
Are they going to stop doing it on here?
or fail to finish school. This bill not only saves taxpayers nearly $350 billion but it also brings much needed reform in three key areas: simplified loan repayment, streamlined student loan options, and accountability for students and taxpayers. The bill cleans up the Biden-created repayment mess by streamlining repayment options and providing targeted assistance to struggling borrowers who need it rather than blanket bailouts for those who don't. These reforms will encourage responsible borrowing and timely repayment.
I'm just muting him for 1 second, guys. I was following some videos that the GOA put out with some congressmen earlier today, Clyde, Congressman Roy, and they were pretty clear. They said that this Rules Committee was basically our last chance to get this in. So kind of frustrated that the Hearing Protection Act nor the Short Act have even come up tonight or been mentioned. But this is supposedly where they were supposed to be debating it and I assume voting on it.
Value institutions and programs by holding colleges accountable for student outcomes through skin in the game. Colleges will be financially accountable for the loans they give out, and schools that go above and beyond to provide high quality, affordable, and accessible education opportunities will be rewarded. What's more, through these reforms and others, the bill protects and strengthens the Pell Grant, the cornerstone of our financial aid system. The bill closes the funding shortfall that would otherwise result in students being unable to afford college as early as next year. Additionally, it expands student choice by allowing students to use Pell on high-quality, short-term credentials aligned with workforce needs. We're on a fiscally unsustainable path in higher education. Without change, we can't deliver on the promise of economic mobility for all Americans. So I urge my colleagues to pass this big, beautiful bill. And I yield back.
C-SPAN 2 even.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm on their
Ranking
C-SPAN.
Member
I don't-
McGovern and members of the committee. I'm here to speak in opposition to the reconciliation plan. In fact, we're considering this in an overnight committee hearing. That tells you all you need to know about how bad a bill it is. And after reviewing the big bad billionaires bill, it's clear that the central theme is to make life harder for everybody but the wealthy. And just consider the numbers. Under the bill, 4 million students are estimated to have their Pell Grants reduced or eliminated. Up to 18 million children are estimated to lose access to free school meals. And over 13 million people are set to lose their health coverage. And what is the purpose of all of these cuts? To give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. But now, as ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I want to focus on what this does to education. It's currently drafted. The bill will increase costs for students attending college. It'll increase students' expenses or exposure to low-quality, higher education programs, which would then reduce the likelihood that they'd actually find a rewarding or successful career. Will divert federal money into private schools and reduce the number of students who will be able to get free lunches, and then take all of those savings to pay for more tax cuts for wealthy and the well-connected. Under this plan, the Republicans will cut students' access to Pell Grants, drastically lowering the amount of federal loans they can take out. That will either deny them the opportunity to get a college degree or push students into unaffordable repayment plans and push them into the private, high-cost private loan programs. Under this bill, loan payments will be less affordable. For example, single borrower making $45,000 a year will see the student loan payments just about triple. Under the SAVE plan, which was President Biden's final plan, the borrower would have been paying about $41 a month. This bill will have them paying $150 a month. and making it more expensive to attend college isn't bad enough. The bill will also increase their exposure to low-quality programs. That's because the bill eliminates existing regulations that protect students from predatory, low-quality, for-profit programs. In addition to making it harder for low and middle-income people to afford college, the proposal will significantly impact public school meals program. For some students, the food served at school may be the only nutritious meal they receive that day. And when children are fed healthy, nutritious food, they not only are more likely to show up at school, but their academic achievement increases. And yet, despite this, a new analysis from the Urban Institute estimates that up to 18.3 million children could lose access to free meals as a result of the cuts to the SNAP nutrition program. And this is just what the SNAP program does to the students. We've not received the complete analysis on what other parts of the bill do. Last week, Ranking Member Boyle and I wrote to the Speaker requesting specific data on the number of children and families that would lose access to free or reduced school lunches, critical WIC services, and grocery benefits through the summer EBT program, all due to SNAP and Medicaid cuts in the Republican reconciliation plan. We haven't received a response, and we should receive a response before we have to actually vote on the bill. Finally, I'd like to point out that the bill includes language to fund privatization of public education.
Got my ex
That
account
will
in the
constitute the
chat.
first
Oh,
nationwide
dog, you can say
federal
TF.
voucher program, effectively diverting taxpayers' money and resources into private schools, away from public schools, which will be serving 90% of the students. That tax credit program was drafted by the Ways and Means Committee, but this committee has put in additional language that is clearly within the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee, including language preventing federal, state, and local governments from adding oversight mechanisms or guardrails that could protect students. I'm disappointed that the Education and Workforce Committee didn't have an opportunity to comment before that ended up in the bill. In summary, the so-called one big bad billionaires bill disproportionately helps the wealthy, then has others paying for it through losing health care, nutritious food, and access to college. And this is all to provide more tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. And to add insult to injury, Madam Chair, the deficit goes up. And we know how to reduce the deficit. In fact, every Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited. And every Republican since Nixon has left a worse deficit for the Democrats that succeeded them than they inherited. We should reduce the deficit. We know how to do that. And for those reasons, I oppose the bill and ask that we start from scratch and produce a bill that reduces the deficit, fiscally responsible, and addresses the needs of the American people. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing. And the Energy and Commerce Committee, we had a marathon 26.5-hour markup of our reconciliation instruction. It was a unique opportunity to consider issues spanning the full jurisdiction of our committee. We worked through legislation that will unleash American energy and costly EV mandates and advance American innovation, along with strengthening the Medicaid program for the most vulnerable Americans and improving their access to quality care. Our committee was asked with identifying $880 billion in savings and new revenue, and I'm proud to say we exceeded that goal. We've worked diligently to meet the target by ending wasteful Green New Deal style spending, supporting the rapid innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we are securing our energy infrastructure by taking steps to refurbish and refill our strategic petroleum reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security.
Thanks, guys.
Further, we're taking steps to streamline the process for exporting LNG to our allies while promoting more American energy production. Through an increase in federal revenues, we are streamlining the siting and permitting of new pipelines to transport energy around the country, which is critical to meeting the energy demands and winning the AI battle with China. We are saving $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations, and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed on the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve American taxpayers. And through major investments to modernize the Department of Commerce, we will integrate AI systems and upgrade IT systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, we are implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership. Our legislation raises $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care, making programs like Medicaid critical for the vulnerable Americans who rely on them, making it more difficult. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend taxpayer dollars on illegal immigrants. House Republicans make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and other able-bodied beneficiaries who are choosing not to work. Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for the expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. That is why our legislation stops billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common sense policies that will save taxpayer dollars and refocus Medicaid on those who need it most. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise cannot support themselves, but Democrats expanded the program far beyond the core mission. That's why we're establishing common sense work requirements for capable but unemployed adults without dependents. Let me be clear, these work requirements only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition like a disability or substance use disorder, encouraging them to reenter the workforce or give back to their communities and regain their independence. All of this part of our effort is to strengthen Medicaid for those who need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that would launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the president and congressional Republicans made to the American people. And today we're discussing a bill that unleashes
Thanks,
American
Doug.
energy
Yeah, I
dominance,
just got it. I think
advances
that's the one
innovation,
I've been reading
and protects
about.
access to care to our most vulnerable.
I think that's
We
the
were
one
able to
I've been
accomplish
updating
all
you
of the
guys for a couple
outstanding
hours.
developments for our constituents and extend the 27 Trump tax cuts will have delivered a generational win for our constituents. And I'm proud on the work to respark the American dream and ensure our country will always have the always be the land of opportunity. I yield back and look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guthrie. Representative Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone here today. And I'm always happy to come before the House Rules Committee, but I have to say that convening a hearing at 1 a.m. in the dead of night when most Americans are asleep at home to pass a bill with catastrophic consequences for millions of Americans is wrong. And we should be debating this bill when the American people can follow along and when they're able to call the representative to voice their opinion about the legislation. At its core, this bill takes health care away from millions of Americans in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporate interests who I don't think need them. It's a reverse Robin Hood scheme that takes from the poor in order to give handouts to those who really don't need them. And the bill makes a series of devastating cuts to clean energy, killing jobs and gutting our efforts to combat the worsening climate crisis. It auctions publicly owned spectrum and uses that money to give tax breaks to the rich rather than reinvesting that funding for the public good. And it includes a massive giveaway to big tech at the expense of Americans by basically prohibiting state and local laws to regulate artificial intelligence for 10 years.
All right,
And I'm going to go.
I'm going to share this on my screen and show you what I have here. Okay, so we are on the rules.house.gov. This is for the HR 1 Big Beautiful Bill Act meeting announcement Wednesday, May 21st at 1 a.m. So this should be the one. Now we're going to see amendments here. We're going to start with Amendment 1. I'm going to grab my slider bar here because there's over 500 amendments. We are going to scroll down to, this is going to be the Hearing Protection Act. All right, I'm getting close here. And there must be different versions of this because I'm seeing some people saying 486, 487. I see Amendment 486, Version 1, Cloud of Texas, eliminates the broad-based categorical eligibility loophole in the Supplemental Nutrition Program, the SNAP, and stops waste, fraud, and abuse within the food stamp program. Amendment number 487. Remove suppressors from the National Firearms Act, NFA, and Gun Control Act, GCA, treating them as standard firearm accessories. Prohibit states from imposing taxes or regulation requirements on suppressors. Ends the $200 transfer tax and streamlines the acquisition process for law-abiding Americans, and permits active and retired law enforcement to carry concealed suppressors. That's what I see here from the rules.house.gov page. I hit refresh right before I showed it to you.
Funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. But with this bill, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans. I'm going to keep stressing that. They're putting all sorts of burdensome and time-consuming roadblocks in the way of people just trying to get by.
I don't know. There's a
Also,
bunch
they
of
can
versions
kick them
of it.
off their health coverage.
Hit
And
refresh.
if someone loses their coverage through Medicaid, the bill
supposed to be
bans them from
proposed
getting
about
coverage through the ACA marketplace with any kind of
page, right?
subsidy. And this is just one way this bill essentially repeals the ACA for most people and makes it more difficult for people to get health coverage.
I
And
do
Republicans
not
are making it
see-
more difficult for states to finance their share of Medicaid costs by preventing them from implementing new provider taxes. This will be catastrophic for states as their healthcare needs change over time. Cuts will not just impact people who count on Medicaid. Hospitals, particularly
sorry
those
about
in
the wording too, Dio.
underserved and rural communities,
the
are going to
NFA
close.
and
They've been telling you that.
Just an
Nursing
accessory.
homes will close, and seniors will lose the
Why
care
would
that they
give
rely on.
permission to just
Emergency
police
rooms will
to
once
carry
again be overflowing as people are forced to delay care until it's life
Something
or
doesn't seem
death.
right here.
Now, for decades, Democrats have been working relentlessly to make quality healthcare more
Something right
accessible and affordable. It's worked. Thanks to our efforts, the number of uninsured Americans reached historic lows. But that's now all at risk as Trump and congressional Republicans look to strip healthcare away from almost 14 million people. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress could all be reversed by this bill. And this bill, if it passes, will wipe out all of that progress by rescinding programs that are lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in America. Also, Republicans can again give tax breaks to billionaires.
Yeah, from what this
And not content to
congressional
gut the
summary says,
Inflation
it
Reduction
removes
Act, this bill will go even
National
further
Firearms
by creating a mockery of our
Control Act.
environmental laws. It allows big oil and gas to simply bribe government agencies to acquire permits free of scrutiny. It sets up a pay-to-play scheme for
accessories.
fossil energy permitting that allows polluters to pay $10 million
H.R.
to the Trump
404
administration to obtain pipeline permits
Clean
and
Protection
ignore
Act,
environmental
that would-
laws while clean energy gets left behind.
That would make
It's
sure they are
essentially a complete dismantling of our energy permitting
still
infrastructure
firearms,
in the
but not on the
country.
NFA.
Vital protections for the public interest, clean water and clean air would all be completely set aside.
But I don't think we're
States would
looking at
lose
them
any
voting
say
on
in energy
H.R.
infrastructure
404.
within their borders,
an
and
amendment
courts
to
would not
H.R.
be able to
1,
address
right?
any further violations
the
of our weakened laws.
reconciliation
Now,
plan.
briefly on the environment. The bill is also a
This vote
disaster
could
for
be
the
out the
environment.
window right
It would
now.
gut
So
critical
that is-
environmental
that's
protections
H.R.
and programs harming the health and
Big,
welfare of all Americans. It both repeals and rescinds unobligated funds for every single environmental protection agency program included in the Inflation Reduction Act. It would also repeal clean vehicle standards, jeopardizing air quality and domestic manufacturing, giving a leg up to the fossil fuel industry. When Congress passed the IRA, Democrats made a critical and historic down payment towards a stable climate and a clean future for all. But this bill proposes to throw that
You guys
all
can't
away
hear me?
by eliminating the environmental
Oh.
protections that keep families and communities safe while doing nothing to lower energy costs, all in the service of providing these tax breaks for billionaires. Now, lastly, Madam Chair, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. The bill will also impose a 10-year ban on states' ability to enforce their own laws protecting consumers from harms caused by artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. So let me be clear, this
Can you guys not hear me at all, or can you just not hear me over the Congress critter? Let me know in the chat.
over American consumers, including our children and teens whose lives are increasingly intertwined with AI models and automated decision-making systems. Last Congress, at the request of big tech, the Republican leadership refused to move a bipartisan comprehensive privacy bill that would have provided important guardrails on the use of consumers' personal information by AI systems. It was an unfortunate giveaway to big tech at the American public's expense. By contrast, states across the country have been working hard to protect their residents from harmful uses of AI. They've enacted laws that protect consumers.
Well, I don't think these guys are talking about the Second Amendment anytime soon. Here's what I was telling you earlier. There's HR. Here, let me switch my screen up just for a second. All right. Okay, look. HR 404. This is the Hearing Protection Act. It would remove silencers from the National Firearms Act. Treat them as regular firearms per se, okay? But they're not voting on HR 404 right now. What they're voting on is, what they're working on, rather, what they're debating on. Nobody's voting on anything. Pardon me, I'm getting kind of tired. Is HR 1, the big, beautiful bill, all right? As of right now, the way I see, amendment number 487 is, quote, the Hearing Protection Act amendment. Let me share this tab again one more time. Okay, 487. I just hit refresh a second ago. Representative Cloud of Texas. This is weirdly worded here, but this is the actual, this is the summary, keep in mind. Remove suppressors from the National Firearms Act, NFA, and the Gun Control Act, treating them as standard firearm accessories. Now, if something's a standard firearm accessory, that would mean it's not a firearm at all. Now, whoever wrote this summary may be wrong. I'm just telling you as I can read it here. An accessory would not be a firearm whatsoever. But here's where it gets interesting. Prohibit states from imposing taxes or registration requirements on suppressors. All right. Ends the $200 transfer tax and streamlines the acquisition process for law-abiding Americans. Now, since they're throwing in the law-abiding Americans thing, that would make it where it's probably a firearm, though, because of the whole background checks and 4473s, which I don't agree with those. I'm just saying, within the laws we live under. And permits active and retired law enforcement to carry concealed suppressors. Now, hold on a minute. If it's gonna be removed from the NFA and GCA, which is what it says right here, then why would they need to permit law enforcement from carrying it? Because if it's just an accessory, wouldn't everybody be permitted to be able to carry it however they want? Now, when we click on the actual text of the amendment itself, I think it might be good to show you guys what this says. This is what it says. At the end of Title XI, add the following new section. A, in general, Section 5845A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking 7, any silencer, and all that follows through, quote, and 8, and inserting and 7. This is like literally as clear as mud. In general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection, the amendment made by this section shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. 2, transfers. In the case of the tax imposed by Section 5811 of such code, the amendment made by this section shall apply with respect to transfers after October 22nd, 2015. That's what I see right now. So I don't know. Let me come back over to this. I doubt they're talking about the Second Amendment, but we'll see.
Construction of new manufacturing plants. It will help turn America into a manufacturing powerhouse again and lower taxes for those who build it right here in America. Opportunity zones will ensure distressed communities, particularly in rural areas,
accessory.
share in this
I don't know.
surge of new investment and jobs. Working class Americans voted for President Trump because he puts their interest over elite special interest. Wealthy universities will pay an endowment tax as high as the corporate tax rate. Bad Biden-era tax policy that rewarded the wealthy, the big banks, and China with tax breaks and giveaways will be replaced with good tax policy that benefits working families and small businesses. Illegal immigrants will no longer be eligible for refundable tax credits.
Can you guys
Foreign
when I
countries
say hi?
will no longer be able to steal American tax revenue. The result will be economic prosperity for workers and families like the boom times of President Trump's first term. Take-home pay for the typical family with 2 children will increase by as much as $13,300. Annual real wages for workers will rise by as much as $11,600. Pro-growth tax policy will...
Well, this is stupid. You guys are just now telling me like 6 minutes in, like the hundreds of people I've said hi to and like thanking everyone for the super chats they left tonight, that like you haven't been able to hear anything I've said all night, like not even once. Are you kidding me right now? No, that's not even possible though. There's times where I'm like, put a 1 in the chat if this, and like 50 people did. So I don't know. I think it's getting too late for me to read chat. You guys are trying to make my head spin in circles, I think. Like there's literally people telling me they haven't heard one word I've said all night tonight while these Congress people are talking. That makes me feel terrible because I've said hi to like 200 people and thanked a bunch of people kindly. And now the chat's saying you haven't heard one word. Usually when I do commentary, you can hear me. I did it with Michigan stuff like 10 times. This is just really weird.
Get a 13% tax cut. If you make less than $100,000, you get a 13% tax cut. Not only do we stop a looming $1,700 tax increase on the average American family, if these tax provisions expire, we actually deliver that same family an additional $1,300 tax cut compared to what they pay today. The winners of this bill are the working class.
Okay, so people were just
farmers,
whining earlier because
mechanics,
they couldn't hear me as loud as they wanted.
waitresses,
Okay.
linemen,
Well, thanks
and
for
nurses.
confirming, because I'm just getting all
My
these
focus
people
has been
saying
on
we can
delivering
hear
for
you all night. I'm
America's
like, are you
working
freaking
class
kidding me?
because I'm a product of the
Why did I
working
even
class.
do this
I
thing
grew
if
up
no one could hear
in a
me all
single
night?
wide trailer in a small town of less than 5,000 people. And this bill
All right, I'll check
delivers
back with
for
the chat in a minute,
families
'cause
like mine who have fallen
I don't
further
know if people are trying
behind
to make my
for
head
decades.
spin or whatever, but
Failure is not an option in getting this done. The one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. Otherwise, every single American will face, on average, a 22% tax increase. Nearly 30 million small businesses will lose the small business deduction and pay a tax rate above 43.4%. American manufacturing would compete with one arm tied behind its back against competitors like China. Families would have to sell the farm just to pay the IRS. Congress must deliver on the priorities expected by the 77 million Americans who voted for an America where workers and families will thrive again. Main Street and rural towns will grow again, and America wins again. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Moore, Representative Moore.
Good, good morning, Madam Chair, my classmate. I count it all joy to be here with members of the Rules Committee, Ranking Member McGovern and others. And I count it all joy to be able to testify on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee and of my constituents and all those who are the least lost and left behind in America. I want to talk about the tax provisions of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I really can't argue with the president over the fact that this bill is big. It's 1,000 pages of a big bonanza for billionaires. I know that we have been accused of characterizing this as a bonanza for billionaires, and the numbers will bear that out. I know, Madam Chair, you're fond of fact-checking stuff, so I hope that you will do that on behalf of the American public when it comes to talking about how those folks under $100,000 are going to experience such a great growth in wealth and income. You've heard a lot about work requirements and how that's going to generate all these savings. You heard about how these lazy little boys that are in the basement playing video games and saying to mom, you bring down some more potato chips, are going to, that's going to cost $800 billion in savings. How many of these boys do we have? Are there that many video games? I would have to ask. You know, we're talking about how we're just going to rout out waste, feud, fraud, and abuse. And that's somehow going to generate over $1 trillion in savings. I'm asking you, even those of you who are not that good in math, to try to figure this out with me. Let's begin the analysis of this bill, not with all the numbers that we're all going to be throwing around here this morning, but let's just begin this analysis with a moral question. Should children go hungry or be left to suffer or die from treatable diseases? And if your answer to that, anybody, if your answer is no, then just sort of reason backwards from that precipice and see if the justification of this bill sort of unravels. I'm so happy to be the last person to speak on this panel because we have heard from our colleagues and on other committees about the harms that this bill is going to do to millions and millions of our constituents, fellow Americans. We're going to cut $230 billion out of SNAP. We're going to kick 13.7 million people off their health insurance. We're going to trigger $500 billion in cuts from Medicare, those of us who are protecting seniors here on this panel. We're going to reduce educational opportunity for American children who are least able. There are kids who just might not be chosen. I was one of those kids. I wasn't chosen and I didn't have any choice. And this is who we're going to take money from. We're sitting here bragging about so-called savings. And what are we going to do with these savings? What are we going to do with the savings? Are we going to take these savings and reduce our debt? Nope, we're not going to do that. These tax cuts are so massive that we don't have enough kids to starve. We don't have enough people to deny health care. So we're just going to ask Americans to finance tax cuts for billionaires on the national debt, on the credit card. I just paid off a credit card. I was so relieved. It was the first night's sleep I had in a long time. And we have people here. I know my good friend, the chairman of our committee, does not like debt. Well, he used to not like debt, but he kind of likes debt today. The JCT scored this bill at $3.8 trillion. $3.8 trillion. But that's not even the real score. Why not? because of all the budget gimmicks in there. You know, they've got all kind of budget tricks in this billionaire bonanza bill, like cutting the budget window after 9 years and making dozens of provisions that benefit regular Americans temporary to get them through the 2026 cycle, to get them through President Trump's tenure as president, assuming that he won't get a third term. Otherwise, he's gonna have to do something else. But that being the case, I mean, it is so cynical to tell people we're gonna give these to you. We're gonna have permanent tax cuts for wealthy people, but we're gonna make this temporary, just long enough to trick you into believing that it helps. So, what is the cost of this bill after we strip away all the gimmicks? It's going to be, not including the interest on the debt, it's going to be at least $5 trillion. So, my twist on Mark Twain's statement, there are lies, damn lies, and then there's trickle-down economics. You know what? We've heard, at least, I'm 74 years old, and I swear to God, I can remember when the talk of the trickle started. And it hasn't trickled yet. And this bill is not going to start the trickle. The so-called fiscal hawks will try to make you believe that this country club urban legend that tax cuts pay for themselves. It has never worked, but it just has not stopped the talking point. That's what it is. That they claim that this bill will generate $2.6 trillion of revenue from economic growth. There is not one. Produce them. Fact check this, Madam Chair. Where is the economist who will back up those numbers? Where they at? They ain't here. Deficits aside, this bill is ugly, as we say, because it is ultimately a betrayal of the contract that we have made with the American people, and especially to our babies and to our working people. You know, it's a talk, it's a union hall, you know, working man's bill, but it is all for the millionaires and billionaires. The so-called no tax on tips. That's a distraction from the windfall that they're given to the richest people in the country. Let's just put the facts out. Let's talk some numbers. I've been just hollering and hooping. Let's put some numbers out. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make over $1 million per year on average get a tax cut of $81,500 under this bill. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make under $50,000 per year on average get a tax cut of $265. That means a person who makes over $1 million per year on average gets 310 times what a person making under $50,000 gets.
Managers again.
Now, this notion that if we don't pass this one big, beautiful bill, that taxes are going to go up for everybody. This is a choice. Tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires is not tethered to our doing something for regular people. Y'all chose to do that. It's perfectly possible to draft tax legislation in a way that doesn't provide the most fortunate among us with a windfall. But y'all chose to do it. Now,
for any of you just joining, the Second Amendment has not been mentioned once. Neither the Hearing Protection Act nor the Short Act. Not even uttered, whispered, or I don't even think thought about, to be honest. Amendment number 487 has been submitted, which is some version of the Hearing Protection Act. Sounds pretty good, but confusing too.
Tax cut. So we suggested that, you know, there shouldn't be any tax cuts for individuals making over $400,000 a year. Republicans voted no. We suggested that, you know, if they make $10 million, we shouldn't give them a tax cut. Republicans voted no. We said, how about $100 million? Republicans voted no. We said $1 billion. They voted no. You know how they voted. No one was just too rich for this tax cut in the worldview of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Ways and Means Committee. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, the JCT numbers show that this bill is even worse for people on the bottom rung. By 2029, according to JCT numbers, after the temporary tax cuts for people making under $30,000 for a year, on an aggregate, they're gonna, as a group, they're gonna be paying $5 billion more in taxes. That's a big tax cut, Madam Chair. Fact check that. Now, imagine that, Madam Chair. There's so many ugly things in this bill, in this 1,000 pages of this big, beautiful bill. My 5 minutes could not possibly do them justice. Making it easier. I couldn't believe it when I saw this, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
5 minutes, she said?
I couldn't believe it when they proposed to take away the taxes on silencers for guns.
Wait a minute.
What, Madam Chair, why? There's a $200 tax on buying silencers for guns. And then we're going to kick 2 million children off the child tax credit. You know, they brag about doubling the child tax credit, but Madam Chair, the poorest, the neediest, the most vulnerable children get nothing, unless their parents earn money. You know, and what I say is that, why don't we just make the kids go to work? Just cut to the chase. Tell kids, y'all got to start working. Maybe cut some of them school hours and go work as the shampoo girl so that your mama.
She's the first person
can
that
get
just mentioned a version of the Hearing
money to do
Protection
what
Act.
we know did. We cut poverty in half
7 hours.
when we
I would note though,
expanded the child
remove the
tax credit to
$200
include
tax.
the
Did you
most,
hear
the
that?
poorest, the 17
Is that mean
million
it's the watered
kids
down
that this
version
bill doesn't cover.
or
So at the end of
amendment?
the day, the
What is
main
it,
thing, let's keep the
7?
main thing, that this legislation
787,
before
the
us
Cloud
will make
Amendment.
Americans more in debt, will make them hungrier,
So she's not
will
giving us
make them
much, but
sicker,
this is the first
will
we've
make
heard of it.
them more
Only.
ignorant. They'll be falling behind other nations, will be upending national security, all
We
to
might get the
lavish
BS
more
version.
and more and more and more on the luckiest and wealthiest among this.
What's
And Madam
happening,
Chair,
man? How
I
you
am
doing?
and I just want to point out to y'all, full disclosure, I'm woke.
Stan Balia
And I yield
was in
back.
the chat. Make sure you guys check out his YouTube channel. He's an awesome 2A attorney. Cool dude.
Well, Ms. Moore, I think that applause
Shout out to the Stan
indicates
Balia Law
that
channel.
performance having been brought to the Rules Committee this morning. I do have a lot of fact checks, but as I've done a couple of times this morning, I am going to resist. But
I'm sure you will.
But I'm going to wind up entering some things into the record that were said about the TCGA.
Come on, enter the short act right now.
TCJA when it was passed, to show that the same kinds of things are being said now, and they're wrong, and they're going to be proven wrong, just like the things said in 2017.
Madam Chair, can I just make an intervention? We're not talking about the 2017 tax cut. And I wasn't here then. This is the bill that I have gone through, and what I have said. You can fact check what I said, and people are going to be hungry, and losing health care. Let's talk about this bill. I don't want to talk about that bill because
Well,
I
let
wasn't
me
there.
talk about this bill.
Okay, talk about it, man.
Chairman Smith.
You the chair. You can do whatever you want.
Chairman Smith. Our friends on the other side of the aisle continue to assert that the extension of the 2017 tax cuts places an additional burden on our working class families and benefits only billionaires and special interests. However, isn't it true that President Trump's tax cuts increased American families' income and were a boon to the working class, and that the bottom 20% of earners saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years, while the top 10% of earners now pay over 75% of all income taxes? And as a result of the Trump tax cuts, the 1% paid more income taxes than ever.
I'm starting to like Granny the longer this stream goes, guys, just to be honest.
Your facts are 100% accurate. I think it's important to note, Chair Fox, if you listen to the counterparts that you just heard, if you use their statements, it actually proves that our tax bill is cutting taxes for working class. My good friend from the Ways and Means Committee said that in 2029, $5 billion in tax increases on people because of the expiring provisions. In order to those to be increased, that means they had to be cut. And that's what we're doing here. We are cutting $5 billion for those tipped employees, those Uber drivers, those linemen who work overtime. And it's for 4 years. I hope it's much longer, but you know what? Don't say that it's increasing $5 billion, but you're not giving us credit for the $5 billion tax cut that we're doing right now. And I also want to point out, Chair Fox, back in...
If you guys want to check out my friend Stambo's channel, link is right there in the live chat for you.
Moore was talking about that are being left behind. Yeah, they're going to be left behind by the Democrats when they vote no on this bill, because that would mean a refundability would go from $1,700 to $1,000. So every one of those 17 million children would lose $700 pulled out because the Democrats voted no.
So in effect, the shares of those who foot the tax burden got more progressive in the 2017 bill, and will get that way, and will be that way again with this bill. Correct.
That's correct.
And last, despite all of the rhetoric, and I have to tell you, it really qualifies as rhetoric. Again, performance, I think, is a better term for it. The Democrats could have raised the tax income bracket when they were in control and passed their reconciliation efforts, because the tax cut expiration was in the 10-year window. Isn't that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
And they failed to do so. Again, they have a credibility problem here. We hear all the time from Democrats about what we're doing, but never taking responsibility for what they could have done when they had the majority in House and Senate as recently as 6 months, and the presidency as recently as 6 months ago, correct?
Excuse
me, they didn't have the
6 months
majority in
ago,
the House.
they didn't have the
But
majority in the House.
3 years ago, excuse me, 2.5 years ago, they had that majority.
They absolutely had all three branches of government 2.5
Right,
years.
they had all three branches of government, and they could have done that then, but
Ooh.
they did not.
Ooh, she
Thank you
nailed them.
again, Chairman Smith. Mr. McGovern, I'm recognizing you.
Oh, okay. So first of all, let's be clear.
This guy?
I think Democrats are willing to work with Republicans on helping middle-class families with tax relief, and helping those in the lower income brackets get into the middle class. That's never been a question. We don't have any problem with that. Happy to work with you on something like that. But we're talking about this reconciliation bill, and CBO just did an analysis, which basically, and I said this earlier, I'll repeat it again, it shows how your bill would impact the bottom 10%, and the top 10%. And as you see on this graph here, the bottom 10% are going to be worse off, and the top 10% are going to be much better off. And one of the reasons why is because in this beautiful bill that you think is so beautiful, there are cuts to SNAP that amount to $230 billion, cuts to Medicaid that amount to $880 billion. And so basically, I mean, I'm trying to put this politely, but middle-class families, those struggling to get a middle class, are going to be screwed if this becomes law.
Yeah, right.
And we went over this earlier, with the
Did you guys hear like 6 hours ago where they said the average person in the U.S. makes $750,000 a year? I'm pretty sure I heard that earlier from this guy.
That's $700 a day. People who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year. For those earning less than $50,000, as Ms. Moore pointed out, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 a day. So that is what our problem is with your reconciliation bill. The people that we think that we get elected to try to fight for are going to be hurt the most in this reconciliation bill. And let me also just say, I mean, I kind of hope that we would get to a point where Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives would all agree on some fundamental basic principles. One is that, everybody should have health care. Two is that nobody should go hungry in this country. I mean, we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 46 million Americans who are food insecure or hungry. I don't know about you. I'm ashamed of that. And as I said, because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee during the debate, is that hunger is a political condition. We have the money to end hunger. We have the infrastructure. We know what to do. We lack the political will. We have the political will to give billionaires tax cuts, but we don't have the political will to end hunger in this country. In fact, what is particularly galling is that this bill takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most. I said this in the Agriculture Committee. You guys make Marie Antoinette look down to earth. I mean, this is like crazy. I can't believe that you're doing this. I mean, again, as someone who's on the Ag Committee, and the chairman heard me and the ranking member heard me speak at length about this, but I find it unconscionable. I find it unconscionable and immoral that we're here debating a bill that's will take food away from kids. I mean, this bill will do that. All the denials won't change the fact that this bill will hurt these people. It will take food off the table of families of 7, 8, 9-year-old kids in your communities. It'll mean more kids go to school hungry. More kids get kicked off their free school meals. More kids will suffer chronic illnesses because they don't have access to good nutrition. By the way, there's a cost to being indifferent about those who are food insecure in this country. And because of this bill, more and more people are going to go without health care. They're going to go without food.
I've been up all night.
And for most of last week's hearing in the Ag Committee, and most Republicans, this is the thing that really bothers me, most Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't even bother to show up during the debate. I mean, I made a comment, I think that almost got my words taken down. I said, look, I mean, we're all arguing about work requirements for people who are poor. How about some work requirements for members of Congress that should show up to these committee hearings and pay attention to the witnesses and offer amendments and to actually be engaged? I mean, most of them came in for 5 minutes and then left. Well, guess what? I sat there for virtually all of the 13 hours. I heard firsthand how much this bill is going to screw over kids and seniors and working families and so many other people who voted for Republicans and who I think now are going to feel betrayed by Republicans. They're going to lose their phone
Yes, I'm in Michigan.
Now, I don't know why so many people didn't show up, but I think it's because many of you know how deeply unpopular what you're trying to do here is among the American people. And since you guys don't want to talk about it, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. Your bill cuts SNAP a program that provides kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities with on average of about $2 per meal to afford food. You're going to cut it by over $313 billion. You know, when the chairman of the budget committee was here a month and a half ago, advocating these cuts in food assistance, I asked him a simple question. I said, what is the average SNAP benefit? He had no idea. He had no idea. He didn't know it was $2 per person per meal or $6 a day. And yet was advocating these huge cuts. But that means you're cutting 1/3 of the entire program. That is the biggest cut in history. And, you know, your bill takes food away from families with kids if their single parent is struggling to find a job or can't access childcare.
Thanks,
Your
man. I
bill
appreciate
forces
you
older
subbing.
adults up to age 65, many who have limited educations and dismal job prospects, off of benefits in 3 months. I mean, who's hiring a
I'll be back. I'll get some
64-year-old
weeds to go
who's
water
recently laid
again.
off? I mean, do you really think that you can change careers at 64? It's not easy. Some people can. It's not easy. Your bill prevents future increases to benefit calculations, meaning families will have less money for food in the future as costs rise. I mean, really, this is $2 per person per meal. That's what it is. And your bill threatens food benefits for 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities by shifting the cost of benefits onto states whose budgets cannot support the hundreds of millions of dollars that have to put up every year to maintain benefits for these individuals. Chairman Thompson, I want to ask you a pretty simple question. This bill, the bill that you wrote, takes benefits away from families with kids as young as 7 years old if their parent loses a job and cannot find another job. So let's say you're a single dad with a college degree, you live in a small rural town, there may not be a lot of jobs available, you have a college degree, but millions of single dads in this country are in this position. Let's say you get laid off from your job with no notice, no warning. Let's say it's March. So you now got 90 days to get a new job or you lose your portion of the SNAP benefits, which means less food in the fridge for you and your family. So yes or no, Mr. Chairman, do you think it's right for the government to punish those kids because mom or dad can't get a job, locked down in 90 days? And let me just also add,
This
the
guy's
majority
sick.
of able-bodied people who are on the benefit actually work. They actually work. They earn so little, they need the benefit. But I asked the question, I mean, do you think that is an okay thing to have happen?
Well, Mr. McGovern, being on the Agriculture Committee as long as you have, I think I really felt like you'd have a great grasp on the entirety of the nutrition title of the Farm Bill. States,
I haven't seen the Short Act yet. Let me know if any of you guys can find it. I can't find the Short Act. So as of right now, I'm going to say no. There is no Short Act amendment.
obviously there's provisions if there are two parents, one parent would apply, the other parent it would not apply to in terms of any kind of work, volunteer, or education opportunities, which we pay for. And there was also, there's a deduction from SNAP income for SNAP eligibility for uncapped amount of childcare expenses, which includes childcare. And then we have federal government also funds subsidized childcare through the Child Care and Development Block Grant, not to mention the child tax credit and the child and dependent care tax credit. So absolutely, there should not be a loss of access to supplemental nutrition. I know that one of the things we talked about was CBO made the comment about 3 million people, I believe, that were coming off of SNAP. Well, those are individuals who choose not, choose not to engage in work, volunteer time, or education, or a big part of that and you're right, it's not half though, yet at the most it's 27% of folks on SNAP are working, but some of those folks are coming off because they've worked their way off, which is the American dream. They no longer are living in poverty.
I'm going to yield to, that's kind of a word salad. But the bottom line is if that single parent can't find a
I've heard
job,
word salad.
they lose their benefits. It's that simple.
No, they have not, John.
And by the way, we have a child care crisis in this country too. I don't know whether Ranking Member Craig wants to add anything.
No, I would just add that one of the most egregious parts of this bill is changing that scenario where that single dad, when their child turns 7, then would have work requirements. And again, childcare crisis in our country. And, add on top of that, that if you're married, actually,
Sure
only
again.
one of you has work requirements. So, it's crazy. You can stay home and still be eligible for the benefit if you're married and your spouse goes to work. But if you're a single mom or a single dad, the new dependent age for someone is 7 years old.
And by the way, the vast majority of people in this country who are on SNAP are kids. They're seniors and they're people with disabilities. You know, and veterans as well. In your home state, Mr. Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania, they'll be under this bill. They're going to be on the hook for over $1 billion in benefits alone if this bill is acted. So what if Pennsylvania or any other state can't meet that cost? I know you think they can, but what if they can't? I mean, I think the governor of your state says the bill will make groceries more expensive, close down local grocery stores, and force kids to go hungry. But
Hopefully you guys are
say,
safe out there
this
with
state
tornadoes.
cost share
That
that you were
sucks.
talking about, saying that we're not going to cut benefits. Well, like again, if Pennsylvania had to absorb $1 billion, that's a lot for a state budget. What if they can't do it? Then did they then do benefit cuts?
Well, I actually reject your premise of your question that states will refuse to cover 5% of a supplemental nutrition assistance program, given that they have 2 years to adjust their state budgets. SNAP, as you know, is the only state-administered entitlement benefit that is fully funded by the federal government. And states are already paying anywhere from 25 to 50% of the cost of Medicaid benefits in their states. States are fully capable of paying for SNAP, and every single state has achieved an error rate below 6% in the last 10 years, which would bring them down to
You're
that
welcome,
base
Dylan.
cost share. And it really, time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their services to SNAP participants and control costs. And the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin in the game on benefit expenditures.
Well, as you know, it's not just 5%, it could go up to 25%, and for some states. But let me switch to Ranking Member Craig so we get, get some different perspectives here. Ranking Member, what will states do if they can't meet the absurd new scam set up by Republicans in this bill?
We all know that they're going to cut the benefit. It's just that plain and simple. And look, the way that this bill takes the error rate right now,
You're
if
welcome,
it's
DC.
$56 or less, the state does not count that, whether it's an underpayment or an overpayment. But like under this, everybody's error rate is going up. And I'm sorry that the chairwoman left, because 19% of her households in her district are benefiting from the SNAP program today. And the cost in that state is going to be just exorbitant.
So isn't this just a backdoor way to take food assistance away from people without having to get your fingerprints on it?
Well, it's shifting the blame for taking away the benefit. So this body is trying to shift the blame to states. 23 governors wrote to us to say, we cannot afford this. We cannot pay for this.
And in fact, Ranking Member, is there anything in this bill that prevents a state from cutting benefits for kids?
There's absolutely nothing in this bill.
So this bill could lead to kids, seniors, veterans, and Americans with disabilities from being cut off of food assistance or seeing their benefits reduced.
This bill will lead to benefit loss to millions of Americans.
Now, Chairman Thompson, even if you disagree with everything that we just said, would you support amendments?
And that's a pretty accurate statement,
Yeah,
Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
Yeah, but would you support amendments that simply say the SNAP provisions in this bill?
I would say it's
not
a
go into
bad thing.
effect unless no child, no veteran, and no one living in a rural community will have their food benefits cut under this bill? I mean, we tried to offer that in committee because there's great concern.
Well, Mr. Ranking Member, I don't see it necessary, given the depth and the width of the nutrition title. What we're putting forward can't be taken in a silo. You have to look the entirety of how the nutrition program works. And I don't believe, actually, I believe that we're going to be empowering more children to have a better future. And there may
welcome,
be parents
Nathan.
out there that will choose not to engage in work requirements. So, by the way, we've had since the 1970s.
Right, but
This
but
is not something
not
new.
at 7, not with kids at 7 and 8-year-old,
If you
9-year-old.
go back and you look at the general work requirements, it's age 6. We move it to 7
and I don't
with
know-
this bill.
And I don't know how I don't know how we provide children a better future by by providing them less food and nutrition, as they're growing up. I mean, I
don't know how we
mean,
guarantee a better future if we do everything we can to keep children stuck in intergenerational poverty.
well, first of all, a lot of people who are on SNAP, who have been on SNAP, have gone on to be very successful people. This kind of
Because work-
stigmatization that
a
if
lot
you're
of
on
that's 'cause
SNAP,
work requirements work.
that somehow you're going to always be stuck in poverty is just not the reality. I'll go to Ms. Craig and then to Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offended by your last statement. You know, my own mother was a single mom who was going to school at night to get her teaching degree for 9 years to become a teacher. Yep, she did it. But under the scenario we just outlined, my mom would no longer be eligible for benefits once I turned 7 years old because my mom is going to school, not able to work during 80 hours a month. That is the truth, and you know it. And look, 11 million people, according to the Center on Budget and Policy, including 4 million children, live in households that would be at risk of losing these benefits.
Guys, for those of you just joining, welcome. Good to have you here. They've mentioned nothing whatsoever about the HPA or the Short Act, except for one Democrat congresswoman ripping on it and talking about how it was bad for like 3 words. And that was it.
27% of SNAP recipients are working today already, but they're living in poverty. But it can be volunteer work, but it also, your mom would qualify because she was actually getting education, and that is a qualifier for
Not 80
receiving
hours a
SNAP
week,
benefits.
not 80 hours
Right.
a month.
And let me just,
What's up, JJ?
we throw around these numbers, 13 million people will lose their health care, so many, 5 million people will lose their food assistance benefits. And I worry sometimes that there are people in this chamber, who look at those numbers and
I've been
view them
screaming
as
7.5 hours.
and fail to appreciate kind of the human element.
I'm getting
behind
kind
it.
of tired, guys.
One of the things that I've learned in this job is that people's lives are complicated, and one glove doesn't fit all. And as much as we want to, say that this should apply to everybody or this should apply to everybody, and this, and it is complicated. In my experience, especially with a lot of single parents raising kids, they want to be good parents because that's the best thing they can do.
What's up,
to make sure
Kurt? How
their
you
kids have
doing,
a bright
man?
Future. And to have to add on to that now, if I don't meet this new requirement, I will.
Dude, I've been
lose my
live since 12:30
SNAP
midnight.
benefit, and there'll be less food in the house. I just I don't understand why this is something that my Republican friends feel that they have to do. But I mean, Ms. Moore.
Mr. Ranking Member, we can also say, I mean, that has been a quandary of
Lay down, Sam.
certain folks in certain situations. You're right. It's complex. People have very different
What
lives.
happens if
And that's-
childcare is
and
not
that
available?
And
I
that is
mean,
why the state
what happens if
has
there's no
and will
transportation?
retain flexibility with waivers to be able to meet those individual needs. But we just need to make sure that the states administer their programs according to the intent of
Well,
Congress.
lots of luck with that. And I would just again say, I mean, I think a better way to do it is to not make these cuts and maybe not give tax breaks to billionaires. But Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate this vigorous discussion. As a co-chair of the bipartisan foster youth program here in Congress, I can tell you that leaving a 7-year-old at home while the parent goes to work, there's a name for that. It's called child abuse and neglect. That will get you a case. And I know people who have had their children removed from their homes for that very reason. They were at work, couldn't afford childcare, and left their child at home. Let me just say this, as a survivor of childhood sexual assault, I guarantee you that Chester the molester is going to know that your child is at home on a regular basis while you're out
Chester the
working
molester.
to meet these work requirements. And they will find an opportunity to pretend that your mom told them to come by, or you've seen them, or come on, go to the store with me. And if you're 7 years old, you're vulnerable. I can tell you that if the house catches on fire while that 7-year-old is in the house because they tried to make themselves some chicken nuggets and turn the stove on, that is going to be a little bit of problem. I also want to mention another thing about this 80 hours. I think this 80 hours is very interesting. I remember my daughter once working for a daycare center. And I mean, the minute she hit that 19th hour, no matter how busy they were, they sent her home.
Right.
Because they didn't want to incur payroll tax charges. There's employers make decisions that low-wage people, low-income people, people that you're targeting, don't have any choice about it. You're working in a fast food restaurant. They're not going to let you work 40 hours a week, so they have to pay workman's comp. They're not going to let you work 20 hours a week in order to do it. They're dumb if they do. Because they don't, the whole point is to have people churning in and out. So I don't want to, this is, I so appreciate my colleagues here from the Ag Committee that have greater information about this particular part of the bill, but I just could not let it pass without talking, so if you want to change anything, this 7-year-old at home alone, it's a name for it. Child abuse and neglect. Thank you. You're back.
I just want to ask a few quick questions to Chairman
geez.
Smith. Chairman Smith, you keep saying that if we don't pass this beautiful bill, it will result in the biggest tax increase in history. Well, as I see it, that's your fault. And why? Because when you passed your tax bill in 2017, you made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but you made the tax cuts for middle class temporary. So when those cuts
I'm not messing
expire,
with the volume,
the
guys.
rates
He's
go up
just
on
that
hardworking
loud.
Americans is because you drafted your bill. That's why you drafted your bill. I mean, another thing, you keep touting no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Setting aside that under this bill, parts of tips and overtime are still taxed. Just like in 2017, you drafted those tax cuts as only being temporary, they expire. So if these are an important centerpiece to help working class Americans, why are you making them expire? Why are those tax cuts temporary?
So the bill that we passed in 2017 out of the House made everything permanent. It was the other side of the building that put the expirations in. But the bill that I drafted, Mr. McGovern, and that I was part of the Ways and Means Committee made
I'll be right
everything
back, guys.
permanent.
I think I'm
And
gonna
the
go
good
eat
thing
me
about
some
it
more
is this
Samoans.
one big, beautiful bill before you will make all those expiring provisions permanent.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the child tax credit should go down in 2029?
You're talking about 2029.
Yeah, no,
That is
yeah.
the enhanced boost that we're doing, which is $500 more for the
Right.
child
So,
tax
but
credit.
but you think it should expire in 2029?
I would love for it to go longer,
Okay.
but I would love
What-
for
what-
Democrats to work with us to
what-
try to make sure we have permanent
all right,
tax
what-
policy.
Do you think the standard deduction should fall in 2029?
Take it easy,
Absolutely
man.
not.
These
That's why I
people are
think
crazy.
Democrats would want to work with us to make sure that we continue
I'm
to
not signing off
provide
quite yet,
tax
guys. I'm
relief
gonna
for
keep this
working
going for a
families.
Do you
minute
think
here.
taxes should go up on senior citizens in 2029?
That's why I hope Democrats will work with us to make sure that we're providing tax relief for seniors.
Do you think people should have to pay taxes on their tips in 2029?
That's why you'll vote with me to make sure that it doesn't happen, right, Mr. McGovern?
And do you think that people should have to pay tax on their overtime in 2029?
That's why we're eliminating it in this bill,
Yeah.
and that's why you're voting against it.
No, I mean, I'm voting against it because I don't like the taxes for billionaires and the cuts in healthcare and the egregious
But no
cuts in
tax
food
for
and food
overtime is
benefits.
in this bill,
But
and
I'm
you'll
just,
be
I'm
voting
just,
no.
I mean, and as I said at the beginning, I mean, we're more than willing to work with you on tax cuts and tax relief for those in the middle, and for those vulnerable populations. But it just seems that all these provisions that seem to benefit the people who are most well off and well connected don't have to worry about that, but all this other stuff we do. So I'll just close with this. I think this is an awful bill. And I understand why we began meeting at 1 a.m. to talk about this, because I think my Republican friends don't want people to know about it. The idea of people losing health care benefits, and the idea of billionaires getting tax cuts, and people losing their food benefits, I said this in the Ag Committee. I said that there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from hungry people. And I feel very, very strongly about this. I'm angry that this is the path that you have chosen to go down, and we're going to fight like hell on the House floor. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize Ms. Fishbach for her time of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can tell who got a full night's sleep. So that just kind of shows. But first, I want to start out by thanking Chairman Thompson for all of your work on your portion of the bill. I know you've been working a long time, and you have not only the America's farmers in concern,
You know, I
that
think
you're
where's
concerned with them and
Granny?
you're working towards them, but also the people that are affected by the bill. So I
I
appreciate
miss her
your work.
now.
And Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Wahlberg, appreciate what you've done. I mean, you have done wonderful things, and I know that you've been working on it for months and months and months, went through your committee, and we've all been working on those things over a great span of time. And Mr. Smith, Chairman Smith, excuse me, I have to say, I thank you for your work on Ways and Means, and I was honored to work with you on that. We've been working well over a year, working through all of these provisions and making sure that we are addressing the issues that we need to keep the economy going, to offer tax breaks to the middle income, and all of those things that we did. And you mentioned some of the provisions, or a lot of the provisions that were, and we've discussed a few of them that are in the bill. And I wanted to get just a little more specific, because some of, as we were talking about, we need to talk about people, we need to talk about what's going on. And we heard about how important 199 over the year that we worked. And I'm sure everybody has heard from their constituents. We heard about how important the 199A 20% deduction is, and we were able to increase that to 23%. I'll just tell you, in my district, that affects 55,000 small businesses and family farms. And you know what? I don't think they're billionaires. I mean, if I have 55,000 billionaires in my district, that's incredible. I would like to meet them. And just to put it into perspective, in Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 60,000 small businesses that would be hit with a 43.4% tax rate if this bill isn't put in place. In Mr. Nagusa's district, it's over 110,000 small businesses that are affected by 199A. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, it is over 41,000 small businesses. And in Mr. McGovern's, it is 67,000 small businesses that are affected. And these are not billionaires. They're not billionaires. These are small businesses, the backbone of our communities. And that's why that's so important. This bill does invest in tax relief for workers, families, farmers, rural communities in a way that we haven't seen before. This is incredible. And if we talk about the child tax credit, we talk about the enhanced child tax credit. In my district, 75,000 families are affected by that provision. In Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 83,000 families that are affected by that. Mr. Nagusa's district, 73,000 families that are affected by the child tax credit. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, 75,000. And in Mr. McGovern, almost 100,000. And all of those people would see their child tax credit cut in half without this bill. These are regular people, regular middle income people that will be affected if we do not take to heart those provisions and pass this bill. This is about making sure that people have what they need and the middle income are there and supported. And I also just wanted to say, we've made some mention about the length of time and that these provisions haven't been made permanent. And just as a side note, just to throw it out, when Democrats in 2022 passed the Inflation Reduction Act, they only extended the enhanced premium tax credits through 2025. Was there an election in 2024? Yeah, because I think that was the implication, that we had somehow done it because of an election. But instead, what was prioritized in that bill was wealthy individuals trying to buy electric vehicles. So that was the difference. This bill actually helps the middle income and not to just do that. But I did want to just really focus a little bit, and I want Mr. Chairman Smith, you know, we've talked a lot about the families and the middle income, but I did want to circle back and just talk a little bit about the provision that we put for seniors, that we created for seniors. So if you could talk just a little bit about that.
Absolutely. First off, I just want to hit on this bill affects 40 million children with the child tax credit. So every congressional district is drastically affected. In regards to the tax relief for seniors, this is currently in the tax code. A senior 65 years old and older gets to deduct about $1,900 from their standard deduction. They can get the standard deduction if they're single, $15,000, and then that senior deduction is an added tax savings for them. What we did, we actually increased it $4,000. So now they'll be able to deduct almost $6,000 of that standard deduction, and that is equivalent. That is the equivalent of a person who makes $75,000 or less a year not owing any on Social Security, any taxes on Social Security.
And Chairman Smith, I just have to ask so we can make sure that everybody understands. Are those billionaires?
If someone makes less than $75,000 a year, they're definitely not billionaires.
Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I hear that a lot, that we are just, you know, benefiting billionaires, and it's absolutely not true. The American people are positively affected by this bill, the average middle income family. And I thank you for putting it together, and I thank the chair for all of the input for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to our witnesses. Thank you for joining us here. You can thank the speaker for scheduling the early morning wake-up call for everyone. For some reason, I keep thinking of a song, There's Got to Be a Morning After. It's from a disaster film, which may be an appropriate analogy
We're watching
here,
it right now.
because we all know that you don't schedule a 1 a.m. hearing unless you have a disaster of a bill that you want to hide from the public. And we don't have to look far to see why they want to hide this bill. It's an all-out assault on the American social contract. They're trying to sell it as some kind of economic growth plan. Thank you, trickle-down fictions again. But if you look past the press releases, what you find is a Frankenstein monster of a bill that kicks people off their health care, cuts nutrition assistance for working families, guts clean energy investments, and hands out trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the wealthiest people of the country. And as we learned from a CBO report overnight, it's going to cut $500 billion from Medicare, in addition to the cuts to Medicaid, and impose or initiate a wealth transfer from the 10% of folks in this country who have the lowest income to the 10% that have the highest. So not saying that there aren't lots of tax cuts in here, but it's at whose expense, I think, is the question. If Ms. Fishbach wants to have a conversation about tax cut for small businesses, we would love to have that conversation, but it was never brought up for discussion with the entirety of Congress. What we have seen, and in my district, maybe it's not the same thing in her district, but we've seen that tens of thousands of people will lose their health insurance, tens of thousands of families will lose SNAP benefits.
If I was in
and that's
DC,
just
I'd go have a
unacceptable.
cup of tea with Granny
Let's
right
start
now.
with the cuts to food assistance at a
I actually
time
took
when
a
food
liking to
prices
her
are
over the
high
night.
and getting higher because of tariffs, when wages haven't kept up with the cost of living, when families are still recovering from the financial strain of the pandemic. This bill takes a sledgehammer to SNAP. We're talking about a program that helps feed nearly 42 million Americans, 1 in 4 children in this country, one of the most effective anti-poverty programs that we have. It lifts millions out of poverty every year, and it does so with efficiency and dignity. At a certain level, it even provides a form of corporate welfare so that big businesses don't have to pay their workers a living wage. But Republicans aren't satisfied with that. Instead of working to expand access to food, this bill imposes more paperwork requirements, shortens eligibility windows, and slashes benefits. Republicans are claiming this will promote work, but the overwhelming body of evidence shows that their work requirements don't actually increase employment. They just make it harder for people to eat. You can't work if you're hungry.
Can't hold down a job if you can't afford to feed your kids. Kids can't succeed in school if they're hungry. And no one can pull themselves up by their bootstraps if they're stuck in a hole that Congress has already dug for them. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the SNAP cuts in this bill could result in nearly 2 million people losing access to food assistance. That's 2 million seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, single moms being told by the government of the richest nation on earth, sorry, you're on your own. And to what end? So that Republicans can claim to save a few $1 billion at the same time that they're extending the Trump tax cuts for the top 1%, a move that is going to cost this country over $3 trillion over the next decade. So let's be crystal clear. The trade-off that Republicans are proposing in this bill is not between cutting waste and boosting growth. It's between feeding children and giving billionaires another yacht. And speaking of tax cut, let's talk about what the bill does on that front, because it's breathtaking in its recklessness. It locks in place the worst parts of the.
Can you guys help me figure something out? Why are the dumbest, worst looking people in Congress? Seriously?
Exploit. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Tax Policy Center, more than half the benefits from these tax provisions go to the top 1%. Meanwhile, middle-class families will see little to no benefits, and millions of them will actually see their taxes go up because the cost of the Trump tariffs are greater than the tax cut they're going to receive. So this bill was going to increase the already obscene inequality in our tax code and do so at a moment when the ultra-wealthy are already paying a lower effective tax rate than working-class Americans. If you want to talk about fairness and rewarding work, maybe we should start by asking why a billionaire hedge
We'd
fund
be rich,
manager pays a
Mateo.
lower effective tax rate than a firefighter, a nurse, a plumber, or a school teacher. This isn't tax reform, it's tax rigging. It's trickle-down economics with a fresh coat of paint. And like every other
Ooh.
time this theory has been tried,
I
it's
doubt
gonna
it.
end in disaster. We already have a preview of what's coming because the fiscal impact of this bill is a 5-alarm fire. The bill's projected to add more than $3 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. And that's
These
not
people
just
have
from
no
liberal
soul.
think tanks. It's coming from conservative think tanks and former Republican budget officials. And that's a baseline estimate. That's before the creative accounting and gimmicks get stripped away. Once you dig into the details, factor in the full cost of the tax cut extensions, the impact of the new tariffs, and the backloaded nature of the spending cuts, the real number could be much.
I have no clue what my IQ was 8 hours ago, but I know it's below 70 now after listening to this.
Before it hits the floor. So Republicans are saying, don't worry, tax cuts will pay for themselves, but we've heard this song before. They said the same thing in 2001. They said it again in
Take it easy,
2003.
man.
They definitely said it in 2017. And in every single case, the result was the same. Bigger deficits, slower growth, and greater income
No.
inequality. There's no serious economist, none, who believes that extending the tax cuts will magically balance the budget.
Yeah.
And we know that Moody's just downgraded our credit rating in part because they know these tax cuts will balloon the deficit and make our fiscal situation even worse. How do the Republicans propose to deal with that deficit? Not by rolling back the tax cuts, not by asking the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share, but by cutting health care, slashing food assistance, and gutting the programs that ordinary Americans rely on every day. So looking at the health care cuts, because they're among the most devastating parts of this bill, if this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million people lose their health coverage. 14 million, millions of low-income Americans who rely on Medicaid for doctor's visits, prescription drugs, life-saving treatments. That includes working families who use the Affordable Care Act to buy coverage on the marketplace. It includes cancer patients, people with disabilities and chronic illnesses, and seniors in nursing homes. We're hearing from all of our nursing homes about how devastating these cuts will be. This bill rolls back Medicaid expansion, slashes subsidies for ACA coverage, and imposes harsh new work requirements that will lead to coverage losses without increasing employment. And we know this because the data is overwhelming. When Arkansas imposed similar Medicaid work requirements a few years ago, more than 18.
Does this say Ms. Skanklin? Geez, I can't even hardly
Most
read anymore.
Medicaid recipients are already working, or they're caring for a child, or they have a disability, or they're in school. So the work requirements, are just so-called work requirements, they're actually paperwork requirements. They'll kick people off Medicaid, not because they aren't eligible, but because they have to jump through more hoops to prove it. And it's not about promoting work, it's about punishing poverty and making life harder for people who are already struggling. Just like with SNAP, the savings from these healthcare
Well, read
cuts
her
are
name tag. Help
pennies
me read, guys.
compared to the cost of the tax breaks that Republicans are giving to their wealthy donors. You don't get
Ms.
to call yourself
Scanklin.
fiscally responsible when you're taking healthcare away from cancer patients. so
Who
that
do you like,
Elon
her
Musk
better or
can get
Ms.
another tax
Fishbox?
write-off.
I'm not
The
even
Congressional
joking.
Budget Office has been crystal clear.
There's a
Medicaid work
Scanklin and a
requirements don't
Fishbox
increase employment,
on
they
the
just
panel.
increase the paperwork and the number of people who lose health care. This isn't about work. It's about trying to justify an unjustifiable tax giveaway to the rich. And then we have the clean energy and environmental investments that are being gutted in this bill. At a time when we're seeing record wildfires, catastrophic.
Let's take a quick poll. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a Ms. Scanklin fan. 2 in the chat if you're a Ms. Fishbox fan. They're both on the panel. 1 for Scanklin, 2 for Fishbox.
Support for home energy efficiency that many homeowners in my district have been able to use to upgrade their furnaces and water heaters and reduce their energy costs.
I'm
And it
going to
even
go
goes
for
after
Fishbox
investments
just
in
to be the
climate
rebel.
resilience and environmental justice. So this is just sabotage. These clean energy investments aren't just good for the planet, they're good for our economy. They've created jobs, they've reduced household energy bills, and they keep our air and water clean.
It's
And
a
they
tough
help our
choice.
communities, particularly disadvantaged communities, prepare for and respond to climate threats. But because these provisions were passed by Democrats and they help us transition to more sustainable energy sources and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, Republicans are determined to tear them down. And the irony is that
True.
a lot of these projects are happening in red states, Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa. They're leading the way in wind and solar
Shut
development.
up, woman.
But this bill is going to
I'm tired of this woman. No, there is a Ms. Fishbox too that's on the committee. I'm not joking.
that works for them, not one that caves to corporate lobbyists, science deniers, and billionaire donors. So just looking at the whole picture, this bill cuts food assistance from working families, kicks millions off their health care, hands trillions in tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans, blows a multi-trillion-dollar hole in the federal deficit, and sabotages our fight against climate change. So it's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, disgraceful betrayal of the American people. It's a bill that punishes the poor, rewards the rich, and threatens the stability of our economy. And the fact that it's being rushed through the House with no real debate, with new things being exposed about it practically on an hourly basis, no final CBO score, no transparency, no accountability, should alarm everyone here, regardless of party. So obviously, I'm not a fan of the bill. We have to do better. The sun is up. The American people are looking. Ranking Member Craig, this bill includes the most significant cuts to SNAP in decades. Can you explain what this means for working families and children and seniors who rely on SNAP to put food on the table?
Yeah, it's devastating. It is the largest cut in American history to the most successful anti-hunger program in American history. I mean, we're talking about, and let me make sure my Republican colleagues understand this. The nutrition title is a title in the Farm Bill. This absolutely destroys the Farm Bill coalition that we have worked for decades to establish in our country.
Give me a break.
One issue that is raising a lot of concern in Pennsylvania, which I represent, as does Mr. Thompson, is that for the first time ever, this bill would require states to start paying a portion of SNAP benefits. What would this kind of cost shift, Ms. Craig,
Are we
mean
still
for
talking
the
about
state's
SNAP?
ability to serve their residents?
Well, at the end of the day, every state's going to make its own decision about what they can accomplish here. And the net effect is going to be in many states around this country. They're going to cut the benefit. States already share 50% of the administration cost of this program. That goes to 75%. Most states, including Pennsylvania, are going to be on the hook for 25% of the benefit cost after this bill passes.
I know that our
Is that
state
Juan
legislators
Valdez
are
back
already
there?
gravely concerned about the
He makes big
reduction in
coffee.
federal benefits coming to the Commonwealth, and this is not giving them any ease. Representative Moore, the majority claims this bill is a middle-class tax cut, but analysis shows that people earning under $50,000 a year would get an average tax cut of less than $1 a day, while the top 1% would get nearly $300,000 a year. Does that sound like a fair or balanced approach to tax policy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Ms. Scanlon. You are correct that it really increases inequality. And if, for those of us who remember our history, when we went into the Great Depression, it was the biggest inequality we had experienced in American history. And, you know, and this sort of resembles putting us in that direction. This bill is the top 1% get 20% of the benefit in 2027. The top 5% get 40% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit of this bill. Ms. Scanlon, if you'll just indulge me for a moment, I just want to talk a little bit about the quote unquote small business benefit. I noticed that Ms. Fishbach referenced the numbers of small businesses in all of the Democrats' communities that would be affected. And so I just have a real question. Is or is it ain't a small business? I'm looking at one of the things I think is particularly egregious. One of the most expensive pieces of this big, beautiful bonanza for billionaires. That's the 199A deduction. They claim it's for small business, this pass through. And, you know, they wax on about, you know, how important it is. In 2022, that was the year that we were able the JCT was able to find data. In 2022, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income, all of it qualified business income, in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year. That small business claimed about $6,500, $6,500 on average. Taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income in the neighborhood of $10 million. Still, this is small business. They claimed about $520,000 of this deduction on average. In 2022, there were about 800 taxpayers. You know, they're supposed to be, I know, you know, Mr. Smith here is going to tell you that there are limits on how much you can earn in order to qualify for the 199A, but not so much in this bill, nor in 2022. There are about 800 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes exceeding $100 million that received the 199A deduction and claimed $11 million of the deduction on average. And I mean, I'm not going to be picking on Republicans here in their district. I'll just talk about people in my.
And Jemima Fund with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
$1 million in taxes in 28.
Syrup is mighty rare nowadays.
A deduction, and they received $115 million. Now,
thank you.
The next question is, oh, well, these are our job creators. And I know I'm being performative. But in 2022, of the 17 million people who claimed the 199A deduction, fact checks this. 84% of these businesses had 0 employees, 0. And so thank you for asking me that question. And yeah, the benefit goes primarily to rich people. And like I said, just in the examples.
Mateo said he's off to make himself some pickled pig's feet for breakfast.
about business, but individual is going to receive $265 at least until it expires in 2029.
I appreciate that, and I have a few more questions for you, but I wanted to yield to the chairwoman for a
She
minute.
has more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, no.
To stop and say a prayer for his family. Please take some time.
What happened?
Thank you,
Thanks,
Madam Chair.
everybody, and Ms. Scanlon.
Did somebody just die?
Oh,
I missed that.
absolutely the right thing to do. You're
Appreciate
recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
I appreciate that. Certainly a valued colleague, and this is quite a loss. Representative Moore, we had just talked about the
She's
fact
laughing
that
about
the
it.
top
What
1%
happened?
or top 0.1% are going to get a $300,000 per year tax break, which is almost 4 times the median household income in my district. So the fact that the very top would not only not pay their fair share, but this kind of break, what do those kind of trade-offs say about the values and priorities in this legislation?
You know, Ms. Scanlon, it exacerbates the income equality that we have. But more importantly than that, you know, it really, really demonstrates that our values as Americans have sort of gone askew. When you can provide 310 times the benefit for the top than you do for the bottom, you are depriving people of the opportunity to participate in our.
Okay, for those of you that couldn't hear, it appears Democrat Representative Jerry Connolly has just passed away. I'll show you this just for 1 second, and we'll go back to the lovely representative. Connolly family announces the passing of Congressman Gerald E. Connolly. So this appears to be, this is from his actual representative's account. So that representative has just passed away minutes ago, apparently.
Thing else. And I just want to point out that, you know, we hear on and on and on, and I know Medicaid is not within our jurisdiction, but Medicare is, parts of Medicare are. And, you know, I'm so sorry. I'm just a little bit upset about Jerry, my friend. But what will your...
Well, it appears the Republicans have increased their majority by 1 seat during this vote, it appears.
Mantle SNAP. We're not just depriving the poorest of the poor. We are dismantling healthcare, period. I mean, rural hospitals are going to close. Urban hospitals are going to close down their maternity wards. Graduate students, I had docs come and say, graduate students, people who graduate from medical school aren't going to be able to have residencies because there didn't be no hospitals. And even if you have the best health insurance, the premier, you're rich, when you have your heart attack, you're not going to make it when you got to drive 35 miles to get to the ER. So when you think that it's just only them lazy boys in the basement that are going to be hurt, you better think twice. You're going to better think twice. When your provider leaves the area because there are too many Medicaid patients and go somewhere, you know, Scottsdale, Arizona or something, where there are rich people to practice so that they can, and you have no providers at all.
Well, I wanted to pursue that line with Mr. Pallone. In our community, we actually just lost the major healthcare system. It was bought out by a private equity entity and bankrupted. And we have been unable to find anyone to take it over because the Medicaid funding source is so unstable. or
Oh,
not
no
sustainable, or
testimony
these
on
cuts were
Amendment
threatened. So
487.
can you talk a little bit about what this is going to mean, these cuts to Medicaid for the entire community?
Well, as you point out, or already been stated, when hospitals and all healthcare institutions depend on some kind of reimbursement, either private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it is. And if you're a hospital or your nursing home or your community health center, whatever, is highly dependent on Medicaid, which many rural hospitals and institutions are, then they just don't get the reimbursement rate. And now these people are coming to the emergency room and they're going into the uncompensated care because they can't afford to pay the bill. And so what does the hospital do? Well, most states don't have the ability to make up
Have
for
a good
that.
day.
Some don't have much payout, much uncompensated care at all. And so they either close because, now they can't make it, or they try to pass that on to private payers or other government, or other government payment programs. The other alternative is that the quality of care goes down. So in the case of a nursing home, rather than if they don't close, then and they get less money, then they just provide less services. One of the things that disturbed me the most in this bill, in the Energy and Commerce, Mark, was that the Republicans take away the nursing home staffing ratio, right? I think they saved $7 or $8 billion by doing that. But what happens then? There's no nurse there at night. There's no nurse, and people die because there's nobody to take care of them. The services go down. I remember years ago in my state, we had terrible nursing home situations, safety, health hazards. Nursing homes burned down. People died in the fires in my hometown. I don't want to go back to that. We made a lot of progress, and we certainly don't want to go back to that. But if I could just add, when the gentleman from Wisconsin said that, from the Energy and Commerce perspective, we're not involved with the taxes. And I do think that, lower income or even middle income people are going to pay more with this bill in taxes. But that we're concentrating on all these other affordability issues, right? In other words, we spent our time when we were in the majority trying to expand options so people could live and it was more affordable. So expanding Medicaid was an example of that, right? Making, expansion of SNAP, making, having affordable connectivity programs so people could afford, to pay for the internet. LIHEAP, right? All those things are on the chopping block now. Some of them are on the chopping block in this bill with the Medicaid cuts. But, the president is essentially eliminating LIHEAP. The Republicans refuse to renew affordable connectivity. In this bill, they have up to $35 copay that's mandated, so people have to pay more out of pocket. So what are we talking about here? Everything in this bill, and I don't even get into the tax issues now. Everything in this bill that's within our committee makes things less affordable, right? At a time when the president said, when I'm elected, prices are going to go down, everything's going to become more affordable. It's the opposite is happening. Groceries cost more, inflation's going up, everybody's, and this is just aggravating that situation completely. It is the reverse Robin Hood. That's exactly what it is. Take from the poor and give to the rich, not just with the taxes, but also with everything else, because all these things are paying for tax breaks primarily for wealthy people and corporate interests.
Well, you've touched on so many issues that are of really paramount concern for my constituents. The LIHEAP cuts obviously are huge in our northeastern cities where we have cold winters and hot summers. The Medicaid copay, as I understand it, that was
She's
something that
still
many of
here.
our Republican colleagues were unaware of the fact that this bill would impose a Medicaid copay. The issues with respect to hospitals, we hear quite a bit about how these Medicaid cuts are going to hurt rural hospitals, but they obviously also hurt our frontline urban hospitals. And we just had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about how many of our urban hospitals we've lost because they were dependent on Medicaid. So that remains a huge issue. Could you comment at all? As I understand it, there's a provision in this bill that would impact the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers, which is something we've been trying to work on with the Black maternal health crisis in this country, and the fact that we have women dying at a rate in this country that is 3-4 times the rate of other developed nations. And one of the proven tactics for reducing maternal mortality is to make sure that women have health care coverage for the first year after birth.
I have to mention that Robin Kelly is in the room, who's a member of our committee, and she with the CBC Brain Trust worked very hard on a lot of these maternal mortality issues, because they even, in a disparate way, even affect Black women even more so, But yeah, I mean, that was another thing that we did as Democrats. We expanded
A&T, what's happening, man? Nice to see you.
1 year postpartum coverage, which is negatively impacted in this bill. And again, it's another example of how
Matt, what's
Democrats were
happening?
trying to make things better and more affordable and keep people healthy, as opposed to Republican efforts, which will all go in the other direction.
I hear you, Alex.
Representative Scott, Pennsylvania has a disproportionately high
You people
level
are so
of
stupid.
folks who have student loans, and they have a greater dollar value on average than most states, and that may be in part because of problems with funding our state universities, but never.
All right, guys, I've been going for over 8 hours. I'm going to go lay down, but I am going to keep the stream going because the official one, there's no chat. It's disabled. So here you guys can keep watching and talk to each other. So I'm going to turn the sound of the stream back on. And yeah, hopefully when I wake up, there's some good news. Let me know. Let me know if there's good news when I wake up. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks for whoever left super chats. I appreciate you guys, and thanks for all the good conversations tonight. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Good to have you here. And for everyone who's been around a long time, good to see you all again. So I'm going to put this back on. You guys can stay and enjoy the chat, and I'll catch you all a little bit later.
Has really just taken on a whole new structure. I mean, when I went to college, I could work as a lifeguard and
Thanks
get
for all the
along with my
kind words,
family and take
guys.
out a few loans and
Appreciate
could
you.
manage to do that. But now you can't, without a college degree, you can't make enough money to even begin to start paying.
Well,
Thank you,
a
guys.
few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered the 80% of the cost of going to a state college, tuition, room and board. Now it's about 30%.
Yeah.
And covering, that's where the student loan crisis came in, because families don't have that kind of money. They
Sure.
have to, if they don't have a lot of money, they have to come up with, make it up with loans.
Yeah.
And by limiting the amount you can borrow, you may not be able to get enough to be able to go, so you don't go at all. Or you get into the private loan market and pay all kinds of extra fees. And then after you've gone, the repayment is more expensive.
Right.
So it's just a bad deal, particularly if you're going this far into debt. People ought not be worse off.
So we've got bad news on the food front. We've got bad news on the health front. We've got bad news on the education front. We've got bad news on the tax front for our working families. I think it's a bad bill, and we shouldn't move it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
You know, I've listened to this filibuster for a good while. All of us have. And you know, when you keep hearing the four-letter word "work" being demonized, when you keep hearing fact that you're because somebody has to go to work, your children are dying, mothers are starving. It's really, that's really an insult to the working Americans, to that plumber who works 80 hours a week, to that electrician who works nonstop, to that waitress who is on her feet all day long. And when you look at the work requirements, fact check, Ms. Moore, you know what it is? 20 hours a week. 20 hours, that, I think, if my math's right, that's 4 hours a day. It's
Mr.
an
Norman,
ins-
would you yield just 1 second? It's 80 hours a month, which comes out to 18.4 hours per week. So
Fact check.
fact
18,
check.
okay, 18 hours a week. Okay, that is an insult to whoever's watching this, this hearing. That's an insult to the hardworking Americans that, regardless of what you do, work brings dignity. Work brings a cause, a sense of purpose. Work brings a reason to get up in the morning. Work helps find your God-given talent. And to say work is going to kill children, work is going to kill mothers, fathers, you're just wrong. You're not telling the truth. That's not right. America was built on work. And I can hear over and over and over again this
gentleman, you?
rich, poor, billionaires. The identity politics, thank God 77 million people said no to that. They're tired of it. And America is a great country because of work, and people are willing to do it. And it's really, when you look at the fraud that's going on, and I think from if you check your facts.
Would the gentleman yield?
We've got, no.
All right.
There's 13 billion, that's, if you check the facts, 13 billion of fraud, like in the SNAP cases, people getting money when they shouldn't have. 13 billion per year. That's 1.3 billion per month, if I check my facts right. Americans have had enough of this. And I'm sorry, I know you learned it from the President Biden. Free education, free food for 15 million illegals that came into this country. Free housing. I'm sorry, that's not how this country was built. And I admire all of you for the work that you do. Each one of you do work. And for those who keep identifying as, demonizing work and demonizing those who have been successful, you never know the long hours that they put in, the long hours that they took to build a business, the long hours that they didn't get a paycheck. So you're hurting the very people who you could give hope to. And by demonizing this, Americans are just tired of it. You want to know somebody who's a definition of hard work? Right here. Came from nothing. Look at what she did. Many of you. And if you want to say rich, I think if you've got your health, you're pretty rich. If you've got your health, Jerry Conley would get it back. So I resent you saying that. And I really, it's a sad day that we've gotten to that point in this country when so many people are doing that. And
Are you asking me a question, sir?
no, ma'am.
Oh, I
'cause
didn't think you would.
filibustered long enough.
I
And
think you would actually ask me a
you
question
are
about
good.
work.
I did not ask you a question. I'm not asking you a question. What I'm saying is, it's my time, Ms. Moore. I didn't interrupt you. You went on I counted, you went on for 20 minutes, which is fine. And you are entertaining. I'll give you that. But
I'm really smart, but
Ms. Moore, it's my time. All I'm saying is that the day of demonizing work, the day of demonizing America is over with. And Americans, people got it right. And we're going to continue to have a great country. This bill this big, beautiful bill will help this country out. It's got some things we got to work out, but it'll help this country. And the other thing I will tell you is the taxes are the people's money. Government is y'all's God. The taxes are the people's money. And to give it back to them, like Chairman Smith and Chairman Thompson and Tim, that's the right thing to do. So we're going to right the wrong for the last 4 years that this country has been through a living hell with this past president. And thank God we got people who are willing to step up and go to work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. DeGoose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend from South Carolina talked a lot about work. Just for the record, we've been working for the last 8 hours here in the committee, and I could say the same for the chairwoman. I'm not so sure I could say the same about you. I think you snuck out for a little shut-eye for a few hours, so I'm not sure. There was a lot of talk about work, but I haven't seen you in a few hours, so welcome back. Anyway, I do want to take a minute in all seriousness, and I want to thank the chairwoman for taking a moment to center our conversation here, just to remember and honor our colleague, whom I know we all treasured, and he was a giant among giants in this institution. He was a ranking member of one of our committees. He was the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, appointed by Madam Speaker Emerita. He was one of the most prolific legislators in the House. I don't know that there's a single member of the House during his tenure in this body that had more laws signed, or excuse me, more pieces of legislation signed into law by presidents of both parties. And more than anything else, he was a fighter and a friend. And so I just know that we're going to miss him. And I think that it's a big loss for the people of Fairfax and for the folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia and for this institution. I want to ask some questions. Thank you to the panel. You all have been, I think it's the longest panel. As you know, we started at 1 a.m. So we've been here for about 8 hours. I'm told the sun has risen and that it's morning outside, but we haven't, been outside the room yet. So we'll just have to take your word for it. And as I said to the panel that preceded yours, I have been, I think maybe I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we have been on this collective journey to try to figure out why the Speaker and Republican leadership decided to do this midnight, middle of the night, dead of night hearing on your reconciliation bill. And of course, we believe it's because this bill is indefensible and the Republican leadership did not want this bill debated out in the open. And I've tried to get answers from a variety of my different colleagues. One of my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, offered an explanation more recently and essentially said, well, we did it in anticipation that there would be extensive debate by Democrats on this committee. Of course, there was only 4 of us on this committee. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, you haven't had a question in a while, so maybe I'll pose this to you. How long was your hearing in Energy and Commerce?
My hearing, first, my comments on Jerry. He was probably one of my dear friends here and was supposed to be honored this weekend in Dayton, Ohio with a NATO meeting. He's people don't really realize there's actually a NATO parliament, and some of us are designated, and he was the president or speaker of the NATO parliament. So not only is Jerry beloved by all of us, he's beloved around the world. All of our NATO allies, every time he showed up at a meeting, Jerry, there's Jerry, there's Jerry. And they just, everybody adored him because he's just a adorable, wonderful person. And I'm going to miss him. And I'll be in Dayton this weekend, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to shed a lot of tears for him. So, and that. So the question, my hearing went for 26 and a half hours.
26 and a half hours. What time did you start it?
We started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you weren't worried about the anticipatory debate. You knew that Ranking Member Pallone was going to come armed with extensive arguments and motions and amendments, but you decided to hold the hearing during the day, nonetheless, right?
We started during the day.
Started during the day.
Started during the day.
Yeah. Well, I wish that the Speaker would have taken the same approach, but it's clear to me, and I think clear to the American public, that he did not want to have this debate happen during the day, and I can understand why, given what we've heard thus far. Chairman Smith, want to talk to you a bit about tax on tips. I heard your opening statement, and I think in some of the colloquies as far, I think suffice to say that you're very passionate about the no tax on tips. Is that a fair
Yeah, I'm passionate because of the 4 million tipped employees. Just yesterday, in Washington, D.C., at the restaurant that I was at, my waiter asked me, "Are you going to be able to deliver this, Chairman?" So this affects real Americans, so very much passionate about it.
Totally. Why haven't you passed a standalone bill to get this done if it's so important?
Because there's a 60 vote rule over in the Senate.
The Senate just passed their bill yesterday.
Which is unconstitutional because all taxing
Of
has
course,
to originate from the
I'm well
House.
aware, but I guess I heard your first explanation was, well, there's 60 vote Senate barrier, so of course we could never get it passed in the Senate. But then Ted Cruz and Jackie Rosen, my understanding is they passed the bill by unanimous consent. Of course, as you said, there's the constitutionality issue. So I just don't understand why the Ways and Means Committee doesn't just mark up a bill. I think the sponsor of the bill is sitting right behind you. He's been in this hearing since like 3 a.m. Mr. Horsford, he's got a great bill on this. I think we could get this on the bill tomorrow. I think there'd be bipartisan strong support. Clearly, there's unanimous support in the Senate. I mean, if you're so passionate about it, why don't we get it done?
Mr. Neguse, you know that I have tried to work on tax policy, bipartisan tax policy the last Congress, that we got 82% of the vote to move it forward. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. So sometimes bipartisan tax policy does not work. I believe the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the tax relief for seniors are so urgent that I would not allow a tax bill to move forward unless it includes that in the House of Representatives. That's why I'm delivering for working class Americans.
Yeah, no, anyway, I guess I don't want to belabor the point here. You keep referencing the Senate. Unless I'm missing something, I thought the United States Senate passed on unanimous consent without any objections Ted Cruz, Jackie Rosen, Democrat, Republican bill to not tax tips. And so I'm not really understanding the hurdle there. But anyway, you have a different worldview as to, I guess, the way to effectuate it. Can you give us a sense of where the state and local tax deduction piece is going to end? What are we going to be voting on later today?
What I'll say is that the $30,000 deduction that we passed out of the Ways and Means Committee, capping it at people who make less than $400,000, the Ways and Means Committee felt like that was a reasonable compromise that would help provide necessary tax relief. And that's what the language is right now.
Okay, but I mean, you're the chairman of the committee. We're supposed to be voting on this bill in a few hours, is what I understand. There's rumors of a manager's amendment or maybe a secondary manager's amendment, or they'll come up with some other way to describe a third manager's amendment. I'm not sure. There's a lot of reporting on it. Who would I go to talk to figure out what we're voting on later today as it relates to the state and local tax deduction?
I would say that's going to be the discussion of the Rules Committee when the manager's amendment is offered and debated. So you'll probably know before most members of Congress.
I hope so. We've been here for 8 hours and we've yet to get any indication of that. And I'm not, I mean, this would apply to Chairman Guthrie as well. I mean, we've heard a lot about the IRA phase outs. I don't know if you have anything to share with the group about where that stands?
That would be Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction, not Guthrie's. E&C doesn't have a lot of committee jurisdiction.
Well, I'll let you two battle that out.
But from my understanding, the Ways and Means Committee, I have not seen any changes to the phase outs or what we've had in regards to the IRA.
So what we have in the rules mark now, you believe, is what we'll be voting on this evening or
That's
whenever.
what I'm here testifying in regards to.
Okay, well, that's a different answer, but I can appreciate your position. I guess my point here, and I know I was hoping to ask Mr. Roy this question because I hadn't seen him the last 8 hours, but he appeared, well, yeah, apparently he's negotiating it. So maybe he can come in and he can give us some indication as to the answers on both of those fronts. Oh, I see. I guess Chip Roy's announced I'm a no, but I don't know that makes, anyway, we'll hear from him directly. Some questions for you, Chairman Thompson, with respect to the agriculture mark. Help me understand, and maybe Ranking Member Craig can help me understand this as well. You all have sunsetted the exemption for, well, no, sorry. You've included an exemption for veterans within what you've determined to be the
Within
able-bodied
SNAP.
requirements in
Yeah,
SNAP.
veterans, homeless, and young people that age out of foster care up to age 24.
So veterans, homeless, and then what was the third?
Foster youth.
Foster youth.
Yeah.
But you've sunset that exemption in 2030. That exemption only lasts through 2030, correct?
Oh, that's correct, because those were actually put in place of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's where those three
Sure.
provisions were added. And I actually believe that,
Here, let me ask
oh,
you, I guess the question I'm asking is, why not eliminate that sunset? Why, if the,
Well, my question back to you is, why would you not want those individuals to have access to greater opportunity, which only comes through being eligible under the SNAP title and the nutrition benefits, for the career and technical education, SNAP employment and career and technical education. The Farm Bill.
Why are you
we
exempting
put about
them if that's the
$1.1
case?
trillion is what we put into the nutrition title. And a big part of that
Sure.
is the investment in greater opportunity through those educational benefits.
Okay, let me take a step back so I can just understand that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the rationale for the exemption. You've exempted veterans, homeless youth, foster youth from these requirements until 2030. So well, hold on, let me finish. And you've clearly decided that it's important to proceed with those exemptions until 2030. Otherwise, you would have said, we're just going to end the exemption now. So you believe it's important to do for the next few years. Why have you decided not to extend it further? Why is 2030 the year that you've decided that veterans should no longer be
That's
able to
when-
be exempted from these
That was a
requirements?
part of what, well, quite frankly, my negotiations on that with the Fiscal Responsibility Act were with President Biden. And that was the.
Sure, but you're not locked into
and that
that
was the
now.
language
You
you
all
put
have
into it.
abandoned most of the Fiscal
Well,
Responsibility
even
Act
even
agreements.
That was a great negotiations. We both sides got some good provisions, but at the same time, even back then, I felt that it really was disrespectful to veterans to we'll just talk, you let off with veterans to not have an opportunity to benefit from the investments that are there under this nutrition title for SNAP employment and career and technical education.
If you feel that way, why keep it? I don't understand. I guess you're saying we have this exemption. It's important for foster youth and for the homeless and for veterans, but also we believe that we shouldn't have this exemption. And so that's why we're comfortable with it ending in 2030.
Well, usually taking somebody off a cliff immediately is a really bad idea. We don't really do that with this bill. Even with the state share, we provide.
I agree with you
fiscal
about
year
describing it as a
2028.
cliff and
Yeah,
not an
because
opportunity.
that-
I mean, that's
Yeah.
exactly what my sort of point is,
So
right?
we look closely at poverty cliffs and, I think taking folks off of that, that 2030 expiration really will serve those the veterans population particularly. And I also think that the youth coming off out of
Sure.
foster care.
How much money do you think it would cost? Your team may have a better sense of this than I would, to extend that out to 2031 or to 2032. Do you all know what it costs per year for that exemption to have continued?
I'm not sure the CBO is provided for. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, are we talking
Yeah.
tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, we'd have to look back, y'all would have to look back at the Fiscal Responsibility Act to see what the score was
Okay.
on that.
Here's why I ask. To me, it seems like really what we're getting at, right, is a question of priorities, resources, and values. And it would not take, I don't believe, a lot of resources, a lot of investment to be able to avoid that cliff hitting these veterans and these foster youth in 2030. Right. And let me give you an example, right? There's a simple way. Are you familiar with the tax on silencers? You're familiar with that?
I am.
Provision of tax code. And you're aware that this bill repeals that tax.
That's correct.
All right. And that tax, do you know how much that's going to generate in terms of revenue over 10 years?
I don't, wasn't in my
It's one-
jurisdiction, but
No, I understand. Let
but
me
I
tell
can
you,
tell you
it's
as a former
1.4.
healthcare
Let me finish.
professional,
You
these
said
sup-
you don't know, so let me
these
tell you.
suppressors
I hear you.
are a healthcare measure. in terms
I
of
understand. I
hearing
hear you.
protection.
So let me just explain it to you. Over 10 years, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this particular repeal generate $1.4 billion. Think about that. Hold
Well,
on. I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Chairman. 1.4.
Well, you did ask me a
I'm not
question
asking you a
originally
question
about
now. I'll give you an
veterans.
opportunity
And what
in a moment to
question I
answer the
have for you,
question.
what do you have against
Mr.
veterans
Chairman,
being-
I will give you
having
an opportunity to finish.
to climb
I'm not
a-
asking you a
rung a little
question.
higher in the ladder of
Mr. Chairman, I'm
opportunity?
not asking you a question. I'll
really good at
redirect
that.
it to the ranking member since I'm not asking you
All
this
right,
question.
Just
Ranking
remember,
member.
it is the member of the committee's time, and
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman.
we
So
can't have the
I will simply say this.
back and forth.
And I'll address this towards the ranking member. $1.4 billion that will be generated by virtue of this repeal of the silencer tax. This is a tax that has been on the books since the mid-1930s, 100 years. That's during Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. I don't remember Republicans or President Trump, for that matter, trying to repeal this tax in 2017 when you all were pursuing this the first time around. And yet you've decided on this course to repeal this particular tax that would generate $1.4 billion in revenue. Just imagine, Ranking Member Craig, what you could do with that $1.4 billion to address the cliffs that the chairman of the Agriculture Committee had described with respect to veterans and foster youth. The poverty cliff, I think was the phrase that he used, that they will face under this bill in 4.5 years. Ranking Member, I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Well, we could spend, excuse me, we wouldn't have to cut, I suppose, or Republicans wouldn't have to cut food out of the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and our nation's seniors. What's happening in this committee is egregious. You just think about the revenue savings that you're cutting from a title of the Farm Bill. And I know I keep saying that, but I know my Republican colleagues across the aisle know that the nutrition title is part of the Farm Bill. And they know that these cuts, $313 billion to a title of the Farm Bill outside of a 12 title, 5-year process, is putting a Farm Bill in jeopardy. And my colleagues are coming after food. We talk about work. I wish Mr. Norman was still here. Nobody here is arguing
He's
against
done working.
work.
He left.
He left again. He's done working, apparently. Mr. Norman said, what do you get? Are you kidding me? We already have work requirements in SNAP. What we're doing is we're adding work requirements to single parents of 7-year-olds. Who thinks that's a good idea? It's egregious. And you talk about childcare costs in this country, it's egregious where we are. And Mr. Norman, and I could give you examples for every single one of your districts, but I'm going to use his just because I had it open here. We're talking about 11% of the state population in South Carolina that he's going to cut. We're talking about $321 million a year to the taxpayers of South Carolina in additional cost shifts. We're talking about $1 billion a year to the state of Pennsylvania. These are real dollars if we move forward with these. And so I have no idea why we think it's a good idea to repeal a tax on silencers when we are going to feed fewer children in our country as a result of this. It's a moral damn failure is what it is, Congressman.
I couldn't say it any better. Ranking Member Craig, I think you articulated it well. And I guess it is just full circle in some ways, given that this was the last panel that we're going to hear from. But it makes a lot more sense in retrospect now why Republicans decided to proceed with this particular hearing in the dead of night. Because I think when you begin to see the full picture, it's only when you have the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about the various priorities they are pursuing, repeals of taxes on silencers by way of example, and hear from the Agriculture Committee about the priorities they are pursuing. Massive cuts to the social safety net, that you begin to understand the full picture holistically that is reflected in this bill. And I think that is ultimately what House Republicans did not want the American people to hear or to see. Regrettably for them, we're going to have an opportunity throughout the rest of today and when this bill invariably gets to the floor to continue exposing it to the American public. And I think the more the American public learn about this bill, the less they're going to like it. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for his time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot said about a lot of different numbers here. But I want to come to you, Mr. Smith. I mean, my understanding is that the current tax rate for 2025, the top rate is 37%, and that is going to apply to people that are making, they're filing jointly, married filing jointly, $731,200, somewhere right there. And that if this bill passes, that tax rate at 37% is still going to be 37% for 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all of this talk about tax cuts for billionaires, what the accurate statement would be is we are not allowing tax rates to go up.
We're keeping the same current tax policy with all the rates, because every individual rate, if Congress does not act by the end of this year, goes up, the lowest tax rate and the highest tax rate. And what this bill does, it just makes permanent current tax rates.
Okay. I'm going to come to you, Chairman Thompson, because I want to talk about SNAP and the work requirements and other things. And I want to say this. We met on 2 separate occasions, and there was an accusation made that you shut down debate. My recollection is that we met the first day, and then we came back and we met a second day, and we went from 10 to 10. And I read the various amendments that Democrats kept submitting, and it was basically the exact same amendment. Like they plagiarized each other with the amendments that they were submitting. And so finally, we went ahead and we had the votes on the amendments. And is that your recollection?
Well, that plus the fact that none of the amendments were submitted within the deadline is within the rules package that was unanimously adopted. And and there was quite a bit of repetition, absolutely.
Okay. So what percentage of Farm Bill spending currently goes to SNAP benefits?
Approximately 82%.
82% of Farm Bill spending now goes to SNAP benefits.
That's correct.
And while the Democrats say they want to work in a bipartisan manner to pass a farm bill, their demand is that 82% of Farm Bill spending must go to SNAP benefits, which means that production agriculture is going to end up with less than 10%. Now, if you're not taking care of production agriculture, then you're not taking care of the food supply for anybody in this country, whether they're on SNAP or whether they are at the highest tax bracket in the country. Is that fair to say?
That is more than fair to say. If farmers fail, we have food insecurity. And no matter what the programs look like, what the rules are, what the regulations are, we have food insecurity, which quite frankly is national insecurity.
So only 4 Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee voted for the Farm Bill in committee last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Craig, I don't think you were one of them, were you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I noticed
Okay, thank
Republicans
you.
didn't bring it to the floor because you didn't have the
Yeah.
votes.
Well, because of the demand that 80+% of it go to SNAP benefits.
45
was-
million Americans versus 1 million Americans. That's the split in the Farm Bill between those 2 programs.
Explain those numbers, please.
SNAP covers 45 million Americans. The farm program covers about 1 million Americans.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the
And those
split.
1 million Americans provide 100% of the food
And-
for the American citizens.
And your
This
cuts
is
to
my time,
SNAP.
and you can wait.
This
I'm going to
is
come to you.
gentleman's time.
Okay,
Because
I'm
I want to talk about some of the votes you've cast on the Inflation Reduction Act and the
Ready.
American Rescue Plan.
Do
But
it.
without the 1 million farmers in this country, there's no food for the people who have SNAP benefits to buy. That's all there is to it. So, but I appreciate you coming clean on that.
I'm not coming clean. It's a fact.
Sure you are. Yeah, you're
a
talking,
fact.
yeah, you made it clear. You don't
That's
care
why
about
the
the 1 million.
coalition exists, because the nutrition and the farm
Ah,
programs exist
nah,
It's the
together.
gentleman's time. He asked the
You
question.
expose yourself on not caring about the 1 million farmers, and that's fine.
Oh,
All right. GT. Federal law right now, today, and this is a Biden administration proposal I have. And I would remind everybody that's watching, when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, they passed both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So that they could have changed any of this they wanted to, and they chose not to.
That's correct.
Federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited, which is an able-bodied working age adult without dependents, participant, commonly referred to as an able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period, unless a person meets the work requirements. That's the current law.
That's correct. And the work we've had the work requirements since 1970s. Yeah.
thank you for coming clean on that.
That's right. And when Bill Clinton signed the welfare to work requirements, the poverty rates declined more than at any other point in the country. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you dispute that, Ms. Craig?
I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't think GT does either.
Oh, come on. Democrats have routinely taken credit for what Bill Clinton did in the welfare to work. Just factually speaking, it was a good piece of legislation. And people went back to work and poverty rates declined. All right. So what we have done in the bill is effectively take the 2 separate work exemptions. One is a general work requirement exemption, and we have made them match with the able-bodied working age adult exemptions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Reducing hopefully going forward, then reducing the confusion, the complexity for the participants to be able to gain better access.
Gain better access to what?
The SNAP.
Look,
This is the gentleman's time.
work is good. Work is good,
Work is great.
you know, and without the 1 million American farmers, nobody in this country has food to eat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for her time of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, I think it's really important that we do not mischaracterize what our witnesses have said. And there was a gross mischaracterization as to whether the ranking member supports our farmers. I know the ranking member supports our farmers because indeed, if you just talk about SNAP, 1.5 times the benefit goes to the farmers. So when we're talking about protecting SNAP, we're also talking about protecting the farmer. Is that right, ranking member?
Well, if you cut SNAP by $300 billion, you're actually taking $30 billion right out of the farm income. And that is absolutely true, sir. And, what's interesting
I'm sorry, I
is-
have not yielded time, Mr.
Oh,
Scott.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scots across the room here, and it's just stunning to me.
Me too.
Mr.
One-
Chairman, since
1
my name was
million
called, I do expect a chance to respond to that.
Actually,
is
the
that the
proper,
rule?
the rule is, that you can mention the gentleman from Georgia, but you're not to mention him by name in debate. And so if you would stick to just saying the gentleman or my colleague is fine. And if you would stick to that, but that, that's the way we're supposed to operate.
Would you
Alright.
like to restate it to say the gentleman
Yes,
from?
the gentleman from Georgia has one of the highest rates of SNAP households in the country. And he is promoting decimating this program. And look, there's lots of things in here that should be in a farm bill. Lots of elements. You cut the nutrition title, you plus up the farm programs in reconciliation in a partisan process. That's what's happening here. We should be sitting down and doing a farm bill. And honestly, I know my chairman sitting next to me does not want to cut SNAP by $300 billion, and many of the colleagues on our committee did not want to do it because they didn't show up for debate. They didn't want to be on the record talking about this because they know it's incredibly unpopular for the American people. We have traditionally been able to get a bipartisan farm bill from the Nutrition Coalition and the Farm Coalition. Of course, these coalitions are together, but we're destroying that here today, folks, and it has long-term consequences for us. I just hope you all know what you're doing on a partisan basis has long-term consequences.
Thank you. And I noticed that the education chair and ranking member, perked up and they said, wait a minute, we're going to talk about education. We came here to talk about education. And we're actually cutting education by also hundreds and billions of dollars. So we're not going to get there. But I wanted to yield some time to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern,
Yeah,
the gentleman from.
Yeah, you could, I won't be offended if you refer to me by my name, but you know what? Enough of this BS, because that's what it is. I mean, nobody here is saying that there isn't dignity in work. What we're saying is that life is complicated and one glove doesn't always fit all. And what we're also saying, and because I believe this is true, that this is a backdoor attempt to force people off the benefit. So you can take that money and pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's what it's about. And I will also tell the gentleman that over the years, hunger has gotten worse in this country. The only time it didn't, believe it or not, was during the pandemic. And that is when we increased the SNAP benefit and when we increased other nutritional programs to help people get through that difficult time. We actually saw hunger go down, food insecurity go down. And then when some of those programs sunsetted, hunger started to rise up again. So hunger is a political condition, my friends. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we know what to do to end it. What we lack is the political will. And again, tax cuts for billionaires paid for by savings in SNAP is not going to end hunger and food insecurity in this country. And again, I mean, the idea that we can't come together and say that ending hunger and food insecurity is a priority, that somehow it's okay to demonize people who are struggling. I mean, I find that, appalling, quite frankly. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. You know what? Hunger is also a moral issue. It is a moral issue. And that's why 31 religious organizations have written to the chairs of all of the appropriate committees, asking them to not pass these cuts. And they point out that, so actually, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter sent to all the chairs of the committee from 31 religious organizations across the United States.
Without objection.
In the letter, this is why it's a moral issue. And they say it out loud. They say, they wrote it down, it is an abdication of the government's moral responsibility when the government seeks to reduce its investment in programs for the poor. Complacency can become greed and selfishness when the funds saved from the Medicaid and SNAP programs are used to ultimately widen the gap between rich and poor. budgets are moral documents that outline a nation's priority. And I was at some of the members on here because I know that they believe deeply in the moral obligations. They know the teachings that ask us to feed the hungry, to take care of the poor. That is the essence of Jesus' teaching about love. It is the essence of almost every religion. Actually, it's the essence of everyone I know. And I think that that is a key failing of what we are doing here. But I want to move on for a moment because I know we've given a lot of attention to ag, and I might come back there. But, you know, Ranking Member Pallone, many of the children that we're talking about might be both receiving SNAP benefits and receiving Medicaid, right? And is that right? You know, there many of the children, because this is we're talking, and they are often working poor. Their families are working. We heard the Ranking Member Craig and so many stories. We have people, you know, congressmen and congresswomen here who've shared their stories about how their parents worked and received SNAP, and that's how they got ahead. But isn't that the case, that we have many children who rely on both SNAP and Medicaid?
It's absolutely the case, and I don't know how much you wanted me to expand on it, but you know, I want to say really two things in response. First of all, you know, my colleagues and my chairman during the markup repeatedly said, and Mr. Norman said, you know, work, work, work. But the fact of the matter is that these people are working, right? The people that are getting SNAP, the people that are getting Medicaid, they're working, right? And it's the paperwork, it's the red tape that the Republicans are putting in place in this bill that is kicking people off. And I'm not suggesting that anybody's doing it intentionally, believe me. And I maybe shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, you know, Mr. McGovern he mentioned Marie Antoinette, right? And I was, for some reason, I guess it had nothing to do with 11 o'clock at night, a couple of nights ago, there was a movie on about Marie Antoinette, right? And she said to her husband, the King Louis, she said, I don't know why everybody out there hates us so much. You know, I care about the poor. But the problem is that at the time they were, you know, all the money was going to the nobility and nothing was going to the average person, right? And so then one of her advisors says, well, you know, Madam Queen, whatever, you realize that the people have no bread, right? And she says, well, let them eat cake, right? I mean, it's not that anybody here on the Republican side, you know, doesn't have moral values. They just don't understand. They just don't understand what's going on out there, right? And so they say, well, we're going to have work requirements. But then if you look at the states that had these work requirements, like Arkansas or Georgia, we find that almost everybody who was eligible for Medicaid, right, was working. And the problem was they didn't know that they had to fill out the papers. It was too onerous to fill out the paper. I just wanted to give you one story because I had it here. In Arkansas, which was one of the two states, but they only had it for a few months because they realized that it was kicking people off. And they said in the few months that the state had its work reporting requirements in effect, 18,000 people lost coverage. That's 1 in 4 people who were eligible for Medicaid. But research tells us that more than 95% of those people were meeting the requirements, but they were kicked off because they didn't even know that they had to meet the requirements. Even when they do, it's impossible to navigate. And they have one person here, Arkansas, attempting to document her work hours, shared that my mom said I need to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to, and she said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with the lady for like an hour. Then she sent me to someone else. Then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up trying to report my hours worked, and she lost her Medicaid. In Georgia, there were like 300,000 to 400,000 people that were eligible. The state admitted they were eligible, but only about 7,000 ended up with coverage. That's the one state that still has it. Not because they weren't eligible, but because they couldn't go through the red tape. And you know, I'm not suggesting that anybody on the Republican side is intentionally doing this, but this is the reality, and this is what the CBO says is why all these people, millions of people under this bill, are going to lose their Medicaid because of this red tape. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's going to vary, and I'm glad you mentioned the Arkansas example, because indeed 18,000 people, right? In New Mexico, you have to fill out, this is what you fill out in New Mexico, right? It's not like people aren't working or that they aren't filling out a lot of paperwork. This is before this bill, and it asks all kinds of stuff. Your immigration status, what you're doing, where you're working. They are filling out too much paperwork as it is. And for a party that's always complaining about paperwork, they're going to just put more on there because that's not the purpose. The purpose isn't to get people back to work. It's to kick people off of Medicaid. It's to not recognize the hard work of those that already are. Because as you put it, 92%? 92% of adults under 65 on Medicaid are already working or can't work because they're caregiving, illness, they're going to school. So don't tell us about work, because we come from families that work. We come from families that get our hands dirty. We know what it looks like and what it feels like. And these are the people that we are working to protect. And I am very concerned about what they're going to do to indeed the people. When I go to my rural areas, when I went, to the dairy farms and talked to the people in my rural areas, and they said, we are the people who get our hands dirty, because I represent a large rural district. They're going to get slammed, aren't they, Ranking Member Pallone? Because rural hospitals are going to go under. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Medicaid cuts would threaten rural hospitals. And this is, Madam Chair? Yeah.
You finished the.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to go into it because I think it's really important that Americans who now have woken up and had their second cup of coffee, that they actually look at what's happening here, because it is really scary. In Pennsylvania, 12 rural hospitals, 24% are at immediate risk of closure from what you're doing here. In Michigan, 9 rural hospitals. Oklahoma, 24 rural hospitals. Several in my community as well. But if you are representing a rural area or a rural state, your rural hospitals are going to close. Because this is the thing. We're going to kick you off of Medicaid, and then we're not going to let you get onto the Affordable Care Act with the subsidies. Is that right? So they're going to show up at the hospitals and not have any care, right?
Absolutely. And I want to explain why, because I'm not sure everyone knows that the CBO estimated that those 8.6 million under the bill that, or at least most of them, that would lose Medicaid because of the red tape would immediately, or at least they would try to move over to the ACA and get a subsidized insurance policy under the ACA. But because of that, all of the savings that were going to be go to the rich and the corporate interests under this bill would have been lost. Because if those people moved over to the ACA and got a subsidized insurance policy, the government would have to pay for their subsidy, and therefore there was no savings, or very, very little savings under the bill. And so then they put in the prohibition that if you were denied Medicaid, you could not go to the ACA and get a subsidy. You had to pay full freight, which of course none of them could afford to pay, right? So that is strictly to make sure that there's money saved to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporate interests. That's the only reason that's in there. Again, it's not because, I think the GOP hate the poor. It's because they have to come up with this money to pay for the tax cut for the rich and the corporate interests. That's the bottom line.
So I think it's also, once again, budgets reflect your values. Chairman Moore, I was wondering if you happen to have the bill, if you would mind reading the title of section 111106 on page 901, line 20 in the Rules Committee print. Oh, sorry, Chairman Guthrie.
I was about to say, you had made me a chairman. I was just gonna say, I
I didn't hear your
accept.
question then. I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I didn't know it directed at me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What, you ask again?
Okay, if you'd go to page 901.
Mhm.
Page 901, line 20 of the bill. Do you have the bill in
I
front of
don't
you?
have the bill in
Nice.
front of me, but
Yeah,
read the,
I'll pass this down to you.
okay.
Just read that one line. Line 20.
I don't think, that's not in my jurisdiction. I'm sorry. That's why I didn't know
Okay,
about it.
we can pass it. I think that was Ways and Means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Chairman Smith, sorry.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it.
I've
I'll read it.
I know the
Well, actually,
legislation, but I'm not
Ranking
gonna be
Member
part
Moore,
of your little
Ranking Member
show
Moore.
here, so you can read it.
It was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking
said
Member
no.
Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you.
I'll
So,
help you out.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
Okay, I am,
Miss
this is amazing.
Miss
You
Lager
are
Fernandez, shall I pass this back or shall I
No,
read
no,
it for
why don't
you?
you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the
Line 20.
ranking vice chair of the committee. It says section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're going to repeal, they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. Right? And I don't know where this particular provision came from. We do know that there are certain elected officials who appear to have a certain orange hue about them, that maybe they want to make sure that tanning beds get a little bit of special credit. But really, we are prioritizing tanning beds over hospital beds in rural America. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the tax credit, the child tax credit. Because one of the things that is sad about the child tax credit, I agree that it should have gone on for longer. We fought, Rosa DeLauro has been fighting for that expanded child tax credit for almost her entire time here, and she is joined by so many of us on the Democratic caucus, I think all of us. Now, sadly, it didn't get extended, but it didn't get extended because we could not get the Republican votes to extend it in the way it was. And right now, what they have in this bill would actually deny the full value of the child tax credit to 17 million children because their families don't make enough money to qualify for it. Now, I don't know if the chair wants to answer any more questions, but maybe I'll just ask Ranking Member Moore, is that what's going to happen with the child tax credit? Is the families who need it the most won't get it? Well, does the child tax credit extend to all the families
So what
of
this
America?
legislation does of the 17 million children that you're talking about, they're going to make sure that their refundability is $1,700. At the end of this year, it drops to $1,000. So we're making sure that they are staying whole of where they are currently. if this bill does not pass, those 17 million children will only have $1,000 child tax credit instead of a 1,700.
But there is a discrepancy. Representative Moore.
Thank you so much. And Chairman Smith knows that that this is very important to me. This is the reason that I came to Congress. And so while I appreciate the fact that this committee has finally recognized that as an OECD country, we need to provide some kind of child supplement to children. I mean, everybody else has figured that out before we did. And while people want to give women $5,000 to have babies, I just think it's a lot more practical to take care of the children that we already have. I guess the thing that and we're going to get to talking about work requirements again, but as people have pointed out, about 96, 97% of people who are under the age of 65 and that receive any of these benefits they work. And if they're not working, they've worked the year before, they received any of these benefits. They worked a year after they've gotten it. And the 6 or 7% of people who don't work, as Mr. McDermott has pointed out, they have Mr. McGovern, have very complicated lives. They're taking care of elders, they're taking care of children. So if a woman finds herself in a situation, for example, where she, for whatever reason, cannot work, there are 17 million children who will get zero. And these are the poorest kids that there are. And they need support. It's, a child supplement is supposed to recognize that child rearing is expensive. The kids don't earn money particularly, but they need their Cub Scout uniform. They have sports equipment. They can't participate. I can remember growing up when I couldn't go on a field trip because I didn't have $5 for the bus fare. And we're going to leave them out. And, because of this work requirement, the poorest children, 17 million of them, who have no control over whether or not employers will provide their parents with work, parents who perhaps don't have a high school diploma. I know people who wouldn't hire people because all their teeth were rotten. And that wasn't a good look for working in the restaurant. And these are children, the most needy will not receive any money whatsoever. And you have to earn at least $2,500. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? To get the lowest amount of the tax credit. So someone, the mayor of Milwaukee, he's got 3 beautiful children. He'll get the maximum tax credit. And the kids who live down the street will get nothing.
It's that disparity. There are so many bad things in this bill that we really need another 3 or 4 days. The Inflation Reduction Act, what they are doing to clean energy, what they are doing in so many different areas, condemning the United States to be so far behind, condemning us to be, second to China on renewable energy in so many different ways. But, I think that we will just continue to talk about these other things because it's really important. But with that, I want to yield just a really quick few seconds to my colleague.
Yes, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent on an article. My colleague mentioned the issues with respect to rural hospitals, but there's a Philadelphia Inquirer article from May 19th entitled "Pennsylvania Hospitals Like Crozer-Chester with a lot of Medicaid patients keep closing. Budget cuts would speed up that trend." And it discusses how half of our adult hospitals in southeastern Pennsylvania have closed due to lack of adequate Medicaid funding.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Houchin, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam
Comment.
Chair. I appreciate the panel being here and for long hours and testifying. I do want to offer to my chairman of Energy and Commerce, Chairman Guthrie, to just touch on anything that you would like to cover out of the many accusations that have been leveled about the bill. But my one question to you, since high school diplomas were mentioned, if somebody doesn't have a high school diploma, then they might not be able to get a job per the work requirements that we have in the bill. Doesn't participating in some sort of education program count toward those requirements?
If you're working towards a GED program, that would count towards your work requirement.
So if you want to go through, I'll yield time to you to cover
Thanks a
the
lot.
many accusations.
Thanks a lot. And I come from a product of hard work too. My whole life growing up, my childhood up to high school, my dad worked in a Ford foundry. That's pretty hard in Alabama. So that's pretty hard work when you're in the heat of the summer. So I come from that as well. And if you look at, they talked about the coverage loss. I always say, look at ineligible, illegal, and able. So if you look at the coverage loss that comes from the Medicaid requirement, it's people that aren't eligible to participate in the Medicaid program by the rules set up by people who voted for the Medicaid program. The other are the people that are not here in a legal presence. And the other is the able-bodied. And when we talk about able-bodied, well, one, I know that we talked about the maternal health program. That was actually bipartisan. I think Doc Burgess was really engaged in doing that. It was extended for a year. And that, if it's anywhere in the bill, I want somebody to point that out because it's absolutely, it's not in the bill that's affected. But the work requirement does not apply to you if you're a pregnant woman, if you're under 19 or over the age of 64, if you're a tribe member, if you're a parent, guardian, caretaker, relative of a disabled individual, or have a dependent child. Veterans with a disability rated as total. Individuals who are medically frail, which includes but is not limited to people with the following conditions: blind, disabled, substance use disorder, disabling mental disorder, physical intellectual development disability, serious or complex medical condition, or other conditions identified by the state or approved by the secretary, or you're for compliance with TANF or SNAP, which SNAP's had them, we argue, since the 1970s. So we think we can do this. People have brought up Georgia and Arkansas. Those were problems. People were working and could not get Medicaid. And that is absolutely not what we want. That's why we took great pains to make sure we simplify the reporting requirements. People have due process rights. We want people to have Medicaid, but if they're not working or able to work, but we don't want to use the work requirement to deprive people of Medicaid. So we feel that is there. The other number, because they throw up 13 million, there's like over 5 million, but that comes from an expiring provision in the Inflation Reduction Act. And it was brought up by my friend from Wisconsin and others that, well, why don't we make all these other things permanent? That wasn't made permanent. It's expiring. And because it's expiring, that's where the 5 million comes from. So there were decisions that I don't know why y'all decided in the IRA to spend $32 billion or $27 billion on the Green Energy Fund when you could have made this last longer. And then my friend from Massachusetts talked about, well, this is for the well-connected. We had a hearing yesterday where there was a nonprofit that was started by a well-connected individual, had $100 in the checking account of the non-progressive forward, and got a $2 billion grant, which the CEO's salary of that is over $800,000. So she's getting paid 5 times a member of Congress to implement a grant appropriated by Congress. And if that's not well connected and right, and that's money that could have been spent for these. And with rural hospitals, I love to see when that article was written, because we really sat down, all of us on it. We got a lot of energy and commerce people here. I went to rural hospitals. It's urban hospitals. It's any hospital that has a high Medicaid population, which typically also has a high Medicare population. So the low reimbursement rates for those programs affect those hospitals. That's what we're talking about here. And if you look at an item came up that I didn't know as much about, state directed payments. We sat down and that's probably what they're writing about, because there were people saying that those should not stay where they are. And we sat down with hospitals. We all did. We looked and we said, yeah, this really ups the reimbursement for hospitals that have high Medicaid so they can stay open. So we held harmless that provision. Now going forward, there's reform in it, but it held harmless. States said that they had difficult times with their budgets, and the provider taxes helped them get through. You know, President Biden called them a scam. President Obama wanted to be 3.5. So a lot of people know this is sending money up to match federal money. But we said, okay, we realized it would be a big burden on states if we took a big approach to it. So we held harmless. We said, we're going to freeze where you are. You can increase, but we don't want rural hospitals on the edge closing because we took away state directed payments, because we lowered the provider taxes for states. And so if anybody's closing tomorrow because of this bill, then it means they were already going to be closing anyway, because this bill doesn't affect that. And then there were people that are eligible for Medicaid. So on the ACA, so that was another one. So they said if you're on Medicaid and you fall off Medicaid, you can't go to the ACA. The ACA sets up the provision that if you have other coverage, you can't go on if you have other coverage. So if somebody has Medicaid, this is what our argument wasn't save money, but if somebody has Medicaid and the only reason they become ineligible because they are able-bodied under all the exemptions that I read, but they're able-bodied and they fall off Medicaid just because they won't work, then they shouldn't have the opportunity to go get a subsidized plan in another form. And so that's what that provision was there for. So this whole committee, Energy, we're all saying we spent a lot of time making sure that we reform a program that's grown twice the size of inflation. I mean, one state has spent $26 billion more on Medicaid in the last 3 years. We felt it was unsustainable. We walled off. There's two groups. There's the Affordable Care Act. So if I'm a healthy Kentuckian and I go to the hospital, the federal government pays 90%. If I'm a disabled child in Kentucky, go to the hospital, the federal government pays 72%. Talk about values. But we have left that alone in our bill because of the states have budgeted and put their hospitals around that. So unfortunately, that's what was put into law under the Affordable Care Act. And so we looked at all of that. How do we get a handle on the growth in Medicaid and make it sustainable and protect it for mothers and pregnant women, mothers, children, the disabled, what the program was originally intended for, because most of the great growth is in the expansion population. And I think this proposal was well thought out. I received a letter from the Kentucky Hospital Association. I said it saying that thank you for the path that you took, because this is something we can deal with. I sat with hospital executives when they listened to the rhetoric and they saw where I thought our plan was going, and I could say, look, this is where I think it's going. They would all say, wow, we can all live with this. So we've given a product that saves the program. It puts it on a more sustainable path. It's still a growing program. It's going to spend over 1.1. We're going to spend $700 billion this year, 1.1 trillion 10 years from now after this bill's in full effect. So we're not cutting Medicaid. What we're trying to do is deploy the resources for the people that need it the most and reform the program and let states have to take more responsibility in the future, but hold them harmless today. So we don't have these hospitals on the edge, like my friend from Pennsylvania mentioned, on the edge, being affected by what we do here in the next few days.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. You did spend time with hospitals from my state, talking to them about what we were doing in this bill. I really appreciate the time that you took there with them and with many other members. Any member who had hospitals with questions, you took time to visit with, and we're grateful for that. I just want to make a few exclamation points on some of the things that you said. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending.
That's it's going up from 700 billion out of 1.1 trillion under this bill.
That is not sustainable. And Mr. Chairman, what happens to the Medicaid population when we can no longer afford that level of spending?
Well, it's the fear when the interest on the debt just gets so big, it overcomes it all. And so I said to hospitals, a lot of hospital CEOs that I've talked to, yours and others, and I said, look, this is a beginning to bend the cost curve. This will be a much different conversation when we get to the point that we can't borrow money anymore because our debt's too high. And we need to have this conversation now because we can do things that's sustainable and can keep everybody operating. But we get to a point where we can't borrow anymore. It's a different conversation.
And we've been talking about safeguarding Medicaid for the people who need it most. Mm-hmm. You said it best. We are preventing the ineligible, the illegal, and the able from accessing benefits and taking dollars away from the very people who this program was designed to help. Pregnant women, children, the disabled, seniors. If we did nothing, would there be more or less money available to take care of the traditional population?
Well, if you think about it, if you're a state program and you get 90 cents, in my state, you get 72 to 90. So 90 cents for one patient and 72 cents for the other. If the incentive is there, I don't think it was intentional, it was to get states to expand, but now the incentive is there to spend more, have more access and care for the higher reimbursement.
And finally, we are saving approximately $700 million in Medicaid over the 10-year window because of making sure people who are ineligible, illegal, and able are not accessing benefits designed for the people who
Well,
need
the
it
able
most.
access them if they work, but the
If
able
they
access-
work,
yeah, if
that's
they
right.
work, yeah.
But we're saving money, but we're still increasing spending in Medicaid. So when Democrats say we're slashing Medicaid, we're still increasing our overall spend in Medicaid over the window.
From
Is
about
that correct?
700 billion to 1.1 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A lot's been said here today. I would like to offer the opportunity for Chairman Thompson from my neighboring district to offer, in similar fashion, anything that he would like to rebut based on what's been said here today.
Oh, I thank my neighbor to the north for yielding some time. I just want to start out by saying, contrary to the disparaging remarks we've endured today, based on fear, not facts, the goal is not to hurt those struggling in poverty. The goal is to fulfill the purpose that is in law of the nutrition title. And the nutrition title, as of the FRA, by the way, any of those who voted for the FRA were the ones that approved those benefits that we talked about for the homeless, those aging out of foster care, and veterans. You that voted for that were the ones that voted to have those expire in 2030. There was a question during some of the questioning of where that came from. So, but within the FRA, we obviously food security has always been a part of the nutrition title. Really important. But it has a dual purpose. It is officially codified and in law, and that is workforce development. That became a part of that purpose. And I would say we also, not in law, but my own personal perspective is we need to achieve sustainability of this critical program and not to have cuts. And I've said all along, we've had that discussion in committee, and I read too often about cuts that are happening, and there are no cuts. The House Committee on Agriculture is leading efforts to restore integrity to the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The committee's reforms ensure that SNAP works the way that Congress intended it to, going back to the 1970s. We're really proud of that program. It has been a program that has restored rungs in a ladder of opportunity for folks to be able to pull themselves out of poverty, while at the same time meeting their providing supplemental nutritional assistance. And the goal is, and we do that in terms of the program integrity in areas by reinforcing work. Those who can work should, and there certainly are plenty of waivers and provisions so that to address kids. The reason that it's always been 6 years and younger as a waiver on the general work requirements is because it was recognized that if you had a preschool child at home, that you would have to be able to care for them. It also applies if you have someone in your house that is disabled, including maybe a parent that you have to provide care for. Always those exemptions are there. But by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state abuse and overreach. Because when the executive branch, and specifically the states, do things the wrong way, it is the SNAP participants, those individuals, those families are the ones that are hurt most. So the reason for this reform, it's intended to intent to supplement the food budget for low-income individuals. That's what SNAP is. The SNAP has ballooned in cost. Since 2019, SNAP rolls have increased by 17%, from 36 million in 2019 to 42 million. And a lot of that has occurred at the state level. And while the overall cost of the program has grown by 83%, ballooning from 60 billion to 110 billion annually, states do administer the program. They administer the program. There's a cost share for administration of the program, and the collectively, the states make $13 billion per year in erroneous payments, both overpayments and underpayments. And both of those hurt the beneficiaries, the people that we've been spending hours now talking about how do we help them. The national average error rate is 11.68%. That has nearly doubled just since 2019. So what is the impact? Obviously, we all know what the impact is when it's an underpayment. That single parent mom with two little babies the states are not providing sufficient assistance in putting money into their SNAP EBT card. And that's obvious how that hurts those families. But I will tell you that the overpayments, which there's more overpayments than underpayments based on the data, has even, I think, greater harm. If you're that single parent mom with two little babies and the card gets charged, you're going to use whatever's on that card. And that's fine, because that's the benefits you were given. And when you go, and by the way, SNAP beneficiaries use an average of 2 to 3 forms of payment when they go. They're not using just SNAP. That's obviously supplemental to cash and to checks or debit cards. So how does the overpayment hurt them? Well, because the states will come back and claw that back. It may be 3, 4, 6 months later. Now, where is that single parent mom with two little babies supposed to find that money at that point? That's where program integrity is so important. It protects, one of the things it does, it protects the beneficiary. It protects that single mom from that. And so the error rate by these states is completely unacceptable. And you know what? Why do they do it? Because there's no skin in the game. They don't have there's no accountability. They get the money, they execute the program, and if they don't do it right, which is with these error rates is a significant amount, I believe, Pennsylvania doesn't do it right. It's double digits. And there's a lot of Pennsylvanians that are hurt because of these error rates. And that's unacceptable. States have to do a better job. So what we provide is, we could have come in and just done a punishment, but we did a carrot and a stick. And we put it at just 5% cost share. But it's based on their error rates. And I happen to believe that looking over the past couple decades, every state can get their error rate down below to be at that 5% mark. Only 28% of able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP have earned income from work. That's largely because of not because of the law that and the regulations that Congress passes and the executive branch writes. It's because of how it's poorly administered by the states. The USDA and states have intentionally limited enforcement of the SNAP work requirement for adult without dependent children, able-bodied adults, through waivers, leaving 40% of these work-ready individuals today under a waiver of the ABOD work requirement, and remaining on the SNAP rolls long after the 3-month time limit for compliance with the work requirement. So because of the SNAP benefit, unlike other entitlement benefits, is 100% funded by the federal government, there is minimal, I would say no incentive for states to control costs, to enhance efficiency and improve outcomes for recipients. The gentlelady showed the Medicaid paperwork. That is not paperwork that comes, I don't believe comes from the federal government, because I know in the SNAP program, it is the states determine that bureaucracy. And there are problems with states that will take months in order to process those applications under the nutrition title. That's unacceptable, and that's why we need to hold states accountable. And I don't believe that no state out there is going to cut SNAP benefits. You heard about the passion for that assistance on both sides of the aisle and here. And so I think you're being pretty much unrealistic and disrespectful to our colleagues that work in state capitals to think that this program would be any less important to them. And we're talking 5% that I believe that they can all get there. So with that, I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Langworthy, would you yield a moment? I think, Mr. Thompson, you brought up a very significant word in your comments, and that's integrity. And what we keep hearing on our side is we want integrity in these programs to save them. But integrity, and we're hearing that these are moral programs. Well, integrity is moral too. And we want integrity in the programs so that we can save them. And I think you've just outlined that extremely well. And it's a word we have not heard enough of in this debate here, and I think probably in the committees, because we keep hearing about cuts when we're talking about having integrity in the programs. So thank you, Mr.
If the gentleman from New York will yield just a few
Insist.
minutes.
Certainly.
We did not roll back the daily amounts that these recipients receive. There was an increase when the market basket analysis was done at the direction of the 2018 Farm Bill. And again, I agree, it's only like $6 a day, something like that. That amount was not rolled back within this, nor are we preventing going forward adjustments based on inflation, because that is the current law. And so I think those corrections are really important to make, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding.
And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fake news, misinformation, it has long existed in human societies. And today we heard several folks reference Marie Antoinette and let them eat cake. She never uttered those words. As historians will tell you, there's no evidence that she ever said it. I understand the intent in which it was used, but she never said those words. In fact, the rumor, let me finish.
I just say you guys
The
make Marie
rumor-
Antoinette look like she's down to earth.
No, not going there. But the rumor that she said those words started circulating in the streets of Paris a couple of weeks after her head had been severed by the guillotine. And as everybody knows, the brain only functions for 2 seconds. Scientific data done at the guillotine by French scientists showed the brain only functions for 2 seconds, 2 blinks of the eye subsequent to the head being severed. Misinformation is still out there, and sometimes it's both sides of the aisle that we start these stories or these rumors in the minds of people. And one of those that all of us have been guilty of is talking about work requirements related to this bill, because it's actually community engagement. So if you're going to school, as we've heard some testimony today, if you're engaged in your community in any way, going to school, getting a drug treatment program, it counts. Volunteering in your community for that 18.47 hours a week counts, or 80 hours. It doesn't have to all be done in a week. 80 hours over the course of the 4.33 weeks in a month counts. And so I heard, because we fall into that trap, I heard that, Well, how can you work when you need daycare? Well, you could be volunteering with the local daycare and count as community engagement. So we need to try to get the facts straight in this point in history, or else 200 years from now, they're going to be talking about work requirements when in fact it's community engagement. Just as we have heard today that Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake, which she never did. Now, we have also heard other disparagements today, which are not accurate. The gentleman from Missouri threw shade on the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier by saying that it didn't have great jurisdiction. Now, having heard some of this, I'm sure his opinion has changed. And knowing that in order for him to make final comments, he will need to be recognized by a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm sure his opinion has changed in the last few hours as we've been debating this. And I would now ask the gentleman from Missouri if he would like to correct any things that are misunderstood that have been said today or that somehow otherwise need correction, so the historical record will be complete.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, asking that question, and also for serving on a fairly decent committee. So I appreciate the work that you all have been doing. You know, this bill is a bill for working Americans. I'm a product of the working class. Like I said earlier, I grew up most of my life in a single wide trailer, and then we upgraded to a double wide. My dad was one of those 199A employees that would benefit in this bill. He was the employee of one. He had a 2-car garage. He was the best transmission overhaul mechanic that you could find. And I was the first in my family to ever graduate college. They were the first in their family to ever graduate from high school. And so the community that I represent, my hometown where I live today, is less than 5,000 people. The per capita income is just at $24,000. $24,000 a year. My grandparents never had running water on the farm that I live on. I was the first one to drill a well, so we didn't have to use an outhouse. I understand the struggles of working Americans, and that's why for over the last year, Chair Fox, we have traveled throughout this country. We've had 15 different field hearings from a homeless shelter in Chicago to an Indian reservation in Arizona to the second largest port in Staten Island. We went all over this country to hear from real small business owners, real working moms, real farmers of the issues that they're facing in today's economy. And that's what this bill delivers on. This bill makes permanent what is expiring at the end of this year. Every individual tax rate will be made permanent. The 10% tax rate will be made permanent. Every single one. The child tax credit, which affects 40 million Americans, 40 million children. If Congress does not act by passing this legislation, you will see the child tax credit go from $2,000 to $1,000. To $1,000. That affects working families. The guaranteed deduction, which 91% of Americans use when they file their taxes, that gets slashed in half if we don't pass this bill. But guess what? This bill also increases that guaranteed deduction, $1,000 per individual. That's real tax relief for the 91% of Americans that use it to file their taxes. We also enhanced the child tax credit, $500, to make the child tax credit $2,500. Inflation's gone up a lot since 2017, and we're indexing it for inflation. We're also delivering on the promise that we made to the voters of no taxation on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors. Also, allowing you to be able to deduct your interest from autos made in the United States. I'll tell you, the senior citizen who's an Uber driver is going to benefit the most from this tax package, because no tax on tips, senior tax relief, and also they can deduct their interest if that car is made in the United States. These are real impacts for real Americans. In fact, an average family of 4 under this tax bill will see their tax cuts of $1,300. $1,300. Where I come from, $1,300 is a lot of money in the paychecks of working families who are struggling just to get by. In this tax bill, what it does for small businesses, there's 26 million small businesses right now that are wondering, is their tax rate going to be 43.4% next year or 23 to 28%? And these are those mom and pops on Main Street that are just surviving. That's my parents' auto repair shop in Southeast Missouri. They're deciding of how to invest, how to grow right now with the uncertainty, and this bill will provide that certainty. In fact, we also enhance the small business deduction to 23%, allowing them to have more parity with the big corporations with having a lower tax rate as a small business owner. We also go after special interest tax provisions that were passed in the IRA. We eliminate more than $500 billion of bad green scam policies. And those policies will be redirected for the working class Americans, those tipped employees, those linemen working overtime, those seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck. That's what we're going to do with those green credits. We're also going to hold elite universities accountable. We're going to make sure that they pay their share of revenues coming from endowments. Corporate tax rate's 21%. The top tax rate will be 21%. If an endowment can have $55 billion, more than most countries, I think that they're not really paying their fair share. We're always talking about paying their fair share, but we're going to make sure those elite universities pay their fair share. It's the same way with woke non-for-profits. We're holding them accountable. We're also saving $140 billion in the tax code to make sure illegals aren't benefiting from the tax code. And this is all to deliver real relief for the average everyday American who sent us to Washington for this mandate. I appreciate you for allowing us to be here today.
Madam
It's
Chair, I
still
yield
your
back.
time.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will engage Mr. Wahlberg. I appreciate your patience throughout this hearing. I can relate that it's a little lonely when you sit at the edge of the table, but would welcome any closing thoughts and comments from you and the incredible work that your committee members produced at the Education and Workforce Committee.
Well, Mr. Jack, I appreciate that. Bobby and I are feeling like Rodney Dangerfield down here at the end of, you know, I served on the Ag Committee, my first term in office. Great committee. Got a great Ag district that I represent. I served on Energy and Commerce up until I took the chairmanship of this fabulous committee. And I never wanted to serve on Ways and Means. It's not up to my standards yet. No, I love you, Jason. I love you. I just had to get that in. But I do appreciate that. Education workforce, I don't want to belabor this, but we did some amazing work, I believe. $350 billion of savings that will, I think, foster better opportunity for students in higher education at lower costs. In the Northwest Ordinance, it's probably included in some of your state's constitutions. It says religion, morality, knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. I don't think we've been encouraging education as we ought to. And for that reason, my ranking member, Scott, and I, and Representative Neguse, I'll respond to your question, which was a legitimate question. We started at 10:15 in the morning on our markup. 5.5 hours later, after 33 or 34 amendments that we debated together, we completed it. And I turned to Bobby and I said, Bobby, what happened? He said, what do you mean? I said, it's still light out. I think that shows how a committee can work together to get things done, whether we agree or not on everything, and we didn't. But I think the passion is there for education. So what we did in this bill, seeing that right now, 40% of master's degree programs and a quarter of bachelor's degree programs leave students worse off than if they never started in higher education because of the costs and the debt that they have. Within the next 10 years, if we don't do something, we have $300 billion of debt to the students that they're going to lose over the next 10 years. Taxpayers lose 20 cents on every dollar that they lend to post-secondary education right now. That's not a winning formula. So in our legislation, Mr. Jack, we attempted to reduce from 5 disparate loan programs, some without, well, most without any limit on them, down to 2. And we put reasonable caps in for undergrad, for grad, and for professional grad students. Why did we do that? To give incentive to colleges, universities, trade schools, community colleges, to live within their means, and ultimately we gave them something they've asked for many years, and now they have the opportunity to counsel their students on the basis of what their program will afford to them once they graduate, what they should take as a loan and no more. For that reason, we have a chance to give them skin in the game, that if students come out at the end of the pipeline and they are paying off their student loan, keeping on track to do that, and they have advanced in their ability to earn, we give them a special carrot called a promise grant. If they don't, and the students are defaulting and not achieving what they ought to achieve, then we give them a portion of risk sharing to contribute, that carrot and stick approach. Bobby and I agreed on a very significant portion of the bill, and that's workforce Pell, short-term Pell. We know our manufacturing entities, our trades need people in the jobs these days. And why not give them certification programs, apprenticeship programs, short-term degrees that we can use workforce Pell for, to bring them out of that pipeline with a skill, with a job, and without huge student loan debt. And Bobby and I are going to continue to work on other workforce programs to ramp up that deal, but we did get that into this bill as well. So I won't belabor the point, but that $350 billion of savings is all being put in to make it more accessible for students to come out of the end of the pipeline. We don't agree on all of that. I get that. But that's the approach, and I think in the end, we're going to see a better higher education system.
I wonder if the gentleman might give the ranking member a chance to.
Well, he already had a chance to address one of your concerns, but yeah.
For him. I just heard a lot of references to Bobby.
Respectfully,
Mr.
respectfully, Mr. Neguse, I reclaim my time, and I appreciate your comments, Chairman Wahlberg, and obviously appreciated your testimony throughout this hearing, Mr. Scott. And with that, I yield back to our chairwoman, Ms. Fox.
Madam Chair, can I publicly thank Rules Republicans for all those profound last questions?
You just did.
Just did.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Excuse me,
I'd
Mr.
like to,
Scott.
like to thank you and the gentleman from Colorado for your kind words about Jerry Conley as the Dean of the Virginia delegation. Several people said very nice things, and I'd like to thank you for those.
I want to say, I think it's important we always acknowledge each other because we all work hard. And it's important that we do that, no matter the party. The next panel, thank you. I have an important announcement to make. To the members in the room who've been waiting patiently to deliver amendment testimony, I have a brief announcement about how we're going to proceed. Those of you who've been excused can go. We're going to begin with the leadership panel, but it will still be an amendment panel. Democrat leadership has asked to testify as a panel of 3 to begin with. But it's our understanding they will abide by the procedures of an amendment panel, meaning 5 minutes of testimony each. We will then move to calling up members to testify on amendments, 8 members at a time. We've been doing our best to monitor when members have arrived and are arriving. We're also doing our best to cross-reference our notes on this with the staff of our Democrat counterparts so we get it as right as possible. I'll be calling up the members 8 at a time. I've been patient this entire meeting and I ask for reciprocal patience here. If you just walked in, you may need to wait for a third panel. And for those listening who aren't here, you may need to wait for a fourth panel and so on. Again, I'm asking everyone to be patient. We'll be identifying the members for each panel verbally. I believe if you are on the Democrat side, and I think everyone who wants to offer an amendment is on the Democrat side, you may talk to the Democrat staff outside about where you might be in the queue. Mr. Jeffries, I understand you want to address the group in terms of the loss of Mr. Connolly first, and then I'll identify you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the moment of silence and the kind words of remembrance on behalf of our dear colleague, Jerry Conley, who really was a member's member, someone who conducted himself with the highest degree of intellect, brilliance, resilience, integrity, humor, and wit. It's a great loss for his family, great loss for his district, great loss for the Commonwealth of Virginia, great loss for us as House Democrats, but certainly a great loss for the Congress and for the country, given just the depth of his representation, the relationships that he had on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, and the fierce representation that he provided to the people that he's been privileged to represent for decades. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some brief words of reflection on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus.
Well, I'm reminded of an old, old poem, For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Now, I'd like to recognize that we have Minority Leader Jeffries, Leader Clark, and part of the leadership, Mr. Aguilar, at the witness table for our first panel. So I now will recognize each of you. Will you be going first, Mr. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to testify at this incredibly important Rules Committee meeting. I also thank my colleagues, Whip Catherine Clark and Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, for partnering with me on this amendment. Come before you today with an amendment to strike the unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American cuts to the healthcare and food assistance of the American people. America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are better than this. The great American middle-class dream is that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should have the ability to provide a comfortable life for yourself and for your family, a good paying job, educate your children, purchase a home, and have access to high quality and affordable health care, as well as be able to put food on your kitchen or dining room table. Unfortunately, we are here today discussing a bill that would make that American dream harder to reach for millions by increasing costs for families, hardworking American families, and gutting the things that they need to survive and thrive. This reckless budget would take health care and food assistance away from millions of people in order to provide tax cuts to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It would hurt children, hurt seniors, hurt families, hurt women, hurt people with disabilities, and hurt our nation's veterans. If enacted, the GOP tax scam would represent the largest cut to health care in American history and the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history in order to provide the largest tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk in American history. So let's begin with the healthcare component of this amendment. Everyone should have access to high quality and affordable health care in the United States of America. In 1965, Congress created both Medicare and Medicaid. In the intervening decades, Congress passed legislation to expand and strengthen these important programs. In 2010, this Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, passed the historic Affordable Care Act, which created new protections for people with pre-existing conditions and expanded health care for tens of millions of people who couldn't otherwise afford it. Since then, we have managed to achieve the lowest uninsured rate in history. Why would we go backward? Which is what the GOP tax scam would do. We know, however, that our healthcare system is not perfect. Too many Americans continue to be unable to pay their medical bills and struggle to get access to the care that they need. As Democrats, we are ready to work in a bipartisan manner to address these challenges, but we will never support any Republican effort to rip away health care from the American people. This GOP tax scam will force nearly 14 million people to lose their health coverage and cause millions more to pay higher copays, premiums, and deductibles. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die in all of your districts. Now, prior to the modern SNAP program being created in 1964, there was vast hunger and food insecurity across this country, including in low-income communities, rural areas, and communities of color. Thanks to public investigations, community-based organizations, and some good journalism, these challenges were spotlighted, and the need for an expansion of federal food assistance was highlighted. The American people were moved by images of children with distended bellies rummaging around in garbage and families going hungry. Finally compelled Congress to act. And over the last 60 years, we as a country have made significant progress to reduce hunger and help people afford nutritional food. Unfortunately, the policies in this GOP tax scam threaten to undo this progress and return us to an age where far too many children or veterans or seniors are struggling to eat and get access to the nutrition that they need. It's also important to recognize that SNAP is a vital part of providing opportunity for our farmers, who we stand with, food makers, small businesses, truckers, independent grocers, and the entire supply chain. So for the Republicans who have promised to love and cherish Medicaid, I ask you to support this amendment. For the Republicans who believe we should not rip food away from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, we ask you to support this amendment. And for the Republicans who believe that the gospel in Matthew 25 and 35 teaches us to stand up for the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, we ask you to support this amendment and strike these harmful cuts to health care and nutritional assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Ranking Member McGovern, the members of this committee. I'm a proud co-sponsor of Leader Jeffrey's amendment, and my Democratic colleagues have done an excellent job laying out how taking Medicaid and food from the kids, the seniors, the veterans, the moms, to give tax cuts to billionaires while increasing our deficit is a triple threat to the American people. But unfortunately, it doesn't end there. I'm offering an additional amendment that strikes a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Speaker Johnson recently said about this provision, it is about going after, quote, big abortion. But he knows better than that. We all know the federal government doesn't pay for abortion care. We all know Republicans have already decimated access to safe abortions in this country. So what does this provision actually do? It further defunds women's health care. It defunds cancer screenings, prenatal care, postpartum services, fertility treatments, preventative care. 96% of Planned Parenthood's clinical work has nothing to do with abortion, but everything to do with serving millions of women, most of them overwhelmingly in rural and underserved areas, who are having a hard time finding reproductive care or any health care, especially in states with abortion bans. Faced with the choice of either breaking the law or breaking their oath to put patients first, OBGYNs are packing up and leaving. As a result, 35% of counties in America don't have a single obstetrician. In Georgia, it's 42%. In Texas, it's 50%. Clinics are shutting down while maternal mortality is on the rise. Infant mortality is up for the first time in decades. How does this bill respond to this Republican manufactured crisis? It piles on. It makes it even harder for women to find health care. Without this amendment, it would shut down nearly 600 health centers run by Planned Parenthood, 64% of which serve women living in medical deserts. These are communities that don't have enough healthcare providers as it is. These are women who overwhelmingly live in rural areas. These are women that you represent. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, 7,500 South Carolinians will lose their doctor. All of them, 100%, live in a medical desert. 9,200 Georgians are on the edge of that same cliff. 75% in medical deserts. 22,000 Hoosiers, 82% medical deserts. 24,000 Virginians, 50%. 37,000 North Carolinians, 67%. 51,000 Minnesotans, 69%. And 118,000 Texans. Count on Planned Parenthood in a state where babies and pregnant women are dying at a historic rate. 2/3 of Texans live in medical deserts, and 141,000 New Yorkers are about to see 47 clinics boarded up, 61% of them in the neediest areas in New York State. Millions of women are counting on their representatives to make the right decision. Women like Cheryl from North Carolina, who years ago was overdue for a pap smear, but she didn't have insurance and she kept putting it off. A friend mentioned Planned Parenthood would provide this free of charge. She booked an appointment, got checked, and it came back abnormal. They caught it early and the cancer was removed. Cheryl credits Planned Parenthood with saving her life. A lot of stories begin like Cheryl's. They should all end in the same way, with health care that saves lives. I hope this amendment gives you all pause. When the women in this country deserve health care, and I hope you will think about the moms struggling to get by and stay healthy for the sake of their children and their families. It is not too late. Do right by them. Make this amendment in order for floor consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, distinguished colleagues on the committee. I appreciate your kind words about our colleague, Mr. Connolly, as well, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce amendments that would strengthen SNAP, a program that helps families across the country meet their basic needs. I'm also proud to co-sponsor Leader Jeffrey's amendment. State governments can't afford to take on the extra costs that this legislation would impose on them. It would force leaders in red states and blue states to either raise taxes or remove people from SNAP, leaving even more Americans hungrier and poorer. I wish more Americans had the opportunity to hear from our prior panel's testimony during the workday, but this committee made the choice to hide from the public and keep hidden what's actually in this bill. In fact, we're still told that managers' amendments are still being negotiated and are incomplete. It is outrageous that this committee is debating these policies under the cover of darkness, but it shouldn't be surprising. Legislation you intend to pass, started at some ungodly hour, kicks millions of Americans off their health insurance and takes away food assistance for families who need it most. As grocery prices rise, I cannot understand why my Republican colleagues want to take food out of the mouths of mothers, children, and veterans while making healthcare even more expensive. House Democrats are eager to take on waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the federal government, but we cannot find a willing partner on the other side of the aisle because of our colleagues' single-minded focus on cutting healthcare for people who need it most. This legislation doesn't make Medicaid or SNAP more efficient or more fair, Madam Chair. All this bill does is ensure that billionaires who have never had to worry about a hospital bill or putting food on the table can continue to pay less in taxes than a teacher, a firefighter, or a nurse. Madam Chair, it is a fact that only House Democrats want to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable for everyone. We will continue to fight back against this effort to drive up costs of health insurance and end basic needs programs just to make a group of campaign donors happy. The contrast is clear. House Republicans are making healthcare more expensive and less accessible. House Democrats want to ensure that every American can earn the peace of mind of a good paying job with great benefits. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, would you mind leaving your testimony with me? Because I don't believe I heard a couple of things that you said, and I just want to look at it before I make any comments.
Of course.
Okay, I want to double check that I heard some things that I think you said
Okay,
before I make any comment.
of course.
I'm going to recognize, before I speak, I'm going to recognize any of my colleagues. Ms. Houchin, Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Scott, you recognize.
Madam Chair, I would just like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article entitled Rich State Poor People. And if I might,
Without objection.
if I might just read from it, the oil and gas boom has helped New Mexico has become the nation's second biggest oil producing state. Taxes paid on the state's oil production would generate, and in quotations, more money than we know what to do with, according to Democrat State Senator and Legislative Finance Committee Chair George Munoz. States are flush with cash that are well run. Thank you.
Without objection. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah. First of all, let me just address something that Chairman Smith said. He went through all the things in the tax section of the reconciliation bill that, quite frankly, most of us support. I mean, the child tax credit, the no tax on tips, the middle class tax cuts. But what he omitted with tax cuts for billionaires, what he omitted were the cuts to Medicaid that would throw people off of healthcare, or the cuts to SNAP. Leader Jeffries, I mean, we're reasonable. We're happy to work with them. But there's no way in hell we're going to support a bill that's going to throw 14 million people off of healthcare, or throw millions of people off of SNAP. Maybe you can maybe comment on how would seniors be impacted by the legislation that is before us?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. This legislation would rip healthcare away from approximately 14 million Americans, including millions of children who will be adversely impacted by the fact that Medicaid is being cut in the greatest numbers in American history, children who would otherwise be able to see a doctor when they're sick, but might not be able to as a result of Medicaid being ripped away. Children who will no longer have the ability to receive preventative care that could catch things early enough to avoid serious illness or death. They're impacted by the GOP tax scam. Seniors, of course, who will have their Medicaid ripped away from them, will also be adversely impacted because the majority of seniors who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, these aren't statistics, it's our parents, our grandmother, our grandfather, our great-grandmother and grandfather. The majority of people who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, which allows people to maintain dignity and respect in their amazing golden years, they rely on Medicaid to receive that assistance. And that, of course, is at risk of being ripped away from them. And Mr. McGovern, it's all being done in service of enacting the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. Billionaires like Elon Musk, who's the last person in this country who deserves a tax break.
And Ms. Aguirre, I support your amendment. You know, interesting enough, the House Agriculture Committee never did a hearing on the cost sharing issue with states. And there's a reason why governors all over the country are panicking that they may be hit with a bill of hundreds of millions of dollars or even $1 billion in the case of Pennsylvania, which they're not going to be able to meet. And therefore, it will result in them costing, it will end up cutting the benefit to people. And so I support it totally. And Leader Clark, let me ask you, is it possible at all for other providers like community health centers to absorb the patients that Planned Parenthood health centers see annually? And what services for women would be at risk?
Thank you so much for the question, and let's bust this myth once and for all, because we have two things going on here. We have the nearly 14 million Americans, including many women, seniors, moms, pregnant moms, who are going to be have their health care taken away from them totally, and that impacts healthcare centers, FQHCs. They receive, Medicaid is the single largest source of payments, reimbursements for our FQHCs. And this is what's always pointed to by the right, as they will just pick up these services for women out of this defunded clinics for Planned Parenthood. It is impossible at the same time that you are cutting Medicaid to these clinics. In Massachusetts alone, that'll be a almost $1.2 billion cut to these health centers, and saying if you're going to pick up what Planned Parenthood provides, you would have to increase the capacity of our FQHCs by 56%. So we're going to take away Medicaid over here, and then we're going to say magically increase capacity by 56% to serve the women who will no longer have a place to get the cancer screenings, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments, contraception, reproductive health care that they need, and that is increasingly difficult to find.
I regret that so much of what is done in this Congress and in this current administration around healthcare is so politically charged.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the SNAP issue, people are going to see their benefits cut. Again, on average of $2 a person, per meal. That's it. And if states can't meet their cost share, they have no choice but to cut the benefit. And no hearings on this, not one single hearing. And this is a major change. And not even the courtesy of a hearing. We weren't able to bring in governors or anybody from any states to be able to comment on what the impact of this would be, or whether even all the states could meet, their financial obligation. And I mean, that it's part of a reconciliation bill, and that nobody even cares enough to do a hearing on it. Is that the way you legislate around here? I don't know if you want to add anything before I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I think that's incredibly important, and I just share that the cost share discussion really breaks a promise of 50 years of a relationship between the federal government and the states. This is shifting more resources so they can be the bad guys, and so they can reduce benefits, kick people off of eligibility. It's just an existential threat and would result in significant reductions in benefits to the people who need it most.
And I'll just say finally, all this does is it gives my Republican friends some cover to be able to dodge responsibility. And when benefits get cut, say, hey, it's not me, it's the states. And again, that to me is very cynical. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach. Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think we just heard a little bit about myth busting. So Leader Jeffries, I was wondering if you could address the myth which we have had thrown at us repeatedly throughout all the committee hearings on this bill, that somehow these proposals are going to be paid for by kicking undocumented immigrants off federally subsidized food and health care. Is that true? Are undocumented immigrants getting federal health care and federal food benefits?
It's a great question. Under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one. And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children. We're talking about everyday Americans. We're talking about Americans with disabilities. And when it comes to nutritional assistance, we're talking about veterans who have served this country, sacrificed, risked it all. And they're going to lose access to the food assistance they need to live a life of dignity and respect. Those are the facts. That's why we're fighting hard to stop this GOP tax scam that will hurt everyday Americans dead in its tracks.
I appreciate that because we've heard this gaslighting, for weeks now, and we knew it wasn't true, but I appreciate your clarifying that as well. And of course, to the extent that anyone was trying to game the system and get benefits to which they were not entitled, we have inspectors general who were tasked with rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, but unfortunately have been fired by this administration. So, don't preach about wanting to ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse when you're pulling the watchdogs whose job it was. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I've already came to you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chairman Aguilar for your leadership and for the amendments that you submitted before the committee today. As you all know, we started at 1 a.m., so this hearing's been going now for about 10 hours. We've heard from many Republican chairmen. We have, of course, many members of our caucus who are here that we'll hear from. The only person, and of course, we have all the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus, and we're so grateful that each of you came forward to testify in this fashion. The one person we haven't heard from is the Speaker, who came here briefly earlier, but was not willing, I guess, to testify in the way that you all have. Mr. Leader, I know you offered to debate the Speaker on the floor. I believe sent a letter to him about a month and a half ago on this particular reconciliation bill. And I wonder if you might expound a bit on why you think that is important for the American people to be able to hear that debate and that dialogue.
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Colorado. And first of all, let me thank all of the members of the Rules Committee, certainly my colleagues on the Democratic side who have done a tremendous job on behalf of the American people, Jim McGovern, Mary Gay Scanlon, you, Joe Neguse, and of course, Teresa Leger Fernandez. Let me also thank the chair, Chairwoman Fox from the great state of North Carolina by way of New York City. She may have left the Bronx, but the boogie down Bronx has never left her. So thank you for providing this opportunity for us to have this discussion. But one person is missing, Speaker Mike Johnson. Over a month ago, I asked our distinguished colleague from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, to debate any of us, but certainly myself, on the House floor about this very bill. He believes it's one big, beautiful bill. We believe it's one big, ugly bill. That's going to hurt the American people, hurt children, hurt families, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, cut health care, cut nutritional assistance, explode the debt by a minimum of $3.8 trillion. This is being done by people who claim to be the stewards of fiscal responsibility. $3.8 trillion, if not more. And so the offer still stands. I'd love to have the opportunity to debate Speaker Johnson anytime, any place, right here at the Rules Committee, or certainly on the floor of the House of Representatives. Not a duel, a debate of ideas.
I couldn't agree more, and I thank the leader, the whip, the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for coming and testifying. Rep. Clark, as you described the impact that the abortion bans have had on states across this country, the lack of reproductive health care in states around this country, and then that this bill would then add to that difficulty. I am reminded, and I've been sharing lately, a story that I didn't used to talk about because it was so hard, about how when I was pregnant, I almost bled to death. And I remember lying on that hospital surgery piece of metal. And they didn't put me to sleep because we were trying to save the baby. And they were screaming, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her. Those doctors could concentrate on saving my life. They did not have to worry about whether they were going to be criminally charged or whether they were going to have to shut down their practice because they were working on a complicated pregnancy. And now we know across the country, in rural areas especially, we are losing our OBGYN care. So I want you to talk a little bit more about what happens in those rural areas, what happens in those areas where doctors are fleeing, and how what they're doing in this bill by going after Planned Parenthood. Does that make it worse?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. And it is the story of women across this country. Pregnancy is often complicated and it needs interventions. And we want safe outcomes. The way we get that is good prenatal care and being able to find that within a 50-mile drive from your home. And with the abortion bans, that is becoming out of reach for so many people. And it compounds the cruelty in this bill that is already there in all that they are taking away from women and children and families, from their health care, from food programs, public schools, the list goes on, for this cynical exercise of giving tax cuts to people who are too wealthy to need them or maybe even notice them. So we have to keep our eye focused on what is happening. And with this amendment, it may seem like a sort of insignificant or a very detailed part of this overall package, but the themes are the same. And at the end of the day, it is denial of health care for women in this country. And at the same time, we have a White House lamenting, why aren't women having children? Maybe we'll give them $5,000. If you don't have a safe place to have a child, if you cannot guarantee that you will survive, have the medical attention that you will need, and if you're able to have that child, that child will be able to access health care, that you'll be able to find affordable quality child care near where you go to work, that you will be able to have the fundamentals of a housing to be able to put a life together. A recent study showed the majority of families in this country, 60% of families, cannot afford the basics. And what they're saying in this, and what makes it so pernicious, is this has no place in a reconciliation bill. This is ideology. And this is policy. And this is saying, we don't like abortion providers, and it's not enough to outlaw them in our own states, to deny that care in those states. If there is an affiliate or a subsidiary in any state, then we will shut down the clinic that is not providing abortion care, but is providing this critical primary care for women. That doesn't belong in this bill either. And it is part of the pattern and the theme of this bill, that the American family is put last. And we are making the winner's circle so very small. And it doesn't include women in this country. It doesn't include working families. It doesn't include seniors and veterans. And the 99.9% of people who get up and work hard every single day and want to have a future for their children, a place in this economy, want their small business to survive this tariff regime, want to be able to put a life together that has hope. And instead, we're offering them ideology wrapped up as healthcare. It is a cruelty and it is a shame. And that is why we have seen the Democratic caucus and the American people united against this bill.
Thank you, Rip Clark. Chairman Aguilar, your amendment, I think, touches on a very important fact, and that is that people are working. They're working really hard, and they're often not getting paid enough. And when Democrats were in charge, we increased jobs. But right now, there is a recession looming. And what they're going to do is kick people out of Medicaid, and they're not going to be able to get nutrition programs. And they're saying it's because people are lazy. Is that right, Chairman Aguilar? I mean, what is really happening with regards to American families who are working hard and just maybe not making enough money?
Thank
to
you.
afford health care?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for sharing your story, first of all, and for the question. My amendment prevents what I hope is something we can all agree on. No child in our country should go hungry. Yet under this bill, nearly 645,000 people, including children ages 7 to 18, will lose some or all of their SNAP benefit just in my state of California. Whether you're a child in New Mexico or Maine or California, that isn't right. As cruel and failed as that 3-month time limit is, it has never been applied to parents and grandparents with dependent children. It's right in the name, able-bodied adults without dependents. So what is supposed to happen, the child turns 7 and now doesn't need to go to school by themselves. It's just playing wrong, and it puts kids at risk. No one is staying home for SNAP benefits that are $6 per person per day. If my colleagues were serious, we wouldn't be providing childcare and transportation and fair wages to help families make ends meet rather than cutting these important benefits.
Thank you, Chair Aguilar. And Leader Jeffries, thank you for painting the picture of what hunger looked like in America and what poverty looked like in America when we decided that that was not an acceptable picture for us. And I think it's a policy choice, but I think you also touched on a sense that it's also a moral choice. And I entered into the record earlier today a letter from 31 faith organizations who were opposing these kinds of cuts because they noted that it was against a principle, a moral principle, that government should provide for those who are in need. And I just wanted to give you the last word. I'm the last Democrat who gets to ask a question on these issues of how you see the values and the choices that are being made in this bill.
Well, thank you again for sharing your powerful story in such a compelling way. And it really does illustrate the challenges that we confront here. When we make policy decisions, we are impacting the American people in ways that in certain cases could be questions of life and death. It's often been said, Dr. King made this observation, that budgets are moral documents. And I don't question anyone's faith in this room. There are people of faith on both sides of the aisle. But we do have to ask the question, can't simply be enough to go to synagogue or go to the mosque or go to church and pray on Sunday and then come to Washington, D.C. and pray on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on working families, pray on everyday Americans, pray on our children, pray on our veterans, pray on older Americans. It can't be sufficient to go to church and pray on Sunday, but then come to Washington, D.C., advance a bill like the GOP tax scam, and pray on the American people for the rest of the week. Democrats will never stand for it, and we're going to fight hard to make sure that we do everything we can to uplift the American people, to protect their health care, protect nutritional assistance, protect our veterans, protect our children, protect our women, our families, older Americans, and to protect the American way of life. I yield back.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Whip Clark. Thank you, Chair Aguilar. I will say that, as we did the procession on Palm Sunday, our Archbishop said exactly that he wanted to pray for all of us, that we would remember the poor and the needy, and that we would have the grace in our hearts to do what's right. Tribal leaders came and met with me yesterday and said that they had done the blessings in the morning so that they could bring them to Washington, D.C., because the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to tribal sovereignty, the cuts was something their people could not survive. And so I think those prayers and those blessings are important so that when we come to Washington, we act from our hearts and that we let that lead our decisions. Thank you very much for all three of you for this incredible amendments, this incredible testimony. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to announce the names.
yeah, but before you do, can I make one statement? Please. I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here for an incredibly long time. Some of them have been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. And I feel very proud to be part of this caucus. And I feel very proud of all the members who are here who want to make their voices and their views heard. And I especially want to also thank Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi for being here for hours as well. And I want to thank our leadership team. But it means a lot to me personally, and I think to everybody on this committee, that we have so many colleagues that feel so strongly that they have waited for hours and hours and hours to be able to present their amendments. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me say that.
Okay, the next panel will be Tim Kennedy, Norma Torres, Al Green, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Beatty, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Gomez, and Ms. Robin Kelly.
Oh, yeah. The leader.
If you all would quickly get to the tables. please. We can fit in one more. One more. We can do one more. 2, 4. We got 7. Oh, yeah. May I suggest, if you're here for the next panel, start down here and move up here. It makes it a lot easier to get people seated. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, you're
Thank you,
you're
Chairwoman
recognized
Fox.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here today to offer 2 critical amendments. First, to strike Section 44-111 and preserve the current 10% state cost share for Medicaid expansion, preventing the financial burden that will otherwise fall on states and safety net hospitals. Second, to strike Section 44-126, which targets and defunds community health centers that provide family planning services. Taken together, these provisions in the underlying bill, in addition to the massive cuts to Medicaid that this bill ensures, would decimate access to care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women, children, and seniors. As members of the majority attempt to shove this bill down the throats of the American people, and frankly, some members of their own party, in a process that started in the middle of the night while America slept, my Democratic colleagues and I are here to stand up and shed light on what you're hoping to hide from the American people. As an occupational therapist myself, the husband of a physical therapist, the son of a nurse, and the representative of a community with 285,000 people who depend on these services, including 110,000 children, let me focus on what's at stake with the Medicaid provisions outlined in this bill. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, nearly 25 million Americans nationwide have gained access to care through the Medicaid expansion. That means moms have access to prenatal and postnatal care. Children can get regular checkups, and people struggling to put food on the table can still see a doctor before minor issues become emergencies. It means those in rural areas, often far from major hospitals, can visit clinics, access telehealth services, or get prescriptions filled without having to travel hours for basic preventative care. States that expanded Medicaid saw the uninsured rate among low-income adults decrease by more than half. It is so popular that even in states where the legislature and governor opposed it, like Oklahoma, when put to the voters, it was approved. In New York, the state I represent, expanding Medicaid has given over 1 million people access to care. With this bill, New York will face nearly $1 billion in new costs, while other states could see their expansions repealed entirely. As I've been here since the wee hours of the morning, participating in a broken process that started at 1 a.m., I cannot fathom why members of this majority would choose to rip life-saving care away from your own constituents in the name of tax breaks for billionaires, aside from the fact that the president told you to do so. As an occupational therapist, again, I've worked with patients, young and old, people who rely on Medicaid for necessary care. I've seen what happens when patients delay care because they cannot afford it. Minor conditions become chronic, emergency room wait times lengthen, and hospitals cannot absorb the cost. As a result, our healthcare system becomes destabilized. In cutting Medicaid, we don't eliminate the need for care, we just eliminate access to care. And for those who aren't on Medicaid, we only make care more expensive and harder to get. We force families to choose between medicine and groceries. We push more patients into overcrowded ERs, and we risk lives. This Republican bill does not save money, and it sure doesn't help the people who sent us here to represent them. It shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and to the people who can least afford it. Simply put, it's cruelty. My amendments protect Medicaid expansion programs and ensure that millions of Americans don't lose the care that they need, and that our public hospitals and safety net systems can continue to function. Without our Democratic amendments, this bill will make all Americans less safe and healthcare less accessible, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments. Healthcare, we know, is not a luxury reserved for the few, and it shouldn't be. It is a right, and it is our responsibility to protect it. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, you're recognized. You're a former member of the committee. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, Ranking Member McGovern. It's great to be back with all of you here, although under difficult circumstances. I know how difficult it is to have to work through the night, but the work that we're doing here today is really important. It's important for members to be able to share how this bill will impact our constituents. The bill before the committee, it is truly a disaster for the American people. It would throw almost 14 million people off Medicaid. It would cause our hospitals to close in areas that need them the most. It would cut food assistance for more than 3 million Americans, and all to help the multi-billionaires that pay much less in taxes. I fully support many of the amendments proposed by Democrats to fix these cruel actions, and I hope that they'll be made in order. I have 3 amendments that would address problems in the bill and in the current policies of the Trump administration. First, I have submitted an amendment number 507, which would protect the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the hundreds of billions of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. It's a common sense at this time when families are struggling with higher prices of food and good due to the self-inflicted wound of tariffs caused by our president. Second, I have an amendment to prevent the $300 billion in cuts to food assistance, programs like SNAP. The Republican reconciliation bill would kick more than 3 million people off of food stamp assistance, again, while we are getting imported eggs from Turkey and other countries that are willing to help us in a time of need when our food prices are so high. Third, I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes to Californians when California already contributes much more than many of your states. For example, California is a donor state. We send $692 billion to the federal government, and we receive back 609. That means we send $83 billion to many of your states to help fund the quality of life that all of you enjoy. Representative Griffin, Virginia they pay $107 billion. They receive more than in federal government that they give. Chip Roy of Texas gets back $71 billion more. Chairwoman Fox, North Carolina gets $53 billion more. Representative Norman of South Carolina, you receive $35 billion more. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia and Brian Jack of Georgia receives $35 billion more. And Representative Hutching of Indiana receives $30 billion more. So if we want to talk about welfare and welfare to the very poor, let's start with your states. Maybe your states should pay their fair share. Lastly, I have an amendment that would help stop the unlawful and dangerous firings of Federal Aviation Administration workers who maintain our air traffic control systems. They are the backbone of the air traffic control system. They are the unseen workers that help keep planes in the air and provide safe landings when we land. They support our air traffic controllers that ensure a safe flying public. While the administration is trying to recruit more air traffic controllers, they continue to fire probationary employees and reduce staffing for the people who maintain these systems. This is something that is critical that we need to address. Next and lastly, I have an amendment that would strike the 5% federal tax on remittance transfers in this bill. The tax proposal in this bill would disproportionately impact immigrant workers who already pay into a system that they cannot reclaim any of the Social Security or taxes, state, local taxes that they pay into. I'm sorry, lastly, I have an amendment that would disapprove of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers work plan for fiscal year 2025. This plan isn't just flawed, it blatantly politicizes the project selection process in attempts to leave, once again, California, the state that all of you depend for welfare for your constituents, to have zero projects allocated by them. I think the American people should know what is in this bill. It's a tax giveaway to the filthy rich. Thank you, Chairwoman, for your patience, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Mr. Green, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ranking Member, members all, I am here today because of SNAP and a concern. But first, I'd like to thank Ms. Mang, Grace Mang, for introducing the Fairness for Victims of SNAP Skimming Act. It has been reduced to Amendment number 30. I had a similar piece of legislation, and this whole issue was called to my attention by a news reporter from Channel 2 KPRC in Houston, Texas. And as a result of his engagement, we produced a piece of legislation. I do not want to see block grants to Texas for health care. Madam Chair, Texas refused $100 billion to expand Medicaid. This is one of the reasons why Texas has the highest percentage of uninsured persons and the highest number of uninsured persons in the United States of America. I don't know that Texas is going to be responsible enough to accept the grants. What will you do and what will we do when Texas does what it does quite regularly, and that is decline federal dollars? So I'm here today to talk about a program that has benefited not only Texans, but persons across the length and breadth of the country. And this has been a bipartisan effort in the past. It was in existence until December of last year, right around Christmas. And it has to do with reimbursing persons who have their SNAP monies skimmed away with electronic devices such that they have to sometimes go without food. They are victims. We should not allow the criminals.
Would you suspend for just a minute? There's a knocking noise going on somewhere. You all hear that? And it's bothering everybody out there because I can see it on your faces. I don't know where it's coming from. It stopped. All right. Okay. It stopped, so I don't know what's causing it, but it was hard, making it hard to hear you and understand you. So I want to make sure we can hear you, and it's also distracting. So we'll start again. You didn't lose any time.
Thank
They
you.
stopped the
I will
clock.
elevate the level of my
Okay,
voice.
if you
I
would
may.
speak up a little bit.
Thank you, I shall.
Thank you.
As I was indicating, this has been bipartisan. It has prevented criminals from causing persons to lose food. And I think that it should be bipartisan now in terms of reinstating this program such that people who need food and cannot afford the necessity of life will be able to acquire the food that they merit. I would also add this, that this program is one that has been sponsored by Republicans. So Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree to prevent criminals from taking food. Finally, this, there's been talk about work and how work is good, and I agree, work brings dignity. But the thing, Madam Chair, that hit a nerve with me was when our dear brother, whose name I cannot call because it's not appropriate to do so, but if I could call Mr. Norman's name, I would. This dear brother said that work built America, and he's right. It did. Over 10 million people working for more than 240 years without a paycheck. America is a great country, and it's great, Madam Chair, because of the economic foundational mothers and fathers whose lives were sacrificed. If you're in this country, you're standing on the backs of those persons who were enslaved. And you're right, work ought to be recognized. In this country, in our capital, in Emancipation Hall, the recognition for 240 years of enslavement is a plaque not much larger than that picture on the wall. That's an emancipation. It would seem to me that if we truly appreciate the dignity in work, then we would express that dignity for the people who had a hand in building the White House, a hand in building the Capitol, built the roads, the bridges, planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation. Why don't we recognize them to the same extent that we recognize people who are victims of the Holocaust? It just seems to me that if we're going to talk about work, let's talk about the people who built the country. And finally, I want to thank you for the time. And I'd like to thank the ranking member as well, and would hope that we can save this SNAP program. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the ranking member, to the Assistant Democratic Leader, to the members of the committee. I've been with you since 3 o'clock this morning. I want to thank you for your time, but I'm here to bring the voices of 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that's to make sure their perspective is heard by this Congress and this committee. I know we've heard a lot, but I want to touch on what this bad-built bill for billionaires doesn't do, because it barely touches housing, a crisis that is affecting more than just the people in my district. My disappointment is with what is not in here. So once again, like I did in the Ways and Means Committee, I am here to let you and the American people know that there's nothing to address the fact that rent increases are outpacing people's income, that there's nothing in this bill that builds out housing for the middle class, that there's nothing in this bill that touches Trump's blanket tariffs, which are taxes that Americans pay, not some foreign governments, that will raise the cost of housing. In fact, in 2018, the CBO projected that the initial Trump tax cuts would reduce residential investment since their provisions are not favorable towards housing. That report proved true, as inflation-adjusted residential investment today is nowhere close to its pre-2018 trend. I'll also tell you what this bill does have. It has an annual tax cut for billionaires, over $255,000 a year, while the average benefit for working people earning less than $50,000 annually is a meager $265. The cutting of health care for 14 million Americans, and the selling of Nevada public lands without a single dollar going to the state for which those lands are intended. So let's recap. Trump is making borrowing more expensive. He's raising the cost of housing materials due to tariffs, and extending the GOP tax scam means continued reductions in residential investment and making Nevadans pay for it with our land. Please make it make sense. That's why I am offering a package of amendments to help our veterans, to address tipped workers, small businesses, and the hospitality sector, which has been hit hard by President Trump's tariffs. However, for the purposes of this hearing, I will focus my remarks around helping our veterans. My amendment seeks to address the housing crisis that my colleagues seem to be ignoring. This amendment would create a Veterans Housing Fund through a 1% surtax on excessive corporate stock buybacks, limited to firms with over $10 billion in assets. We are asking that the largest companies, who recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks, pay 1%. Over 30,000 veterans are experiencing homelessness. If my colleagues are committed to helping veterans, then you can support this amendment to help balance that equation. This is not a blue city amendment. According to HUD's 2024 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report, nearly half of veterans experiencing homelessness are in suburban or rural communities. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this committee represent 8 states that total around 6,000 veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Georgia, nearly 650. Virginia, around 400. New York, almost 1,200. Indiana, over 400. Texas, nearly 1,850. South Carolina, almost 400. Minnesota, 300. And North Carolina, nearly 700 veterans experiencing homelessness. There is nothing in this bill that addresses shelter, mental health, substance abuse, job training, and other assistance specifically for our veterans. So I'm urging my Republican colleagues to work with us now to fix this bill before it goes to the floor. We want to work with you to address the problems facing our constituents. Earlier this month, I introduced 3 bills that can help address the housing crisis. We need legislation that addresses the corporate takeover of single-family homes, like my HOME Act. Not one Republican joined when I brought that bill forward. I introduced my Unlock Housing Act to address affordable housing by allowing the Bureau of Land Management to be able to lease the land to local governments and tribes specifically for affordable housing. This is a smart method to use the laws that already exist to build out more housing. Why? Because as Nevadans know, the land that we sell has not helped create the housing that we need. But we are seeing the same story over and over, that this bill does not have working people in mind. Instead, we have people like Representative Mark Amodei pushing to sell off more than 500,000 acres of land in Nevada under the guise of creating more affordable housing. He didn't even give a second thought to selling out our community. And for what? To use Nevada as a cash grab for the nation's debt? Don't believe me? Look at Section 8315 of the bill. If my colleagues are truly serious about addressing the struggles of the middle class and specifically housing affordability, then please support my amendments. I'm also putting on the record that I've sent a letter to Chairman Smith and to Speaker Johnson to bring up my TIPS Act to ensure that tip workers receive the benefits that they are entitled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I urge you to make in order my amendment, amendment number 280. This amendment is simple. It would stop the implementation of the Reconciliations Bill's massive cuts for the wealthy if the bill's other provisions result in reduction in funding of Medicaid, Social Security, or SNAP. Let me just put it in simple terms. It says no tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans if you cut the programs that everyday Americans, families, seniors, and others rely on. If you believe that is true, then you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid or food assistance. We are here to serve our constituents, and I know I'm not the only one here who has received thousands of letters and calls demanding that Congress protect health care, food assistance, and other critical programs. Constituents are saying, what are we doing? Well, I'm telling you, this panel shows you what Democrats are doing. We are fighting. And despite what the title of the Republican Budget Reconciliation Bill would have you believe, it is not one big, beautiful bill. It's a big billionaire's bankroll bill. And it is one of the biggest and most reckless and heartless attack on American families. It would rip away health care from almost 14 million Americans and 11 million children with food assistance. And the worst part of it is none of this is necessary. It is only being done to bankroll a billionaire's tax cut. That is why I am offering this amendment. I am offering this amendment for the 2.4 million Ohioans who rely on Medicaid to access critical healthcare services like blood pressure, diabetes screenings, mammograms, mental health services, and other life care situations. I am offering this amendment for the millions of women across the country who rely on Medicaid to cover birth of their child and to keep them and their babies healthy before and after birth. I am offering this amendment for the more than 42 Americans without federal food assistance that they might not eat tomorrow. I am offering this amendment for Anisha, an Ohioan, a constituent mother of two, and a recent cancer survivor who relies on Medicaid. She's scheduled for surgery that Medicaid makes affordable. Her family also depends on SNAP to put healthy food on the table. Losing these benefits would be devastating. In short, I'm offering this amendment for Americans who are struggling to get by, who are counting on us, Democrats and Republicans, to lower their costs and to improve their lives, not enrich billionaires. Unfortunately, families I'm fighting for will not benefit from the tax cuts in this package. The top 0.1% of earners, billionaires, will see a tax break of some $278,000 per year. And that is a tax break of $762 per day, almost twice the weekly salary of someone making minimum wage in Ohio. It is clear that this bill is an attempt to sell out hardworking American families who are just trying to make ends meet to benefit the few. This bill would harm our constituents, Democrats' constituents, Republicans' constituents. Republicans have claimed that this bill does not cut benefits. And if you believe that is true, you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid and food assistance. So I would urge you to make this in order. And Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the records the GOP's budget plan, this article, the GOP's budget plan that makes it hard to conceal its lies about Medicaid and SNAP.
Without objection.
Thank you. Lastly, let me just say to the American people, we have been here all night, and we're here because of you. They planned this hearing at 1 a.m. in the morning to 5, and here we are now in the first panel at 11:45. Is this the way our country should run? Is this what you expect from our leaders? Let me answer it for you. The answer is no. And that's why we are here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, for letting us testify today about issues that matter to all of us and to the American people. Over the past several weeks, I've been very concerned about what this Republican reconciliation bill will do. Not only does this bill, the bill, if it's enacted, the House bill, would be the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history that will strip health care from almost 14 million Americans. But as my colleague just said, how many of the pieces of this legislation have been considered in the dark of night when the American people are not able to watch what is happening? It's been too many pieces of this legislation. I have offered several amendments. Medicaid is the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this reconciliation bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their homes, in the communities that they've known, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and aged with dignity. And in fact, it is less expensive than in nursing homes, which is where most long-term care in America is paid for by Medicaid. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care. And this bill will exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and caregivers shouldn't live in poverty to do this critical work. Let's be honest. The long-term care health system in this country is broken. And until someone you've loved or you yourself are in it, you don't know how bad it is. And this system, this bill is going to break the system even more. I'm asking that my Republican colleagues change course on this misguided bill that would harm seniors and individuals living with disabilities. I'm also strongly supportive, and I'm a co-sponsor of Representative Riley's amendment regarding President Trump's most favored nation executive order that was issued May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last week. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing pharmaceutical manufacturers from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations, when we, in fact, pay 2, 3, 4, 10 times as much as other countries do, and spend more on the research for these drugs than any other country in the world. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other countries, which I have to admit to you, was shocked that every single Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against this amendment that supports their own president's prescription drug pricing plan. And I have to say, I was very surprised after being up for all night when I watched President Trump Wednesday night say this provision was going to be in this bill. So I think there's some communication issues too. Simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and, quite frankly, absurd. And on top of this, we had a bipartisan deal that opened the door for a solution to lower drug costs for Americans last Congress. But thanks to Elon Musk, Republicans tanked that agreement and are now trying to pass a bill with no meaningful change that would not only fail to lower drug costs, but would also rip coverage away from 14 million Americans. I'm going to end by expressing my concerns with this legislation's impact on our environment and natural resources, which is why I filed 3 amendments that I offered during the natural resources markup 2 weeks ago. Taken together, These amendments would preserve judicial review. I think too many people forget we are a system of checks and balances in this democracy. Protect compliance with the Endangered Species Act, which has literally saved thousands of species, and prevent the Inflation Reduction Act decisions from NOAA from applying to fisheries, climate resilience, and harmful algae bloom forecasted in the Great Lakes. I'm getting that look, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back, and I recognize Mr. Gomez of California for 5 minutes.
Republicans are playing Russian roulette with the American people. That's right, I said it, Russian roulette. And that's because either you're going to lose your health care, that could probably save your life, or not. You can get a tax increase or not. This is serious business. According to the Joint Committee on Taxations, Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper says families making $30,000 or less will pay an average of $200 billion more in taxes because of this bill. Families making $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance of seeing a real change in your taxes. But you'll have to wait till April to see how lucky you were. Now the billionaire establishment has nothing to worry about. They'll get a tax cut of $270,000 a year. Right here in this committee, the American people are witnessing one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history. But Republicans are advancing legislation that will slash billions of dollars from Medicaid, healthcare for the working class, so that they can give trillions in tax breaks to the billionaires, ultra wealthy, and the largest corporations in this country. Republicans are literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich, all while adding trillions in deficit to deficit spending and to the debt. They should be ashamed about this legislation. Because look at not what's happening in my district, look at what's happening in their districts. In North Carolina, 400,000 people will lose Medicaid coverage. In Minnesota, 250,000 will lose the health care. Texas, 380,000. Virginia, 390,000. New York, 1.2 million. These aren't numbers. These are real people who will lose healthcare coverage. And if they don't have coverage, they might not have insulin. They might not have preventative care. They might have to go into the hospital to see an emergency doctor later, which can cost them their lives. We also know that 51% of new moms and their babies who are covered by Medicaid will lose. The seniors that don't get enough coverage through Medicare will lose. The sons or daughters that don't earn enough to cover their parents' assisted living facility will lose. People that live in rural communities that are mostly represented by Republicans will lose. Republicans are making it harder for working people to get by, harder for families to welcome a new child, get postpartum care, or cover basic medical needs during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. Families are barely staying afloat. Many who are working 2 or more jobs just to get by, and they're already stretched thin by the cost of food, housing, and childcare. Now that Trump's tariffs are hitting them with an extra $4,900 a year. And Republicans always say that they're the pro-family party, but they never do actually anything that actually values the American family. And Republicans say they're the balanced budget party, but this bill balloons the deficit and saddles future generations with more debt that they have to pay off. Voters sent us here to lower costs and create real opportunities, and that's what we should be delivering on. We should make the child tax credit fully refundable and advanceable, and make it bigger and pay it monthly. We should build millions of starter homes for new families and help them buy their first home so that they can build wealth. We should make childcare affordable and guaranteed paid family leave. But this bill does none of that. That's because Republicans choose the billionaire establishment that has taken root in DC over their own constituents. Now I ask the same question to my Republican colleagues as I asked in the Ways and Means. I want to ask you here, and they answered wrong. So I'm asking you guys, are you for the working man or woman who is struggling to get by, or the billionaires? Are you for the babies or the billionaires? Are you for the seniors or the billionaires? Are you for the American family or the billionaires? I have introduced 14 amendments making sure that billionaires pay their fair share to housing, to healthcare, and one of those bills is sponsored by Speaker Emerita, that is extend the ACA premium tax credit to help pregnant women and children. That's one of the things that we know, that in some of the states that are going to have the biggest cuts to Medicaid also are some of these southern states that have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. You know, California has its problems, but we actually have one of the lowest maternal mortality rates in this country, the lowest. So here's the thing. Once again, are you for pregnant women or the billionaires? Are you for babies or billionaires? Because that's what this all comes down to. And I will ask that if you vote on just one amendment, maybe you can restore a little faith in this kid from California. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Kelly of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. I have an amendment at the desk titled Amendment Number 371. My amendment is simple and requires 12 months of continuous Medicaid and CHIP coverage of full benefits for pregnant and postpartum women. We've heard a lot about that. I've dedicated 10 years to this topic. This amendment will codify what we already know is essential, that 1 year of postpartum care is not just medically necessary, it is a matter of life and death. Let's remember that the United States maternal death rate remains far higher than other high-income countries, and nearly 2 out of 3 maternal deaths occur during the postpartum period. Our nation is facing a maternal health crisis, and it has been for years. It's shameful, and it has worsened. The maternal mortality and morbidity epidemic is particularly dangerous for people with disabilities who face a maternal death rate that is 11 times higher than the rate for non-disabled people. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And American Indian and Alaska Native women are twice as likely to die of complications. Medicaid improves maternal health outcomes and ensures access to vital pregnancy services. Medicaid covers almost half of all births in this country, and in many states, it's more than that. And it covers more than half of all births in rural communities. Consider a new mom from Arkansas who was finally approved for Medicaid in her 3rd trimester following a delay in her eligibility determination. Her Medicaid coverage was invaluable during complicated labor and delivery. Her baby was not receiving enough oxygen, and she ultimately needed an unplanned cesarean section. Without Medicaid, that procedure would have resulted in profound medical debt, giving the cost of a C-section in Arkansas is estimated to be close to $10,000 without insurance. Ensuring 12 months coverage can give women the peace of mind that they have stable coverage and access. Cutting funding means cutting care for moms and babies during their most vulnerable time. That means fewer prenatal checkups, more life-saving deliveries, and forcing states to choose between vital programs. Waivers aren't enough, especially during major budget cuts like those in this bill. In Michigan, 12-month postpartum Medicaid coverage reached nearly 45,000 moms, reducing maternal deaths from 36 to 22 per 100,000 births in a year. Most maternal deaths occur after childbirth. 1 in 3 happens 1 week and 1 year postpartum, between 1 week and 1 year postpartum. In Colorado, 89% of maternal deaths were preventable. Continuous guaranteed year-long coverage saved lives. Overall, over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. This amendment codifies 12 months of full Medicaid and CHIP benefits to postpartum individuals. No more state-by-state patchwork. No more expiration dates on care. No more new mothers being dropped from coverage just 60 days after giving birth, right when they're still at high risk for complications like infection, postpartum depression, and more. Postpartum coverage for 12 months should be mandatory and permanent and immune from shifting state politics and budget pressures. We cannot expect someone to recover from childbirth, return to work, care for a newborn while also scrambling to reapply for coverage. That's not health care, it's chaos, and disproportionately harms low-income families, rural communities, and communities of color. We've already seen the impact of this policy. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, Democrats enabled states to extend postpartum coverage to 12 months, and 49 states have done so. In just 4 years, red and blue states alike chose to prioritize maternal and child health, but making it optional isn't enough. With the deep cuts proposed in this bill, States will soon face painful budget choices that could jeopardize this progress. To protect moms and babies everywhere, we must make this coverage permanent, mandatory, and nationwide. This is about saving lives, supporting families, and finally treating maternal health as a national priority it should be. I have deep concerns states will roll back care for pregnant and postpartum women. My amendment ensures that all women in the United States, regardless of where they live, can access comprehensive health care for a full year following the birth of a child to survive and thrive. I've spoken to doctors, nurses, midwives, doulas, and this is what all of them recommend. If Republicans claim, quote unquote, they want to strengthen Medicaid for mothers, as they asserted in their press releases, then this should be a no-brainer and something that we all can support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help us build a stronger, safer future for all moms and families so that people are not being shut out from coverage because we have made it too complicated for them. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do I have anyone on the Republican side that wishes to ask questions? Seeing none, recognize the gentleman.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. I just a couple of observations. First of all, I want to again thank you all for your commitment and your stamina and for being here. Again, I appreciate the fact that many of you waited many hours to be able to testify, but I think that's a reflection of how strongly you feel about the issues that you brought before this committee. And I think I speak for all the Democrats here. We all support your amendments, and we'll do our best to try to see what we can do to make them in order. But I also, when I was listening to everybody here, I couldn't help but think about what could have been. You know, again, as I said before, I mean, there are things in the tax bill that I think we all could agree on. You know, the middle class tax cuts, the no tax on tips, and child tax credit, all that stuff. We could have come together and agreed on that. And I think that you know, we would have you know, if Republicans wanted our vote, we could have negotiated a better deal on the SNAP benefits, which, you know, right now is unacceptable, and certainly insisted that people don't get thrown off health care. But I think you could have gotten a bipartisan bill. Maybe not every Democrat and not every Republican, but you could have gotten a bipartisan bill that might have been able to make its way to the president's desk that reflected our values, that also reflected some of the Republican values, but didn't go after the most vulnerable people in this country. But I think what's happened here in this House right now is that the way the current leadership thinks of legislating is that whatever the most extreme element of their conference wants, that's the direction. And so there's no desire, there's no attempt to try to bring Democrats into the process. I'm reading, you know, breaking news. Speaker Johnson and House Freedom Caucus will go to White House today to meet with President Trump. Trump is expected to tell the House Freedom Caucus that the bill needs to pass today. I don't even know, you know, he was up here yesterday morning. I don't know, you know, maybe this will make a difference. But it doesn't sound like, if that's the strategy, that this bill is going to moderate. And I think that's bad for the country. This is a big deal. The implications of this Reconciliation Act on every aspect that was raised by all of you today is significant. It is going to adversely impact, it is going to hurt our constituents, as well as the constituents of our Republican colleagues. There is no doubt about that. And so again, I just I want to again thank you for being here, and again, I support all your amendments, and for what it's worth, and I think I speak for all of us up here, it's kind of inspiring for us to see you just kind of wait it out, because you know what the stakes are, and I think people who are tuning in also appreciate your being here today. So I thank you, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Ms. Scanlon for.
Thank you. I want to echo the ranking member's remarks. I think the outpouring of members here is inspirational and is a measure of just how significant and impactful this bill is going to be in a negative way. And you've all raised important policy issues that deserve full legislative consideration. And also, the American people deserve to know where their representatives stand on these issues. So I would support a full vote on them. I did with respect to Representative Kelly's bill. This has been a major issue in my district, and I just wanted, in support of that bill, to seek unanimous consent to enter a Philadelphia Inquirer article from September 21st, 2022, entitled 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, CDC says, highlighting a problem in Philadelphia.
Without
Yield back.
objection,
Thank
so
you.
ordered.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Nagus for his 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Well, first, let me just say thank you to my colleagues and echo the sentiments from our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, our deep appreciation. And it's not lost on us that there are several of our colleagues here, Mr. Chairman, who testified just a few short minutes ago, who've spent more time in this hearing than Republican colleagues of ours on this committee. There are several members. No, I'm not referencing the chairman, but others of your colleagues. Mr. Horsford has been here literally since we arrived and convened, and we have members who, as has Mr. Kennedy, I'll go down the whole list, but every member here has been here for literally going on 7, 8, 9, 10 hours for 5 minutes, to be able to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of the people that they represent. And I think that's a testament to their convictions and their passions for their constituencies. I want to ask just a few questions of Mr. Horsford and Mr. Gomez as the two members who serve on Ways and Means. Mr. Horsford, you heard me earlier, if you might, maybe at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning, I don't remember exactly when, in my exchange with the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee regarding the tax on tips. And I'm still trying to understand why the Republicans on the committee don't just put your bill on the floor, given that there's bipartisan support for it, given that this seems to be an issue that they're passionate about. I struggle to understand why that's not the case. And I know you have fought vigorously on behalf of the people that you represent in Nevada for that particular policy, but I want to give you an opportunity to expound upon it if you're interested.
Thank you to the Assistant Democratic Leader. Look, to be clear, I've been working with a coalition of workers, the culinary workers, Unite Here, One Fair Wage, and others to bring legislation to provide relief to tip workers. 6 million tip workers in America today make as little as $2.13 an hour. $2.13. 70% of those workers are women, and women of color in particular. So on top of giving relief and allowing more tip workers to keep their hard-earned money by eliminating the tax on tips, we also need to give workers a raise. And that is what my bill does. No other bill does that. My bill also has important safeguards so that people continue to pay into Social Security, so that hedge funds are not able to grift off of the policy, so that we define what a tip worker is, so that it's not abused under our tax law. And so for Chairman Smith to sit here today and say, you know, he couldn't bring a bill to the committee is just wrong, because I'm ready. I've been ready, and my bill has been ready since the beginning of this Congress. And it comes from the actual tip workers who are affected by the policy. I am a co-sponsor of the bill that was unanimously passed by the Senate, the same version. And I see no reason why the House cannot bring up a standalone bill to make sure that we are advocating for the needs of tip workers and all workers. You're going to have all these compounding effects of cutting health care, of cutting nutrition programs, of making it harder for working families to get by. Then let's give workers a raise. Let's give them a raise that's livable enough to actually pay the rent on and to afford to buy a home. That is what Democrats stand for. That's what we're fighting for, is to give everyone an opportunity to not just survive, but to actually thrive in America. So thank you to the Assistant Leader for the opportunity to talk about that legislation. And Chairman Smith, wherever you are, my letter to you asking for a standalone vote on my legislation is at your office.
Well said. Well said. Mr. Gomez, there was a robust discussion earlier about the tax brackets.
Yeah.
And I think the chairman was not as candid as I would have hoped with respect to his description of the various tax brackets in the reconciliation bill. I wonder if you might talk about the billionaire tax bracket and the amendment that you proposed.
Yeah, first, I have an amendment that would increase taxes on billionaires, basically preventing them from getting any kind of tax break in this bill and actually require them to pay their fair share, increasing the tax bracket from 36% to 39%, roughly. So in this room, by show of hands, who believes a billionaire shouldn't get a tax break and actually should pay their fair share of taxes? Like, all right, how about on the Republicans? You guys can help me restore my faith. Because here's the thing.
There aren't many Republicans here on
Okay,
the committee,
but
unfortunately.
here's
They're
the
not-
thing.
They've all left, but.
And the reason why is that if you increase the taxes on the billionaires, you can actually give the people who are getting screwed at the bottom rungs of the economic ladder a tax break. So for the record, I want to enter into the record the distribution chart of distribution of the estimated revenue effects of the tax provisions of the chairman's markup, basically what's going to happen, into the record. This is by the Joint Committee on Taxation. It's an official record.
What's it on?
It basically shows how much, who's paying what in taxes under this bill by the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And here's the thing, the reason why, let's go over years, calendar year 2027. If you're people that make less than $15,000 a year will pay an additional $1 billion in taxes, 1 billion. And here's the thing, in the year 2029, people that are making less than 15 million are going to pay 15,000 will pay another $2.6 billion in taxes that year. People that are making 15 to 30,000, 2.5 billion in additional taxes that year. And we go on to year 2031. They're actually less than 15,000. They're going to pay another $3.6 billion that tax year, 3.6 billion. And if you're making 15 to 30,000, you're going to be, all those people will be ponying up another $4.5 billion, $4.5 billion. And by the year 2033, let people that are in that tax bracket of less than 15,000, $3.7 billion just that year. And then the people making 15 to 30,000, 3.8 billion. So anybody that says that the people at those low rungs of the economic ladder are not getting screwed or not going to be paying more in taxes are just absolutely wrong. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Nagus.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I yield back now.
I did.
Chairman yields back. Seeing no one else wishing to ask questions, I thank this group for presenting your amendments. Thank you for being with us, and we will move on to the next group, and I'll need the names. All right, as they're leaving, our next panel will be Ms. Dexter, Mr. Carter, Ms. Takuda, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Tonko, Ms. Goodlander, and Ms. Stansberry. All right, if Ms. McLean Delaney could join as well. And now recognize Ms. Dexter of Oregon for her 5 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our ranking member. Today, I'm offering 3 amendments rooted in a basic principle. Government should work for the people, not silence them, not shield corruption, and certainly not rip away healthcare. Let's start with what this GOP tax scam tries to take from the public, their voice. Under current law, communities can protest oil and gas leasing decisions that threaten their land, water, or climate. This bill would impose a $150 fee, plus more for extra pages or lease parcels, just to be heard. And let's be honest about what that is. A tax on public participation, a toll on free speech. And it won't deter billion-dollar oil companies. It will deter working people, people who love outdoor places. At the same time, Republicans are slashing royalty payments and handing billions in giveaway to the fossil fuel industry. That tells you everything you need to know about where their priorities lie. My amendment would strike this unjust protest fee from the bill and protect the public's right to be heard. Second, we must ensure accountability. I'm offering an amendment to allocate a modest 0.5% of new funds to the Department of Interior's Office of the Inspector General, a nonpartisan watchdog that saves taxpayers money by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. This should be easy for Republicans to support. It's the same bipartisan provision they themselves championed by our current House Natural Resources Chair in 2021. It's simple. Let's ensure transparency and pass this amendment. And now I want to speak to what I believe is the most urgent and dangerous part of this legislation, its impact on healthcare. Before I came to Congress, I spent nearly 20 years caring for some of the sickest patients in our community. I've worked in emergency rooms. I know what happens when a system doesn't have the resources that it needs to serve its patients. That's why I'm offering an amendment to require states to report on how coverage losses under this bill would impact uncompensated care and emergency department wait times in safety net hospitals. If this bill were really only about ridding out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, we should welcome this kind of data. But we know the truth. This bill isn't about waste. It's about ripping healthcare away from nearly 14 million Americans and destabilizing the healthcare system for everyone else in the process. And for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. Medicaid isn't just a lifeline for patients, it's a fundamental part of our healthcare infrastructure. Providers depend on it to stay open, to serve not only Medicaid patients, but you, me, everyone in our communities. Cutting Medicaid will mean clinics and hospitals in rural towns will shut down. Hospitals in cities will be over capacity. Seniors will be forced out of nursing facilities due to closures. And emergency rooms will go on divert, turning away people in crisis because there simply isn't enough space for people to be seen. We're talking about longer wait times for pediatric care, delays for life-saving cancer treatment, people suffering and dying, not because we don't have the tools to help them, but because we've made a political choice to take those tools away. These cuts will be devastating, and the consequences won't be statistics on a spreadsheet. They will be lives lost, futures cut short, and suffering that could have been prevented. And again, for what? Tax breaks for billionaires. I urge my Republican colleagues, show courage in this moment. Stand with the constituents who cannot afford to lose their voice and their health care. Support these amendments and defeat this outrageous and dangerous bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana for 5 minutes, Mr. Carter.
Well, okay.
Start again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. My first amendment, number 299, preserves environmental justice block grants that improve public health. The EPA has provided grants for more than 50 years that protect our constituents' public health and enhance their environment. This is especially true for the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grant Program, which provides valuable funding that serves community centers, environmental rehabilitation projects, and public health revitalization initiatives that would otherwise not be possible. These projects are providing environmental and public health benefits in Democratic and Republican districts alike. However, this bipartisan bill ruthlessly claws back these funds and eliminates this vital program. Not only is this bill stealing people's health care, it's also making them sicker. My amendment will ensure that environmental and climate justice block grant projects that improve the health outcomes in low-income communities do not lose critical funding. If Republicans truly prioritize their constituents, they should easily agree with me that this funding is valuable and must be protected. My second amendment is amendment number 358, which would add to the text the bipartisan Next Generation 911 Act to the Republican budget reconciliation legislation before us today and fully fund programs using the proceeds from future spectrum auctions. Because of technology advances the telecommunications over from the past 50 years, Americans can communicate today in ways weren't even contemplated when 911 system was first created. Yet, our 911 systems are stuck in the past. Our first responders are unable to utilize these tools we take for granted in this digital age. We are far behind. Police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians who serve communities we represent deserve better. I cannot think of a better use of dollars raised from auctioning off public airwaves than to upgrade old, outdated public safety communication systems. I hope my colleagues will vote yes on this amendment to modernize our 911 systems for the 21st century. Congress should give FCC the authority to begin spectrum auctions now. Those proceeds need to help our constituents and first responders not pay for tax cuts for the ultra rich. My third amendment is Amendment 373, which states no funds can be used to effectuate the detention or removal of United States of citizens of the United States or any non-citizen whose legal status was determined or visa revoked due to exercising simply their right to speech, free speech, not breaking any laws, simply their right to free speech. Last month, I led a delegation of House and Senate members to 2 ICE processing centers in Louisiana to meet with individuals who had their legal status revoked and remain in immigration detention simply because they exercised their right to free speech. If these individuals can be jailed for exercising their First Amendment rights, any person in this country is under the same threat. Now, let me be clear. I do not support any hate speech of any kind. Speech that supports anti-Semitism or calls for violence, I am totally opposed to. The individuals we met with were very clear. They don't support these matters either. My fourth amendment and last amendment is number 357, which states that 100% of Medicaid cuts resulting from waste, fraud, and abuse will go directly back into programs to strengthen Medicaid for generations to come. My Republican friends say that they want to help the people that Medicaid was quote unquote intended for, the most vulnerable. And to that I say, put your money where your mouth is. But we all know they won't. It's always been about enriching billionaires while ripping healthcare away from seniors, children, mothers, and those with disabilities. Republicans now say that Medicaid shameful. We will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why we keep spinning false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse. But don't take my word for it. Take it from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, and I quote, "Will Republicans be the majority of the people or a permanent minority speaking only for C-suite?" So if the goal is to protect Medicaid and root out waste, fraud, and abuse, we should have no opposition to support my amendment to reinvesting these funds into Medicaid. I have one final quote, ma'am, and I know I'm shortly over, but I want to remind people, I'm told yesterday that our president, Donald Trump, said, and I quote, please forgive my language, "Don't fuck with Medicaid." I hope he was serious, and I hope this committee takes it serious too. I yield.
Carter, Mr. Kuda, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, I submit one amendment today, 159, protecting rural Americans from SNAP cuts. Every day, millions of Americans go to bed hungry. For 14 straight years, the United States has led the developed world in food insecurity. In 2023, over 1 in 4 Americans reported struggling to afford food. Think about that. In the richest nation on earth, 85 million people are missing meals. And where is this pain felt most deeply? Rural America, small towns, farming communities, places like Hawaii's 2nd District, where food is grown, but life is hard. 87% of the counties with the highest food insecurity are rural. Families face fewer job opportunities, fewer doctors, fewer grocery stores, and now even fewer lifelines. And Republicans want to make it worse. This isn't just a bad bill. It's a big bad bill. It's a big ugly bill, a brutal assault on rural families, working parents, seniors, kids. The GOP plan is to slash $313 billion from SNAP, gut Medicaid, rip lifelines out of the hands of people just trying to survive, and hand billions in tax breaks to the ultra wealthy. All this as part of the GOP tax scam 2.0. A reckless giveaway to billionaires that will add $5 trillion to our national debt. $5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich, paid for by taking food off tables and putting health care out of reach for working Americans. This isn't fiscal policy. It's moral failure. It's the wealthiest 10% cashing in at the expense of the poorest, most vulnerable, hardworking people who labor every day to hold on to life in communities too often forgotten. Let me tell you about Anna, a constituent of mine from the rural west side of Oahu. She and her husband run a small family business. Last year, just $200 more in monthly sales pushed them over the limit for SNAP. $200. That tiny increase cost their children meals. Anna told me she had to measure every scoop of rice at dinner. She couldn't say yes when her youngest child asked for a second helping of food. She sent her kids to school hungry. Months later, after their sales dropped again, Anna reapplied. They were approved, and she cried. But now Anna and her husband wonder every day, should we sell our home? Should we leave our community? That's the America we're creating, where a family's survival depends on a spreadsheet and, sadly, declining sales. Anna isn't a cheat. She isn't lazy. She's not gaming the system. She is the system, the engine and the heart of rural America, working, sacrificing, raising kids, building a future, and yet this bill punishes her. SNAP works. It feeds families,